The first video game to reach a mainstream audience was released in 1972. We started with pinball wizards and kings of the arcade, but now our players are elite, bourgeois, and even world champions. Games have become more advanced over the years, but our need for competition has remained. Gamers have become faster and smarter. They've become teammates and rivals. They've had incredible wins and suffered heartbreaking defeats. The IGN Pro League symbolizes this desire to compete at the highest level, rewarding dedication, creativity, and our ability to overcome the odds. We now gather to see the best of the East and West as the GSL and IPL meet in the ultimate esports venue, the Cosmopolitan of Las Vegas. Now bear witness as the IPL sets a new standard for competitive gaming. Welcome to IPL4 at the Cosmopolitan.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Day 3 of League of Legends at the IGN Pro League of Legends tournament here at the Cosmopolitan of Las Vegas. I'm so excited to have you in the crowd. You are the best crowd on the internet, according to Reddit, so round of applause for you guys. They love your signs, they love your enthusiasm, and we're really enjoying it up here. I want to thank our sponsors, AMD, Astro, Twitch, Kingston HyperX, Gunner, Playhem, and of course, Riot, who has really come out in support of this tournament. I want to invite on stage with me, this is Matt Marcoux. He is the esports director at Riot. He makes sure all these things are possible, and he's going to be doing the coin toss for our two first teams today. CLG, which side are you on? If you would please join me on the stage, and Dignitas. They're actually transferring behind me. This is a secret hallway back here. But while we're up here, Matt, I just want to say thank you. You know, I've seen you a number of times in the esports scene, and when you got the job at Riot in the esports division, I was so excited because I knew they'd be going excellent, excellent places. So gentlemen, if you'd please join me on stage. Dignitas, CLG. But don't shake hands just yet. Stop right here. Stop right here. Matt Marcoux, if you would be so kind. Scarra? Would you like heads or tails?
We'll take tails.
They're going to take tails on the esteemed Pikachu coin. One side Pikachu, other side Pokemon.
Right. You said tails? Yeah, call us tails. Really, Matt?
That's what.
Heads.
It's heads. Gentlemen, would you like blue or purple? Blue. They're going to go with blue. All right, guys, shake hands. Let's get these games underway. Thank you so much, Matt Marcoux. HatPerson, RedBaron, take it away.
Great. Are you guys ready? Day 3. It's a big one. Dignitas CLG.
Yeah, it's going to be intense. We saw earlier with this matchup, CLG almost 2-0ing Dignitas when they met earlier. They did have Nidalee in that first game, you know, some really effective play. Game number 2, they had the early lead, couldn't fulfill it. It was against that magical comp that we've seen from Dignitas. Yep. We'll see whether or not they ban out, you know, that comp, ban out Lulu, maybe ban out Soraka. I think the personalities of CLG, though, it's very likely that game 1, they'll let it ride, see if they can take an early advantage, see if they can get a really aggressive win. If they lose game number 1 to that same comp, then we'll see in game number 2, you know, game number 3, maybe them banning that out some.
Well, I mean, it looks very likely that we will be seeing a Lulu ban. We'll probably be seeing the Soraka ban as well. But you know what? Nidalee, Shen, also very big contenders, you know, here, and we've also seen a lot of Kog'Maw this entire weekend as well.
Yeah, Kog'Maw, I don't know the exact win percentage on Kog'Maw, but it's absolutely astounding. I was looking at some of the Reddit win percentages earlier today, and some of the champions, Shyvana is 7 for 7 so far this tournament. So, you know, just a really strong, aggressive jungler, has great map control with the movement speed. So that's kind of an interesting match. Mundo doing pretty well. Lots of kind of surprises. Janna is still 100%, even after those nerfs that we saw to her. It hurt her laning phase some, but her team fight control is still spectacular. Provides so much utility support, particularly for Kog'Maw. She works very well with that heavy AD carry.
So I mean, we also have some other bands being talked about here. Like for the past 3 games, Olaf, Udyr, Shen, and Ryze banned every single time. And we've been seeing quite a bit of Olaf as well. The true damage top lane is amazing. It's amazing, absolutely amazing.
Yeah, and I would probably expect against CLG we will see the Shen ban. He was nerfed some. You can leave him in, but HotshotGG, just fantastic Shen play this tournament. It allows him to be extremely aggressive in that top lane, and that's going to be really key. CLG, they like that split pushing strategy. Shen goes perfectly with that. So he's really the perfect pairing for them. I don't expect that Dignitas will allow it, but it should be an interesting match to watch.
My top lane is definitely going to be the area to watch. 40% of CLG's kills total have all been top lane ganks. It's been major top lane play this entire weekend.
Yeah, that's absolutely astounding, and I think a lot of Dignitas' play also comes from Voyboy and how he does in the top lane. He has a very high risk-reward style. He's extremely aggressive in the top lane, particularly on Lee Sin. You see him getting very low on energy. He likes using his shield for harass, which makes him a very strong laner, but it also kind of baits him into dangerous situations against aggressive ganking junglers like Nocturne. We've seen Voyboy maybe falling behind early, then they can repeatedly gank that top lane, push him further and further behind. So Voyboy, if he gets off to a strong start, then Dignitas throughout this tournament has just been fantastic. And we saw in Hanover, Voyboy's Lee Sin just extremely powerful. But if he does get off to that poor start, if they repeatedly gank that top lane, particularly since CLG has that penchant for aggression in that top lane, that could be really dangerous. And we've seen, Shen and Irelia both from Hotshot being extremely aggressive with those ganking, that ganking presence, able to bait in the enemy and then come in for the stun.
Yep. So I mean, we do have the top picks overall throughout this entire tournament: Janna, Mundo, and Kog'Maw. We've had quite a bit of success with all 3 of those champs. Top bans throughout the entire tournament: Udyr, Shen, Ryze, and also we've been seeing a lot of Karthus bans as well. So I know also last night, we've been kind of hoping that we'd see a little bit of something from Dignitas, specifically Scarra, because we were trolled a little bit last night. We almost had the Katarina. I know we've had some guys with signs earlier this weekend. They want to see the Mordekaiser. I'd like to see the Mordekaiser as well. I'd love to see that.
Mordekaiser definitely works with Dignitas' play style. They like playing those champions that can just really control lane very effectively. Mordekaiser farms extremely effectively. It's kind of an easy champ from that perspective, but he is susceptible to ganks early on if you have that ganking pressure. Once he gets going, he's such a presence in the team fights, but we are in champ select, and right off the bat, we see CLG banning out Lulu and Soraka, so not going to allow it to happen. They are like, we are done with it, Dignitas. We are tired of your shenanigans.
I mean, as much as I love that, it's like triple support. Who knew? Who knew? But Udyr and Shen also being banned out by Dignitas. Ryze going to be the last ban for CLG. So, and we still have more options for top lane. Aurelia, Lee Sin, Udyr's got Nidalee gone, so we're not going to have the hotshot Nidalee GG.
Here's the issue, though. Lee Sin is available. I would expect CLG will probably take Lee Sin right here. Definitely is a strong pick, and Hotshot, which champions is he going to play? We had 3 top champions that are favorites of Hotshot picked up. If he wanted to play Aurelia, we saw really fantastic Aurelia play against V8, I believe. But if he goes Aurelia, then we do have really aggressive play from Voyboy, particularly if Voyboy has Lee Sin. Lee Sin versus Aurelia, since Aurelia doesn't have the same sustain that she used to. That could be, kind of a dangerous matchup for Hotshot.
But we're going to go ahead and play it safe. CLG first pick. We're going to grab the Janna, make sure they can secure it for themselves. Number 1 pick this weekend. Fantastic kit. You got the shield, got the tornado, got slow, got the ultimate. You got everything you need. Works wonderful with a very aggressive bot lane. So
yeah, and
we'll see where that goes.
It works with a number of comps. That's the big thing. If we've seen a lot of these tanky comps protect the Uber carry. We've seen Cog is a hyper carry, Vayne doing that same kind of thing. So if we have those kind of protect comps, then Janna works with that perfectly. I'm really curious. We have Cog and Urgot both available, so it'll be interesting to see whether we see Urgot played as a counter to Cog. you can definitely run an extremely aggressive team with lots of disables. We've seen it with TSM Dignitas last night. Whoever had Urgot actually winning those matches with that aggressive kind of play.
Yeah. I mean, we got the Kog'Maw being locked in and Mundo. So there you go. The top 3 picks of this tournament are all right up front. And you know what? I just want everyone to let everyone know that this is a rematch. CLG 1-2 against Dignitas right now, and we have Shyvana being picked for CLG with that 100% win rate. That's gonna mean a lot. So we may see some very aggressive counter jungling coming in from CLG going into here.
Yeah, both junglers are actually, very strong counter junglers. They're both very safe picks. It would be very difficult for Shyvana to counter jungle Mundo because he is running Exhaust. We'll see Saintvicious probably going to run Exhaust as well. Shyvana does have that movement speed, so it's really going to depend on where their vision is. If they recognize that, the other jungler is somewhere, ganking top maybe, then you see that aggressive play towards Dragon or see them stealing the blue. But just heads up, a lot of it's going to depend on the mid lane and how aggressive mid lane is for protecting the jungle and how well they ward the entrances.
Anivia being considered for CLG, and we've been seeing a little bit of Anivia as well. I mean, wonderful. You got the walls, you got the stun, you got everything you need. And it's wonderful wave clearing capabilities with Anivia as well. With the ultimate, you just walk up to a wave, it's gone.
Yeah, Anivia has definitely been played to a great extent in this tournament. Big Fat definitely well known for his Anivia. When you have manaless junglers who are very fast clearers like Shyvana, like Mundo, it allows you to give the blue buff that much easier. You don't have to worry so much about invasion because you can take it extremely quickly. And so it does allow that matchup. But Karthus for Voyboy, actually, that's kind of interesting because Karthus and Cog are both hyper carries. And as they get further and further into the game, we have the AoE from Karthus, and then we have Cog with the follow-up going to be cleaning up those fights. So it's definitely going to be key for CLG to kind of take an advantage early, depending on their next 2 picks.
And we've also seen a lot of duels bot lane. People barely getting away from the Kog'Maw artillery shot, and it's just like oh, I wish I had a Karthus ult. I wish I had a Karthus ult, but there it is. And you know what? CLG banned out Soraka, so they can't even pick it for themselves to try and counteract some of that global damage with the Wish.
Yeah, and the aggressive support with Taric, Janna doesn't have the heal in lane, so we will see a lot of aggression with Cog's harass, with the Taric stun, and actually we see Hotshot going with Cho'Gath. He has been played one time this tournament. They actually won the game the one time that Cho'Gath was played, and I don't know, it should be interesting to see how this works with this team comp. We definitely have lots of upfront disables with Anivia, with Cho'Gath to protect Doublelift as his favorite champion, Vayne.
Not to mention, so we have Vayne, Janna, wonderful. Oh, wait.
Wow. So
I'm not sure if we're being trolled. I'm not sure if we're being trolled yet. We'll have to check.
But I could definitely see this pick. We'll have to see whether or not Voyboy feels that Fiora is enough of a carry. But against Cho'Gath was always kind of known for his lane sustain. He gets kind of effective harass, but I would think that Fiora would be able to turn that into a free farm lane. And so free farm Fiora is definitely a threat late game, particularly when you have someone like Vayne. Fiora can act as that assassin kind of champion, but Jax, actually even better. Jax can definitely farm against Cho'Gath, will be a serious threat as the game continues. And now we have 3 hyper carries for Dignitas, Karthus, Kog'Maw, and Jax is definitely going to be extremely tanky as well with the changes to him.
And I believe it's going to be his second appearance this weekend, I believe.
Yeah, and he did win. It was actually a jungle Jax. I can't remember the team, but that was a win curse.
It was curse.
So yeah, it should be definitely interesting. We have a lot of burst damage, with Doublelift. But at the same time, Taric is just such a strong laner. Kog'Maw has enough range, has enough damage that's going to be a really difficult lane for CLG. They're going to want to be safe, try and turn that into a free farm lane. And then top lane, we do see Voyboy taking the teleport to counter out Hotshot's teleport. That's kind of expected when you're running Cho'Gath, that you'll look for that early game advantage. So with the Karthus ultimate and with the teleport on Jax, we're definitely going to see a lot of aggression bottom centered around Dragon. See if we can get that going.
And we've seen a lot of play also from Dignitas. Mundo has been pretty important for a lot of teams throughout this entire weekend. He's right out in front, being the damage soak, allowing the rest of his team to get all the shots they need. And you know what? He's going to be a wonderful shield for Karthus, for Kog'Maw, to get in all the layways, to get in all the artillery shots that they need to take these team fights.
And now here's the thing, we were talking about that top lane, Voyboy taking Ghost instead of Flash. So with his survivability, Cho'Gath has a lot of burst damage, but it's going to be difficult for him to hit that Rupture. Jax is going to be, very safe in that lane, generally speaking. Shyvana can come up, chunk him a little bit, but we've seen, Voyboy juking, jumping to creeps. That's what we're going to see. He should be pretty safe in that lane. And if Voyboy can get through those levels, get through that farm without, giving up any kills, then that's really going to be their favor. It's not the most aggressive top lane for CLG to kind of try and shut down Voyboy.
Jax's Leap Strike works very similar to Lee Sin's Shield. Right to a minion, right to a ward, great escape mechanism, but running the Ghost, you have one less way to get away from those sticky situations, but he can also use that offensively. Once he gets 6, once he gets his passive, he can go ahead every 4th attack, just every time and just pursue if he needs that last bit of damage.
Yeah, definitely. He's going to have a significant amount of damage. With the Karthus ult, it'll be interesting to see what kind of aggression we see from Dignitas. Once Karthus is level 6, it does kind of clear up fights for you very effectively. We do see a Clairvoyance on Chauster currently, so that is going to protect against some aggression from Mundo. Doesn't want to get an early jungle advantage. If either of the junglers get any early kills, very quickly junglers kind of snowball. So that'll be something interesting to watch out for. But mid, Anivia's egg against Karthus. Karthus has the spam ability and the sustained damage. If they can egg Anivia, then Karthus can definitely kill her in the egg. And that's one of the issues. A lot of AP mid champions have nice burst, but they don't have the ability to take down Anivia's egg. Karthus does.
Also, we have to mention the great Cassiopeia play we saw the other day as well. Just that poison. I've never seen that before. It was so crazy yesterday. If you haven't watched it, do please when we're done with the day. But for now, we are loading on up into the game. Losers Finals, Dignitas CLG. We got the rematch. You guys ready? Let's go ahead. Let's take a look at these teams.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely going to be an intense match. It was, very close down to the wire last time. CLG playing at such a high level this tournament. CLG, Dignitas, and TSM all bringing out all the stops. TSM and, CLG having their ups and downs, but CLG coming from that Korean scene. Should be interesting to watch them in that tournament as well, but, definitely on top of their game right now. Anivia, a really aggressive champion, has just such great lane control. Anivia definitely has a lot of burst potential against Karthus, so Scar's going to want to have to watch out for that. And I think generally speaking, though, that lane's going to be kind of a free farm lane. They will both be very safe with farming. Karthus does have a range advantage, but I don't think until either of them get blue that we'll see too much aggressive pushing, which will maybe put them out of position.
And both champs in mid benefit greatly from having blue buff. And we may see some invasions to try and snag that early, but for now we are into the game. Blue corner, if you guys want to see CLG win this one, let me hear ya. And top corner, our returning champions from IPL3. If you want to see Dignitas take it all, let me hear ya. CLG wandering on up top river. Dignitas scattering just a little bit. We got a nice little point defense kind of, and pings going down around the red area, and CLG gathering up here in this top river bush.
Yeah, and already we see that both teams are expecting, wanting to take map control early. We see Janna warding their own red because they're planning the invade over on Mundo, so that it doesn't allow Mundo to come in. They will be aware of where Mundo is at any given point in time. But Taric, on the other hand, Locust picking up that early pink ward and then 4 wards. So they will have a lot of safety in bottom lane, but the pink ward will allow them to take brush control against Janna and Vayne. And because of the advantage that Taric has as that aggressive support, and Kog'Maw with that range advantage, coupled with the heal from Taric, they will be able to use the bushes to their advantage and try and control that bottom lane.
Dignitas has a bunch of pings going in around the red. They have an idea. They know they haven't seen CLG down bot trying to go for the blue, so they have a sneaking suspicion they may be around the red, and you know what? They are correct.
Yeah, but you see Dignitas expecting the invade, so Kog'Maw holding up in the river, Scar was holding up mid, so they would see where CLG is coming, and just expecting that red's going to be gone, so we will see them come up. I'm pretty sure they're going to be giving Dominate his blue, just so that he can continue jungling at a fast speed, and yes, he is going to take it.
Now we do also see, both of these junglers not very mana dependent. I mean, if they so choose, they could decide to pass it off to their mids. But Mundo does benefit from a little bit extra cooldown. You have the cleavers, Once he gets it, he does have the masochism as well, so a little bit extra damage output from him when he goes in for those ganks.
And it's also the fact that they suspected or
Saintvicious
probably knew.
coming
Actually, we
around
see
Scarra.
Saintvicious coming in. There's going to be a lot of damage with that red buff. The stun not going to hit, but we do have Scarra's flash down. But we will see, because they recognized that CLG was going to counter jungle them early, they wanted to be able to get Mundo his level so he can, continue up at the same speed as Saintvicious.
Doublelift got caught a little bit by Locust, got the stun from behind through the tri-bush, but DIGNITAS going to back off. They got the damage they wanted, so they're going to go ahead and play it safe just a little bit. Voyboy and HotShot, we keep saying the top lane is going to be the lane to watch. Both teams very concerned about the top lane, and CLG, most of their kills coming from the top lane as well.
Yeah, and HotShot taking that cloth armor, he knows that he needs to mitigate some of that damage. Jax is just so strong up front. We do have a lot of sustain on Cho'Gath, but if you can prevent him from coming up to the creeps, be very aggressive early on, which is what Jax likes to do, then you can take that advantage. But we see Saintvicious coming up here. Voyboy doesn't have anything to jump to currently, so Saintvicious going to be able to get some nice damage. There's actually the exhaust, and then the rupture followed up, so we might see the first blood. But the stun underneath the tower, Voyboy just barely not able to pick up that kill. If he had the ignite, he would have had it.
He's hungry, he wants it, he's in pursuit. Saintvicious, he's hiding in the bush. Voyboy, he knows he's there.
Yeah,
HotShot
he definitely wants this kill.
HotShot was trying to get the damage. Rupture misses, jukes it. Saintvicious trying to get away. Voyboy leaps in, but bigfatlp is here to join. He's here to help. Voyboy, you're now in a 3v1. Can you get away from this? Going into the bush to try and juke CLG out. Saintvicious, he's in the bush. Will Voyboy be able to get in? The stun cannot hit Jax.
Dodging the flash frost last second. Fantastic play by Voyboy. And that's what we've seen. That really aggressive play by Voyboy, just barely making things happen, has great mechanics. But if that had been a kill, then very quickly we would see whether or not that lane falls behind. So really effective play there. He definitely needs some nice ward coverage now that he's a little bit low. Burn some of his summoners.
And while Anivia was top, this allowed Karthus to go ahead and push to tower. So Anivia lost out on a little bit of farm on that attempt. If the kill was gotten, it wouldn't mean a whole lot, but since Voyboy was able to get away, Anivia's going to be at a little bit of a disadvantage. 10 creeps, 14 creeps of a disadvantage.
Yeah, that's definitely key. You want to have that aggression, you want to have that team support, but if you're leaving the lane, then you can definitely fall a little bit behind. Anivia still has a lot of control over Karthus, but Karthus has the range where he can, just free farm there. And we do see Saint is taking his red now, so he will have kind of a continuous stream of reds here. We do have a lot of burst damage from Doublelift, so we'll have to see. Actually, he's going to condemn Locust there, get some nice burst, but we'll have to see whether or not Saint comes down there. I expect not, with how survivable Taric is. It'll be very difficult for Saint to engage in that lane.
Dominate, getting the cleaver in on HotShot. He is exhausted. We got the fire, we got the AoE, trying to finish off HotShot as much as we can. He's getting very low. 140, 100 health. The cleaver and the leap strike finishes the job. Dominate taking just enough damage for Jax to get in. First blood going to Dignitas.
Yeah, and that's going to be huge because Cho'Gath, like we said, needs to be able to sit up next to those creeps. Voyboy getting an early advantage is always key for Dignitas, whether or not he can get off to a good start. So we'll have to see where he goes with that, what kind of item builds he's doing. Right now he has some lifesteal. We'll see whether or not he's kind of going into that same old Gunblade Jax or maybe a Hex Drinker, a little bit more tankier against all this magic damage.
I mean, I do enjoy Gunblade Jax. That's the build I use. Sometimes if I need to, I'll actually go Hex Drinker, but we don't see that. I mean, we see a little bit of magic damage from CLG, Anivia being the bulk of it. We may not see, we're probably not going to be able to see that.
There are actually a lot of magic damage. Shyvana, she's a physical jungler, but all of her abilities are actually magic damage. Her Q is physical, but she does have a decent amount of magic damage. Couple that with Cho'Gath and with Anivia. But I don't know, we'll have to see. I definitely think that we might see some early dragon control from CLG. Shyvana and Mundo are actually both pretty strong at taking dragon, but with the Janna shields, with the damage from Bane, we might see that coupled with the control that Anivia has.
Voyboy now doing what he can to push HotShot, and Dignitas keeping the lane even, and now Dominate is looking for a little bit for his creep. So is Saintvicious. They're wandering, they're looking at where they should be going next.
Yeah, and Saint, we do have good ward coverage top lane, so, Voyboy will be pretty safe up there, but Saint actually coming in once again. Voyboy does see him, has plenty of time to get out of there. Not really the best gap closer for Shyvana. She has great movement speed, but Without the hard CC, it can be kind of difficult. So you saw they really need that exhaust up for those ganks. But actually we see Locust coming in onto Doublelift here. There's the stun, but Doublelift turning onto imaqtpie, getting off a significant amount of damage. There's the exhaust onto Doublelift. He's actually going to cleanse it. Probably didn't need to use the cleanse, but getting a little excited, see if he could pick up that kill bottom.
And in the meantime, we got the blue going mid to scarra. He's going to be taking that back with him. He's going to have another extra bag of Skittles to go with him with those layawaists. And Big Fat wondering where he should be, just wandering around downriver, just checking it out. Voyboy still getting the harass on Hotshot top lane. He has the bit of advantage now, and he's just working as much as he can. Hotshot being pushed to tower, a little bit to harder farm, and we just do have a quick pause in a moment.
Yeah, and it should be pretty interesting to see how that lane kind of goes top. We do actually have one of the computers, should be back up shortly, but Voyboy, really aggressive with Jax, has that early advantage. It's going to be an extremely difficult lane for Hotshot. I'm kind of curious to see, when we start seeing some aggression from Dignitas. We saw Mundo coming up in that top lane, whether or not we continue to see that with Karthus, with the tankiness that Mundo and Jax have. If they have good vision of Shyvana, we might be able to see some, tower dives top. They could sit there alternating, tanking the turret, and then with Karthus, finish up that kill on Hotshot, see if they can continue to take an advantage in that top lane.
So I'm taking a look right now at Voyboy's items. We got the Vamp Scepter, and we also have the Sapphire Crystal, getting a little bit of extra mana. And I'm thinking of where he's going to be building with that. I think that might actually go into a Sheen.
For Jax?
For Jax. Not possibly Trinity Force coming in from him.
Yeah, that's it should be interesting to see where that is. Sheen definitely increases his burst damage. Since Cho is kind of going to be kiting in and out of lane, Voyboy can just get up in his face, have that burst. I don't know, I'd be kind of curious to see whether or not it's more of a sustain item. It'll probably be a Sheen, though. That's probably the right call.
Because you have the proc from Sheen, you have Empower, and then you Leap Strike. That is a lot of burst for someone like Jax.
Yeah, definitely. And Jax, fairly low mana pool. He has enough to spam for a while, but if he wants to constantly spam his harass out and then still be very survivable in lane, having the nice larger mana pool definitely helps him out. But I don't know. It'll be interesting to see. We do see Shyvana is building towards a Wriggles potentially. It might just be a Vamp Scepter to give her some lifesteal, but the Wriggles on Shyvana goes along with her role as a counter kind of jungler. It allows her to take buffs and dragon much more effectively, and could be indicative of early pressure from CLG.
So we also see the Catalyst going on to Karthus. So that's going to be going into a Rod of Ages, I assume, more than likely. Doran's Blades are starting to show up here. We got one already here on Kog'Maw. Not many Doran's items so far this game.
Yeah, and I think the big thing is the Catalyst on Karthus. Karthus wants to be that frontline tanks kind of champion, wants to survive a little bit more, be extremely aggressive, set Kog can be safe in the back line. And because we do have a number of short-range kind of champions for CLG, that Karthus wall, once again, is going to set up the fights very nicely for Dignitas. It'll be key for CLG to see if they can pick off anyone, particularly Kog'Maw or Karthus, in these fights. And I think, I don't know, you look at Kog'Maw, one of the best thing that we've seen this weekend is that Kog'Maw doesn't have to build those fast tanking, those fast damage items, can just go for something like a Phantom Dancer and has enough damage with his W that he can go a little bit more utility than other DPSers can and still be just as effective.
Yeah, now that I think about it, we actually, both of our AP mids, they have some pretty decent walls. So we have the Ice Wall from Anivia, we got the Wall Pain from Karthus. If you had to pick one, which one would you pick?
Well, it's kind of a difference in which how the walls are going to affect the teams. And so we do have Kog'Maw for Dignitas. If Kog'Maw gets walled off, that's it. CLG is going to win that fight unless Kog can get out of there. Does have the flash, of course. But if Kog is walled off, then that's done. But at the same time, Dignitas as a whole generally has long enough range. We do have long range with Karthus. Kog'Maw is extremely long range. Karthus is going to want to get up in that short range, get up in CLG's face, but I don't know that the Anivia wall is going to be as disruptive as the Karthus. It depends on if you can catch someone off, and that's what Anivia's wall is so strong at, catching someone off. At Dragon, you wall off the corridors coming in. You have that kind of advantage if you can split the team. But if Dignitas is organized and prepared for the wall, then it's not going to be as effective as you would like.
It's still amazing too if you have those chases in the jungle, very close quarters. Even just the level 1 wall can do so much if you get caught in a choke point like that. But Blue gonna be going over to Big Fat, gonna be taking that back with him to mid. We see a bot. They're backing off a little bit. CLG is going to be backing. They're going to go ahead and buy what is Vayne going to buy? We're going to get the tier 2 boots right there, extra attack speed on her. But it looks like Dignitas is actually going right around Dragon. They're actually going to start it. They RCV'd.
But it's going to be a free Dragon for Dignitas. They know that bot lane just had to recall, so effective play by Locust and imaqtpie, forcing the lane to recall. Karthus is extremely fast at taking Dragon. Same with QtPie. We'll see whether or not they go for aggressive Barons later in the game, because they definitely have that clear speed. So that little early advantage will definitely kind of hold them off into their strong late game. We'll see whether or not CLG can respond.
QtPie getting a little bit too aggressive, trying to get some pot shots on Doublelift, but he's paying the price now. Doublelift, he wants it. He wants that kill. Gets the flash in. One more auto attack. No, we got the summoner heal. We still have one more from Locust. Can he pop it in time? Very low. Oh, and we got the kill.
But we do have a lot of damage coming up here. Here's the Karthus ultimate.
Ult.
Can Locust finish him
No,
off?
but here's
We actually have
Voyboy.
Voyboy with the teleport, able to get the double kill to finish it off for his team.
We still actually had a summoner heal on Locust. Chose not to use it. I think we could have saved QtPie there and still have gotten both those kills with the teleport in.
It would have been tough because QtPie definitely wanted to get that range away from Vayne and wasn't in range for that heal. Tarek, couldn't catch up to him, so QtPie, recognizing he was done, turning back into him. But Voyboy off to a huge start. And that's when we've seen Dignitas having the most success, when Voyboy gets off to a big start. 3-0 so far on Jax as that really strong carry. It'll be interesting to see how CLG deals with that, but we actually see mid, Big Fat actually almost picking off Scar with the Flash Frost, did have him walled off. The Flash Frost would have sealed the deal. And then actually Jax turning on to Saintvicious, he will be able to get out of there, and then Jax will go back up top and go for that farm.
Jax, he's got about 1,000 gold on him. He's going to be going ahead and buy himself something nice. Big Fat doing some counter jungling in the meantime. Everyone's a little bit scattered after that last team fight, but now we see Hotshot going back up the top. He did have a little bit of an advantage there because Jax was gone, so he could go ahead.
But we actually see the stun onto Doublelift, getting some nice harass from QtPie and Locust. They're definitely kind of low down there when Karthus' ultimate's back up. We'll see whether or not we see a Mundo gank, a little tower dive, but there's once again a stun onto Locust, and just again, really effective harass from Kog'Maw onto Vayne, has that range, and then Janna without the heal.
Dignitas is being super aggressive here bottom lane, but they have the ward coverage to get away with it. Tribush and ward right in front of Dragon, a pink ward at that. So they can just go ahead and push as long as they want, as long as they have the ward coverage. If Shyvana decides to wander on down, it's like, we're done. We're done for now. We'll just go ahead and back away.
Yeah, and looking at the items right now, I mean, Dignitas, 2k gold advantage already. We actually see Doublelift turning onto imaqtpie. Shyvana is coming up the lane. There's the whirlwind from Chauster. The flash ultimate, and Doublelift going to be getting some nice damage on the QtPie. He should go down. There's the exhaust. We do have the kill, and now he's rolling after Tarek. Not going to be able to get it, but even so, the kill on QtPie, great damage from Doublelift early on.
And I was saying, I guess the ward coverage, the wards are now gone, but we had Doublelift, we had Saintvicious coming in from behind the tower. Not a whole lot you can do about that. So I think it may be in Dignitas' best interest to just maybe not be as aggressive bot lane from here on if they still have a tower by the time they get back.
There's just so much movement speed on this CLG team. Shyvana, definitely an extremely fast jungler. We see Jax jumping on Hotshot for a second top, but Shyvana, coupled with the passive from Janna, definitely has that movement speed. And actually, we see IWDominate coming in this top lane. We will have a dive in this top lane. Karthus has his ultimate, and we'll see whether or not he goes down, taking the turret for a second.
The wave had to move up, so Dominate actually took a tower shot, let Hotshot know he's there, and the exhaust going down. Who's going to be taking most of the damage? Dominate got the cleaver off, so he's going to be taking a bit, but he's healing up. Scarra now joining in the wall, not going where it needs to be, and Voyboy will get the rupture. He is popped up. Dom!
Yeah, and Dominate is also very low. Scarra almost out of mana here. Hotshot trying to chase down Dominate, won't be able to get him, but able to get out of that gank with a kill is just absolutely huge. Really effective play by Hotshot there.
That rupture, man, just walked up right up to him and just ate him.
Yeah, and you saw him just kiting around constantly around the turret. Dignitas couldn't really get the cleave angles that they want, couldn't chase him down and get the damage that they want, so taking a little bit too much damage. But Anivia walling off Scarra a little bit, getting some nice burst damage in mid as well.
So teleport going down bot lane. Hotshot's going to be defending that wave. Going to be going nice run, but we see Chauster and Doublelift actually up top lane, taking that tower.
And that's really key for CLG. We've seen all this tournament, they kind of running teams that don't have the best pushing capabilities, when we've got a standoff. Vayne, short range. We do have lots of fight control, but Dignitas has the clearing capability. They would be able to kind of stall out those pushes a little bit, so it's really key for CLG to take this early advantage, get that map control so they can continue being aggressive, and we'll see whether or not they group up for this next dragon. It will be up in about a minute now.
Yeah, I'm not sure how well kpop will be doing against Hotshot here in bot lane. Hotshot's got 3 levels on him, 5 stacks for his feast. Never mind, we got the 6th. Full stacks on the feast. He's got a lot of extra health, extra tanky right now. How much extra health is that? 720. Bonus health right now on Cho.
And the key is Hotshot, farming extremely well in that top lane. Jax roaming a little bit, was able to pick up some kills, but a little bit behind as far as Hotshot's concerned. So not as fed as you would normally feel when you have 3 kills, but he's definitely still extremely strong and going to be very strong coming into this mid game.
So about, we're almost 15 minutes in. We got some ward coverage here around Dragon. So it looks like Dignitas Locust is here, just cleaning things up, making sure everything's fine. But CLG is now starting to group up. And we see Vayne mid looking to defend the pushes. Big Fat's actually roaming up top lane to push that wave in. Scarra wandering alone, just trying to see if anyone's in their jungle with those lay wastes. Hotshot putting some wards by himself down here around Dragon. That cleaver actually doing quite a big deal. That cleaver does percentage-based damage, so it's actually going to be really effective against Cho.
Yeah, and I think Mundo is generally as a champion, he is that really strong HP tank. When you have these magic damage champions like Cho'Gath, like Anivia, Mundo can kind of survive through some of their bursts, doesn't have to worry so much about the true damage from Feast, but we do see CLG kind of grouping up here, trying to stall this dragon from Dignitas, and we do have Voyboy, his teleport is up, so Dignitas will want to stall for a little bit, see if Voyboy can push down that top tower, and then still be ready to engage for a fight.
They're trying to drag, for a second I thought they were trying to drag the dragon out of the pit, but they're trying to take all the wards out of the area from CLG, walled off.
But
Dignitas
CLG
can't get back to defend their mid tower in time. Wonderful wall for Anivia. It's actually very low with the stun gang. 3 members of Dignitas. They will not go ahead and engage on that, but that tower took quite a bit of damage from that wall.
But we have Hotshot coming in, actually not going to throw off a rupture, almost seeing an engage there, but Voyboy is going to be able to get that top tower, but once again, aggressive play from CLG. They do have kind of a health advantage right now. Actually, with the Taric heals, they can sustain extremely well. So Dignitas is actually just going to come right in for this dragon, and CLG definitely not going to be able to defend it. There's just too much clearing speed for Dignitas. They will get that dragon for a continued gold advantage.
They put the CV down. They had an idea there, but it's just a little bit too late. Dignitas 4 members will return to mid lane to push, and Voyboy he's just doing his own thing. How much gold does he have right now? He's got 1,500, so it's going to be something nice for him. And Dignitas, 4 members pushing it down the mid tower. Almost everyone in the game is here except for Voyboy, but he's very accessible. Teleport to a minion, and he can be there in an instant.
Yeah, and with the range on kpop, they can get pot shots on the towers extremely easily. Scarra has that wall to kind of allow them to disassociate fights, allows them to kite some. Anivia can do the exact same thing if Dignitas is trying to chase, but right now, Dignitas definitely comfortable with just sitting back, farming into that later game.
Doublelift going to take this opportunity to farm some of these creeps down the bot lane and let that lane push. Got 2 Dorans, and we're working towards the Bloodthirster. We're almost there. kpop thinking he's got the same idea, so he's going to be returning bot lane as well. Janna and Nivea in mid, pushing the lane. They want to get that last bit of damage on that tower. They want to take that thing down, but Scarra is here. He can clear waves pretty effectively, but the wall keeping him in just a little bit closer. CLG does have to back off for the time being.
Yeah, so Dominate going to sit there and hold off that wall some. We do see a lot of damage from Doublelift. Oh wow, almost being able to grab imaqtpie there. He was against the wall, but not having good vision, didn't want to run into Locust. But once again, it's that cog build, going for the Zeal into the fast Phantom Dancer, recognizes that you just want some utility, you want some kiting potential for those fights because you already have the damage.
Voyboy taking the opportunity to farm some of the jungle creeps as well, while HotShot's doing a little bit of free farming on his own. We got a nice little push. I'll push this wave, you push back, and Dominate now wandering over around Baron. We did see some pings from Dignitas around Baron earlier. We got the wall making sure no one's in the bush. We know CLG is nearby.
Yeah, and I actually really like that we have a Shurelya's on Shogath that's kind of usually viewed as a support item, but we will see a double Shurelya's most likely. And because CLG doesn't have the best initiation, they need to get a wall off or a flash frost from Anivia, and that's how they get their engage. They want to have that speed. Actually, we have the wall off onto Scarra, so nice damage going off there. Saintvicious not going to go in for it, seeing I will dominate there, but just continuing to pressure this mid tower.
We got Voyboy still up top, and CLG, I think, are looking to take this tower on this push. You got 3 members. Dominate's the only one defending. It will go down pretty easy. And top lane, we got Voyboy actually in chase with HotShot. He has to pop the Shurelya's to run away. But yeah, we got CLG taking the mid tower. All 3 tier 1 towers for Dignitas are down. So good job for CLG keeping that pressure up.
Yeah, Mundo has that early Oracles. He did get it around 10 minutes, so wants to make sure that CLG can't take too much map control, because now with all these towers down, we will see a lot more aggressive warding from CLG, but because Mundo has that kind of counter, he knows that they can still safely farm and just kind of sit back.
Anivia walled by Scarra. He's getting those layaways in, brought down to below half, but the wall keeping him in a little bit closer, but the minion wave will be gone in a moment. Cutie-Pie actually taking a few free tower hits. Backing off, but once again, the tug of war continues in mid, while we have bot lane Dominate and Doublelift facing off, and we're actually going to give the red to Voyboy. Yeah, he can get in there with the leap strike, he can proc the red, slow him down just a little bit. That may be what he needs to finish off HotShot next time they fight.
Well, and the big thing is Jax is a champion. He's one of the strongest duelists in the game, so with the teleport on Voyboy, they want to split push him. We do have a ward there from HotShot. Oh. Jax almost able to take it down, but not going to be able to without the pink. We actually have Mundo chasing down Doublelift here. He throws off the ultimate. We'll be able to get some cleaves, but Doublelift getting some effective damage here, and actually Voyboy teleporting in. So now that we have the come in from HotShot as well, there's the rupture. Doublelift taking a lot of damage from Karthus, is very close to going down, but can they pick up Voyboy first? Doublelift does go down. Locust here as well, so this is going to turn on to CLG. HotShot definitely going to go down. Very effective play from, we actually have the flash out. Can he get away? He's actually very close to. Karthus not coming in, and Voyboy going to try and get that jump. Doesn't have the range. Karthus now cutting off HotShot. Will be able to get the wall and hold him off here, but Big Fat is here as well. Not going to be able to get in. Can they actually slow down Big Fat? We have the exhaust coming down. So Big Fat, we have the flash from Cutie-Pie over that wall. They are chasing after him. Saintvicious onto with Shyvana onto Dignitas Scarra. They are going to chase away, but I don't think we're going to have a kill. But actually, Anivia almost picking him up, and Jax almost grabbing Big Fat. Big Fat will go down to Shyvana, and they are backing off here. But Kog'Maw still with that range damage. We have another Flash Frost from Anivia, but here's the egg. They're going to be able to take it down. So a huge, just long fight, but one for Dignitas.
I thought Cutie-Pie and Scarra were going to be goners for sure in that one, but I think the Janna ult from Chauster may have saved them a little bit. They pushed them a little bit too far away, and that's a very tricky corner. And if you're fighting like in the Wraith Pit, if you have a Janna ult there, you're going to push them over the forest to safety.
Yeah, and we saw that wall from Anivia, usually really great at, disengaging fights. We do have great reset with Anivia's wall and with Janna, but there, Dignitas just coming extremely aggressively. Lots of movement with the flash from Cutie-Pie, has the range, with Voyboy continuing to jump, so able to chase them down and pick up a couple of kills.
So we did see the Trinity Force finish on Jax. He's got a nice little bit of everything. Some extra health, some extra mana. We got the proc, we got the slow, we got the crit. We got a whole bunch of other things, and it's a triangle. People love triangles. I love triangles. You love triangles?
Triangles are okay. I'm good with triangles.
I know Phreak likes those.
Yeah. But
yes, he does.
Anyway, I was saying earlier, Voyboy has that teleport, is a really strong duelist, so giving him that red allows him to have that control. And actually, we see Dignitas coming in extremely aggressively on this Baron. They have a lot of damage. It's going to go down very quickly. HotShot was bottom. He doesn't have his teleport up, so CLG trying to stall, but it's going to go down extremely quickly. There's actually the wall off from bigfatlp. We'll see whether or not they can take this.
Dignitas, they're all in the pit. They got Dragon pretty convincingly. Not a whole lot CLG could have done about that. Now Dominate leading the charge. We are seeing a little bit of a split here. So we see Dominate and PewDiePie going back to base. Voyboy, Locust, and Scarra taking the other long way around. So it looks like they're just going to be content with going back, regrouping, possibly buying a few things, and then I think we might see them pushing it mid, pushing bot, trying to get past that tier 1 tower there.
Yeah, I mean, that was definitely one of the strengths of their team, is their pushing capability. So we will see with this regen whether or not they try and aggressively go for mid or just kind of try and sit back, farm even more to late game. They'll probably be looking to push here, but with Karthus, Kog'Maw, Voyboy on Jax, Mundo, all 4 of those champions are extremely aggressive at taking Baron. So Dignitas, recognizing the slight advantage and just able to hop in there. And they are actually grouping to see if they can grab this dragon or maybe just invade a little bit. We'll see. Cog definitely has the range to take down towers extremely effectively. Mid tower is very low.
So Dignitas, they have this. They have a pretty healthy wave. Mid tower tier 1 for CLG is halfway done, but we do have Anivia clearing the wave pretty quickly. Scar trying to get some damage in while he can. Tornado going down just to dissuade them just slightly, but we do see Saintvicious. He's a little bit too far out. We got pings going down. Voyboy is in the neighborhood. They know. We have some pings from CLG. At they have an idea. They have an inkling. But Dominate now left to defend the mid. And blue can be passed over to Scarra very shortly. There it is.
Yeah, and it should be interesting as the game progresses. Right now, Scarra definitely low on mana. Needs to constantly be spamming. But Scarra with that mana heavy build, as the game progresses, it'll be interesting to see whether or not they pass that blue onto Cog. Definitely benefits from it extremely well, having the cooldown reduction on his W and then being able to spam his ultimate for that poke.
Dominate taking care of both of those wards in the bush there from CLG, right next to each other, very convenient. And whenever you have an Oracles, if you have it on your support or your jungler, let them take it. Some extra gold for them helps out immensely in the end.
Oh, but we actually have the wall off. PewDiePie getting caught with the flash thrust, but no follow-up from CLG. Shyvana is bottom, and Hotshot is, he knows his teleport's almost up, so Voyboy is going to be up as well. Both of them know that they have the split timer there.
Voyboy is trying to take a few free shots on the tower, but Saintvicious not having any of that, but we do have a ping over from CLG. They did CV, Dignitas is red. They know they're grabbing it right now. PewDiePie is going to have it for himself once we get those team fights. Once he gets the range he needs, any member of CLG, they will be slowed. It's going to be a little bit more difficult for them to get away and easier for him to get the mortar shots.
Yeah, that's definitely true. He has the range, but Shyvana definitely a strong gap closer for taking down Kog'Maw in those team fights. We'll see, if Kog'Maw gets picked, very quickly the fights could turn to CLG. And just like we saw there when they're trying to push up to the tower, the range in Nivea's wall is long enough that you can pick off that Kog'Maw. But Dignitas once again coming down mid. We should be able to see a tower here, but the great clearing capability from Big Fat is able to stall it just even more, able to clear those creep waves, not allow Dignitas to take an advantage.
That Baron buff from Dignitas is actually almost gone. We got about like a sixth of it left. We still got some board clearing going on, but the push from Dignitas has not been all too successful. Anivia's been mid this entire time, clearing the waves immediately with the ultimate, and Dignitas can't get the damage they need. We got the Rupture coming in from Hotshot. Everyone sounds. They're taking the tower shots the entire time, all going on to Scarra. Karthus, not the best tanker for a tower, but PewDiePie getting damage while he can, and I think Baron buff should be gone by the next time they go in on this tower.
But they will be able to get this tier 1 tower, and with some of CLG going back, they should be able to put some pressure on the second one because Shyvana is bottom. We'll see whether or not Jax goes to slow her down. He does have his teleport up now, so he is heading over that way. But actually Dignitas, because the Baron is down, they are very comfortable with sitting back, taking that slight advantage, and then continuing to farm.
Yeah, if you're pushing a tower top or bot, if you're heading up to the tier 2, this bush right here is actually a very popular hiding spot. So if you have like a skill shot, you just fire in. If you think someone's recalling in there, you can actually get a kill sometimes.
Which spot was that?
The bush right here. That side bush right there, very popular hiding spot.
Yeah, but Vayne picking up that red buff has a significant amount of damage right now. The stack's sticking on the Bloodthirster since that change, so that does very well with all of her burst damage scaling off of that physical damage. And we do have 3 members of CLG coming in this bottom lane. Voyboy really just too safe right now with the Ghost. He is going to back off there.
So I think, now we're waiting a little bit. We're just playing a little bit passive. We're waiting for Baron to come back up. We're waiting for Dragon to come back up. And actually got Voyboy just getting Saintvicious just away a little bit. And we have Dragon Baron should be coming up very soon. And actually got Saintvicious here now having to run away from Voyboy. We got the Sheen proc. The nice little red aura is when he's going to be doing a little bit extra damage with his next attack.
But here you can see the concern for CLG at this point. They don't have really great teamfight initiation without picking someone off with Anivia. If they can pick someone off, that's huge. But they don't really have the gap closers without those Shirelias. So if we have the kite with Karthus's wall, Dignitas can just reset those fights, kind of ignore it for a little bit, and then we don't have the pushing power for CLG. So right now they kind of just have to have a wait and see mentality, see if they can pick anyone off. We do have a couple of members from Dignitas coming into this bottom lane, going to be surrounding Saintvicious here. Hotshot is here as well. Voyboy taking some damage. Saintvicious going to Dragon Form out of there and going to be safe, but this will be another tower for Dignitas.
Dignitas will swoop right in. We still got enough minions. We're just going to go ahead and grab that real quick. Are they going to push her? We got some pings for Dignitas to retreat back. Just going to go ahead. They've taken their objective. They're going to back off. And now we got three towers from both teams down at the moment. It's in terms of defenses, in terms of towers, are pretty even. Gold not too far apart. Like 2-3K separating these teams. But Dignitas is ahead in kills. A lot of them, actually, Jax has been a part of every single one.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely farmed right now, catching up to Hotshot, with the CS just constantly split pushing and to go along with his kills. So he's going to be a serious threat. It'll be interesting to see, Jax has that capability of shutting down Vayne in the fights with the stun. Vayne does have the cleanse, but even so, if they take down Jax, who's going to be extremely tanky in these fights, then they're still going to have to deal with Karthus. They're going to have to deal with Kog'Maw. So who do you focus as CLG? It's really going to come down to whether or not CLG can burst someone down. They have a lot of burst damage with, Cho'Gath's Feast, with, Vayne. So it'll be key for them to just pick people off once again. In a head-to-head fight, CLG definitely at a disadvantage, though, and even more so as the game progresses.
We also see we got Jax grabbing the Hextech Gunblade. We got a lot of sustain there. We got the life steal. We got the spell van. He's going to stay in team fights a little longer, but Scar actually getting caught out by Anivia. We got the wall. We got the stun. And he decides to flash in the middle of it. We cannot get the AoE on anyone else, so everyone from CLG has decided to back up, but we got the ult from Karthus trying to do what he can. Voyboy teleporting in, going out on Saintvicious. We got the Janna ult clearing everyone away, and Locust being singled out by CLG, but now Doublelift in the back of the line, and Cutie going way too far forward. Will die as well. We got a little bit extra tree damage, and now Locust actually dying as well. Now Voyboy can't get what he needs, and Dominate is left to run away on his own. 1-4-4.
And Vayne, with that cleanse, with the tumble, with the condemn, was just able to keep himself out of range. Very surprising, Dignitas not able to get in on him, but being able to pick off Karthus very early, turned it for him. QtPie getting his, nice damage for a while there, so it looked like he'd be fine, but the great control that Anivia brings, they had those disables up front. We did see the exhaust coming off with Shyvana onto QtPie, and now we do have a Baron for CLG, and it will almost certainly go to them. Dignitas, almost no chance
Steal this
of
with the
stealing
cleaver,
this.
for the love of God. Steal this with the cleaver to be hilarious now. If you sold out with a cleaver, I would have been so good, but CLG, they've secured a Baron for themselves, and you know what? Chauster came back just in time.
And so now with that Baron buff, we'll see what CLG does with it. They will want to try and, go for map control. It will still be difficult for them to push down towers. It depends on how kind of ballsy they're feeling, whether or not they think they can just run right up to the towers and just tank them with Cho'Gath. Cho'Gath is extremely tanky, though, so that will be interesting to see, whether he just decides to run up and tank it for him, because then they do have enough damage to burst it down. But I think putting themselves in that short melee range for Karthus to have that great wall set up, have that AoE damage, might be kind of tricky for them. So CLG definitely wants to take Dragon, see if they can take some buffs. Blue buff should be up shortly for Dignitas, I believe. Red buff, Cog was able to get it, but we'll see whether or not they have a push. Actually, Dignitas going back, so CLG will be able to take down this mid tower.
CLG, we have the minion wave that we need, and if we need to tank out a tower straight out, HotshotGG, he's got a fair amount of health on him. He's pretty big, he's pretty huge. He's died twice, so those stacks can be sticking up at 6 for the time being. And they have Baron buff. They have all the advantage they need with a minion wave to just go ahead and pressure down these towers. Dignitas has no choice but to defend against this mid push. And we're just going to see them taking more objectives. We may see them wandering down, possibly going to take the dragon real quick, but I think we're actually just going to go straight out for this bot tower.
And you also have to consider, the more and more I'm seeing what CLG is doing, they're really playing this matchup extremely effectively. We have 2 Randuin's Omens, so that slow is really going to shut down a lot of Cog's damage. And then Hotshot, knowing he's already tanky, doesn't want them just ignoring him, goes with actually a blue pot and then the Wit's End. So he's going to have a lot of anti-carry kind of harass damage, able to get up in Cog's face. If Cog is kind of threatened, not able to deal that damage, then very quickly we could see Vayne clearing up the fight.
We got the mini wave pushing, but it has been cleared. CLG, we got the wall, trapping a few members of Dignitas in tower, 350 health about. Next minion wave, we should get the 1, 2, 3 shots we need to take down that tower. Clearing the wave quite quickly. Will Dignitas decide to back off? They will. They will let that tier 2 tower fall, while keeping CLG from getting any further in, but this wave continues to push. Are they going to switch places? Yes, they are. They're going to go ahead and try their hand at mid once again.
Yeah, and those Anivia walls so well placed this entire game, being able to catch off Karthus and Cog. I mean, those are their targets. So not going in for the kills, recognize, hey, they've got the Baron, they don't want to be too aggressive here, but able to wear Dignitas down to the point where they can't defend this, and so as a result, a couple of towers going down for CLG.
Doublelift just go ahead, plug away at this tower. Dignitas can't even get back there in time to defend. Vayne just pretty much on her own taking that one out, and the wave continues to push. Dignitas still on the defensive. Baron buff, we got about 75% done. We still got a little bit of time, we could take this tower with it as well. But yeah, CLG, if they realize something's not working immediately, it's like, hey, we've lost our wave, let's relocate, let's switch places, let's keep Dignitas on their toes, keep them moving.
Yeah, and because Voyboy, he is pretty beefy right now. A lot of his damage is going to be magic damage. He seems like a physical carry, but he does deal magic damage. Karthus has a lot of magic damage right now, so we do have the Negatron cloak on Vayne. We'll be able to be a little bit upfront since they know that they're going to have to deal with that damage because Vayne is such short range. But CLG able to take a couple of towers. We'll see whether or not we start a split push. I think Jax is just a little bit too strong at shutting down Cho'Gath's split push at this point. They don't want him to kind of duel off. But CLG once again taking this dragon, able to take control as far as gold for the game.
Pings going down from CLG to the mid tower, so I'm pretty sure that's going to be the next objective from CLG. The Baron buff has expired. Baron should be respawning in a few minutes, and if we don't see CLG decide to pressure down any more towers, that should be where our next big fight is. Big Fat Anivia once again so good at clearing those minion waves. We're going to see that pushing up, and Dignitas, despite the fact that the Baron is up, they're still playing it pretty defensive. They want to make sure they have vision. They want to know where CLG is, because right now they do not.
Yeah, and it's actually interesting. Once again, just CLG wants to be unkillable in these fights. They want to be able to focus people down. They do have great single target, kind of damage with Vayne, with Cho'Gath's burst, with Anivia's burst. And so Janna going with the Aegis, going with the Iron Solari, we'll be able to prevent some of that damage from Dignitas, allow CLG to just become too tanky for Dignitas to deal with. And if they can disrupt Cog's kind of rhythm, then very quickly those fights turn to CLG.
So we got the wave pushing in. CLG not going to be able to do a whole lot with this. I took a quick look at Voyboy's items. It looks like he's going to be doing the Guardian's Angel next, try and get himself a little bit extra life in these team fights if he does die. He gets in there, you get the leap strike. You're going to be in the middle of all these fights. You're going to be a prime target, and they know Jax is capable of ridiculous amounts of damage. So he knows he's going to be focused later on down the line.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely wants to be extremely aggressive and go after Vayne, so he needs that survivability.
Double walls going down, Scarra. Scarra, he knows he wants to see if he can't trap, get the slow off anyone in CLG while they're messing around their jungle. I think that's right here in the bush. Both teams contesting here over red buff, and Voyboy actually getting a little bit way too far out, and he does not have the time to get back to the rest of his team. And Scarra now also away from the rest of Dignitas. Can we get a little bit more? Dominate cannot get away either. Saintvicious cleaning up. Locust and kpop. Will he be able to back out? No, he will not.
Wow, so
Triple kill for
Saintvicious just kind of 3v1'd some of Dignitas. You saw kpop trying to get that red buff sent from Saint, came up a little bit too close, so Shyvana just completely separating the team. That's one of the strengths of Shyvana, but I was so surprised by how long Saint was able to stick around. You know, Cog not able to deal enough damage, so an inhibitor going down for Dignitas. And I don't know, with that advantage, they can definitely, you know, push separate lanes. They don't have to worry about the fact that they don't, about stalling under the turrets anymore, like we saw a second ago, because they were able to pick off Dignitas in their jungle.
We may have this huge minion wave that might actually take out this tier 2 tower here, but Dignitas is now coming back up. We actually got teleport in. Where's he going? Voyboy actually trying to get into jungle. But Chauster put the tornado down, dissuade him just a little bit, but actually will Voyboy find him. He's in the bush, he's recalling, we'll be able to get him. No, Chauster leaves. Leap strike going down. Can we get the stun? Yes, we can. Chauster, what options do you have? You can flash away. We got the tornado coming in, but Voyboy still in pursuit. Wants to get that kill, wants that oracles. Backing out.
Yeah, Chauster's definitely going to be fine there, and it goes, you know, to CLG's strength that they are very strong in the jungle when you have those walls. And actually, we see Cho'Gath and Saintvicious here a little bit caught out, but they're tanky enough. They have the rest of their team there. It's not that big of a deal. Dignitas definitely doesn't really want to engage on those champions. But when CLG can fight in the jungle, they can just wall off, you know, half of Dignitas. And those walls, you know, a little bit more effective than I expected, but just, you know, really great control from Anivia the entire game.
And Nivea doing quite a bit of work. 1, 1, and 9. All those assists doing it pretty well. We also got the Zonias. We got a Void Staff. Magic resist on Dignitas. So I'm trying to see. We got a few boots. We got some no magic mantles. You also got the Rod of Ages as well. Getting some extra AP on the bird. How much AP to be precise? 255.
Yeah, right now, with the Oracles on Chauster, CLG can kind of bait Dignitas into a fight. Then we will have the Anivia wall to cut off the entrances to the river. So they are actually just going for it extremely aggressively. They don't have vision currently of Dignitas. We'll see, you know, what Big Fat's going to do here, whether he can get an effective wall off, but they are actually going to turn into him. There's the Shirelius hotshot, going to throw off the Rupture, not actually picking anyone off. The Anivia wall will separate the team, but not able to grab anyone, so Dominate will be safe there, and CLG going right back to Baron.
Not exactly the greatest Anivia wall in the world, but Dignitas now, they're going in, and Voyboy goes straight for the backline hotshot. Out in front, will be falling first, but Voyboy, we have the GA now, he's going to be coming back to life. Saintvicious being focused by 3 members of Dignitas. Dominate falling, and Jax is not going to be able to live through that one, but Dignitas, we only have 2 members left running from CLG with Baron buff. Trying to get a few layways as they're leaving, but I'm not sure if they'll be able to get away. Locust actually being focused down by Doublelift. The shots will manage to kill him. Scarra has to retreat towards enemy base. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to defend.
No, that's almost certainly going to be a GG for CLG, and what we saw there was Saintvicious just way too tanky with that Randuin Zoman, has the slow on Kog'Maw's attack speed with the armor. Just incredible job by Saint being able to 3v1 them, separate them in the fight, and CLG going to take game number 1 with this push on the Nexus. We'll see how Dignitas returns, but awesome job by CLG. We see the Monsoon throwing off Scarra there, but GG for game 1.
Game number 1, CLG takes it. GG. So I think after that display, do you think we can expect a Vayne ban?
I would almost more so expect an Anivia ban. I was, you know, just really
surprised.
Shyvana, once again, now 8-0 in this tournament. Just such an effective tank in that game. Really just disruptive in Dignitas, not allowing kpop to get, you know, the damage that they wanted to. They were never able to get in on Vayne because of the disruption that CLG had as a team. And a lot of it stemmed from Shyvana and from Anivia. You know, Hotshot at the same time doing an effective job in that top lane, falling behind early to Voyboy, but able to sit up top, get that farm while Voyboy's kind of roaming, and then, you know, control that lane effectively as well. Just, you know, fantastic play all around. I'd be curious to see whether or not we'll see an Anivia or Shyvana ban, though.
Yeah, like pretty much like all those Anivia walls, whenever they can get them, absolute money. We actually had 2 Randuin's Omens on Hotshot and Saintvicious. If you get walled off, if you are separated from those teams, we will trigger those. You are not getting away from us. The nice little wall of ice, just you are imprisoned. You're not getting away. But you know what? We're going to go ahead, set up game number 2. Dignitas versus CLG. Coming up in just a little bit, we will see you after these messages. This is IPL4.
This special presentation of IPL is brought to you by Astro Gaming. Check out the latest award-winning gaming gear at astrogaming.com and follow @AstroGaming on Twitter.
My name is Patrick Miller, and I'm Locust, and I play support for Team Dignitas. I started playing video games late, probably whenever I was 14. I started with Warcraft 3 and World of Warcraft, and I got into a pretty high-end guild for World of Warcraft, but then I switched to League of Legends and really haven't played a whole lot since. Some advice I'd give for other support players is really focus on positioning and team fights, because you really won't have items to survive. You're mostly there to ward and to support your team, so staying out of AoE is really important. And some other advice is basically just keep wards up and keep timers on wards. I just shout out to all the Dignitas fans and all the fans of Locust, of course.
Hey everybody, welcome back. What did you think of that first game, all right? Yeah, were you entertained? I was entertained by you guys. Everyone had a face like this. Oh my God. So, you guys are really getting into it. I don't want to stand between you and this next game between Dignitas and CLG. This could be CLG's chance to move on and face Team Solomid in the final match, or Dignitas could take it back, even things up, and bring us to a third game. Let me not hold this off any further, ladies and gentlemen. Well,
thank you, Rage. We are back. Game number 2 about to go underway, and you know what? We have to talk a little bit about bans we may see coming from Dignitas. Vayne, possible. Shyvana, 100% win so far this weekend, also possible. Anivia, those walls, amazing. We will see what they do, but you know what? We're just gonna go straight in. Picks bans starting right now, and let's go. I want to go over the bans from last game. CLG sticking. Looks like they're going to be sticking to the same bans. They had Lulu, Soraka, and Nidalee last game. Dignitas last game banned out Udyr, Soraka, and Rise. So we'll see if they change any of that up.
Yeah, all of these games between CLG and Dignitas have been going kind of long, so definitely doesn't want to have that late game presence. The big thing with the Lulu Soraka is that there's not anyone in particular that is a weak link for the team. They can sit there and make Cog and Uber tank while still being Kog'Maw. So definitely doesn't want to deal with that. But we're seeing actually almost the same bans, but there it is, the Anivia ban. That was definitely kind of expected. Just fantastic control from Big Fat in that game.
So see, now we've got a little bit of a tough situation for CLG, because there are a lot of champs with very high win rates, lots of success still open. They could play it safe. They can go ahead and take Janna, but they risk Dignitas getting 2 really big champs with their first 2 picks. I mean, we see Mundo still ridiculously popular. Lee Sin having a lot of success. Shyvana a lot of success. Vayne.
But even so, if CLG, they will pick up the Janna. So Janna, just so effective throughout this tournament, still has effective fight control, and that's what CLG wants. They want to have that, those disables up front. Dignitas, I don't think they want to allow CLG to get Shyvana for Saintvicious, just able to disrupt that back line. I don't know. I'd be curious to see whether or not Dignitas still runs that Kog'Maw, because Kog'Maw we had seen was so effective earlier in the tournament, but now CLG just able to shut it down. We saw TSM beating the Kog'Maw from Dignitas yesterday. We've seen CLG with the effective play last game. We might see a little bit more of an aggressive early game DPS. Maybe a Corki from imaqtpie. It's one of his favorite champions, obviously. Maybe even going into like an Urgot, that aggressive kind of carry to take down Vayne. Vayne's cleanse can't, shut down Urgot's swap, but at the same time, Janna's whirlwind can. So I don't know. It'll be interesting to see.
Mundo and Corki being the first two for Dignitas. So once again, sticking to their guns in the jungle. Mundo sticking around. That will be dominate on that. And we got Shyvana once again being picked up by CLG. We'll see what they do with that. But we've seen the bans, and Nivea is no longer available. So they do need to find a replacement AP mid. But you know what? Look at this, though. Nidalee is open.
Nidalee is open. We'll have to see what kind of comp CLG is trying to run. I don't know. A lot of it depends. They might pick up Kog'Maw here because they could use Kog'Maw ranged or as that AP mid, run that kind of poke comp that CLG is always very well known for. But at the same time, Corki is going to be extremely aggressive in that bot lane. It'll be interesting to see who they pair up. And there it is, the Kog'Maw pick. So that could either go mid or bot. And with CLG, we have seen a lot of AP Kog'Maw from Big Fat. Not this tournament yet, but having that Kog'Maw with that Nidalee, that's definitely an option.
And yeah, Cog can play bot. He can play mid. We can still see a little bit of a psych off from CLG. Like they can still pick. Vayne is still open. They could actually take Vayne, throw Cog mid, and get. We also can see Shyvana could actually go jungle or top. We have a lot of options here coming from CLG. They still have 2 picks left, and that will determine the rest of their team. But Dignitas now needs to figure out what they're going to be doing. And Nunu, more likely in support, going to be there with Corki bot lane.
Yeah, and it's interesting. We do have the last pick, that counter pick for Dignitas. I think they probably want to pick their top lane right now because I think the mid lane is going to be more significant. There is the threat that CLG is going to run that poke team, and if that's the case, we're going to want some strong initiation from Dignitas. And right now, they don't really have the best initiation as a team. If we had someone like a Galio mid to do very well against that Kog'Maw, be extremely aggressive, but then in the team fights, be able to just flat out kill the entire team. Couple that with Corki. But actually, we're going to see Scarra.
We got it.
We're seeing Mordekaiser. So there you go.
We got it. We got the Mordekaiser. I've been wanting to see it all weekend, and now we got it.
And Mordekaiser, definitely has that burst potential to take down, champion like Kog'Maw in that back line. The question is, how well can CLG protect Kog? And with Shyvana, with Janna, that's a lot of protection there. So it'll be tough. One of the issues with Mordekaiser as a champion, he can farm very well. He's a little susceptible to ganks early on. Shyvana probably won't be getting those ganks off mid. It depends on what Big Fat's doing mid, if he has an aggressive mid champion or not. But Mordekaiser, he's very easy to kite in fights. You need the fight to come to you. You want to just be tanking in the center, be that frontline champion. But if CLG is running a kite team, and actually it is a poke team.
We got it.
Honestly, this is what we've seen from CLG. Great team fight compositions, great synergy with their team, and they are known for poke comps. I'm honestly thrilled to death. I had actually seen a match almost a year ago where CLG, I think it was Big Fat was going bottom as Corki, and he DC'd for most of the game. CLG won 4v5 with a poke team because they had Nidalee, they had Lux, and that's just how strong they are with their poke comps. I don't know, it's going to be fantastic. Kog'Maw does have the range. He will have the slow, so he will be able to kite Mordekaiser. It will be difficult for Mordekaiser to engage in that mid lane. So, I don't know, this will be interesting to see. As the game progresses further and further, we have so much poke damage from CLG. They can just wear them down underneath that tower. And Voyboy, it looks like he's going with the Jax. So if Jax can, get into that, get really tanky, get into that back line, he can maybe start that fight initiation for them a little bit. But Lee Sin, there you go. Lee Sin, definitely Voyboy's, one of Voyboy's top champions, extremely aggressive in that top lane.
And Lee Sin is also having quite a bit of success this tournament as well. But I do worry a little bit about Nunu though. Nunu is 0-4 so far. And also we got a lot of first-time champs in this tournament. Caitlyn, first time we're seeing her. Mordekaiser, first time we're seeing him. we got a lot. It can go a lot of different ways.
Yeah, and the concern is Nunu doesn't usually go flash. Locust not going to go flash in this game. Nunu's strength is when the enemy's trying to come to you. Nunu can shut down the enemy carry when you've got, that DPS carry like Vayne that just wants to get off all those auto attacks. When you've got that short range, Vayne runs into the Nunu ult, and Nunu can just kind of shut, those kind of champions down. But against this long-range poke team, lots of magic damage, it's going to be difficult for Nunu to get involved in the game. You're absolutely right. So the key will be, I don't know whether or not Dignitas can take enough of an advantage early that they can pursue objectives. They definitely have a little bit of a stronger early game team. So if they can get some early objectives, force CLG to bring the fight to them. That's what they want. They want CLG to not be able to sit there and stall them and poke. They want CLG to have to engage, and then Dignitas has the strength in those fights. But I don't know. We have a very strong comp from both teams. CLG in particular has the kiting potential with Janna, all that movement speed as a team, and then that long-range damage.
Yeah, the movement speed bonus with Janna, and if things get a little bit too out of hand, you can just reset the fight. Dignitas, they're just going to be scattered after that, and they can go ahead and continue the poke and get the kills and everything else that they need. But I am so excited. We got Hotshot on Nidalee. We got Scarra on Mordekaiser. First Caitlyn of the tournament as well. This is the nice little fanboy game for everyone out there who wants to see some of their favorite players see some of their best champs.
And it should be interesting to see whether or not we see a lot of aggression from Saintvicious in the mid and top lane, because Scarra on Mordekaiser, he's going to be pushing that wave constantly. He's going to be pushed up, out of position, doesn't have a lot of mobility. If Scarra is trying to go after those race, which is very common with his playstyle with those aggressive pushing champions, then if CLG has good ward coverage, we see bigfatlp getting the slow. We see Saintvicious engaging on Mordekaiser, maybe catching him out of position. Lee Sin with Voyboy, again, that high risk, high reward kind of champion. Lee Sin, Voyboy, very common, to go out of energy. He likes being extremely aggressive with his abilities. He uses his shield to get right up in your face on the creep. So if you can bait out that shield, bait him to low energy, then all of a sudden he's out of position, maybe pick up some kills, though it will be kind of difficult for Hotshot to pick up any kills in this top lane. Doesn't really have the kind of damage that you expect in order to combo it, but we'll have to see whether or not they can take him down.
And if we need to evade some spears in the meantime, Lee Sin, he's a very mobile guy. He's got his shield. He can go around and do some fancy footwork if he needs to. But like we said before, top lane, very important for CLG. It's where they get a bunch of all their kills, and it's definitely a concern. We need to see what happens once again with Nidalee versus Lee Sin. I think what happens top lane may be a big part of who wins this game.
Yeah, and I think that it's primarily going to turn into a farm fest. Nidalee doesn't really have the harass damage to go through the shield, to go through the sustain that Lee Sin has. So, even it'll be interesting to see whether or not they try and pick off those champions. But I don't know. We'll take a look at our teams right here, and they're definitely both powerhouses here. We'll see who's going to get to face off against TSM. CLG once again 1-0. And I don't know, I'm kind of curious, whether or not CLG can push it into that portion of the game. It takes a little bit for the poke team to ramp up. You need to get through that early game. Caitlyn definitely very strong in the early game, but once you get the damage on Kog'Maw and on Nidalee, once you have the mana, I expect that, we'll see Hotshot picking up an early rod, which is, very common, what he likes to do top, so that, Kog'Maw can keep that blue buff, because Kog needs to constantly be spamming in those fights.
All right. One more game to go. If CLG wins this next game, they'll go to grand finals against TSM. If you want to see CLG win with the Hotshot Nidalee GJ, and they need to win this one in order to stay alive. Can I get something for the Mordekaiser on Scarra? We got a little bit of a point defense coming in from both teams, trying to prevent potential invades. kpop actually recalling in that bot bush right there, but Doublelift and Hotshot, bot lane.
Yeah, I'm guessing he's just coming bot shortly. But actually, you know what? I have actually seen Hotshot play Nidalee as a support before. I don't think that's what's going to happen here. I think with that teleport, he's just trying to get some early control for this bottom lane, see if they can pick up a kill by walking into the double trap. The issue with the support, I have seen it before. Caitlyn and Nidalee, it is an extremely aggressive early game lane. It's just absolutely dominant. But I don't expect that we're going to see, that, I don't know, there's just no reason for it. Chauster going to be coming down this bottom lane. It'll be interesting to see, if that trap wall is going to hurt PewDiePie or Locust at all. They don't have the heals in that lane.
I'm also, these next few weeks of solo queue, man, we're going to be seeing a lot of Kog'Maw. After this tournament, we're going to be seeing quite a bit of it, I think.
We've been seeing it for a while. He's definitely an extremely strong champion. But there you go, that trap wall all across bottom for Dignitas. They left the one hole there. And, knowing they've got the aggressive champion with Caitlyn. Caitlyn is just so aggressive early in the game, has great harass, actually taking quite a bit of damage from these golems. But they will have the level advantage and then maybe able to get off some harass there.
So perfectly placed. It's like minions. Minions you can go through. Corky, we got to check your ID here. Hold on.
It's actually better that PewDiePie cleared that one. If that gap was just large enough for him to get through, then maybe we see them trying to retreat into that wall, getting picked off. But already we see some that effective damage against PewDiePie will set up those skill shots from Caitlyn.
So Nidalee now going top lane after setting up the trap wall. Scarra and Big Fat in mid. Kog'Maw versus Mordekaiser, and Kog'Maw can definitely outrange and pick away at that shield if need be. So it's gonna be rough for Scarra to stay aggressive in his lane, but he can passive farm very well, push to tower, and Kog'Maw's gonna be doing a lot of farming under tower, I think, here early on.
Yeah, we're definitely expecting to see Scarra with an aggressive push early on, see if he can prevent some of Kog'Maw's farm. AP Kog'Maw, once he gets some levels, definitely has that great range, that great farming capability, able to clear the waves, but early on, not so much, so that will deny some farm, but we'll see whether or not that puts Scarra at a disadvantage for these early ganks. They do have the ward over by the race, though, so they can see, Saint coming up from that red path.
We still have 2 traps here down bot. Dignitas still has to clear them. And hopefully CLG doesn't go in on them and just happenstance goes into one of these little traps. Get them a little bit lower, maybe even get the kill just by forgetting that they're there. It's like, oh man, I forgot that cupcake was there, dang.
And we actually see Voyboy pushing up extremely aggressively early, going back for an early ward a little bit earlier than we usually see. Definitely doesn't want to get to an early disadvantage, knowing that he's going to be pushing against Nidalee. So that ward coverage will definitely help him out. Should be extremely safe in that top lane, and once again, just turn it into a free farm lane.
So because Kog'Maw actually has quite a bit of range on Mordekaiser, it's going to be very difficult for him to keep that shield up. He does get, see, right there, just the shield almost instantly gone. Every single time Scar actually goes in, he's getting quite a bit of damage. Saintvicious now coming in with the exhaust, already going in. The exhaust, he's going to be able to get out just in time. But in the meantime, though, we do have Dominate with both buffs wandering down, but we did see him. There is a ward right there.
Yeah, but the flash is down for Scarra, so he's really going to be vulnerable for a while now. It'll be key for Saintvicious to continue ganking that lane, see if he can pressure him, but IWDominate coming in behind. They will see him with the ward, but he's going to have enough closing speed that he can come up. Nunu chasing down Doublelift here, gets off the ice ball just in time. There's the whirlwind. imaqtpie chasing him down. The flash going off for Doublelift. There's an exhaust from IWDominate. They're chasing him down. They should be have enough damage here. There's the ignite, able to pick up the kill. The first blood going to PewDiePie.
That ward, they saw him coming, but you know what? By the time he was there, it was just a little bit too late. Good job on Chauster being a nice little human shield to absorb that cleaver, but in the end, there's just a little bit too much for CLG to deal with.
And just so you guys know, I'm always kind of curious, the AP Cog, how Big Fat kind of plays him. Getting, one level in each, maxing that slow, definitely going to have that range against Scarra, be able to effectively harass him in that lane. Once he has the ultimate, once he has the spam ability with the blue, that's definitely going to be a threat. But Scarra should be able to keep up the shield once he has the hex stack, can be a free farm lane. And Voyboy actually just being extremely aggressive on Hotshot here once again, but primarily just going to farm.
So now remember that once again, both of these teams have mana-less junglers. So those blue buffs are actually going to be passed quite frequently two other members of their team. We may see Blue on. We're probably going to see Blue on Scar just to get the extra cooldowns. Blue on Cog is going to be ridiculously dangerous. He's going to have all that mana. He can spam that ult when he gets it. He should be. He's halfway to 6 already, so he should have it very soon. Scarra almost 6, so he will have the capability of getting a nice little ghost if he gets that kill he needs.
Yeah, and I'm kind of curious whether or not we'll see Dignitas invade for this blue. It will be up about 9 minutes for CLG's blue, so that'll be around the time that we'll see it. But with how aggressive Lee Sin is early, with Mordekaiser, if you're going to have to walk into the bush and Mordekaiser's just sitting there ready to face you, they could definitely set up at CLG's blue, take it, not allow Kog'Maw to get that, because he really needs that spam ability to continue farming.
Scar taking quite a bit of damage now. Now that Kog'Maw is 6, he needs to go ahead and plug away whenever he needs to, but will he have enough for a revolver? I think he might be. How much gold does he need?
He's a little short right now.
He's a little short.
But we do see a tier building onto Kog'Maw, so going to be able to have that large mana pool.
Scar
Always a
getting
common
chunked
item.
out big time. It's way too close, but we got the ghost trigger on Big Fat. Will Scar be able to get away from this one? I'm not sure if he will. One more. Can he get it? Yes.
And then in top lane, we actually have Dominate coming into Hotshot. There's the Q from Voyboy. They're going to tower dive this. So we have Voyboy actually kick a little bit too early, but he's still chasing, going to try and get a Q. He's running through the creeps now. Hotshot is going to be able to get out of there.
A little bit of a premature kick from Voyboy. Actually, I hope he doesn't die to that tower. No. that would have been a little bit unfortunate if he just tried to walk back to lane, dies from the tower. That would have been bad.
Yeah, just one more attack for Voyboy almost would have done it. We actually have Hotshot teleporting back in, so the teleport will be down. It is about a 5-minute cooldown if Dignitas is trying to go for an early dragon. That's what they want. And actually, Hotshot definitely going to get caught out here. We have Dominate trying to get the cleaves. Hotshot trying to get out of there, taking a lot of damage, going to turn back into Dominate for a second. But Voyboy should be able to actually sit in this lane and sustain a little bit if he wants to. But actually, in the jungle, we see Saintvicious stealing that red, and then Scarra trying to come up and get him out of there, but not able to stop the red steal.
Hotshot remaining in top lane, continuing to push on the Voyboy. Bot lane, Locust actually getting pretty low, getting chunked out by Caitlyn. Those built over pacemakers do quite a bit of damage if you're in the line. But we also got the skill shots from PewDiePie as well, so we're just going to see who's better at landing their skill shots bot lane. Scar now actually wandering to put down a ward in this tri-road area. Saintvicious actually still around, still under half health. Could have been a very bad situation, but we have the ward, so we actually have vision on Big Fat. Going to get a quick hit on him while he's there. A Hotshot once again. Dominate. He gets trapped. He's like, I'm just going to back off.
But there you saw it mid. Scarra, wanting to be aggressive, going after this race, realized he needed to get out of dodge, just had to get away from Saint. Big Fat, going to have the slows to chase him down, and Scarra definitely doesn't have that survivability yet where he can be chased through the jungle, so going to want to be safe there. But I don't know, pretty effective play all around. We do see the snowballs from Locust onto Doublelift. That attack speed slow is going to hurt him some in this laning phase.
I mean, all lanes in terms of creeps are actually pretty even. Like PewDiePie actually now getting the Valkyrie in, getting a little bit more damage on Doublelift. He's about half. Has to go walk back to tower just real quick, make sure Chauster's nearby. You can use that shield definitely to shield a bunch of that damage. A little bit extra attack speed as well. Nice little added bonus there. And Scarra still, again, continuing the push, but still the creeps. All these creeps. Both teams very even, very well skilled, and Voyboy, once again, Hotshot just staying in Cougar form, just in case.
Yeah, and Kog'Maw, fairly effective farm so far, has that blue buff, can start taking the race himself. We actually see Scarra coming up here, knowing that Kog'Maw has recalled, knows he can be a little bit more safe there, but going to back off, doesn't want to get caught out of position. So, just going to continue farming that mid lane, maybe stealing his own race.
So we see a bunch of Dorans here on PewDiePie, and Caitlyn actually doing the same, but now we see Dignitas actually wandering over to Dragon. CV did go down ward in the pit. 4 members of Dignitas here, but Voyboy playing Lee Sin, he does not have teleport, but we do have teleport on Hotshot, but it is down. So we may see a 4v4 on Dragon pretty soon.
Yeah, it will be down until about 13 minutes, so Dignitas definitely knows that's kind of their cutoff point. So we'll see whether or not they go for it there. But once again, the range on bigfatlp, able to harass down Scarra with that Hextech, he should be fine. But Saintvicious coming up in this mid lane probably won't be able to engage, trying to kind of chase him off there a little bit.
The Voyboy actually getting chunked out a little bit. Probably one too many spears. Nope, won't be able to get that one. But he's thinking about backing. He may very well, or he can also use the recall just to try and see if you can't bait out a skill shot and then evade at the last second. Still trying to get in, but Voyboy actually taking quite a bit, trying to sustain, trying to get a little bit of health back with the shield and get some extra lifesteal on that, but he's a little bit too far out. If he's not too careful, he may be eating a spear or two, but Dominate is not too far behind. He's here, exhaust going down on Hotshot, gonna get some extra cleaver, slow him down a little bit. Dominate, but who's taking tower? Voyboy's taking the tower. Oh! That could have
and
gone
actually,
a lot
Big
better.
Fat LP able to take down Mordekaiser mid. That's kind of surprising, but definitely has the range. Once he starts Scarra with the chase, can just continually harass him there. But Voyboy, a little bit of a misstep. Dominate definitely needed to be the one taking the tower. He stepped a bit too far forward, so Nidalee was able to pick up the kill there.
So we got the kill on Scarra in mid. Big Fat gonna be going back, buying himself something nice. But bot lane, we have Saintvicious here. Just do you want to push the lane? Maybe we can get some extra damage here on this tower. We got 3 members CLG. We actually see Saintvicious wandering. Can we be taking Dragon right now? I think we are. We got the pings going down. CLG is looking to take this, but Dignitas, they have an idea. They know. They saw them leave lane. But they're going to go ahead, play it safe, and come back.
Yeah, and we are up to that 13-minute mark almost, so Hotshot's teleport will be up shortly. So they can have that extra map control while Hotshot can just push up this top lane, be very aggressive with that split push, which is definitely in CLG's playstyle.
So, yep, teleport is now back up, so Hotshot that much more mobile at the moment. Pings going down from Dignitas onto CLG's top tower. And we see no one here in bot lane for CLG, so Dignitas going to use that to their advantage. Saintvicious now wandering around bot lane. And Scarra, let's see what we got on the items so far. We got the Loda, so he's going to be able to sustain better. He's going to go ahead, any skill he has, he's going to be getting quite a bit of health back, plus the shield. Going to be quite tanky for himself now.
Yeah, but at the same time, the issue with Mordekaiser is that he's, he's very easy to kite in fights. We do have a very good kite team from CLG that's generally, associated with the poke comp, with the slow from Kog'Maw, with the whirlwinds and, the ultimate from Janna. So it'll be very difficult for Mordekaiser to get up in their face. So I'm a little bit surprised that Dignitas didn't go for that dragon when they had, maybe a little bit of an opportunity. But I think the concern is that when they're all kind of grouped up in that, little cubby hole, it allows Big Fat to get really effective range harass. And then if Shyvana comes in, just tears them apart. Caitlyn is very strong early in the game. Janna extremely strong as well. They don't want to give up those kills.
So we actually got Voyboy here. We got himself a Brutalizer, and he got a nice little Null Magic Mantle as well. Going to be taking a little bit less damage from those spears, if and when they do land. But we do have Dignitas here starting up on Dragon, but there is a ward. CLG does know, and Saintvicious getting in position. Locust putting down some wards, making sure they can see. We got the artillery shots coming in, and they stole it. But now Saintvicious, can he get away? We got the ghost from Mordekaiser. Can we get the kill? Just a little bit more? Yes.
But all of that poke damage from Cog has them all extremely low. Cog actually going to flash over the wall, pick up Dominate, and almost picking up QtPie. He is going to chase him down with his passive, get that kill. But now Scarra chasing with Voyboy. Caitlyn has to get out of there. It was kind of an even fight for them, but Voyboy trying to pick up this last kill. Janna will be able to get him out of there. So actually, Hotshot going to be chasing after Scarra. Did land a really nice spear and almost able to pick up the kill. Does have the Ignite going down. Doesn't want to face off against Saintvicious' Ghost.
That was a little bit. Oh,
wow.
Almost. So 2 for 2 over by Dragon, and we did a good successful steal from CLG courtesy of Kog'Maw. Voyboy back in mid, trying to push the lane up now. Hotshot half health, doubling it back. I think we're going to take some wolves or even go back to top lane. But still, even then, despite that fight, gold is still pretty even.
Yeah, I mean, it was really effective play, like you said, from CLG. Saintvicious coming in there with the Smite Steal. Kog'Maw over the wall, getting off so much damage. Saintvicious, there was a time where it looked like he was just going to be bursted down. He did go down eventually, but the slow from Kog'Maw, because everyone on Dignitas is now, this short-range team, the slow was just able to get them all clumped up where they're chasing, and then he was able to get those successive artillery shots, be really effective in that damage.
So we have the artillery shots, we have the spears. It's going to be quite a bit. It's going to be quite a bit of damage CLG's dishing out if they can go and get the position they want. And Scarra.
And Big Fat in that mid lane just dropping Scarra with that ranged harass. He is going to back up now. Just really surprised how effective it is at taking down the shield, but we do have Mundo coming top once again. Voyboy being aggressive. I think Hotshot kind of knows it's coming, so he's getting out of there. We do have the ward, so he's actually going to stick around for a little bit. So he knows Dominate's there, going to chuck a spear. Not really too much damage, but actually jumping in on Voyboy, but he will be fine.
Hotshot's going to be able to just leap away from all of this. Very close to tower. Voyboy's not going to be able to do too much about this. Just a little bit of harass, a little bit of damage, just to just a nice even fight here. But in the meantime, we do have Big Fat Dominate come down. Missed Cleaver gets juked. Not a whole lot happening there, but artillery shots as he's walking away. Some free damage from Big Fat and Scarra. I mean, I'm worried. I'm worried now at this point. We got the Magic Pen boots. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to get in range to take advantage of those, though.
Yeah, I'm kind of honestly surprised by the Mordekaiser pick. It is, a really strong champion in Scarra's repertoire, but considering the kiting potential that CLG has, considering that poke, that's kind of a hard counter to Mordekaiser. So the key is if Dignitas can force CLG to engage, then Dignitas has just such a huge advantage in those upfront fights. But CLG definitely has the cutting potential. We do see Mordekaiser starting to come in this bottom lane, though. And actually, QtPie getting off some great damage against Doublelift. Does have that blue buff, spamming those bombs. And now Mordekaiser coming in behind him. See if he can pick up this under the tower. We do have Mundo as well. He is going to be going after Doublelift, so Chauster is going to get out of there. But with the exhaust, he is going to go down. Dominate blocking the ultimate from Locust. So a kill for Dignitas.
Scarra, perfect timing to walk down from through the jungle. 4-man push on bot. We got the wave coming in. I think Dignitas is going ahead and back off. They got their kill. They got what they wanted. But we do have pings.
Yeah, well, while they were all bot lane, we saw Saintvicious going into the top lane, taking that tower below half health, recognizing there wasn't going to be a whole lot of threat to stop him. So, being really effective there. And Scarra, I don't know, it'll be interesting to see how he gets in the game. Once he has the slow, he does give them a little bit more of an engage, particularly with Lee Sin. And Lee Sin getting off some nice damage to Saint, but probably won't go for a kill here. They're actually continuing to duel. We do have Nidalee coming in, Saint with the ultimate, and now Hotshot going to be able to take this down. But there's the kick from Voyboy, jumping onto Saintvicious. Can he get the kill? It's very close, but Nidalee able to pick it up. Saint baiting him in until Hotshot could come and help him out.
Man, we got QtPie barely getting away. We also got Dominate here. A little bit late to the party, but man, what good kill top lane.
Yeah, and now we will see a lot of split push from Hotshot. His teleport is up. He can be extremely aggressive in this top lane. Scarra sitting around the red, doesn't want them to counter jungle, knows that Shyvana just had to recall, but I don't know, it'll be interesting to see what happens once Scarra gets a realize probably, or I don't know, once he gets a little bit tankier, is able to maybe pick off targets, Kog'Maw in particular, in these fights.
Hotshot can go ahead and back. How much money? We got a fair amount of money actually on Scarra. We can go ahead. I think we might see probably the Giants belt first, I believe. A little bit extra health on there.
I'm curious. You're right. That is good. I was wondering whether or not he would get a Negatron cloak for that damage, and he is. So he can keep up his shield a little bit more easily. He was taking a lot of damage from Big Fat. So that's generally a pretty common build to go the Will of the Ancients into the Negatron. After that, you're right. Probably the Giants belt, unless he wants to go with more of a damage build. And he already has a number of tanks for his team, so he might actually decide that he wants to sit back, but the Nidalee Spear taking him down a little bit, and CLG able to take a tower mid, being actually very aggressive, starting their pushing, and we actually have the ultimate from Doublelift going to take Scarra down, see if they can stop him from even being able to engage while they're just sitting here poking down this tower, wearing it down with the long range from Caitlyn. She is very aggressive at taking towers, and Big Fat with that spam ability.
Dignitas here, all members waiting late in the jungle, which you can get an ambush while they're walking away. They thought they'd stick around just for a little bit longer. Everyone from Dignitas just converged, tried to see if they can't make something happen, but that tower, 310 health, it looks like. And we got Voyboy actually going in, trying to get a little bit slow, but we got this next mini wave pushing. CLG's looking to take this tower out real quick. I'm not sure if Dignitas should be sticking around for this.
Yeah, CLG definitely has an extremely strong pushing team with that range. There it is, the second tower. We'll see whether or not they stick with this, but it does open up ganking opportunities for Dignitas. We do see Locust coming in behind. If he can get that nice ultimate, then that'll be huge, for this next fight.
Yeah, we got two members of Dignitas there are on the back row. We could see Dignitas push this. Scarra is actually really weak though. Dominate trying to take as much damage as he can. Saintvicious now going towards the back of the line, and kpop belted immediately. They saw what was up. They saw right through the plan, and they knew how to focus it. Scarra barely getting away.
But just too much kiting from CLG. Even with that ultimate, we didn't see the best new ult that you want. We had the Monsoon from Chauster able to split off the team. They just have so much kiting potential. And CLG going to take an inhibitor. It's going to be extremely difficult for Dignitas to come back into this game at this point. But the thing is, with a poke team, there's very low room for error. CLG, just one single mistake. Dignitas, if they get a Baron, if Dignitas is able to pick off a member of CLG, very quickly, the poke team becomes weak in team fights. If the enemy team can be aggressive, force you into fights, then very quickly, poke is a lot weaker. But at the same time, CLG just fantastic play with this poke comp right now, able to slowly wear down Dignitas and then just not allow the engage. We don't have that hard engage from Dignitas that you would like, and it will be very difficult with their comp.
In the meantime, we do have Caitlyn top lane. We're going to go ahead and take the top tier tower here. Number 1 tier tower going down top lane, and Voyboy, taking a surprise spear from Hotshot from the bush.
He's going to get another one too. Hotshot just chasing him down, but actually jumping into him. So Voyboy has to use his ultimate there to get Hotshot off of him. In the meantime, wow, almost another spear, but we do have Dignitas taking that dragon.
Too far. Hotshot's a little bit too far out here. The tides are turning. Locust and Scarra now in pursuit. You see Scarra got to leap away, needs to try and get away as far as he can. Hotshot will actually leave those leaps.
And so there you go, so much mobility from CLG. Hotshot able to play so aggressively, knowing he can just easily escape from Dignitas' clutches. They can't get, those pickoffs that they like. So I don't know if they have such a strong tanky team, if they can force a fight, that's always the case. But Saintvicious chasing down Voyboy here, does have the red buff, is getting a lot of damage under tower. We have the rest of CLG coming in, but Dignitas with the kill. There it is, Lee Sin going to go down. Big Fat with that long range. There's the Caitlyn ultimate. CLG picking up the kill. Big Fat onto Nunu, and now CLG has this fight. They can zone them now. Can we see a Big Fat ultimate onto Scarra? The slow going off onto Dominate, but this is going to be another tower, and in the meantime, mid is pushing from that inhibitor.
We have all the super minions in mid. They should be hitting the next.
Oh, those shots
soon.
The Nidalee Spear almost hitting, but Big Fat hitting all of his ultimates.
We got Big Fat with the mortar shots. We got Hotshot with the spears. There's no way Dignitas can defend this. And we have the push from the super minions here onto the Nexus towers. Missing one more spear, but it's okay. We got the Trez, we got a little bit, few minions. We got another wave coming very soon. All of Dignitas back up. CLG might want to back off here, but they can go ahead and get a little bit more harass on his tower, going halfway down. Now CLG needs to get out of here real
Wow,
quick.
And there you see the burst from Kog'Maw. He has that slow to disengage so easily. It's so difficult for Dignitas to have the fight that they want. And then Scarra taking all of that damage from that range damage, and CLG just slowly pushing down this tower. Know they can be extremely safe and just make life hell for Dignitas right now.
One more creep wave. They should be able to take out this tower pretty convincingly. Everyone in the game is here. All 10 members in our game are top tower here. We got Dignitas trying to defend. We got CLG with this wave. Should be able to poke it down, at which point we could have another inhibitor going down very quick if we get that inhib. If CLG gets a few members of the Dignitas, they could just push for game. If not, they can go for Baron and try and secure it. Tower going down, CLG. What are you going to do? Are you going to go? Are you going to go in? Are you going to back off? We're waiting. Waiting to see. We got more spears coming in. I think they're just waiting for their opportunity. If they can get a little bit more damage on Dignitas, they might just go in. Dignitas backing away wisely, giving up this inhibitor, trying to get them in a little bit closer. Dominate come in, but the inhibitor will go down. And now it's CLG. They've done what they needed to do, but Voyboy going in with the kick, following up with the Q and melting immediately, a little bit too hasty. Dominate in the middle of the fight, and Locust Nunu ult getting blown away by Chauster. Dominate is now trying to run away, still absorbing as much damage as he can. bigfatlp being focused down by Dignitas, but it's not going to be doing a whole lot. Nunu almost getting away, but bigfatlp will actually fall. Mundo going to be the next to go down. We got the Ghost. We have a nice little Kog'Maw Ghost, though, for Scarra, but will he die before Kog'Maw gets any shots off? kpop. Doublelift flashing over the wall. Can we get it.
Oh, the spear!
Oh!
And so you saw, actually, as he was kiting, Doublelift dropped a trap so
But
that they
look
had
at
vision,
this.
and in the meantime, Saintvicious pushing mid, but the trap gave them vision of Cutie Pie over that wall, the beautiful spear, and that's what you see, just such effective play from CLG. You know, once Dignitas gets it engaged, they're definitely extremely strong in these fights. Just one, misstep from CLG could instantly turn it into Dignitas' favor. That is the threat. But CLG, just with perfect coordination, able to kite Dignitas so effectively in these fights.
CLG, they've taken down 2 inhibitors from Dignitas, and you know what? I think we're getting ready. We're getting the wards. Chauster's putting them all around Baron. They want to make sure they can secure it for themselves. Dignitas could try and dispute this, but in the meantime, they're going to have all these super minions pushing in onto their base. They can be here, but not for very long. CLG ramping up, mobilizing it towards Baron. They should be taking this ASAP, but we do have an inhibitor respawn in mid, but we still have a few super minions going in for the push. Scarra clearing out minion wave top.
Yeah, and I'm kind of curious whether or not CLG go for this Baron or not. I doubt they will because they are at an advantage right now. They know their best situation is when they have this open lane. They can sit there and stall, have those great Nidalee spears, have those Kog'Maw ultimates, and just stall Dignitas right in the middle of the lane, slowly pushing down the inhibitor. So you see they are coming mid, and then they can transition to bottom lane, completely ignore Baron because they have no use for it. The regen would be nice, but Baron is about the only way. It is one of the main ways that Dignitas is going to try and get into this game. If Dignitas can catch CLG doing Baron, maybe get a steal, get a good fight, and then very quickly they would win. But again, those Nidalee spears chunking Nunu. He is going to have to back, and this should be the push for the inhibitor now.
We've managed to get one member of Dignitas out of the fight. He has no choice but to back, regain some health, and in the meantime, we got Doublelift just plugging away at the inhibitor. Another huge spear, all this damage, and now Dominate. He's getting a little bit too hasty. He has to go right in on our front line. Will he be able to get away just barely? And we got the ult going down from Caitlyn onto Scarra, barely edging it out, but Saintvicious now in front. The Chauster getting the ult off, getting a little bit extra heals off. We got the inhibitor now going down once again in mid. We almost had a Shyvana Ghost, but CLG got their objective, backing it once again for the reset.
Yeah, in all these fights, you see CLG not going in for those heavy kills. They're just sitting there constantly kiting, constantly wearing them down so they can take the turret advantages. That's what they want. And so with those 2 inhibitors down, they can just set up in this bottom lane now and just slowly wear down Dignitas as top and mid push. And it will be, again, extremely difficult for Dignitas to defend because they don't have that great initiation. They do have Lee Sin. Lee Sin can engage on the team, but, with the slows, with the whirlwind from Janna, there's just so much kiting potential from CLG.
Scarra trying to get rid of that ward, but we got all this poke. We got Big Fat putting down the artillery shots, but he is getting a little bit low on mana, so that is a little bit of a concern, but we got Dominate popping the ult. He wants to get the engage. They're getting a little bit too hasty. We're being slowed. They're being chunked away, but Double is actually caught out in front, and now Saintvicious, next target, Dominate, will be getting out in front, doing some damage, doing some slows, not able to get away. Will Dignitas continue the counter engagement?
Yeah, and you do see, wow, the flash from Voyboy. He doesn't quite have the energy. He will jump in. The whirlwind will stop him, but Dignitas still extremely strong in these head-to-head fights if they can sit there and close on someone. They were able to pick off Doublelift there. Then they were able to chase down Saintvicious. They have, with the Mundo slow, with the red buff, they have good sticking power once they engage. The issue is how they engage and whether or not they can pick anyone off.
When CLG, they may be down one member so far. If this goes into a full-on engage, it would be a 3v4. But that's one of the advantages of having all this poke. You don't need to be on the front lines in order to do damage. Dominic coming to try and get a little bit more damage on here. We got the mini wave tanking the tower. Dignitas here to defend. And you know what? I also just want to take a moment to note. Look at all these towers still left up for CLG. Dignitas has not taken a single one.
Yeah, CLG just complete control of the game so far. Again, Dignitas, they recognize, though, their team can just snowball extremely quickly whenever they get a chance. So one, misstep from CLG, one big fight for Dignitas could be huge, but we do have this bottom tower almost going down. One of the Nexus turrets is almost down as well. And in the meantime, we see Saint and Doublelift are going to just do a two-man Baron here. They can do it extremely easily. They have plenty of damage. Dignitas can't defend it because we have this split push. And even with this split push, there's not that hard of a engagement opportunity. So they know that they can kite with the slows. They know they can kite with the whirlwinds, and they can just get out of there. So there's no opportunity for the 5v3 fight from CLG.
CLG CVs around the Baron, but we got the buff. Now Dignitas knows, oh, that's where they've been this entire time. We can get a few more shots here on this turret. Should go down, yes. And now CLG can just go ahead. There are all the tier 3 towers are down. We got super minions actually pushing the Nexus towers. One inhibitor still up, second inhibitor still up. Last few super minions going to be taken out there by Voyboy, but Dignitas once again, they have no choice. They have to defend. CLG with Baron buff, all 5 members, they can go ahead, get the push they need, and they just slow push toward the game.
We do have a cleave on the hotshot, though. There's kind of a chase here. Scarra going down very quickly. There's the ultimate from Caitlyn. Can he go down? It does hit. One more spear.
Oh!
The spear actually hitting Cutie Pie. We do have the shield from Voyboy on the Scarra, but that is huge. We will have this inhibitor going down with the 5v4. Wow, another spear picking up Scarra. And so now we're going to have all the inhibitors down. This is going to be the final push for CLG. They're taking the game against Dignitas 2-0 in the series with that beautiful game, that poke comp. Just really effective play the entire game.
CLG, all they need to do is take out these Nexus turrets. Dominate caught out in front. He's not going to be able to do a whole lot. This is Dignitas' last stand, but they can't do very much. Second tower going down, and then onto the Nexus. CLG moving on to grand finals against TSM GG.
And that's what I was hoping for. I was talking with CLG coming in this tournament. I wanted to see the poke comp at some point in time. It is one of those comps that they are very well known for. We had seen it with the GG Classic. They had used it to some effect, primarily because they can just play it so well, even with a ping disadvantage. But here we saw that wasn't an issue, obviously, with this setup. So they're just able to have the perfect coordination in those fights, always turning back and forth when they need to, kiting just enough, and then turning back to get that damage on Dignitas while Dignitas is retreating, never giving them an opportunity to engage.
And you know what? It's just a nice, healthy reminder for all the pro teams out there. This is why you ban Nidalee against CLG. You see it in effect, just those tiers taking out champions, just one shot, half health, it doesn't matter, you're gone. But you know what? Fantastic match, wonderful match. I think we got to get both teams up here. Fantastic display. Can we get both teams up here? Wonderful display from CLG.
Well, we do have CLG and
glad
Dignitas.
to see them here. And good show also from Dignitas. I'm glad I got to see the Mordekaiser this weekend. But you know what? It is not over.
We do have CLG versus TSM, two of those oldest, most established teams, that long rivalry going off between the two teams. TSM does have the one set advantage, but it is a full double elimination tournament, so we will have a full best of 3. Whoever gets the first 2 matches gets that. If TSM wins it, it's over. TSM is the champions. If CLG wins it, we have another full series. So a potential 6-game series here if CLG is able to push it all the way. It's going to be intense. Both CLG and TSM at the top of their game, playing some of the best matches I've ever seen out of them before.
We've had a fantastic weekend, but it's still not over. We got grand finals coming up later on today, but you know what? We're going to take a quick break. Stick with us. This is IPL4.
Something revolutionary has arrived. The new standard in graphics from AMD is here, redefining virtually everything that came before. Higher frequencies, more memory, better frame rates, superior resolution than our previous generation. And the world's first 28nm GPU.
The new AMD A-Series APUs give you discrete-level graphics and multi-core CPU power, all on one chip.
Hey everybody, welcome back. CLG will be moving on to face Team Solo Mid in the finals. But before the games begin, we have an interview with Saintvicious over on the couch with Travis from State of the League.
Hey everyone, Travis here with Saintvicious from CLG. Saint, what do you think of this crowd?
This is probably like the most excited crowd I've ever seen. They usually have people that are like, oh my god, yordles, and oh boy, but like, these people are crazy and like smashing stuff.
I know. I'm kind of concerned that there's going to be a riot. Like,
Yeah.
no pun intended, but it's going to be...
There was a guy who flashed me earlier, so I don't know what to say about that.
Did you like what you saw?
We're not going to talk about that on
All
camera.
right, that's fine. So you actually just beat Dignitas. I think Dignitas, for many people, were the favorite to win this whole tournament. Are you surprised at all by the results?
Well, we have a terrible track record against Dignitas because they keep pulling out the mozzarella every time, and just like we get cheesed into oblivion. But I don't know, we figured out how to beat it, and we cheesed them right back with the poke comp. So.
Yeah. Were you at all concerned? I mean, obviously you banned out the support, the tri-support that they brought in. Were you just afraid of that?
Well, I mean, anything can be countered, but it's like we didn't have something like on hand that we're going to do with it. Like
Right.
later maybe we're like, okay, we figured out what to do against it, but for now it's like, I don't want to deal with it.
So I was actually at a party last night with Doublelift, and Reginald walked up to us, and he told Doublelift that he would actually rather have faced Dignitas in the finals than you guys. How does that make you feel?
You'd rather face Dignitas than us?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, they have a much better tracker. Like we have like, I don't know, like 10, 20% win rate against Dignitas. Like,
Yeah.
So, but then like TSM, we do a lot better. So it's like AAA, right? They like beat every European team. They beat M5 every time. Like they've never lost to them.
Right.
But like against American teams, like I don't know what it is. Like they just can't play against them.
So you actually have to face TSM in 2 sets of 3 in order to beat them.
Don't remind me.
Do you think you have the stamina to keep that going?
It's a lot of games. I'm gonna have to get some juice to go up in that.
I don't even want to know what that means. But but hey, before you go into the next set, do you have anything you want to say to all your fans out there, CLG fans, etc.? We'll do sponsors in a second, but there's girls just screaming out there. Actually, before I ask you about the fans, I want to know what is your secret with women? Because they come out of the woodwork. I see tweets.
I don't know, man. Why are you stalking my tweets?
They're tweets. They're
This
public.
guy's the one tweeting. He's like, "Hey Saint, meet me up in room 14."
I just wanted an interview. That's just an honest interview. That's all I wanted.
Maybe they just want interviews.
Okay, fair enough. But do you have anything you want to say to the CLG fans out there?
I just want to thank the CLG fans because I mean I think it's the craziest. Like I don't know, nothing against the other teams, but like V8 or somebody comes and they're like, yeah, and CLG comes and they're like, oh my god, and they like start throwing babies at you and stuff. I'm just like.
All right, how about sponsors?
I definitely want to thank Razer and Own3D for supporting us. I mean, we've been them for a long time. Like, it's been over a year now. Like, they've been, and they had our back. So I want to thank both of those guys. Thanks a lot for helping us get here.
Hey, thanks for the interview and best of luck against TSM. Hope you pull it out in the grand finals.
All right, thanks.
Hello, everyone. I am back with HotshotGG. I think it's fine to use that nickname after that last game. How's it going, Hotshot?
Not too bad. I'm quite happy.
Yeah, I'm sure you are. Dude, those spears, man? You hit everything. What's the secret?
I press Q. I don't know.
Okay. I mean, that's a fair enough response. No, but congrats on your win. Of course, we're going to see you guys going into a matchup against TSM. That's like the most ancient rivalry in League of Legends history. Do you get nervous at all whenever you're about to go up against TSM, just because you know that there's so much, so much of the community watching?
No, I don't think any of us get nervous. Initially when we started playing tournaments, we got nervous, but that's all past. We just play and we try to win.
Yeah, actually, those games and actually throughout the entire tournament, we've seen a lot of picks just over and over again. Janna being one of them, Kog'Maw being one of them. What do you think of those picks over and over again?
Okay, so people jump on the bandwagon with a lot of the ADs during tournaments. Like Corki was the favorite not too long ago, and now Kog'Maw's the favorite, and blah blah. That's a phase that just goes through every tournament.
All right, and whenever you stepped up, obviously you guys are in Korea right now, and whenever you stepped off the plane to Las Vegas, did you expect to be in the grand finals?
You know, I don't want to sound cocky, but I expected to be in at least the top 3. I expected Dignitas to be there, and I expected TSM to be there in any way or order. Yeah.
You know, time and time again, we seem to see CLG, TSM, Dignitas. You know, there's a couple other teams, but almost all the time, those 3 teams tend to fill the top 3 spots in North American tournaments. Yeah. Why do you think that is?
I don't know. We've all been around for so long, and you know, the teams that we're facing haven't really been together that long, or they just haven't had that much LAN experience. So, all of us are really competitive, and we try hard. So, that's where it gets us.
Now, as I was talking to Saintvicious, I mentioned you guys actually have to go through 2 best-of-3s in order to take out TSM. Do you feel like you have what it takes to get through both of those?
I think we do. It's going to be long games. I mean, it's going to be a long series, but it's kind of like an endurance run. I feel like when we play these tournaments and it becomes 2 best-of-3s and it gets like a long day, people actually get a little bit tired and they get psyched. So you just got to keep the endurance up and keep going and keep trying to win.
Yeah. Now, I also asked Saintvicious about the crowd here because it's been crazy. There you go. You can hear him right now.
This has been the best crowd at any event I've ever been at. With
there
this
go,
many
guys.
people, I don't know, man. I don't know what to say. I love you guys. Like, I don't know about the Thunder Sticks, though.
Dude, actually, those guys are great because we passed out those Thunder Sticks last night because we could hear the GSTL finals. All those guys were going crazy, so we passed them out. And I think that we might have actually made a mistake because they went crazy to the point that obviously we had to ask them not to use them because the players couldn't actually hear anything.
Yeah, I think in North America we only get 1 Thunder Stick each instead of 2.
Okay, so you gotta
kind of
share
like
with
battle
your
each
neighbor.
other.
Yeah, okay.
Kind of slow down the tempo.
Well, I was just going to say, the crowd's been great because the moment we asked them to not do that.
Yeah, they immediately stopped.
Yeah, the production crew, it's like so respectful. They're so respectful of you guys as players.
Thanks, guys. We really appreciate it.
Yeah. So are you going to reward them by winning against TSM?
I'll try my best. I'll try my best.
All right. Well, hey, do you want to say anything to your fans out there?
Yeah, thanks for watching us all. You know, I know I say this a lot, but really, thank you. And we all appreciate it.
And shout outs to sponsors or anything?
Shout out to Razer and Own3D. And shout outs to the fans. Thank you guys.
Well, hey, Hotshot, best of luck in the tournament. Thanks for the interview. And we're actually going to cut to a break, so we'll see you guys in just a second.
We can go higher. So this would be 8.420 if we can make it. 8.429.
Congratulations, everyone. That is awesome.
I'm Jeff In Control Robinson from Team EG, and this is Kingston's HyperX Genesis. It provides an ideal speed boost to increase the performance of your PC without the added price tag of hundreds of dollars in component upgrades. Genesis offers outstanding thermal dissipation, high frequency speeds, and low latency, so it's a perfect match for PC enthusiasts, system integrators, and gamers running Intel's i5 dual-channel motherboards.
Hello, everyone. I have some exciting news for you. We have a show match between the Rioters and the pros. Are you guys ready for this? It's our little present to you since we have this little bit of time here, but my time on the League of Legends stage has come to a close. It's been absolutely excellent this weekend hosting for you guys. I've loved coming over here from StarCraft 2. I'd love if you guys continue to follow me in esports. My Twitter is Seltzer, please. And I play all the time with Rivington and Neha and all your favorite Rioters. So if you like me, you'll like them. If you like them, you'll like me. But you know who I like? Cristina V.
Hello, thank you so much, Rachel.
Thank you for having me. I'm happy to hand the stage over to you. I'm sure you'll do a lovely job.
Thank you so
guys.
much. See you later. Guys, I have some terrible news. They're holding my favorite song, Bubble Pop, hostage. and they will not release it. Yes, you have the right idea. They will not release it unless you guys go on Reddit and say, release Bubble Pop. So I think we definitely need a band together here, guys, and release it. Sound good? Everybody at home, we're depending on you. I will dance to it again if it is released. But for now, we do have that show match, so I'm going to hand it over to the casters. So you guys have your homework to do, okay? Later.
Thank you, Cristina. And you know, this is a very severe situation. It's unfortunately we do have to have a ransom. It has to happen. In Bubble Pop, it's too out of control. We can't contain it anymore. It's gone crazy. It is. It's partially our fault. It's partially your fault.
I'm at a loss for words. We were originally talking about having the Bubble Pop come up and having the the K-pop and everything, and it's like, well, do you think people will enjoy it? It's like, well, yes. What's not to love? So
it's K-pop.
We'll see, but we will have an all random, all bottom game, Riot versus the pros, very shortly.
All random, all bottom.
And it's actually interesting. I'm not positive who's on the Riot team, but a lot of the players for Riot are actually really solid players. They have a number of pros on staff. A number of the players have been playing for so long. They're just really aggressive players. So it's going to be Dominion. Definitely going to be a lot of fun. So we'll have to see. Kobe is listed as one of the things. Is Kobe 24 a writer? No, that must be someone else.
But let's take a quick look over here. Who do we got on the pros team here? Because I see Nintendude right there. Who else we got?
Kobe's on the pros team. So Kobe 24, for those of you who don't know, he's in the game right now. He was one of those old established LoL players, was originally on CLG. Definitely one of the best junglers at the beginning of the game. Did stop playing a while back, but he's actually going to be in this pros game. We do have Nintendudex from Mono, saw that really effective jungle play. Kobe's going to be playing in there, so we've got a jungle team so far. We'll see how they fill it out.
We'll see how that jungle team goes in all random, all bottom. But it's nice, quick fun. We have some time. We might as well let's give you that nice little show match. It's always fun to see the pros play in these nice little groups. Like we had our South by Southwest show match. That was fun. We also had a little fan match going on there. Maybe if we have some time, maybe we might get some of you guys playing. You never know. We'll see. We'll see.
But right now we do have the Rioters and pros filtering in. Average Gatsby is in there. He's been giving us all those professional updates for League of Legends. I always enjoy reading those. Riot Lachaeus is in there. He's been helping us out all weekend. Static, Milk Cow, Renoa as well. Renoa, actually, I always remember, coming into the beta of Dota, of League of Legends and recognizing Renoa back from, those old esports days. A lot of these people are, have been in the esports scene. Renoa, actually, the very first League of Legends tournament, she played on a team with Messiah and Trieskimo, I believe, and a couple of people, and won. It was, one of the first tournaments ever. It was in beta, so that'll definitely be interesting for the pros. We do have Pobelter, actually. He's Pobelter there, so just joking a bit. HotshotGG. We'll see if he gets lucky, randoms Nidalee for us.
Nat x Dyrus? Are they going to be switching out? Are they both over there? I can't quite see.
The one of them will control the keyboard and the other will control the mouse, and that's how they'll play. They could do it. I believe in them.
I believe as well. I was just wondering how that's going to work.
Or what we'll do? We'll just have one of the players like Chauster or something just have all 5 computers set up around himself, being like the Mozart of League of Legends, just sitting there playing against the Rioters by himself.
It's just Sona, just one long thing, just all across the entire desk. Well, see, we need to get one more pro in here. So we got Kobe in here, Hotshot's in here, Nintendude's in here. I think we might be ready to just get this underway.
But once again, while we're waiting, we would like to thank all of the great support we've had from the sponsors. AMD with the massive support for this tournament. Definitely really appreciative of that. All of the computers that the players have been playing on have been AMD. We have had the Astro headsets going on. Gunner, I got my eyeglasses on right now. So Gunner, Twitch TV. There's a couple more, Playhem.
And Kingston.
And Kingston, yeah, definitely. And, also shout out to solomid.net and lolpro.com, for their websites, both of their support for the community.
Yes. And so, while we do have this going on, we do have to talk a little bit about what we have going on later on tonight. Grand Finals. 2 fantastic teams and Grand Finals. CLG, TSM. They're pretty good teams. I kind of like them. I'm pretty sure the fans like them too. You guys like TSM? You guys like CLG? A little bit? Just a tad? I thought so.
And the big thing we've seen from those teams is their effective picking strategies, able to counter out that aggressive Kog'Maw, tank comp that Dignitas has been running. They were able to counter out the Lulu Soraka, then, able to take their advantages. We saw with TSM, very aggressive disabled team. They had Urgot. They were running Anivia themselves. Have all those frontline disables just sit there and coordinate the fights. CLG doing the exact same thing, really high coordination. So I'm just imagining we're going to get into that match and have fights that are lasting for like a minute long of both teams just kiting back and forth, disabling each other. Just some fantastic play. It's really going to be interesting to watch.
So if you're a little unfamiliar about what we're going to be doing here, so all random. All bottom. We're going to be playing on the Crystal Scar. So what we're going to be doing is everyone in this game is just going to pick a random champ. No more. We're not going to be buying any snowball items. We're not going to be buying Warmogs. We're only going to be aiming for the bottom 2 towers. We're just going to leave the rest of them alone, but you can't back. If you want to back, you have to be dead.
Yeah, so it is on Dominion. It'll be interesting to see, you do have the back and forth pushing. I'll be curious to see what kind of champs these teams get. A lot of that decides how they're going to play, but at the same time, what kind of difference we'll see between the Rioters and the pros. Whether or not we see, maybe they bait everyone low health, don't go for the kills, just get everyone low, and then all of a sudden burst them down, and then as a team jump on the turret. But you do have to take it down for a while. The one turret is like 400 health, so that's about 400 seconds that you have to have control of the turret. So, if they can get some really strong frontline champions that can just, control a zone, so like Heimerdinger, Mordekaiser, Shaco, Teemo, those kind of champions, then once they take control of a turret, maybe they won't let it up, can win aggressively that way.
But then, like we said, we're randoming. We're all randoming here. We could see all the champions that we've been wanting to see this entire weekend. I believe some people have been wanting Twitch.
You can't get wards in Dominion. So
no, you can't.
No wards in Dominion. Even Twitch actually, pretty solid picks, able to get in there, pick off some kills. So we'll have to see.
We may also see Kog'Maw again.
Right.
Later on.
Kog'Maw is just so, that's just like a free win on Dominion almost, but we'll have to see. It should be, definitely interesting once we get this in. I'm curious who the last person is. Oh, that's right, it was Hotshot, but who's sitting down? Did we ever decide if it was Nat or Dyrus?
Or both?
Is it both? Is it literally both of them? Oh, they are. So they're splitting. We have Dyrus on the mouse and then Nat on the keyboard. That works perfectly. All right, then.
And filling in this last spot, we got the only Dan.
I'm just imagining like whoever's on the mouse just being like, yeah, I'm going to just walk you into the enemy team.
So let's take a look at what we got. Rammus, Alistar, Anivia, Udyr, Graves. Good to see Rammus today. Lee Sin, Tarek, Karthus, Rumble, and Singed.
Wow, so actually a lot of melee teams, both teams have the potential, once you kind of have control of a zone, they can both zone out the other very effectively. We do have Anivia, that wall is going to be huge. The chain stuns from Dinh, from Alistar, from Udyr, a lot of burst damage thrown in from Graves. We can pick people off. Then you have the AoE from Karthus. Karthus very effective at controlling the capture point. Couple that with the AoE from Rumble, from Singe. It'll be interesting to see if the Rioters can kind of get some momentum going. They definitely, have some really strong late game champions. Singe, you do get gold and experience in Dominion, which is the benefit of running all random, all bottom on Dominion. So he will get to that point where he's just, trolling around, just uber tanky. No one can touch him, and he's just like, yeah, guess what? I'm, a boss here. I'm going to show you guys how this game is played.
Now, on the Riot team, we got Static, we got Milkow, and I'm being told that they're actually in the 2K ELO range.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of, I didn't realize that, but a lot of the players are definitely very strong players. I don't think that any of the people on the Riot staff right now are, below like the 1600 range. They're all, very competitive, so it'll be interesting to see.
Yep, so we got a little bit left in this spectator delay, but I mean, still like, oh, look at all these teams. Like, look, I'm looking at Singed with that poison and all random, all bot. Everyone's all clustered together. He's going to be doing quite a bit of damage. You also got the flamethrower on Rumble.
Yeah.
Nice little AoE there. You got Karthus. Nice AoE there. But even then, on the other end, we look at the pros team. We got Anivia. We do have Garrison on there.
Yeah, we do have Garrison on Nintendude.
So we got Anivia. We got the ult. We got the Pulverize on Alistar. We got the Trembles from Rammus. So we have some AoE possibilities that the random dice have thrown us.
Honestly, the concern for the Rioters, though, is if the pros get off to an early advantage, if they're able to take control of that capture point, they have just so many disables. You're going to be running underneath the tower, the taunt into the turret, all those chain CCs, Anivia to just wall them off. The Garrison on Udyr is just going to be so effective for control. They can just sit there forever. And it's going to be, very difficult for the Rioters to come back if we have an early advantage for the pros.
And we also have, I'm noticing now, 4 summoner heals on the Riot team. They're not going to be going away anytime soon. So
we are into the game. We'll be starting shortly. We don't have any heals for the pro team. The Rioters do have a number of heals, like you said. So when we're in team fights, that might be a slight advantage to the Rioters if they can pick up kills that way, just, effectively kite around the pros. But again, once either team has control of a capture point, it will be tough to take that control back.
All right, so we're loading on into the game. Can we get a little bit of a shot of our teams? I think we should. Let's see who we're playing here.
So we do have the pros and the Rioters taking a look at the teams. We have Pobelter, Nintendude, Nat and Dyrus, Kobe and Dinh, and then looking at the Rioters, we have Average Gatsby, Static, Riot Lycaeus, Renoa, and Milkow. So definitely, an interesting matchup. We'll have to see how it goes.
Just right there, Dan, up in front on the pros side. We can already hear them shouting across the stage. I am. So sometimes it's unfortunate to be on a spectator late because I just want to see what's happening now.
I'm like wondering, I honestly, this is my first all random, all bot, match. Listening to the man in my head right now, that God voice. Okay.
Actually, look, I think, look at him right there. I see Travis over there. He's got the camera. He's filming it while they're going. We got some aggressive play too. We got some shifts of taking off headsets. We're moving keyboards around. It's almost like N64 Mario Party level of harassment, like unplugging controllers.
So I'm curious. No, I won't do it. I was going to ask if you wanted to do the golf announcing for the match, since we are just having fun here.
Let's do it. We got the pro team on the left side. If you want to see the pros win this all random, all bottom, let me hear you.
And if you want to see the Rioters on the right side win this one, the Riot staff that has brought about League of Legends to the extent that you want in the support of the esports, brought about this venue. How about the Riot staff? There you go. We have the crowd advantage for the Rioters. So we'll see how it goes. But right now we do have very effective play from both teams sitting in the fountain. Should be looking for an effective approach here. From the right side.
I'm looking over at the Riot staff. I think we got Reggie over there, like screwing, like oh, I'm just gonna put my hand on your mouse, put you the other way. But we're about to start. Just a few more seconds to go. Real quick look at all the items. Prospector's Ring. We got a Catalyst on Singe, Hextech Revolver on Rumble. A little bit extra sustain. We got the pros. Stinger. I'm not sure how effective that keyboard mouse combo is going to work.
And
I question it.
Anivia, with the really aggressive wall off early in the game, we'll be providing an early push for this tower. Both teams taking the tower and are approaching this bottom lane.
Oh, it's unfortunate when you're trolling your own team. I've seen it happen before in ranks, but never in something like this. Dinh, he's got the power ball going around in circles. Everyone leveling up simultaneously. We do get that constant. We got the pulverize come in. Right on the case, maybe the first one to fall. We got the ignite going down. Will he be saved? He's still in the thick of it. No! First kill going to the Nat Dyrus combo.
The heals are almost working for Riot, though. We have back and forth, and there's the toss onto Kobe. Can they pick it up? Kobe very close to going down. Will go down, but we have Dinh once again, followed by the Flash Frost from Nat/Dyrus. And actually, we have all of the pros very close to going down. Graves trying to pick up some kills. There's another Singe kill. He's going to be chasing down Pobelter. And the poison going off onto Anivia. We do have the Rioters taking an early advantage. Can they pick off Anivia? She is chasing back into that bush, but I think Renoa has it. Getting that stun, the heal onto Nat Dyrus, followed by the flash. He is egged though, and with Karthus coming up, will surely go down shortly.
I really do question how the combo is trying to wall himself in. He's got nowhere else to go. Why would he go home?
And with all of these effective heals, we see Singed once again being aggressive on Nintendude with the toss. And we have Tarek with the heals. But Dinh coming into Milk Cow. We do have Kobe. There's the taunt. He's going to be able to get the pulverize off. So Milk Cow will almost certainly goes down, shielding to his team. Actually, no pulverize going off. Right, like Case in the middle of the team, though, does go down, but has that AoE damage to back him up with that death. He is not level 6 yet. And Dinh actually going to be chasing into the enemy turret. He's actually going to go for the backdoor capture. Can he do this? The Riot team is on the front door, but they have no means of coming back to him. They're being stalled off by that wall. Nat and Dyrus with the effective defense, and actually Dinh is going to be able to take down this turret. It is very close. We do have them engaging on Anivia though, and we have the damage from Rumble. There it is, the poison. The Rioters will be able to take the tower, but Dinh taking their tower in return, so we've actually swapped sides on the map here. We have Kobe coming in, trying to take down Renoa, but not going to be effective enough, and Riot has control of the outer turret. We'll see whether or not Dan can defend against Karthus, but we do have Udyr kind of caught out of position here.
Nintendude trying to get away. He gets flipped by Gaspy.
Oh, the taunt from Dinh on Lycaeus.
Look at Lycaeus, but we have a wreck. Can we get anyone with it? We got Udyr. We got Nintendude falling to the mass nuke, but Dan, he's a little bit way too low. Lycaeus, we get the AoE. He grabs the heal just as it spawns, and Dan will fall. But now Riot, they've managed to take the enemy tower, and now Lycaeus will actually secure their own. We got a very sticky situation for our pros. With Kobe out in front, trying to get the pulverize here on Milkout, trying to keep him away. But Renoa,
but we have Kobe going to go down, actually a little bit further back there, and actually Tarek going down to Graves and Anivia. But Singe running around has that poison. Actually, Lee Sin with the shield is going to go down. There's the taunt from Dinh. They are taking some damage from the towers. Can they take down Gatsby fast enough? Yes. We do have Static trying to pick up the kill. Does get Anivia. Can he grab Graves? Just not able to get the damage, but
Karthus
we have Karthus sitting in the middle of them. And no Karthus ultimate to follow it up. Dinh taking some damage there. One more Q is able to do it and able to get another kill. Can he get Pobelter as well? No, just barely running out of time. So Riot, the pros, able to take down Riot going for this first tower.
The pros, they're at a little bit of a disadvantage right from the start. But the Riot team has managed to get both towers very early on. And we're looking at Milkout taking the point. But Throwbelter is very low. You cannot back unless you're dead. And there we go. We got Lee Sin finishing up what he needs to. And now we have, once again, Riot on the charge.
And we actually have Kobe running up to get that buff mid. I'm not positive about the rules, but we'll have to see.
I'm pretty sure that's cheating.
We'll have to see what the Rioters say when they see him coming back down here. That is going to be an interesting combo. He's got the surge with that attack speed, the ability power, and here we have the engage. He's got the headbutt pulverize combo. All of the Rioters going down very quickly. Static's able to get out of there though, and they take down Kobe, so that shield doesn't matter. Karthus going down, but they have control of this tower once again, and Udyr actually taking down the second turret, but Dinh going down. We do have the Rioters on the left turret, and once again, Nintendude taking the Rioters turret, so they have swapped turrets again. Pobelter going to go down to Lee Sin here, actually able to pick up Singe first, but then the death there.
We got Nat and Dyrus trying to run away. We got the wall, and I for sure thought that Nat and Dyrus was going to use that wall to block themselves off from running, but Nintendo is now trying to run away from Static. The flamethrower, and yes, will be able to get the kill on Udyr. Renoa is now fighting with Anivia, trying to get her out, but Renoa is just a little bit too tanky, taking down the bird, and the flamethrower will finish off, and Kobe missing the pulverize, cannot get Rumble.
Yeah, and so now we see a kind of a reset. We're back to the original turrets. Riot trying to take their own turret, but we have Dinh chasing down Static. Does get the taunt. He does have that AoE damage chasing him down, but Static with the effective shield and then the slow, and then almost being able to pick off Dinh, the Rioters. We do have Singed once again coming into the fray, going to fling him back right into that AoE. Karthus very close to going down. All that Graves AoE damage, and there's the exhaust on Graves, but with the flash out, he's going to get out of there. Dan once again trying to escape, but he's going to be chased down by Singed. Milk Cow in the middle here. There's the Karthus ultimate. So we have the shield from Lee Sin onto Karthus, chasing down Nintendude. Can he get the Q? Missing the Q, actually. So Pobelter going to be chasing, kiting very effectively with that range damage, getting off that damage against the Riders, but average Gatsby has the slow, just barely missing the Q from Lee Sin, able to pick him up. And now we have the Rioters on the push, going to take down Nintendude. How much can Anivia do? How well can she stall?
Can she wall herself and trap herself?
That would always be good to watch, but we see the headbutt and pulverize onto Lee Sin. He's actually pretty tanky at this point. He's taking a lot of damage. Can he get a shield? Not able to get out, but Static with the ultimate. Dinh is going to go down. There is Kobe, and now so much regen from the Riders. They have that Taric heal. Taric is very low on mana, though. Karthus is very low as well. He might as well die at this point. Get that mana regen, run back into the team. Dyrus going down, actually able to pick him up with the Flash Frost as he goes down. Can they kill the egg? I don't think they have the damage. They will back off. And now Graves jumping into Static, able to burst him down. One more attack on Rumble. One more attack on Taric, and now they've got the chase. Nintendude will be tossed, but average Gatsby going to go down. The triple kill for Pobelter.
Pobelter doing it pretty well, defending their own tower. The score is actually quite even. We've had mutual captures, both teams, and now Riot is on the defensive end. The pros, they're taking this opportunity to push. We have Nintendude getting the speed buff, and he's going to be coming around just so he can take tower shots a little bit faster. Dinh now coming in, getting taught in on Milk Cow. He has got nowhere else to go. The pulverizer will keep him down, but he does have a Hex Trigger, keeping him alive, but not for very long. Kobe again with the headbutt, keeping Static away from the tower. They got this captured, but will he be able to defend the Riot push? Lucas there with the AoE. Everyone's so close together. Kobe will be going down next, as will Anivia. And now the pros are being cleaned up once again. Throwbelter. Can you get another triple or even a quadra? No, I think you're just going to go ahead, run around circles.
Oh, but the kite juke into the heel. We do have the Karthus wall, though. There's the toss. He's got to go down now, so Pobelter going to go down.
Then we got an ace from the Riot team. They will be able to take this pretty convincingly, but
they are pushing.
Dan has something to say about it. He's got the Powerball in. He's waiting for it. Can't get the right timing, and he just whipped.
And Dan definitely taking a lot of AoE damage there, but he was able to stall for a second. We do have Rumble's ultimate going down, but not able to pick up anyone. Kobe is going to go down under this turret. Rioters able to pick up the turret, and now they have a huge advantage. The toss back onto Anivia, able to pick up another kill. But Udyr and Rammus going for the sneak attack once again.
But it's not going to work out. We got the exhaust here on Rammus. He gets the Powerball, and one more flip, and one smack from Rumble will complete the combo. We got Nintendude up on his own. He's just going to be running it back and forth through that speed buff. Not quite sure where he wants to go. And right now, we got the dance. We got the dance.
And so right now, the Rioters just playing this matchup perfectly. We actually have Riot Lycaeus is going to go down, but he's got that AoE zoning them off at that wall. Pobelter very close to going down. Will die to the Karthus ultimate. Can they pick up Kobe and Nintendude? Yes, they will get Kobe. Nintendude, the last person missing the Q, but we do have the slows and the AoE damage. There's the Flash Frost. They're going to be able to chain those disables onto Singe. Barely able to pick up the kill. We do have the shields from Udyr and Dinh working on the taunt onto Static, but they don't have enough damage right now. So we'll see whether or not Nintendude can go back. Dan just sitting there. He knows he's gone, and actually Dyrus walling him off, not allowing him to get back.
He's a bear. He's got the speed buff. He's begun to capture the enemy tower while we have Riot trying to defend the point. But we got Karthus. We got Singe. Their backup. Can we get a flip? Nintendude, will we be able to capture? It's about 25% done. It does not look like we'll be able to. Will we be able to get out in time? We have the wall. We have the slow and the flip. We'll finish him off.
But in the meantime, we have Rumble with his ultimate coming into Graves here, is going to be able to pick up that kill, but taking a lot of damage, so Kobe going to try and combo. Anivia in the meantime kiting Lee Sin, and Kobe chasing him down. There's the Singe slow. They are going to be able to get out there, but the headbutt from Kobe almost able to get him out, but the Rioters chaining their disables, chaining their uber tankiness and their powerful damage over time. They're now in control of both towers. Karthus going to be taking down this tower. Actually, Karthus, I believe, is ulting. No, he's taking down the tower. And Singe going to get the toss onto Udyr back into his team.
Riot is now in the position where they can just go ahead and camp the pros at spawn. We have to have wall to protect ourselves. And they can't do anything else, but Milk actually getting shot down by Pobelter. Nintendo being caught out by the rest of the team. Renault is static there to finish him down. And Average Gatsby out in front being the best damage soak he can be. Dinh getting ton here on Karthus. And we get the headbutt away. If there was no headbutt, we could have killed him easy there, but we got the last auto attack we need. And Average Gatsby, run into the enemy base, please.
But Pobelter has escaped for the time, but he will be hunted down by the Rioter team. Average Gatsby on Singe, just too strong with that free golden experience. He's just running around having a merry old time, knows that the pros can't really do anything to him. Hey, there's another toss onto Udyr. Guess what? I'm singed. I've got all that range damage. That poison damage. But actually, we have the chain disables. He's very close to going down, trying to get into the fountain, can't do it. And Rumble chasing down Nintendude. Nintendude going to be able to back away. Lee Sin chasing after Graves. Can he get the Q? We have Pobelter dipping and diving back and forth with those dodges. He's running all over the map.
He's trying to bait the dash. He's got the kill, and yes! That's the wrong. I'm pretty sure we're way out of bounds there, but yeah, we got the kill. It's okay. But Kobe, we're trying to get static here under your own tower. We should have someone. Why is no one capturing tower? Kobe, that's the one last turret hit. We'll be able to get him with Dan, Nat, and Dyrus together. We'll be able to go ahead and get that tower. But Nintendude, he's trying to be a little bit sneaky, trying to get another stealth steal here. But you know what? The rest of the Riot team is now here in chasing Isabelle. He has to get away. The pros have secured their own tower once again, but they are so far behind now.
Yeah, it's a real uphill battle, but we are starting to get into that late game Graves build. But Singe just way too strong. A toss back onto Pobelter. He's running through the enemy team, taking a lot of damage right now. The taunt from Dinh. Can they pick up this kill? A couple more auto attacks, but he's still chasing. There goes the kill onto Singe, and the pros will be able to take this first tower back again.
He had to use the ult on Graves. He had to secure that kill, but Locust actually caught out of position, falls incredibly quick, and now all the pros, all 5 of them, are converging down right here. Nintendude, I have no idea where he was. Where's the rest of the team? He's got to be cheating. Milkow has to get the kick away, get away from the bros, and he's here helping the shield. Got Rumble here. We got to fight through a nice wall from Anivia. Milkow being singled out. Static has nothing left to do. Renault here out in front has to shield. Their own tower is halfway captured. We can get the pros in here. That'd be a very quick cap.
But we are into that late game damage from Graves, and he's actually going head-to-head with Tarek here. Rumble chasing away. I'm not sure where he's going, but he's going to turn back into Anivia now. Actually missing a couple of his abilities. There's the Flash Frost going to go over his head, and the pros are able to pick up that kill. If they can protect Graves, then they definitely have the sustained damage with that AD, that strong AD. So all these disables, Gatsby actually running back into them, but the slow from Nat and Dyrus not able to hit the wall, will get the toss back for the kill, and Singe just too tanky for them to deal with at this point.
We got the kill there on Karthus, and I gotta say, Alistair, quite a fancy dancer. Nintendo's pretty good runner too. He's got the bear stage, just trying to outrun Singe. It's not a marathon. This is all random, all bottom. You're not trying to outrun him. You can't escape from Singe, and you can't chase the man either.
And unfortunately right now, this is a perfect position for the pros, for the Riot team. They're actually going to be able to pick up the kill onto Dinh. The exhaust on the Pobelter, he is going to go down. And because we did have a quest going down in Dominion, they will actually get the quest. They will be able to capture this second point, give them that buff. We'll see if Anivia can stall them for a little bit, actually flashing right into the middle of the team. I'm sure that was not intentional, but we actually have Kobe coming once again, has that shield, the kick away from Milkow, and bursting him down, so Riot will be able to take this tower.
That is what you get for grabbing the mid buff and cheating. That is exactly what you get, a kick to the face.
So we do have the buff onto the Rioters, but we do have Nintendude coming up behind them, is going to be going for that second turret. Can he take it fast enough? He does not have the whatever the item is that gives you a faster capture, but even so, he is going to take it down very fast. They are not getting to him quickly enough. We do have the Karthus ult to stall it for a second though, so it will stall. Rumble coming is going to be able to dissuade him.
With the Riot team's looking pretty dominant right now, Nintendo has nowhere left to run. We're going to have the Riot team recapture their first point, and now we actually have the pros And we've seen the Riot team do this entire match, camping the spawn, legitimate strategy, and now we got the bird, we got the cow trying to recapture their point. Lee Sin trying to keep them away, and then we got Nintendude. Can we get away? No, we cannot. The fire will finish him off.
And so the Rioters are just too strong right now. We have Kobe going in with the headbutt pulverize, followed up by Dinh. We have lots of AoE damage going on. How much damage can Pobelter do? Lee Sin jumping back into Rammus, but in the meantime, Sin's just running crazy. He will run under the tower, though, so the fountain takes him down. But can Graves take out this team underneath this tower? There's another fountain. Milkout will go down. Graves, how many kills can you get? He's running back into the team. He doesn't have a whole lot of life steal right now, so he will go down pretty quickly. But Nintendude getting the stun, and the burst from Graves going to be able to pick up the kill onto Karthus. The ultimate from Rumble able to get him, but now Rumble is chasing Nintendude. Nintendude kiting back and forth. There's going to be a stun shortly. The ignite and the Rumble damage will be able to take him, and the Rioters have control of the board once again.
There is not a whole lot the pros can do, even if they manage to get him out. And yes, we got the kill right to Rammus right under tower, and even if the pros manage to get back their own tower, they're too far behind. They have to have the enemy tower under their control for a good 5 minutes before they can even think about winning. But Stagger trying to go after the bird will be caught by the rest of the pros. We got the headbutt away towards Milkout. We got a flipping eggs.
But
it's breakfast time.
Can Graves be a hero? That's almost another triple kill. Kobe actually taking that, but Graves coming in once again. Graves, show us a little bit of that true grit. The man in black getting another kill, and now they've got the tower. Graves is so strong, but goes down to Karthus.
Double kill for Karthus on the ult, and Nivea and Graves both falling. We're going to recapture this tower for the pros, but you know what? I think it's a little bit too late.
Right now it's just 28 seconds away from the Rioters winning this game. Actually 14 seconds if they take control of this second point. So we have to have a very safe game from the pros right now. They can't afford any mistakes. We will see Anivia coming back in with that fantastic play we've seen from the two of them all game. There's flashes into the teams, walling off their teams, and Dan very close to going down, will go down. Kobe is in the middle of the team, does have his ultimate going off, but he's close to going down as well. They are able to pick up Karthus, but now is Anivia going to be hit by any of that Karthus?
And they're having to block her own path away.
Once again, and the Rioters are taking down this turret. It's the last-ditch effort from Pobelter. How many people can you take down? He's going to be able to sit here in DPS. Graves, Renoa going down very quickly. Get him, Pobelter, chasing. One more attack, able to pick up that kill. Now can he face off with Lee Sin? I just want to see him go right headlong into the team. Lee Sin chasing him down, but Pobelter turning back into him. We do have the Q missing. He's cutting back and forth.
Intended. Forget the rules. Start cheating. Alistar's already done it. Just start taking other towers.
But we do have Rumble coming in here. Can we get Dinh in? He does have his ghost, and he's going to be able to get Rumble trapped. Graves coming back is actually turning onto Average Gatsby. Can the pros turn it around? Graves is just so strong right now, able to pick up another kill on Lee Sin any second, and there it goes. And now the pros have control of this. Karthus is definitely going to go down in the middle of this team. What is going on? Have the pros been baiting the Rioters the entire game? They're like, hey, we wanted you to feel good about yourself. We wanted you to have a nice time. Guess what? Now we're coming to the table. We're going to take this game back under control.
Renoa is out in front. She sees the tower has been taken, but has no choice. Then now the pros are camping the spawn of Riot, but they're doing it right. They're coming all back in one big wave. We got the wonderful wall keeping the Rioters in, but it may be their undoing. Dinh being plugged away. Nintendo not being able to do a whole lot, just getting bear stance and running away. And now we got a mad dash. Gatsby trying to just lie the poison down. Working purely on poison damage right now. Milkout now has been trapped inside the Anivia ult. Has to run back to tower. We need to recapture. Renoa and Sag doing a good job doing that. And we got the Karthus ult. We'll be able to finish both of them off.
And this is probably going to be GG. We do have the Rioters pushing down. There was the ace, and they have such a strong team right now. Can we get Graves back into the mix? See if he can defend this turret.
We have 3 of our pros back up. We got 2 Riders, now 4 Riders trying to break the defense. We got the headbutt pulverize in from Alistar. Karthus will be the first one to go, but Kobe, you're ridiculously low, 30 health, being able to walk away.
Oh, but Graves cutting back and forth, almost able to get the kill. Rumble just barely able to take him down. So we do have the Rioters able to sustain themselves for a time, but Nintendude chasing down Renoa. There is the stun going off, and Rumble coming in behind, seeing if he can maybe backdoor it. They're getting really desperate now. They need to get that last capture, and Average Gatsby running around, is so strong as that AP Singe. He is doing a lot of damage with this poison, and Anivia will probably go down. There it is, Rumble with the ultimate, and Nintendude is caught in the middle of the team. The Rioters are on a roll here. We do have Singe almost going down to Pobelter, though. Can Pobelter do it with that graze? He is able to get one kill. There's another kill. So actually Alistar with it, but he's chasing down Renoa, going to be able to get that kill along with Dinh as long as they get in range in time. But we do have Lee Sin going to be coming back into Graves, actually jumping onto him. And now Lycaeus is very close to going down. Will he go? There it is, the ghost form, and Graves cutting back and forth into the brush is able to take Renoa down any second now, yes, and they are all cutting around Lee Sin. Lee Sin not able to get the angles he wants, but there is the dragon kick, able to pick up Rammus as well, and Graves, all these kills for Graves. How many kills is he? I don't even see it in the stats. So just absolute phenomenal play. The pros are taking the second turret once again, slowly wearing down the Rioters.
We have the Rioters now coming back. We got second average. Gatsby trying to fend off this push. The turret has been deactivated. Gatsby just trying to get in the middle, trying to get as much poison damage as you can, but it's not going to be doing all too much. Riot is now at half health, and the pros are significantly lower. Karthus will just dissuade them, instead collection fall under a tower as well. The pros have regained both towers. They are still in this. We got 3 Riders trying once again to break the defense. We got the wall from Karthus keeping Pobelter, and the Nat Dyrus combo from going any further. But we have an egg on Anivia. Will be going down to yes. Milkow Renella doing what they can. Nintendude, he's got the Tiger Stance, putting down those DPS on Terrigan. Yes, will fall, and Karthus goes down once again. The pros defend the further tower. But we still have another wave, but we got 2 more Riders. They have respawned. The rest of the team should be coming back in about 15 seconds. They just want to try and get what they can.
The Deathfire's Grasp from that AP Rammus, and then the taunt back into the tower. There's the chain disables. The tower doing so much damage. Nintendude very close to picking up the kill. He will go down, and now he's turning into Rumble, but he's very low. Rumble able to pick up the kill. Kobe has his ultimate down, and Dinh once again with another taunt. The tower just barely not able to do it, so we have the Riders coming back. They will be able to take this tower. Can the pros defend the second inhibitor? They do have Kobe going down. Pobelter able to dash over that wall, is getting that nice range damage, but he's very close to going down. A couple of dots. We do have him going down, and the Rioters almost with the ace. Can they take down Nat and Dyrus? There's the stun. All of those Qs, he just keeps on stutter stepping all over the place, and the Rioters will get the 1 tower and push on to the second.
Anivia's secret passive, she turns into a chicken and can only hop 4 inches every few seconds, trying to get away. The wall just could not keep her from going any further. Kobe coming in once again with the pulverize, trying to get the damage we need onto Karthus. And we have all of the Riot team now regrouping a 4-man push onto the back tower. And look at Dinh, AP Rammus, OP, 900 damage on that power ball.
But that Karthus ult, how much will it do? Actually, Udyr able to stun Karthus, cancel the ultimate. Now Graves coming in with the burst damage, able to take down Lee Sin. Renoa coming as well, is going to go down to Graves. We do have Rumble throwing down the ultimate on Pobelter, but Pobelter has so much damage. Look at him take out Rumble. He has the Ignite, but the Zonia's from Rumble, and the Singe Toss is going to be able to take down Graves. This is going to be the end of the game. Can the pros stall just any longer? Udyr is taking down the second tower, trying to stop their capture points. We have Kobe preventing them from capturing. He does have his ultimate. It is down, but he is going to be able to stop them for a second longer. We have Nat and Dyrus coming in now, able to burst down Singe, and Udyr, in the meantime, not able to grab the kill. The tower actually kills him. I don't know what was going on there. He was just running around taking the turret shots. Didn't even care. He was perfectly comfortable there, but the pros have barely been able to stall it. 17 points left for the Rioters.
The Rioters, we have 10 seconds before 2 more members come back. We have a little bit outnumbered. The pros are 1 man up here in the mid and just melting Karthus immediately with the Graves. Oh, Lee Sin falls next to Renault. Will you be able to get away? You're pretty taking it. Oh, we got the wall from Anivia. Keep it from going anywhere. The headbutt pulverize will be able to finish the job. The 4 pros now converging in on the back tower. Gatsby and Stag are here to say something about it. We got the poison if Kobe walks in there. Then we got the Rumble ult, and yes, he will fall as well. Nat Dyrus trying to get some health, trying to stay in that bush, trying to stay in the fight, but Gatsby will fall. Udyr, Graves doing what they need to do and recapturing this rear tower. The pros are still in it. If they can come back from this, this would be amazing.
And again, Graves is so strong, but Pobelter so low is actually going to dive, knows that he needs to actually kill himself, because if they had stayed at low health, it would have given the Rioters an opportunity to get some quick kills, push. In this situation, Nintendude also about to go down, will go down, but we do have short respawn timers. So by suiciding both Graves and Anivia, they know they are going to be up in time to defend the second turret, which is the key one, that is the capture point. So we do have the pros still in this.
Everyone is up. The pros are now having to get back to their tower in a hurry. We got the 5-man push from Riot. They're all here. They got a nice little small mini wave, but I think it might just be enough. Nintendude going around, wants to get that speed buff so get that engaged, and yet Dyrus out in front, immediately going to be focused on. There is no egg, they will die, and Kobe is the next to go down like Ace. Once again, out in front, taking the turret, going down as well. Pobelter trying to do what he can. He is certainly the MVP for the pros. Trying to do
Pobelter is going to go down, though. Able to pick up Rumble. How much life steal does he have?
Pobelter,
can he do it? He's taking down Renoa with the kill, but he's paused for a second, and there it is. Now Lee Sin coming into him. The Hex Drinker able to pick up the kill, and the Rioters are going to be able to get the second tower very quickly. How fast can the pros get out there? Dinh trying to stall it, able to get the taunt just barely in time, and the pros are still in this one.
The minions, they're keeping the tower from being captured just enough, and the pros will go ahead and take this back real quick. 7 points. 7 points left for the pros. Even if this is deactivated, they are still at risk of losing this game.
Now we need some support for the Rioters here. We have the Flash Frost and all that burst damage from Graves. Dinh actually coming in is almost insta-killed. Can we get some support? We are just 7 points away from the Rioters winning. Let's hear some crowd noise for them. And there we go, but we have Nat and Dyrus actually walling off Kobe. They're like, no, Kobe, you have to fight this one. He's chasing down Rumble there. Rumble going to be able to get away, and once again, Pobelter is in the scene. Nintendude a little bit caught out of position, though. We'll be chasing down Static. Actually, a lot of damage. We do have the exhaust going off, but Static going down. The Zonia's just in time. How much damage can he do? He does go down. Riot Lake Chaos as well, and Singed running around bot. Not sure what to do at this point in time.
We got a lot of poison coming down from Singe. Wants to be sure we can clear that main way, but Dan here immediately getting flipped, trying to get the engage he needs. Pobelter here once again doing what he does best, picking away at Milkout, and Renoa caught out in front. Dan trying to focus some damage. We got the trembles coming in. It's not going to be enough. Adric Gaspy does get stunned by Udyr. Needs to just back off just a little bit, and we have 3 pros pushing 1 rider. We have the ult coming in from Karthus. Oh, extremely low. Everyone on the pros team, I don't know if they're, or what are going to be able to do to this. They can't take down this tower anymore. We got the Rioters. They're already back up, and Udyr, we're getting the speed buff back up on Nintendude. Gaspy chasing down Pobelter. Managed to turn the tables, but we got the ult from Rumble.
The flash!
Flashing away, and the headbutt pulverize. We're going to clean up the rest of the Rioters here. And now we got Nintendude once again starting in advance on the tower. He's going to take a hit or 2, but it's going to be okay.
But Pobelter is just toying with them now. He is like, I am the man here. I control the game. I am powerful, Graves. I am coming in for this turret. Kobe with the headbutt pulverized. Renoa going to go down. There's the dash in. Can he get the kill? There it goes. And now chasing after Lee Sin. So we have another turret for the pros once again.
For all of our pros are up. 2 riders are up. They can defend this tower pretty easily for the next 15 seconds. Gonna grab the health they need. Gaspy, all he can really do, he just throw down some poison, throw down some sticky stuff, trying to catch the bros off guard. And we got the taunt here on Static in the corner. We got the wall from Anivia. Not quite sure why, because they have to leave spawn anyway. But we got Gaspy being caught out in front once again, singled out. Like he is trying to do some extra damage with that AoE, not gonna be doing much. All 5 pros still up defending this tower. We got Shirelli's being caught by Renoa out in front, getting a stun on Kobe, but regretting it just a little bit. And we have a Guardian Angel on Renoa dying immediately.
All the pros are extremely low now. If the pros don't suicide, if the Rioters come back, all 5 of them, they do have an advantage here because of the health. If they're able to get in, but Anivia with the wall off isn't allowing any of that to happen. There's another Flash Frost is going to be able to stall them for a little bit, but they are all very low. Nintendude almost going down to the Rumble Ultimate, and now Dinh's going to go down. But that Graves AoE holding him under the tower. This is just disrespectful now. Graves able to position himself outside the fountain, and the pros are 40 seconds away from taking this game.
Why would you flip someone into a laser? That's just plain rude. I can't imagine anyone doing that. But no cow getting pulverized once again into the wall. Where we go now? We got a kick. We're going to get a little pop-up for the pros. They're still ridiculously low. You can't back. Why are you backing? Don't do that.
But they are all very low. If we get one solid push, all of the Rioters all at once. The Karthus ultimate can't pick up the kills, but there it is. Kobe going down. We do have Anivia as well. They need to just be extremely fast. Take down this turret. 7 seconds only left. So they are capturing the one. Singe chasing down Pobelter, but the kite from Pobelter, he's just too strong. Singe can't catch him. Oh, missing the slow. And Pobelter, will you turn back into him? It will not. And so the Rioters are taking back that point. 10 seconds left for the pros. Can the Rioters take this capture point? All the pros are coming back up. We do have Pobelter recalling. What is going on?
Why are you
We
recalling?
do have the slow though. Singe coming in. Can't get the toss. Graves goes down. This has to be it for the Rioters. They have Graves. The game is probably going to be over. We do have it. The Rioters are going to be able to take it. We do have the kick onto Kobe, getting him out of there, and the Rioters are capturing the point for the win.
Kobe still caught from, but Dan, the guy at AP Rams may still be able to do something, but they've captured tower. 3, 2, 1. GG! I gotta say, those Anivia walls, pretty annoying. I would hate to be on the pros team right now.
More like it.
Let's go on a spawn. Let's do this. Wall.
Yeah. But you saw the early game advantage for the Rioters, almost taking down the pros in one fell swoop, and then the pros coming back with the huge lead. Pobelter, 51 kills in that game. 51 kills, 26 assists.
Let's get some more stats.
Wasn't able to finish it off, though. So the Rioters barely coming back. And guess what? Rumble Static had 36 kills on his own. We had Karthus with all those assists. Effective play by the Rioters, able to pick it up in the end.
So many good. Let's see who had the most deaths here. We got Ramus. We had 29 deaths in there. I believe that's the highest in the game, unfortunately. But hey, AP Ramus pretty good.
Pretty good, but not able to get the win. So, we'll leave it up to that. But the Rioters can, hold it over their heads for now. They have the win. They have the victory, taking down the pros. But we will be back shortly. We're actually going to go to a commercial break.
We're going to go to a commercial break real quick. But remember, Bubble Pop is being held hostage. Front page on Reddit. Once we get there, we'll release them. This is IPL4. We'll see you in a bit.
Something revolutionary has arrived. The new standard in graphics from AMD is here, redefining virtually everything that came before. Higher frequencies, more memory, better frame rates, superior resolution than our previous generation. And the world's first 28nm GPU.
The new AMD A-Series APUs give you discrete-level graphics and multi-core CPU power, all on one chip.
Okay, so I've created a team called Team Poppin' Bubbles. I need 4 volunteers who play LOL. We're gonna play against the pros right now. Okay? All right. Okay. You. There's 1, 2, 3. I need a girl. You. All right. Let's convene over here. Hey, good to see you. You guys ready?
Just a little bit.
What do you think? Do you like Team Poppin' Bubbles as our name?
Best name ever.
Okay, we're gonna stick with that then.
We're gonna lose. Whoa,
I think, Cristina, are you playing with us?
Is Cristina playing with the fans?
Oh, I'm so sorry.
I can't see over there. She
You
is
can?
actually. So Cristina V, we'll see if she said she plays Lux, but we'll see if they can coerce her onto Riven. We do actually have a 5v5 full summoners game. The pros versus the fans, same pro team, and still Dyrus on the, is he on the mouse or the keyboard? Dyrus on the mouse and Yat on the keyboard.
Still? We're still doing that?
I think they are. They're still doing that.
I want to see if we can get some more fantastic Anivia walls. I'd love to see that. If it's random Anivia again, that'd be great.
I want to see them go like the AD carry, like an Ezreal or something, and then flash into the middle of the team, and he's just like, yeah, I hope you enjoy this. But we'll see what they do. You know, I'm not sure if we're actually doing a random fives game or if this is actually going to be a pick ban series.
We did, at South by Southwest, we let the fans pick. We let the pros random. So there's still a lot of opportunity. And actually, back at South by Southwest, our pros actually didn't get too bad of a team.
Yeah, I kind of almost want to just say, you know, the fans pick the team for the pros. And they're just like, no, we're going to force you into the most awkward comp that you can imagine. At the same time, the pros would still probably win it. Like, I'm trying to imagine if you had an all-physical team for the pros and then the fans just get a bunch of armor. They're like, hey, we've got armor. And the pros are like, yeah, well, guess what? We're really good. So, but we'll have to see. It will be a fun match.
It's kind of their thing.
Yeah, it is kind of their thing. But yeah, we will be into the game shortly, and you know, it should be fun. Once again, thanks all of you fans here at IPL4. It's been really great having you here. Great support, all the energy, the support for the pros. You know, they're always great with the community involvement. All of your favorite teams, Solo Mid, CLG, Dignitas, you know, all of them. And you know, for you guys to have that support, have their backs as well, is just awesome.
So still trying to get the game set up. We're gonna get. I think there's still. I think I maybe actually be playing on some of the Rioter accounts. I believe we're just getting them set up over there. And
I think the Rioters are like, no, we want you to log off. We don't want to lose on our account.
This is tournament.
I'm just kidding.
But tournament realm.
I know it's tournament realm, and we'll see whether or not the fans can pull it off. I think Reginald's actually going over there. Reginald, coach the fans up. Are you going to sit behind him and give him some support, or you got your next game going?
Maybe.
We'll see. All right. Well, he's wandering around, you know, everyone here having a good time. We do have the TSM versus CLG match later, so
yes.
I know TSM is definitely in the zone there, trying to prepare for that. But we'll see. I think Phreak might be over there as well. See if he can give them any support. But
and of course, I mean, we have our own staff over there as well. We got Colin and we got Nick over there. They've been helping out extremely well this entire weekend. And you know, can I just get a round of applause for all of the IPL staff here? Running a great show. Appreciate every single one of you guys. It's heading back to the office in 2 weeks is going to be amazing. We get to start all of this all over again.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely going to be exciting preparing for IPL5. I believe we've already said it that, you know, it is going to be here again. So if we haven't, then I just, you know, screwed myself over there. But regardless, you know, we do have a really fun match here. And actually, we have Dinh and Salsi combo as well. So Salsi, I'm not sure which one's going to be the mouse there. We'll see if, like, the whole pro team just decides to split it up. We have 10 people just all gathered around the keyboards.
10v5, that could work.
It could work. But we'll
Might
have
have
to
a chance.
see. All of the fans actually changing their names back. They want that publicity. So if they, have some magical game, we see one person in particular carrying, we'll get a cool 5v1 where the fan takes down all of the pros. Then, who knows? Maybe they get some spotlight.
No, yeah, we have a lot of possibilities here, and I believe our pro team will be randoming. So we still have hope. We still have hope for Twitch, guys. It could happen. It might just happen.
I feel like Twitch would just be such an unfair random, though, because if you know how to play Twitch or you know how to play Eve, you snowball so effectively. Eve, actually, with the current jungle, you can tank those creeps a little bit easier. You can get levels, and then once Eve is able to 1v1 anyone in the game, she's unstoppable. Because to have someone roaming around invisible and be able to pick up those kills, have that regen is just insane. That would be a sad day indeed if the pros were able to random any of those Invis champions.
I'm still wondering how these keyboard mouse combos are going to work. And last match we did also have some interference over on the Riot side, I believe. I think we had a few of the pros knocking back mice, moving keyboards, trying to screw them up. But it didn't exactly work.
And it's interesting to note that actually the people who are doing the combos, it is the old Team Epic. So Dyrus moving over to solo mid, he's going to be partnering up with Nat. And then Dinh moving to Fortnite, he's going to be partnered with Salsa. So that old kind of camaraderie, or if they've got some bad blood there, I'm pretty sure they're all really great friends still. But we'll see whether or not they're trying to toss each other, throw each other under the bus here.
We'll have to see. We may see some. We may also see a little bit of sabotage on the side of the pros. We may just very well see that. But I'm hoping the randoms aren't too. I would love to see some champs we haven't seen at all this weekend. And we had some surprises today already. We've already seen the Mordekaiser today. I'm happy to see Caitlyn today. You never know. We'll have to see. We're just waiting for one more of the fans, and there's Cristina V, last one in the room. I think we're about ready to get going. Are we ready to launch the game? I think we are.
So we will be in the game shortly, and we'll have to see how it goes.
All right. And also, I want to remind you all again, Bubble Pop is being held hostage. Once we hit front page on Reddit, we'll let them go. But here we are in Champ Select. Let's see what we got. Let's see what the randoms we have.
Oh, wait,
I'm excited.
Are they? These can't be the randoms. These are too good. We have Teemo for Pobelter. I've played against Pobelter's Teemo before. He's so strong in that top lane. Pobelter already a top lane player. To have Teemo is just unfair. Nat and Dyrus getting TF. We'll see what kind of coordination they get there.
And look at
LeBlanc
Cristina.
on Kobe.
Look at Cristina.
But Cristina is playing Riven. Riven the Exile, played by the voice of Riven the Exile. And it should be an interesting match, but we have so many disables, so much burst from the pros. If they coordinate it, it will be a devastating combo.
I'm ecstatic right now that we got a Teemo. I'm so happy with a Teemo. I've had the hat this entire weekend waiting to see if it would come up, and now it has. I'm happy. I'm happy. I can leave this weekend happy now.
Now you can leave this weekend happy. We've had all these fantastic matches.
Yes, now is
some
the
of the
moment
best
where I
games.
can leave
This
happy.
is the moment. All right. But
No,
we
we've
do
had
see
really great matches all weekend.
Yeah,
Yesterday
that's
was
true.
amazing. This nice 53-minute match, mono curse, that was crazy.
Yeah.
And we got to see Nidalee on Hotshot today.
Yeah.
Also amazing. Our grand finals, I don't even want to think about it right now. We may just blow this place up in excitement.
But we do see with the fans, they have actually a really strong team for snowballing. And in that bottom lane, we have Caitlyn and Sona, and that's such an aggressive harass lane. If they play that right, they are going to have so much harass potential, going to be able to completely dominate that bottom lane. We do have Fiora in the jungle. Any early kills will snowball her. Ahri, very versatile champion, has that huge ganking presence, all that burst. And then Riven going to be going top lane, actually. So that's going to be the tough matchup. Pobelter is Teemo top versus Riven, and that's going to be so much harass. We'll see whether or not Pobelter, how he does, whether or not Cristina V can get a step in that lane. And then the question is going to be, bottom lane, believe it's going to be TF and Blitzcrank maybe, and that's going to be a huge kill lane. If Sona or Caitlyn get out of position, very quickly they go down. Very quickly we see some kills.
Double ignite, double flash on pretty much. Well, actually, no, we got 4 ignites. We got 4 flashes on the pro team. Voyboy being he's not going that way. We got smite. He's gonna be in the jungle and teleport. Voyboy's gonna be wherever he needs to be. And we're gonna have to see how this rolls out. I'm excited. Like I said, I'm excited to see Teemo. We almost had a Fiora the other day. We almost had a
we maybe almost had a Fiora. They've been trolling us with picks all weekend, so I don't know that was going to happen. But it'll be interesting to see. Fiora going to want to start with blue. Is solid as a jungler. Does have a lot of physical damage, so can clear extremely quickly with that riposte. But then the pros have such an aggressive early game team. I'm wondering whether or not they're just going to invade, try and pick up some quick kills, and just get off to a huge advantage. We do have the teleport on the jungler, so that's going to be something to watch out for. We're going to have like a Shroom teleport or a Ward teleport, and then all of a sudden, Volibear is right in your face.
And I've also noticed too about Cristina's team, all very beautiful ladies.
They are all very beautiful ladies. We have the fans picking the ladies team, but
and here we are. Game is loading up. Let's get ready.
We'll see what kind of advantage that confers.
We got the pros. Can we get? Yeah, I think we're about ready to get into this. Let's go.
All right. So can we get a quick shout out for these the pros? Start off. Give it real quick because they don't need that much support here. So. Yeah, all right,
we go.
Some boos. There we go, boos, yeah. There we go. So now what about the fans? Can we get, the fans have to win this. They have to take it down. They're supporting you. They are representing you. There it goes, the fan support.
We got Cristina, we got her on a ribbon. It's gonna be a good one. Let's take a look at our teams right here. Good pros to Team Bubble Pop.
Oh, the bro fist, the double power of the old epic, the keyboard mouse combo will be working out for them, but we'll see. I'm not sure if they're going to be comboing bot lane or not with all of epic in bot lane basically, except they are still missing out on Westrice. So there was the old epic, Westrice not in here, but I don't know. We have a very strong team for the fans if they can get off to an early start.
I think, you know what? I think I'll just straight out put the Teemo hat on for this one. We're going to have him in the game. Might as well throw that on. And you know what? We are in the game. So
yeah,
once again, right here, bottom side right here. Once again, you think our fans are going to take a Team Bubble Pop? Let me hear it.
And so right now, we actually see the fans stalling in base. And this is one thing with good team coordination. The pros, off to such a huge lead, they got their items. They got out of there almost immediately. So instead of being able to defend, the fans are actually sitting back and are going to be a little bit slow. This is going to give the pros an advantage if they decide to gank top. And all of the pros coming into that top push, that is just unfair. Cristina, what is going to happen to you? They are going to try and gank you early on.
You know what? After this one, even after we release Bubble Pop, I don't think she's going to be dancing after this. I don't know. It may be a little bit too much of a blow to the ego.
But they are allowing Fiora to get the blue buff. I thought maybe they would come invade the blue, stop that jungle really early, but they will allow it to happen. So we'll see how Fiora gets into the game. But the big question is what is going to happen with Cristina. We do see a Caitlyn trap over by the red. They want to make sure there's not that counter jungling. We could see a couple more coming out to try and protect themselves. Some early wards would definitely be nice from Sona. She has a large number if she could put them out in the river so that they can protect against ganks. But here it is, the slow wait. Cristina walking up into that top lane.
This is bad. This is real bad.
She's
we got
not
the
sure
dance
if she
party
should go or
in
not.
the bush, unaware of this bear discotheque in this bush. That's, you know what? I'm zooming out on that. That's just wrong. It's Cristina. Don't do it.
Any second now, she will be going down that lane. She's sitting back. Maybe she knows something. Maybe she's a little bit suspicious. Actually playing very smart here, wants to see where the pros are. She's waiting until they show themselves on the map because she knows.
I think she may know.
Yeah, there you go. There's the pro awareness from the voice of Riven.
I think she knows. I think she's just waiting for it. Wait. No. Wait.
She is getting a little
Cristina.
bit tenacious here.
Don't do it. Don't do it. They have vision. They know she's there. Volbear's still dancing. No. We got the yellow card. They're getting ready. No. Oh! What a juke.
And Cristina, your host, with the Sixth Sense, and now the fans are at a huge advantage. We just saw all those blown summoners for the pros, and the fans actually have a huge gold and CS advantage in both mid and bottom because the pros have been ignoring them. And actually, Sona is coming top because they know that's such an aggressive ward for Riven, or lane for Riven. Pobelter is going to have all of that harass damage, so the double lane top versus Teemo will help Riven farm a little bit.
Nintendudex, he started out his jungle. That was a big disadvantage for the pros doing that move, doing that bush camp. They're now pretty far behind everywhere else. Look, Caitlyn's already level 3. TF, look at that. 0, nothing. He hasn't gotten the creep kill yet.
And the concern is going to be how Riven's going to do in this game. Nintendudex coming top, but actually pretty low at this point. But if he does get a toss, he will be very strong. He does have his toss up, so he's sitting in the brush, waiting for that opportunity. Maybe even going to go for a tower dive with the Ignite that Pobelter has. He has been seen, actually just going to back out now, stealing some experience there.
A little bit of poison going down on Cristina. A little bit too hasty on the stun, but it looks like Volbear's gotten a little bit bored, so he's going to be backing off. Ari LeBlanc in mid, see 10 to 11. So Kobe's actually caught up pretty quick, all things considered. And we also got we got a 4-3-2. We got the grab onto Sona. Red card, not the yellows, not the stun, but we got the Ignite and we got the first blood. 4v2 bot. That's just unfair. Boo.
But in the meantime, we do have Fiora mid, has the double buff, has a level advantage, coming in onto LeBlanc. LeBlanc will get out of there, but there's the exhaust, and now we've got the tower dive. How much damage is going to happen? Nintendudex very close to going down, and Mind Tricks with the kill.
Very good. I mean, the taunt, the charm was going, it was aiming for LeBlanc, but you know what? We got Volbear, which is actually even a better pull. He was already low on health after coming out of the jungle. Good job by our fans.
And so with that early advantage in mid lane, we'll see how Ahri can push it. LeBlanc is actually a really strong counter to Ahri, generally speaking. Has the burst damage to take Ahri down, but Ahri definitely has a lot of mobility. If Ahri gets level 6 before LeBlanc does, which she will currently, then she can be extremely aggressive, go for that level 6 kill, and go for that early advantage.
Actually, Caitlyn actually getting quite a few shots off on TF here. Who cares about farming under tower? I just want to take shots at you. Screw that. But Cristina doing pretty well top lane as well. And now that Sona is back to help, Caitlyn's just going to go ahead and push out. But look at this. Look at that. We got both of them waiting once again. They really want to get their grab. Well, we got Blitzcrank. He's getting in position. Can we get Sona? We got the ward.
Oh, the ward! The pro ward stealing the stun from Nat and Dyrus. He auto-attacked it, but, we'll see. We didn't see the pull. It still is up. He's trying to get in, and the pull onto Kato Jagoon. And we do have the kill going down. One more attack is able to take it down. Kajito-kun.
Kajito-kun getting killed right down there, but you know what? While we're focusing down there, we got the bear. We got Nintendudex. He tried to get down. He tried to get down to the bot river to help out the rest of his team. You're there laying in wait, but that bush is warded. That would not be the best place for Volbear to go and start dancing.
Well, the could just walk on that trap for us. He's actually not going to, is going to back off. We'll see if Genocide Butler goes for this.
She doesn't see. Wait, no, now we got it. Now we got it. Yes!
So there we have it, another kill for the fans. We have a little, we don't have the chat on your screen, but I see it. They're talking trash now. They're like, yeah, we taking down the pros. But Cristina going to be struggling top. Level 4 versus a level 6 Teemo.
No.
Teemo chasing her down with that poison is going to be able to pick up this kill. There's no way Cristina gets out. Oh, the flash.
Ooh.
That's such a difficult lane for Riven.
It's a difficult lane for most
one of the strongest
characters.
harass against that melee champ. It's almost impossible. Riven really at this point needs to just try and clear the jungle, and they can maybe double jungle, leave top lane, wait until it pushes. When Teemo pushes under the tower, then Riven can take that CS underneath the tower, try and catch up, try and get some levels, because right now, Riven's just going to be falling further and further behind.
I mean, it's rough. If you're top lane, if you're a melee versus a range, especially Teemo, he's got that poison. He's going to wear down the shield that Riven has. And even if you do get the stun, all that DOT, it's going to take its toll on you. But we see Fiora here going to be passing on the blue buff here over to Ahri. Actually has the blue buff from Pobelter. So, oh, can we get it? Yes.
And bottom, we actually have some really effective harass from Caitlyn, able to take Nat and Dyrus down below half, able to effectively kite around the creeps, not giving Blitzcrank a pull opportunity, but LeBlanc coming down this bottom lane will have the level 6, so is going to have a lot of burst damage. If they are able to get a pull on anyone, they will almost certainly go down.
Nintendude going in the mid, defending the push against Ahri. And we also have Teemo here. He's 6, he's 7, he's laying down the shrooms. Bot lane, we had an attempt here. We had a pull, did not get what they need.
Yeah, Sona with the beautiful flash over that pool was able to kite out of that. So, you know, able to keep their distance. But looking in this top lane, once again, Cristina V coming up, but 3 levels behind Teemo, can't farm, and actually that wave's going to push away from her. So Teemo can just start to zone Cristina, not allow her to get into this game.
You know, now I'm wondering, why are we not running Easter Teemo? I just thought about that. I just realized that. Oh, what? No, never mind. We got the buddies over on stage. We got some candy.
So they are going to be tossing it out. Cheer for them. We need some candy out here. Throwing out the Easter Bunny delivery. All these riot members, Phreak, Rivington, Lycaeus is not up here, but we have Iron Stylus.
How do I feel about Bubble Pop? I think everyone feels pretty good about Bubble Pop.
Oh, but in the meantime, we have Dandin and Salsa going to try and get a pull. There's the pull on Sona bottom. We do have the ace in the hole going off on the net, and Dyrus, the pickup for the fans, able to get the kill.
A little bit too distracted trying to get that pull. We could not get the human shield. We could not get the golem shield here from Blitzcrank, but we actually got Ahri diving down mid, trying to get what we can on LeBlanc, but you got the clone. It's going to absorb some of the damage.
And I feel like the rioters are throwing hard candy. They're really pegging fans right now. They're just like, take it to the face. But we did see some effective play from Ahri, and if Ahri can get in this game, she does have that null magic mantle to prevent some of LeBlanc's burst, because that is a counter. And the fans are actually going for this dragon. We'll be able to take it, bring the lead from the pros down a little bit, come back into the game.
And we see Cristina has now wandered over to mid lane, see if she can't farm a little bit better there, but Nintendude, he's out a little bit too far. We got the fans converging in on mid. Will they be able to catch him? Will they decide to? No. We got LeBlanc in here trying to do what she can against Fiora, but will not do anything too significant, but she will be able to get back to safety.
And Kobe's ult was up, didn't throw it there, so I don't know if that's a misstep or if they're just being kind of nice right there, but we do have Nat and Dyrus coming with the slow, and Cristina, a lot of damage. Kobe actually flashing for that kill. We'll be able to pick it up, and Cristina V is going down.
Nintendude now wandering through the fans' jungle, and we got Pobelter here trying to take care of this minion wave. They were looking to see if they couldn't get a steal on the blue, but it is gone now. And still, we're looking at this 4v2 bottom. Keyboards and mice. And Caitlyn's actually she's doing pretty well pushing this lane. She wants to push the creeps to tower, force them to form under tower, because if you got one person on keyboard and another on mouse, it's a little difficult to be coordinated.
Yeah, and we'll see whether or not we have actually a gank top. Genocide Butler running into Pobelter, but he's actually going to dive into those Teemo Shrooms. He is going to hit another one, but he has the red buff, not going to be able to pick up the kill.
Cristina.
But can Cristina finish it off? Is going to get the stun. We do have a flash from Pobelter though, so he's going to have that red buff chasing her down. She's not going to be able to pick up the kill, but the exhaust, can she turn back? One more stun, is able to do it, but not able to get it off, just barely.
Those 3 mushrooms in a line. Right there, sufficient enough to kill Fiora. Just landed on the last one right after the ult ended. Unfortunate.
Yeah, and so once again, Pobelter gets to just sit up top, has that free farm lane, is just so powerful right now, but Ari coming up will be able to pick up this kill with the dash, running into a shroom, actually dodging into the wall, but the flash over, and she's going to still be chasing. There it is, another shroom, and Pobelter is able to get out of there.
So unfortunate, just good mushroom placement, but we got Genocide Butler here being caught out in the jungle. We got Nintendudex, we got Nat and Dyrus here. They'll focus out, Kobe's gonna be here, help clean it up.
And there is that aggressive counter jungling we're starting to see. We haven't seen the teleport from Nintendudex yet. I'm still fearing the day that'll come, but LeBlanc coming down to the spot lane is almost out of mana, so I'm not really sure what the goal is because we actually had the flash dodging the hook, and Nat and Dyrus are going to go down. Kajedo-kun, Kenny, Kite is able to, and Dinh and Salsa very close to going down as well. We have the Sona ultimate, and actually Blitzcrank able to pick up the kill with an ignite onto Caitlyn.
That's unfortunate. We got so much action going around all over the map, and all these mushroom placements from Teemo actually paying out rather well, and there we go.
And really the key for the fans is going to be, how they can work against this aggression from the pros. They know the pros are going to be trying for some kills, going to be extremely aggressive. So can the fans maybe get a counter gank going? If they have better ward coverage, they pick up the pros when the pros are doing this crazy stuff, trying to get these kills, and then the fans pick up kills under the tower, and that'll be key. But actually taking the blue buff and then leaving a creep there, that'll come back to hurt them a little bit. But Mind Tricks does have that blue. We'll see what kind of aggression we see from Ari.
That tower up top has actually been getting rather nailed here by Teemo. Fiori's going to try and do something to help keep Teemo away, but I think the tower may just very well fall. And yes, the pros.
Oh, but the slow from Teemo, he's going to be chasing. He has that movement speed. One more attack is going to do it, and there's the kill. Cristina V coming in, trying to help her comrade, but is not able to. The shield and the final attack hitting her while she's escaping.
Teemo, he's 6-0. How much gold has he got? He's got almost 6K.
Oh, Kobe. Oh, Kobe, this is just cruel. This is just cruel. The LeBlanc gank bottom. We do have the TF ult as well, so TF is going to get the stun. Kajedo-kun is stopped, and there it is, the kill from LeBlanc.
Unfortunate, super unfortunate down bot lane, but Kobe's doing a pretty good job roaming away from mid, but still, I think Superstar right now, Pobelter on Teemo, he's 6-0, Wits End, Wriggles, he's a force to be reckoned with at the moment. And he's got how much gold? He's got about 1,300. He's going to be buying himself something nice once he goes back to town. He's grabbing 2 Doran's Blades for himself in bot tower. Should it be going down shortly? Nintendude waiting in that bush, still dancing.
Yeah, Nintendude waiting for someone to come into him, get him in his clutches, and actually Ari is going to be the first target, but Ari a little bit tanky. We do have the ultimate and then the toss, but can Ari turn it around? There's the charm. We do have the ignite going down, another flash, and actually Ari will be close to getting this kill, but the regen from Volibear is too high.
Cristina,
can Cristina get it?
You got the Qs, you got the stun, you get all this ult being popped. We got the ult. Can we close the gap? Can we get where we need to go? Wrong way. The flash is down. We do still have exhaust. Go in the bush. No! Wrong way, but Belter's here. Trying to help clean up. Can you get Volibear before you die? No, the mushroom! No!
And there it was. The key was Volibear. The passive regen just way too high. We had a lot of bursts from Ari, but once the cooldowns were down, Ari, really doesn't have much more damage and just couldn't DPS through all of that regen.
Teemo, stop ruining these wonderful moments. Please, we need to get something happening here for our fans.
Oh, but in the meantime, we have Kobe on the hunt after Genocide Butler. We'll be able to get out of there, but we'll see what kind of aggression we see from the pros, and if the fans can reciprocate, if maybe we get that counter jungling start to going.
Pobelter just continuing the push on top. Top tier 2 tower is way past half health already. He's not leaving.
But bottom, we actually have Genocide Butler coming in on Nat and Dyrus, and he's going to go down very quickly. One more attack from Caitlyn is going to do it, but here's the teleport in from Volibear. He's going in 1v2. LeBlanc is on the way though, and Nintendude doesn't have his passive up yet. It hasn't come off cooldown. It actually is up. So actually Fiora able to burst him down for the kill, and now LeBlanc's here, gets the burst damage onto Fiora. Can Caitlyn get it? No.
Here we go.
Caitlyn still has her ultimate though.
So many mushrooms coming in from Teemo, and Ari's not able to get away. She is ignited, and some poison damage. She got the flash in, and the poison will finish the job.
And so Teemo sitting in that top lane has complete control over this game. We do have a pretty good fight team for the fans, but because of how much control Pobelter has over this map, because of the TF, because of all of this aggression, it's going to be extremely difficult for them to get the fights that they want.
Teemo continuing to push us, go straight for the tier 3 top. Right now the fans they have no choice. They have to come to top lane and defend this push. Otherwise Teemo's just gonna get an inhibitor all on his own.
And Caitlyn actually being chased away from LeBlanc. Bottom will be able to flash away from the snare, but we have Dinh and Salsa here. Can Caitlyn kite around this bush? Yes, and Dinh not actually turning, so an effective juke from Caitlyn. He couldn't find her, and Caitlyn will be able to get back.
We're still roaming around in the jungle though. Blitzcrank looking for a pull. I'm not sure what he's gonna do afterwards though. But we do have a Sheen. We got movement 5 boots on him as well. He's just free roaming now at this point. He just wants to get his hands on the fans. It came out really bad.
But we do. In the meantime, we have TF and LeBlanc. They are going to be engaging with Fiora and Sona here, but it's a blue card for Nat and Dyrus. Really unfortunate. We had the wild cards going off, but can they trap him? LeBlanc is very close to dying, so Fiora just bursts him down. There it is. Can we get the ultimate from Fiora? The silence goes off, but there's the Caitlyn ultimate, able to pick up the kill.
Volibear and TF though, not too far away. Is the TF ult up? No, it is halfway down and cooldown, but Volibear, he's coming. Can we get the flip on someone? No, we got the flash, we got the yellow card down onto Sony, has to flash away, has no choice, but we got the ult from Sona while being pulled. Can Genocide Butler do something about it? Sona will fall. Caitlyn can get some shots off, no, and the Ignite going down, Fiora will finish the job, and Dan Salsa getting away with just a little bit under 100 health. We got Ari here, also here in the neighborhood. Can we get the finish off here on Volibear? Ignite going down. The regen is beating it out. We got the stun. Yes, we got the orb. But can Ari get away? We still have a Blitzcrank here, ridiculously low health. Can we kill TF?
Oh,
He's got
she's
the
going to be
yellow
able to kill
card.
Nat
We
and
got the
Dyrus,
orb.
actually.
We
So
still
there he
got
goes.
Blitzcrank.
But in the meantime, Pobelter split pushing top is going to be able to drop this inhibitor. But we actually have Ari jumping into Blitzcrank. The pull. Can he get down? Yes. The pull from Blitzcrank and Ari reversing it on him.
But all the while, Teemo continues the push. Cristina, no, the heal. Can he get back? Yes, you will be safe.
And Fiora chasing into Pobelter, but I don't think there's enough damage. The ult is down. There's the exhaust, so they're very close to getting the kill, but the Shroom, Sona very close to going down. There's the Fiora kill. Can Sona pick up the kill? Doesn't have enough damage, so Pobelter, another kill top lane.
10-0-0.
With 190 CS.
Jeez. That Teemo.
Ari with the blind Q, trying to see if Teemo's maybe recalling or something. Not able to get it, and now Teemo picking up that blue buff top. Will be very strong. Well, let's see if Kobe gets it. So yes, he will get it. So he has that cooldown reduction and that mana regen.
Our fans not in a good spot right now. They have an inhibitor down. They're a little bit scattered. Caitlyn just sticking around bot lane a little bit. Cristina trying to get whatever farm she can. We need to see some teamwork coming in from our fans. If we can get them full roaming as a full 5, we'll be able to pick off some of the pros wandering around in the jungle.
Particularly with Ari and how strong Ari is, doing a really excellent job this game. Fiora as well. Both of them, pretty close to being able to take control of this game. So we'll see. Actually, we have Volibear up top. He's just kind of dancing in the lane, but little does he know, we have the fans coming up behind him. Cristina gonna come into him, gonna get those disables off. Can we get the stun? Nintendude actually just running past, knows that he's gone. In the meantime, we have Blitzcrank able to pick up the kill bot, but Nintendude's going to have to tower dive. He actually has the exhaust, so he's taking some damage. And Cristina with the ultimate, just going to continue chasing.
Can Volibear make it? Where's he? He's trying to get hits for the tower. He's going the long way around out. He knows he has that regen, but we got the flash from Cristina. Misses the stun. Will it get away? But in the meantime, we got the reinforcements coming in from our pros, and Nintendude actually gets away to safety. But we got the exhaust going in on Kobe. Fiora is in pursuit. Can we get something happening here? Ult is down for Fiora, and she does fall. We got the ult from Sona going down as well. Volibear walking away. Kobe's still ridiculously
But all
low.
in the while, we have Nat and Dyrus pushing down the Nexus. This last Nexus turret very close to going down. He will be able to get it. Blitzcrank and LeBlanc chasing Cristina, very close to going down. Will Blitzcrank get the pull? Actually throwing off his ultimate, so Cristina barely able to survive, and Caitlyn chasing down TF, able to almost able to pick up the kill there, but TF is able to get it.
Teleport coming in. Volibear is now inside the base, and we got the flip. Finishing off Riven. This last Nexus turret is almost down. One more auto attack should do it. Yes, we have an open Nexus. Our pros can just wander in and take it if they want to.
Oh, but a turret has slain Kobe. Kind of a misstep there, but we see Pobelter coming, actually able to take this bottom inhibitor, but Fiora able to pick up the kill. It does cancel the Fiora ultimate though. Pobelter, can he go down? There it is, the first Teemo death of the game.
That's a chunk, huge chunk of gold right there. But you know what? The Nexus is open. They do have to defend these huge minion pushes. We still have an inhibitor up in mid, but the pros should be here shortly to clean that up. Fans on the ropes. I'm not sure how long they're gonna last.
It's the rope-a-dope. They've been lulling the pros into a false sense of security this entire game. They are getting ready for the huge comeback. We'll watch it shortly, but the pros, going to be barreling down mid. We'll see what the fans can do.
We got Dan Salsa here. Gonna start punching this remaining tower here in mid. Rest of the team will be joining them shortly. Teleport was used to take that last Nexus turret by Voyboy, so he's not going to be able to get right in there. But we should have the ult up for TF shortly. Cristina, she sees the impending danger, backing off accordingly. Don't want her to get pulled through the wall. That would be very unfortunate. Nintendude up in front, scouting out. Just wants to see if he can get a good flip on someone. Dancing, still, stop it.
Yeah, and we actually have the charm from Ari bursting down Nintendude very quickly. His passive is going, but can we get the kill? There's the ultimate from Caitlyn, able to pick it up, and now Danton and Salsa are out of position. He is trying to get out of there. LeBlanc coming in with that burst, actually canceling the snare, and there's the Sona ultimate, the beautiful Sona ultimate. Cristina, can she get some kills? We have Ari coming in here, the whole team chasing him down. They're going to be able to get Danton and Salsa here. There is the flash from Ari, able to pick up that kill, but in the meantime, we have the minions pushing down the Nexus. Can they get back in time? It's going to be very close. The minions just coming just in time with that spawn. We'll be able to stall shortly.
But we still have Teemo with a Guardian Angel. What a jerk.
Oh, and he's going to catch Fiora at that red, be able to pick up the kill. We have the riposte from Fiora trying to escape from there, but not able to do it. There it is, the Teemo kill for Pobelter.
So we have all of the fans here back defending the Nexus, but we do have one inhibitor back up. It shouldn't be too long until the other one respawns. When they do, they may be able to make a play, but we have seen no attempts on Baron from the pros. So once these inhibitors come back, that would be a very nice objective for our fans to pick up, and with that, they may actually be able to fend off the pros just a little while longer.
But in the meantime, Pobelter able to take down that mid inhibitor, and the creeps pushing top. The fans were so distracted by those inhibitor at the Nexus, so the Nexus is very close to going down, but we see Teemo chasing him with that red buff, is going to be able to pick up a couple of kills. Caitlyn almost going down. There is the GA, but TF with the ult onto the Nexus is going to be able to take this down while he's backdooring. We do have a fight going on, and Pobelter going to go down to Fiora, but they are all distracted. TF backdooring the Nexus is going to be able to pick up this for the pros. The fans don't even know what's going on. We have a couple of kills for the fans, but there it is. Any second now, Nat and Dyrus just trolling now. They're goofing off. They recognize they have the win. GG for the pros.
Wait!
The Uber surrender from the pros. So the fans win the game.
From a Oh, wow. Wow, we had that last-minute surrender. The last-minute surrender from the pros.
It was a pro strategy by the fans, baiting the pros out, biding their time until the surprise surrender came out. I don't think the pros even expected that they would hit yes on that surrender vote.
I didn't think they would either.
Were completely taken for shock. Fantastic strategy by the fans.
About a surprise strategy, my God. But you know what? Fantastic match. It's pretty entertaining. You guys like that?
And so it was a pretty fun match. We saw some nice play by the fans, but we are going to have a handshake now.
Can we get our teams up here, please?
Yeah, we'll get the pros, and the fans get to meet them. So everyone come on stage, and we will have that shortly.
Can we get everyone up here?
Eventually.
Can we get our pros here? Yeah, we can get them up here. But once again,
they're taking their time.
They are taking their time, but you know what? We've had some fun today, but we still have CLG TSM Grand Finals coming up in just a little while.
Yeah, that will probably be up shortly. That's just going to be such an incredible match. We'll see whether or not CLG pulls out that poke comp again. Anivia, you know, both teams have been using Anivia, so it'll be interesting to see whether or not Big Fat is able to get that, or if TSM bans out Anivia. Big Fat just been so strong on Anivia.
But I think we got all of our pros here. Let's come up. Let's get the handshake. We've got some good sportsmanship over here. Let's give them a hand.
But wait, what's going on? There's some static, I think.
Wait.
I don't know what's going on with the audio, and I think we have some interference for a second.
Camera. We're zooming in.
Okay, which one of the guys that I just... Who was throwbacker? Raise your hand. Throwbacker. Timo. Throwbelter. Timo? Okay. I couldn't touch him in the game. And I was like, yeah, when I shake his hand, I'm gonna like punch him and kick him. But no, I can't because you look so nice. Good game.
Thanks, you too.
It was fun. So, a smashing victory by Team Pop and Bubbles, if I may say so myself.
Pretty good.
Thanks. So what's next? What are we doing next?
What is next?
I thought we had some bubble pop, but now I'm a little confused. So I guess, we'll go to a commercial. We'll see what's in store when we come back.
Has the ransom been met? I don't know.
When in doubt, K-pop.
When in doubt.
All right. Well,
nothing's happening.
We will be back. We will be back shortly, guys. IPL4 TSM versus CLG should be up shortly. We'll see whether or not bubble pop's thrown in there, but we'll be right back after this commercial break.
My name's Michael Santana, and I play AD carry for Team Dignitas. So when I started playing video games, it was like the Sega Genesis, and I just kept playing it progressively more and more, and I enjoyed it back then, but now that I'm in esports, like, this is cutthroat, this is brutal, like, I don't have fun anymore. I don't remember the last time I enjoyed myself. Everyone just yells at each other and I get so sad. But yeah, I mean, I guess winning money's not that bad.
Hey everyone, I'm TheRedBaron, and I'm really excited to bring you this week's IGN Pro League Top 5 plays. We've got a good mix of community and competitive replay matches, so let's cut right to the action. Our first clip has Band of Ponies as AP Master Yi, so the next time someone tells you it's not viable, feel free to show them this clip as he runs into the enemy Baron 1v5 and picks up 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 kills for the enemy Penta. Number 4 comes to us from our Killing Spree series between Curse and Reflex, with Crumbs playing as Lee Sin. After he picks up the kill on Soraka, he's going to be chasing down Corki, who's going to try and Valkyrie away, but Crumbs says, "I decide when you leave," kicking Corki into the wall to net himself a kill. This clip comes from Patoy playing Taric in a high elo game. He'll surely go down to this 3v1 tower dive, but Maokai leaves tower range and abandons Corki, allowing Patoy to grab the double buff. This is about the point in time when Alistar and Maokai are beginning to question their entire life's decisions, as Taric's going to grab the Alistar and chase off Maokai. Our number 2 slot has Efox playing a game of Don't Feed the Tryndamere, and guess who's already losing as he 2v1s this Misfortune and Gangplank, using Ignite to pick up the kill on Misfortune, and then flashing after the retreating Gangplank. The rest of the team is barreling down on him. We've got Lux's Laser, we've got Nocturne with Fear, and Swain following it up with a Snare. but he's going to barely time his spin and heal just to get out of there in time and shrug off their damage perfectly with his ultimate. As they continue the chase, Tryndamere holds onto his spin to narrowly avoid Lux's final bit of damage as he escapes with the double kill. This replay comes from Too Easy playing Vayne, and she's going to tear through Irelia, and in this fight has become a complete rout as Jarvan cataclysms onto the enemy team. Now Vayne's going to chase down Sona, picking up that kill, turning her attention to Cassiopeia under the tower, beautifully dodging the ult. She must be hacking on that one. Now she's going to chase down Graves, pick up her 3rd kill, there it goes, and then flashing after Cassiopeia, picking up the 4th kill, and then turning her attention to Lee Sin, picking up the 5th and final kill for the pentakill. Once again, this is TheRedBaron. I hope you enjoyed this week's IGN Pro League Top 5 plays. Make sure to send us your replays to iplolreplays@gmail.com, and you could be featured in a future episode. Also, make sure to check us out at youtube.com/IPLLOL for more League of Legends action.
Special presentation of IPL is brought to you by Astro Gaming. Check out the latest award-winning gaming gear at astrogaming.com and follow @AstroGaming on Twitter.
Hello everyone, Travis here, and I am joined by HatPerson. We've been sitting here chatting a little bit about the games that we just saw.
Shortly following our nice little rainbow coalition of dancing on stage with the bubble pop, but we've a lot other things to discuss.
Right, of course. So, what did you think? I think game 1, of course, Rioters versus pro players. That was really interesting because the pro players actually they used some interesting tactics there, involving actually sending some of their buddies over to the Riot side to interfere.
And even sending some of their guys to the buffs to straight out cheat.
Right, yes, exactly. Yeah, no, it was interesting to see who Xpecial and Reginald were targeting on the other side, of course, to interfere with. I saw Average Gatsby, I saw Renoa, those guys getting harassed a lot. Of course, Phreak and Iron Stylist coming in,
yes.
doing some great interference there, counter interference, I guess.
Right, and I mean, I also really liked the AP Rammus. That was good, and I also like the occasionally confusing Anivia wall was also pretty good. You know, wanted to make sure that Anivia can't leave and will die.
And then, of course, we saw right after that pros versus community. I thought that the MVP there might actually be Nat and Dyrus, both of them combined. They were doing a great job.
I mean, I do have to give credit to Nintendude, very fine dancer.
Yeah, but Cristina V on Riven, that was an unstoppable force, in my opinion.
Yeah, right. I mean, right at the beginning, you had that wonderful juke. You had all of the pros in that bush getting ready to get that grab, but you know what? Right last second, managed to back out, and actually at that point, the fans actually had quite a considerable lead because all the pros were wasting that time trying to get her autograph.
Yeah, that's true. And the thing that really surprised me was how just out of nowhere that ending came. That defeat for the pros. I did not see that happening.
Who would have thought the pros were in? Let's put it this way: the pros, they were really in such a disadvantaged situation. They had no choice but to surrender to all the beautiful women on the opposing team.
Yes, that's true. So actually, those were those games. Let's talk about the games coming up because I think that's what everyone is really excited about. TSM versus CLG, the match of the history. We already hear yells going out from the audience who they want to win.
I just want to remind everyone out there that we have the potential to see 6 matches if CLG wins the first set, we go to another best of 3.
People yelling if. I think some people think it's for sure.
Some people think it's for sure, but you know what? That's the wonder. That's the beauty of having so many people. They like to attach themselves to a team. They have their favorite players. They have their stars. They have their favorite champs. I'm sure we got a lot of HotShot fans. I'm sure we got a lot of Dyrus fans.
There we go.
I'm sure we have a lot of Pillow fans.
Pillow fans for sure. Yeah.
I mean, I would love to get the Pillow in this seat to interview the Pillow.
Yeah, that's the interview of a lifetime right there. It would be. Now, so we're actually going to be headed into those games in just a second. Do you have a prediction? Do you think 1 set, 2 set?
I would like to see it go the whole way.
Oh yeah, 6 games.
All 6 games. I'd love to see that.
6 games would be amazing. Well, so we'll have to see. We'll have to see what happens. Anyway, any words or any predictions? Anything you want to throw out there before we head off into the break?
I just want to thank you all for helping post the bail for Bubble Pop. Thank you. Thank you for upvoting us on Reddit, and do please stay tuned. We got some fantastic matches coming up.
And I want to give a quick shout out to IRC, Reddit, all the people on the North American General Forums and EU General Forums, of course. Just watching this, talking about it, you guys are what makes esports great. And of course, this audience, which is just, as we've talked about, has been absolutely amazing. So anyway, we're going to go into a break now. We'll see you guys shortly thereafter with Game 1 of CLG versus TSM.
I'm Cristina V, the world's worst Riven player. Hey! It's already been so much fun today. It's only 2 o'clock. Coming up next, it's CLG versus TSM. It's time to get serious. This is a grand championship, the finals. I'm really excited. How are you guys doing? I didn't even see you go on stage.
We're great.
Phreak and Rivington. Take it away.
All right, guys. Myself, Rivington the Third, and Phreak. We'll get a Riven quote out of her before the end of the day. Believe me. I'll make sure it happens. And I'm going to digress for a second. Phreak, I've always wanted to do this. Welcome to the League of Legends Champion Spotlight, featuring Phreak, the jungle's jungler. All right, since I'll never get to do that again, I had to at least once. Now we're waiting for these guys to get into the game. As they said, a possible 6 matches to come, and it could go that way. Both of these teams have a great early and late game, all around top caliber players. They are good one-on-ones. They are good as a team. What are we expecting to see from TSM and CLG right now?
So there's a couple things going on here. First of all, Shyvana, who's 9-0 in this tournament, has been played most games here by Saintvicious, the jungler for Counterlogic Gaming. It's a big deal. I think Solo Mid might want to ban that one out.
Yep.
The same vein there if you're going to go for the Vayne. Doublelift, of course, been playing Vayne most games as well. But I was actually going to segue over to the junglers. The Odd has been playing Nocturne most of his games. And we haven't actually seen Nocturne all that much outside of him and Crumbs. And so this seems to be sort of where they're moving with those junglers. They actually have seemingly different styles here with the Odd One, and ganks a whole heck of a lot.
Yeah, and before we were actually stating that he is a very supporty jungle.
Yeah, and he's been learning actually the more carry style that Saintvicious seems to employ. Saintvicious has been going pretty much positive kill death, and pretty much every one of their wins the last few games against Dignitas, he went like 4-1 both times in the opening few minutes. And actually, speaking of Saintvicious ganks, that's actually where CLG's been getting most of their kills, is the breakdown of where their kills are coming from. You know, some come from team fights, some come from ganks, and they come from various lanes. 40% of all of CLG's kills are top lane. And so we'll see, you know, Dyrus, the new top laner here from Team Solo Mid, if he's going to be able to withstand that.
Yeah, it's almost like bottom, you know, they're left to fend for themselves now. They need to start warding up a lot more. Middle to top is way easier to focus. You have a lot more variation to come into the lane, especially if they're a purple team. You have Tribush to come through or River. They're going to have to buy 2 wards to negate that. So you do see a lot of the focus towards top lane now. A lot of these junglers go quick Wraiths red, and you'll see mid or top. So it's very aggressive for the junglers now to come out, especially with the exhaust. You can get that middle lane to blow their summoner spells right off the bat, and we've seen that a lot. You just go back around and come right back for them.
Yeah, so we're going to see, if they run those types of junglers where you can have Nocturne who can actually cross through walls, doesn't need to really bring flash because you can guarantee to close to melee distance. And actually we saw that in game 2 of CLG versus Dignitas, where most of their DPS was dead, but there was still like 3 or 4 manning Baron, and you see IWDominate kind of standing there across the wall, and I'm just like, well, you're Mundo and you do have Smite and Exhaust, so there's no reason to stand there. Okay, and you didn't get anything done. But it's like a nice try to go in for that steal there. Didn't, of course, happen there. Other big champions, of course, here are Reginald's Karthus. I think he's only gotten to play him like once so far. It's like the only Karthus win this tournament. I think Karthus is like 1 and 2, but Reginald like crushed faces. Reggie's Cassiopeia also very, very strong. Cassiopeia, another champion. I think it's like 2-0 in the tournament so far.
Right.
Janna, honestly, I think everyone's kind of expecting. She's been picked. Like 9% of the time she's been available. Dr. Mundo up there as well. Kog'Maw up there as well. We just saw bigfatlp play Kog'Maw solo mid. And of course, Chaox, an exceptional Kog'Maw player himself. Doublelift, I don't know if he actually knows the champion. I was talking with Hotshot off screen yesterday, asking how he's going to do in the tournament, things like that. And I asked why he was picking Vayne so much and things like this. And he was saying, well, Doublelift it's 2 things. One, Doublelift is probably the only Vayne player that can play Vayne at that level, at a professional level.
He has really good positioning when he plays.
Yeah, and he's phenomenal. He's carried a lot of games for CLG by playing Vayne. The other one is he's like, well, Doublelift only kind of knows 4 champions, so we're kind of limited in these selections. And I was like, well, is that a problem for you? And he's like, well, it is a little bit, right? Like it is a little bit, to not have all those roles. But the thing is, we can switch it up. We know, that our players know different roles, they know different champions, and if Chauster is a super awesome Lee Sin top, I'll just play Janna. It's okay. We'll switch around, and it's better to have those good matchups than that little bit extra practice with that role or with that lane. So CLG is actually confident in switching themselves around and picking different lineups if they fit the situation. And he says it's actually more important than just playing the champion you've rehearsed 1,000 times.
Right. Yeah, there's going to be a good amount of focused bans here. Shen overall ban, but that's also going to be at HotshotGG or anybody else that wants to play it. Udyr, one of the most picked, I should say banned because he hasn't been picked, but the most controversial ban in the tournament, just always being banned out. Nobody wants to deal with him. He runs a very strong top lane, and it's really been Lee Sin left in the game a lot. And we've actually seen quite a bit of Anivia. Both from Dignitas and Big Fat playing that as his main mid this tournament. Yeah,
bigfatlp running out Anivia as actually his most played solo mid champion right now. We'll see if that ends up being a ban here. That was something that Dignitas did in game 2, is they banned out that Anivia after seeing how powerful it was in the first game. Of course, he's still crushed faces with Kog'Maw, so maybe his sort of depth of champions is too great for them. There's a lot of things that could go on here. I think Reginald and bigfatlp both have exceptional skill levels here, and they both have the ability to just kind of run through any series and dominate the game for their teams. We've seen pretty much every champion and every player for both these teams actually come through and dominate when it was their time to shine. We've seen that happen for Doublelift, we've seen that happen for KpopE. Earlier for Dignitas, it was kind of up to whether Voyboy could feed or actually dominate, and that seemed to kind of determine how well Dignitas did in this tournament. Of course, they're out and down to 3rd place, so now we're down to just the CLG and TSM, and I think everyone's been practicing really, really hard. They've been taking the last few months to really go for it all out. Solo mid, they've grabbed their new fighter player. They've got Dyrus there instead of the Rain Man. They've got a new coach living with them. I actually spoke with him off stage a little bit, and he's feeling confident. He's looking forward to the games. And of course, Counterlogic Gaming, they've been in Korea competing in that tournament there. They're moving on. They're in the top 8 so far in that tourney, and they're just practicing as hard as they can against those teams and coming through. And both these teams have something to prove.
Yeah, and right now, guys, 141,000 people want to hear how loud you can actually be that are watching the stream right now. And let's get more people watching. How loud can you be? I like it. I like it.
Yeah.
141,000 people approve, and they also want to see this TSM CLG match. How bad do you want to see this match?
And the signs everywhere. Nice. And the please don't play Cog sad face sign. I like that. All right, so let's also get down to what's going to happen in these games. So this is a double elimination tournament. If you're not quite sure how this works out, let me break it down for you. So there's an upper bracket and a lower bracket. Every game is best of 3. If you lose a series, as Counterlogic Gaming did, you go down to the lower bracket. Now, Solo Mid, who's still in the upper bracket, they've met up and they're together here in the championship match. However, because Counterlogic Gaming has lost a series and Solo Mid has not, it's actually weighted in favor of Team Solo Mid. In order to win this tournament, Counterlogic Gaming has to win a best of 3 and then win a best of 3. Solo mid can either win a best of 3 and it's done, or they can lose a best of 3 and then win a best of 3 and then they still win. They've got an extra sort of BO3 advantage over here. So basically CLG must win 4 games before solo mid can win basically 2 in a row.
Right, and as we said, both teams are really high caliber. TSM actually showing well within their past tournaments, but not producing the outcomes they would like to see. And really here, they've just taken it straight to the final road. They were like, you know, we're going to take that week where we did not stream, and we're really going to buckle down. They've tried it before. It kind of worked for them. It seems like they fell out of it. Now with Dyrus on the team, really doing a great job top. A lot of communication. You can always hear him. He's usually the loudest one saying, don't do this, do this. Sometimes it's things you don't want to hear, but you know what? It gets the job done, and they've been doing a really great job. Right.
Yeah, it happens. Yeah, and of course the crowd has been phenomenal. We just had you guys yell out, "We'll give you guys a rest." I know it has a cool down, but yeah, you guys have been doing a great job coming out and supporting your favorite players. When they come up on stage, I expect to be deafened a little bit. It'll be interesting. Hopefully the Thundersticks don't completely dominate their ability to communicate with each other.
We'll StarCraft something to be like, what's that sound?
Yeah, well, it's the sound of a very active and enjoyable crowd, of course, and we'll continue to see you guys show up throughout the Season 2 circuit, of course. $5 million spread across that circuit going on since last November and still coming through. And, of course, got more games to go in these championships and in these tournaments. But this one, IPL4, $50,000 up for grabs. And, oh, man, it's going to be a lot on the line.
Yeah, it's going to be an amazing thing. We're going to take a quick short break with a little bit of an interview for you, a little more information about what's going on and what are these players feeling, and we'll be right back after that.
Hello, everyone. I am here with Dinh. We just grabbed him. He just sat down. So I don't know even if he's so prepared, but big cheers from the audience going up for you. Hey, great job casting yesterday, man.
Thank you. It was really fun.
Oh, just a little bit closer.
A little closer?
Yeah, there we go. Yeah.
Do I have to eat it and put it on?
No.
I'm just kidding.
Yeah. No eating the mic. No. But yeah, great job casting yesterday. So your brother about to face off against CLG.
Yes.
You have any emotions going through you, or you're just like, whatever?
He's my brother. I owe it to my bloodline to root for him.
Your bloodline. Okay.
To my bloodline.
The Dinh bloodline. So do you think you have any predictions for this? Obviously, I'm guessing you're rooting for TSM. Do you think it'll go to the second set?
I feel like if CLG is in their element, they can definitely win. TSM can definitely win as well. The way I feel about it is at any point either team can win. So TSM definitely has a buffer over them.
Right.
So it comes down to I think TSM has a really good chance, but anything can happen.
So TSM actually has is it a coach or a manager working with them now?
It's more of like a manager / coach, I guess.
Like a life coach, right?
A life coach.
Okay. Manager / coach.
The thing is the players know how to play the game, and that's what they're best at doing. But some things they're not great at doing, like eating habits, sleeping habits. And
right.
Really, you don't want to eat microwave dinner every meal. That's what I ate when I visit them for like a week.
Yeah.
And so.
Well, do you think that he has been a huge contribution here? Because obviously they've done great at this tournament. Do you think that's what it caused it?
I definitely think so, because him being there, anytime you eat healthier, just live healthier and just be more a little active, it affects you both physically and mentally, and that will definitely improve your game.
Right. Well, what have you thought of this event overall?
I definitely think it's very fun. It's the location, it's the environment, the crowd has a lot of energy, and you mix all that together, it just makes for a very, very exciting event.
All right. Well, let's say TSM wins.
Yeah.
What are you gonna do? So much tension in the crowd about who's gonna win. But let's say TSM does win. What are you and Reggie gonna do tonight?
We're gonna drop 5,000 on black.
Really? Nice. Wow.
No, me and him, he was kidding. He was like, oh man, if I win, I'm going to win this much money. I'm going to say, hey, I'm going to drop 5,000 on black. If I win that, and say, it feels like I just won Hanover.
Well, if you guys end up doing anything like that, I hope there's a vlog on the TSM site for that. In fact, you should give a plug for that site, because I know that's a huge thing for Reggie.
Definitely. So one of the sites that we actually own and manage is solomid.net. Naturally, the team's name is Team Solo Mid. It's a website where you can come and visit to look for guides. There's communities, there's video logs, and so you kind of learn a little bit more about the players that's actually playing on TSM. So if you want to step up your game, find just very, very useful guides written by the pros, visit solomid.net.
Well, hey, really quickly before we go, you're on 4-0 now. That was big news.
Yeah.
Do you have any plans besides playing on that team? I know everybody's really appreciated your casting. Anything you can talk about?
4-0 right now. Basically, I still feel a little attached to the game. I kind of want to step down a little bit, but you walk away from it for a little while, and then you're like, oh damn, I kind of miss playing this game.
Yeah.
And so when they asked me, hey, you want to join 4-0, I thought about it. I was like, should I really just stop playing and focusing on casting more?
Right.
And I told them my schedule. I told them I'm going to be a lot less available, and if they're okay with that, and we kind of try each other out for a week.
Right.
If we mesh well, then I'll stay. And if you don't like me either, you can just kick me anytime.
All right. Well, hey, do you have any shout-outs before we switch over to the game?
Oh, yeah, definitely. Shout out to CLG, TSM. They're both doing really, really great this tournament. Shout out to the fans in the audience. Shout out to the fans at home. Shout out to Mama. I know she's watching right now for sure, too. So.
Hey, great. That's So I think we're actually going to go into the break right now. And then after that, we'll have that game up in just a second. So, hey, thanks for the interview, and we'll see you in the next game.
All right, thanks a lot.
We can go higher. So this would be 8-4-20 if we can make it. 8-4-29.
Congratulations, everyone. That is awesome.
I'm Jeff In Control Robinson from Team EG, and this is Kingston's HyperX Genesis. It provides an ideal speed boost to increase the performance of your PC without the added price tag of hundreds of dollars in component upgrades. Genesis offers outstanding thermal dissipation, high frequency speeds, and low latency, so it's a perfect match for PC enthusiasts, system integrators, and gamers running Intel's i5 dual-channel motherboards.
Get brilliant HD with AMD A-Series APUs at www.amd.com/vision.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to your final matchup of the tournament. TSM versus CLG about to go underway. Let's get these guys up on stage. Phreak, would you like to do the pleasure of starting?
Alrighty, well, over to my right, we have Counter Logic Gaming. Actually, sorry, they are lining up. Give me a second about that. They're actually going to get ready for themselves. But we do have Team Solo Mid, as
yes,
you just
we do.
said, and Counter Logic Gaming. And they're going to be coming up here very, very shortly. Lonnie getting ready as well. Let's go ahead and grab, I believe she is, or actually, sorry about that. Unsure if Lonnie is ready to go up here with the Live U recap.
Yeah, let's bring up Lonnie.
Like to come up here, give a little hello to the world. No, actually, sorry. I am, yes, she is going to be here. Hello, Lonnie.
Hi, guys.
Hello.
My name is Lonnie, and I'm here with the Live U unit. And I also have a guest host today, Lil Susie. She's known in the Brood War community. She's helping me do interviews with all the Korean players. So we're walking around having a lot of fun, and I just want to let you guys know, as usual, we still have a lot of swag. So I kind of want to hear it if you guys want a free t-shirt. Okay, here you go. So we have 2 t-shirts that we're gonna throw out. So I need some, yeah. Okay, guys, ready? Okay, one more.
How about this? This 2 sections over here. Let's hear you scream and see if you're louder than them. All right, then, can you guys be louder than them, you think? All right, actually, I thought that was kind of unfair because they do have more people, to be honest.
Well, thank you guys so much. You guys can check us out on LiveView at twitch.tv/IPL5 So please tweet on your social media and watch us because we're having a lot of fun today. Thanks.
All right, very cool. And it looks like we are going to get these teams introduced. Looks like we're going to start off on my left here. I'm going to introduce CLG for you. Let's start off with HotshotGG. HotshotGG, that top lane for CLG. We're going to bring it up next to the 80 carry. Let's bring out Doublelift. down in that bottom lane with Doublelift is going to be your support for CLG is Chauster. And your man running around, controlling the lanes to help everybody out. We do have Saintvicious in the jungle. And last but not least, that AP mid carry, strong all game, all tournament, bigfatlp.
All right, it's now that you have Counterlogic Gaming up on stage, let's bring out Team Solo Mid. Reginald playing solo mid. Get yourself up here. There is TSM's mage player coming out. The next up, looks like we have AD carry Chaos coming up.
Yeah, Dyrus.
All right, next up we have the jungler, the odd one. Support player for Team Solo Mid, also known as Xpecial.
Newest member.
And Team Solo Mid's newest addition, the solo top player, it is Dyrus. Thank you, Dyrus. Dyrus gives me gummy bears.
Gummies, yeah, yeah.
Thank you, Dyrus. Alrighty, and looks like it is going to be time for the coin toss with Cristina. Get on up here.
All right, gentlemen.
And lady.
Who's gonna call it? Heads?
We got call it in the air.
Okay, TSM is heads. CLG is tails. Here it goes.
Woo!
Heads.
All right, good handshake we got going on here. We are going to get these players into the lobby, into the game, and into your champ select. As we have said before, looking to ban out that Karthus for Reginald, really scary. Maxing that Wall of Pain pretty fast. We are looking for the Shen, Nidalee ban, HotshotGG top. Udyr might be banned out as well. A few other ones, Reginald's Cassiopeia. What are they looking at for CLG though? What are our bans there?
Bans against CLG
Yes.
or CLG's bans?
Against.
Against
Good
CLG.
call.
So, as you said, with actually Solo Mid getting first pick, actually their choice, I believe it is.
Right.
It's not necessarily their automatically blue team. I think both teams are going to respect Shen here. I think Dyrus and HotshotGG, and I think Shen is a little bit better played as top than as jungle, unless it's going to fit a certain kind of strategy. But I think HotshotGG and Dyrus both know how to play Shen well enough, and he's been a strong enough champion here in this tournament and in these players' hands that I think there will be respect bans coming out there. The other bans I see coming out, likely to drop out Vayne, just to limit one of Doublelift's options. You know, as Hotshot said, and of course Solo Mid, you know, they know CLG so very well. They do know the champion roles and the champions that these guys have and what they know to play best and what they're not so good at. I would expect to see some Doublelift aimed bans. I might even expect to see a Shyvana dropped out there. However, you know, Saint's really good at Dr. Mundo as well. And you have actually a couple games coming out here because you could say, oh, you know, we're going to bait you into the Shen ban, or we'll ban and then we're going to first pick a jungler. We're going to like, you know, ban out Shyvana, first pick Mundo, and then give Saint maybe his third choice there. And that actually might be enough of an advantage to keep him off of Dyrus's lane so much because he's been just such a dominant top lane ganker. That's absolutely a possibility here. And so there's actually just a lot of different games that can be played with the pick and ban game, and you can't, you know, really guess what kind of strategy they might run until you sort of go halfway through. And actually one of the things that CLG did in their second game against Dignitas was actually really clever, where they picked up Dr. Mundo, and was it Mundo? No, it was Shyvana. They picked up Shyvana, they picked up Janna, and they picked up Kog'Maw, and Kog'Maw can be poke comp, worst nightmare solo mid, or it can be standard AD carry that we've seen all tournament, and then they were like, oh, and by the way, last two picks, poke comp. Let's do this. And they turned it around with their last, you know, their very last two picks to try to surprise Dignitas. And that is something that absolutely both these teams can do again to cause, you know, all sorts of havoc and really out-predict their opponents and, you know, bait these strategies out. So
yeah, they do have, the CLG has a lot of things they can run. They obviously have their tanky strat where they leave just Hotshot to farm Cho'Gath wherever he wants, usually pulling it, and they can get a lot of Barons out of that, actually, as we've seen in tournaments. Hotshot will just split push so far away, draw 2 people down, and be like, hey, I'll teleport back to Baron. You guys are down bottom lane with me. So they've been doing that. Look for Dyrus, Olaf ban possibly. Yeah, it's also good on Vladimir this tournament. He's been playing quite strong. So there's a huge pool of champions for both teams to choose from.
Yeah, I think that's actually a really big advantage that Solomid had from picking up Dyrus, is he has just an amazing repertoire of champions. He's played since beta, was known for his jacks. We saw actually Voyboy run that a couple of times throughout this tournament. Crumbs as well, the jungler for Curse. But yeah, Dyrus, playing since beta, actually was on one of Reginald's old teams back in beta. He created a team called All or Nothing, and that is a team that actually he had Dyrus on, as well as his brother Dinh, a couple other faces that either have moved to other teams or have stopped playing the game since. But basically Reginald has been a leader since 2.5 years ago. Dyrus has been a teammate of his 2.5 years ago. They're kind of reuniting here. Solomid's lineup actually has been stable for a very, very long time, since late 2010, I believe, and maybe even earlier. Counterlogic Gaming, their last change-up was quite a while ago as they dropped out Elements. They picked up Doublelift. They switched around the roles a little bit, kind of solidified what
it almost took him a little time to meld that together as well. Yeah, he was top, he was bottom, switching everybody around.
It was interesting too, because right after they had taken Elements off the team and added in Chauster, Elements joined Curse, and then Curse and Counterlogic Gaming actually had fought a tournament like that weekend, and Curse 2-0'd them, and everyone was like, better bench Elements, right? So it was great. And then, of course, Counterlogic Gaming had since solidified that lineup, practiced a lot more, and got their team cohesion together, and they actually started playing phenomenally. And actually, a very similar thing happened with Team Solomid. They picked up Dyrus. The Rain Man left. He wasn't booted. The Rain Man chose to leave the team, and Dyrus joined in, was like, I already live with you guys. Let's do it. If you don't know, by the way, Team Solomid, they all live together in New York. They have a gaming house together, and they've been practicing hardcore. And actually, Solomid had that same rocky start. They got the new lineup. They lost a few scrims. The internet made fun of them, and then they picked it up. They started practicing, and they got the cohesion together, and neither team has ever looked better than now. And the anticipation is building for this match. They have not yet met in this tournament. Counterlogic Gaming must win 4 games. They have to win 2 best-of-3s to make this through. And with the anticipation building, we're up to 150,000 people watching this second online. Millions have tuned in over the weekend. The hundreds of you here, can you please show these 150,000 people as we get into Champion Select what it means to be here at IPL4? Absolutely. And the Nocturne.
Great. We do see Shen and Nocturne out of there right away into Champion Select here. The ban's coming out. It is going to be CLG with that coin toss on the first pick, first ban.
So yeah, Solomid elected with their coin toss victory to choose to get the second place in the order, because they get the very last pick of the game, which means they can counterpick one of those mid lanes that they choose to pick that way. You see these bans coming out, and Team Solomid, their bans are not aimed at player specific, but as sort of best in class. They're dropping out that Shen. They're dropping out that Shen and Janna that are normally just always grabs up and always first picked here, whereas the bans for CLG are aimed at specific players here. Oh, there's the Nidalee ban.
Nidalee.
Alrighty, so Hotshot getting banned out twice. Janna being banned away. Let's see if CLG knows other supports here. We'll see where this pans out, because the Soraka, of course, was so... Oh, and Udyr making his, I think, 5th appearance of the tournament. Actually has a losing record so far, so we'll see if they can turn that one around. And I like this pick from CLG, because you can go mid or top.
Yeah, it really can be. It's such a strong character for CLG. Hotshot goes for that quick gold per 10, and he just continues to dominate his lane. You'll see him farming past the tower quite a bit. He enjoys doing that. Really risky thing to do, but he keeps those wards up, so that's a very good pick for CLG, and it can be strong, a huge, strong composition pick as well, with all the utility that Udyr can bring to a fight.
Yep, so the Cogma that's been the story for the entire tournament is, of course, available. KX may choose to run it, or they may choose to find some kind of counter lane, bait out Vayne, and go for something like, Nunu Misfortune or Leona Misfortune, just go all out aggression. Tarek MF also. All those can be options there. They right now have Cogma tentatively picked here for Chaos. Again, that could be a solo mid mage pick here for Reginald, though I don't think he knows Cog all that well, at least not as well as bigfatlp. And they're actually leaving Shyvana out there. So I'm a little bit surprised by the early Mundo pick. They're not really denying any options here. They're not getting first dibs on support. They're getting first dibs on AD carry, but they're really not denying any of CLG's options. Because I don't think they're likely to run Cogma here, or with the Udyr being picked up, and they're not likely to run Mundo because they always take Shyvana.
Right, and actually, to point out, this is the first time that Nocturne has been banned out in the tournament, so they're definitely focusing Odd One with that. We'll have to see if he's forced into a supporty jungle. If they do take the Shyvana, Mundo has been taken by Dyrus, and that could be going top lane against that Udyr.
That is a
going
possibility.
into the jungle as well.
We did see
Better clear
Triesimo.
time there.
Yeah, we did see Triesimo run that solo top.
Yep.
And yep, they have locked in that Vayne, so Counterlogic Gaming once again running Vayne. And the Alistar pick I like a lot as well. Chauster does like the Alistar, and Ali Vayne in general is a great team comp because you can choose to play aggressively if the lane is weak. You have 2 stuns there, you have some knockups, some knockbacks. You can definitely bully these champions out. At the same time, in a team fight, unless you're fighting against Olaf or Morgana, Alistar has pretty much all the protection you ever need from champions trying to dive you. So this could be very, very exceptional for Counterlogic Gaming. They're set up to have champions they really enjoy right now.
And we're waiting for Special and Reginald. Looks like Reginald is going to be able to choose his spot or leave it up to the Odd One because CLG has not shown their mid yet. So it looks like it is going to be Mundo in the jungle, and Dyrus may be grabbing that. They could be faking it out and leaving Odd One to pick that next AP. We'll have to see, so they can counter it hard on the last pick. Saintvicious and Chauster now to go through theirs. They still need that AP. They do have a top. Need a definitive jungler here. Could be Udyr still.
And you know, one thing I actually want to point out real quick is when the Soraka pick came out, can you guys put your sign back up? You had a Bananas OP sign up in the audience.
I like it.
If you're here in the audience, look around. Cameraman can hear me, we'd like to see it. But yeah, there's a Bananas OP guy holding up a big banana over his head as well. I love that players are coming out for their favorite champions and saying, yeah, we made signs just to be relevant to these champions. And I really think like signs are one of the coolest things to come out of this. I like that so much, of course. It happens in any of these live events, but signs make my day.
Pillows now.
And pillows,
and
yeah.
Pillows now.
I mean, it's becoming more and more a real
trends,
thing.
Man. So they do have, yes, CLG is going to run the bit of a tanky strat here. Udyr is going to get tanky, Alistar will get tanky, and you are going to see that Chauster Hotshot on Cho'Gath. And Lulu, they still need that AP possibly.
Yeah, well, normally Dyrus is going to be solo top, though, so that is going to be Reginald in mid
Double
with
AP.
Karthus. He's 1-0 with Karthus so far. I like this. And you know, we did see that 12-1 and 12 Vladimir that Dyrus ran earlier against Dignitas. I mean, I like this lineup for solo mid. There's a whole heck of a lot of damage output there, and there's some good burst healing there from the Soraka as well. I think they can kind of fence people away and keep Kax alive. But everyone here on solo mid's a damage threat, so you know, it's going to be a little bit difficult for CLG to say, yes, this is how we're going to play it out. We know how we're going to win these fights. It's going to be focusing, well, Vlad can pool, Karthus deals damage while dead, and Kog'Maw has 700 range. And Mundo's Mundo. So good luck with that, guys.
Right. This level 1 fight for CLG, though, everybody has a stun.
Wow.
Everybody.
Yeah, everyone has a hard CC on CLG.
Yeah.
Oh, that is...
pop-up stun, yep.
Yeah. I mean, Shogat does not technically stun you, but yeah, everyone basically on CLG has a stun. You're absolutely right. So I would not be surprised to see them invade in. They actually did not grab Clairvoyance on their support. Chauster running Exhaust Flash, whereas Special is running CV, which I think they need because this level 1 CLG team, there's so much damage, so much pressure there that if you don't run Clairvoyance or just hide like in your fountain at the start of the game, you're going to get caught out and picked up if CLG plays it right. So I like that move from solo mid to make those choices. And you know, we'll see what this ends up being. We have the jungle Mundo here, the solo mid Karthus, grabbing Exhaust Flash. You've got Dyrus there, solo top once again with Heal Ghost. And then KX on the AD carry has been running him a lot.
Yeah.
I think Kog'Maw has been the second most contested champion of this tournament. And you know, we'll see if it works out for him. I mean, solo mid just needs to win this one best 3 to close it out. CLG must win this to stay alive, and they want to go ahead and win as well if they can help it. So, you know, we don't quite know what's going to happen here.
Now, these team fights for TSM are going to be really tricky for CLG because they are going to have a special with 2 heals, his one that you can poke on anybody, and then Wish. But Dyrus and Kax are both running Summoner Heal, so that is going to be a huge burst of health in any fight that they have, and there are some pretty high cooldowns on CLG's team. Chauster's going to be able to headbutt and get in there, but he's pretty much just going to try to trample and walk around after that. You'll have Saintvicious in the fight all the time, which will help, but it is going to be a pretty big heal bait in that first 5v5 with TSM versus CLG.
Okay, so we are getting down through the spectator timer real quick. So what do you think? What's the big lineup advantage here? Do you think any of these teams have a big advantage just from champion select?
I think the advantage of pushing people around in a fight goes to CLG, but the burst and just front end damage that TSM can put out right away, if you get walled, you're going to get hit with Dyrus' Transfusion and Tides of Blood, and Kog'Maw is going to be able to do whatever he wants from whatever range. So they're going to have to push around. They're really going to have to split fights, make sure people are peeled off of Doublelift, which they have a perfect team to do. That's great, a great team and a beefy front line, especially for Vayne to get in close. Because Kog'Maw is going to be all the way on the other side of the fight, so they won't even be doing anything until it's like, 3 people are down and everybody's kind of scrambling around.
Yeah. One thing I want to point out actually is Doublelift is the only AD carry I've seen pretty much 100% of the time run cleanse.
Yes.
And there's like 2 abilities to cleanse like on the entire enemy team. It's like he can cleanse like Karthus Wall, Mundo Cleaver, and Exhaust. And I mean like maybe a Soraka Silence, but like that's it. Like he's got like there's not like an Ashe or like
you're not going to get hit up right quick.
There's no Alistair, Taric, Ashe. Like there's none of those like super hardcore CCs coming out here. But he runs cleanse every time anyway. And his third item is always Quicksilver Sash. It's Bloodthirster, Infinity Edge, buy a Phantom Dancer, get a Quicksilver Sash. And that is his build in every single champion, every single game. And it's the same summoners over and over.
Yeah, and it's not like they have Nocturne, they can't jump focus him and whatnot, so it could have been a more useful summoner spell, but whatever, his mentality, the mechanics, he wants to stay in that positioning, he plays Vayne very well. So could have been used out for something else, maybe a heal bottom to get a bait going on. No heals actually on the team, and they don't really have they have a true healer, but not exactly a heavy healer. Chauster can put out some heals. And he'll be able to do that more and more as minions go down and things die on the map. There it is, CLG versus TSM, getting ready to go for this matchup. HotshotGG, Saintvicious, Big Fat, they're kind of just rolling it down. TSM on the right side. I can't see whose face that is.
Yeah, so as we get into this game, the loading screen about done. If you want CLG to win this first game, let me hear you in the audience and at home. Let's go. And if you are a Team Solo Mid fan, that is a massive home crowd advantage if I've ever seen one. Holy cow, you guys, just in general. Alrighty, so looking through the builds here, we have the best of the best now in this tournament. I want to give you guys the rundown on the builds as we start out this game. BigFatLP opening with 40 MR. 10 Magic Pen, so Magic penetration a little bit on blues, then MR flat blues. Looks like his base move speed 375 tells me he's going move speed quints as well, and it looks like actually it's a 9021. He's got 10 cooldown reduction, so going utility spec on Anivia. HotshotGG on Cho'Gath, looking through no penetrations, no bonus CDR, no bonus attack speed as far as I can tell. So just kind of full tank spec here. And I'm expecting at least some in utility and some in defense. Certainly not any in offense. Through on Doublelift, definitely 21-9-0, Lifesteal Mastery. Learning Tumble at 1, doesn't care what the fight might be. Saintvicious already actually has learned Phoenix.
It's 400 movement speed already.
Yeah, which means move speed quints and the move speed mastery in utility. Looks like no penetration, so it might be, it's 0.21-9. He's got the 0.45 CDR per level. And Chauster on Alistair, 6 CDR means he's 21 utility, so 0921. Does have 15 armor pen, so he's running armor pen on those marks there, so he can deal bonus damage with his basic attacks. Moving over to KX, you can see Solomid very much hiding over on their side. KX 2109. Actually, it might be 2109 because he's got a lot of magic mana regeneration, or 2190. I forget how the numbers exactly stack up, but flat MR blue certainly, and looks like AD on everything else.
A very nice CV. They do clear out blue, lay waste, trying to get vision there. Hotshot still pushing through. They don't want him to have any part of their jungle right now, and their team can easily force that to happen. Reginald's going to be forced to just go back mid. Xpecial also there, but it looks like they're going to come around for the exit. No. Maybe a safe place to back. They do see that they're still mid, so the bottom lane's not going to be there. They're giving them too much vision on this, I think.
They're giving Saintvicious that blue buff, and he will actually continue to clear this out. You'll have the timer, 7 minutes 13. And the good thing here is these are going to be asynchronous golem respawns. Normally, if both junglers start blue, they both spawn at 7 minutes. If you go for a steal, you're letting your own get stolen as well. What you really want to do with these timings is make sure that they spawn at different times, so you can always say, okay, we'll steal theirs, then we'll come back and grab ours and make sure we don't lose anything. But the odd one really wants to, I think he was trying to look, he's
waiting for Udyr to come back over. He's being very patient, waiting for Saint. Oh, does he get antsy? He's going to move at the exact right time and get himself into that bush. The CV goes down and they didn't see anything, but they also don't see Saintvicious. That is just out of range. And it looks like he is going to be able to get it without anything happening. Saint's going to come out here. Sad panda for him. A very nice job as he sees Odd One exit stage left.
And yeah, he just sees him get out of that jungle. Nice job there. Hotshot getting harassed pretty well by Dyrus. The one thing about Cho'Gath is your ability to lane is determined by your ability to last hit. There's no real innate sustain on Shogath, except when you last hit a minion, you get a bunch of health and mana back. And so if you can keep that happening, he'll survive Dyrus and be fine. If he gets zoned away from last hits, he'll keep getting zoned because he'll have no health. So it's a very snowbally, can you shut down Cho'Gath type lane? And Hotshot seems to always like this Cho'Gath and seems to always make it work for him. Looking through real quick, Dyrus, looks like a 921-0 build for him. Looks like no bonus lifesteal, spell vamp, anything like that. Pretty standard magic penetration there. Looking through the rest of these builds, it's special. Put up against his turret, should be okay right now. Looks like CDR blues, and I'm seeing 21 utility. Ooh, some pressure there onto Kaox. I think an 0921 there gonna happen. Special, last hitting a minion, now ahead of Chauster in gold. Well played, special. Bananas, OP.
Dyrus still trying to push Hotshot back. He's forced to start using his potions here, but doing a great job of keeping that CS up as well. 13 to 16 as we are still just in the beginning stages of this laning phase. 5K to 5K. Still got the even on gold. Reginald. Oh.
Saint CLG known for ganking top over and over. A great rupture there. He should have Sanguine pooled that earlier. Here comes the bear stance. The ignite is on. Dyrus did not summon a heal in time. Still trying to run away. Can they land the spells? There's the rupture. That will be the dive.
Very good aggression and nice rupture indeed. He did not have the time to get out of that one, and I believe blue both summoner spells to try and make it out, heal and ghoster down, so that top lane is an easy focus for about the next minute and a half, 3 minutes.
And a minion wave starting to die to this turret. Oddone will miss out on 2 minions worth of gold. We'll go for this last one. Keeping the lane alive, but not the best situation for this guy. He's trying to crush down these minions, get these last hits done for himself, but you know, still Dyrus push out of that lane. HotshotGG with 400 bonus gold, already grabbing a heart of gold. He's going to love that extra income there. It's going to let him lane so very well. He's going to keep being a force throughout this game.
And it looks like they are going to pressure it again. They said, you know what? He's going to be right back in lane. He's going to feel like he's kind of safe because he doesn't know where we are. No, they're going to grab Mundo as he runs back into the jungle here. It's going to be Tribush. Hello, meeting each other. The rupture goes off, but he just gets out of the range of rupture. I don't know how that missed, but it looks like they are going to go hard aggressive on this. Pursuing Odd One under the turret. Saintvicious says, let's do this. It looks like Hotshot had different thoughts, and they are forced to back for miscommunication there. I think Dyrus would have gotten at least a kill off of that, so it's a better choice that they did not choose to fight.
Looks like some pressure happening against Chauster right now. Actually taking a bit of pain there. Kaox hitting him a little bit, but Doublelift still last hitting. That 3% lifesteal from Mastery is keeping him alive, as well as Alistair's Triumphant Roar. Actually maxing that first, by the way, Chauster, putting up those points in a heal. Kaox actually ignoring the Voidoos, and you kept pointing out that, you know, normally it was weird that these guys were, you know, points in Voidoos, but now he's actually going 2 points of Bioarcane Barrage, 2 points of Caustic Spittle, wants to go for that just standard DPS output.
Wow, yeah, he hasn't even leveled that E yet. That's crazy. Very nice. Going for the fast objectives and fast early passive attack speed.
Yep, Solomid pretty safe though at bot lane. They do have that ward in the brush, and they can kind of see Saintvicious. When he comes in, they should be safe here. They've been pushed pretty far back, so that's good for them. They've managed to basically stabilize this lane and keep farming. 39 to 54 in minions actually, so actually really a lot better last hitting coming out of Doublelift. It's actually very, very impressive of him.
So that 400 gold lead sticking up top for Hotshot as the Heart of Gold is helping him. Dyrus is going to be backing here, possibly has enough for his revolver. He's going to need about 800, he does not, so it looks like he will stop his back. Say the minion wave is right there. I kind of have a little time to farm. We do see the Odd One, little pressure on mid as we do see Big Fat has back, so it's going to be a little bit of a free experience for Saintvicious. He loves taxing lanes.
Yep, it's going to be some nice gold picked up experience. He's first to level 6 actually. Did beat Dr. Mundo by half a level, so CLG still holding their advantage strong. I'm going to actually finish up on the build orders real fast. Reginald getting that catalyst. Looks like 2109 is the likely pickup there, based on the cooldowns and the magic penetration. Also, not running MR Blues, who's actually full squishy here, relying on ability power all the way to the bank here on Karthus. So we'll see if he can get harassed out, or if bigfatlp is going to miss most of his spells, or if Reginald can dive everything. Top lane, a little bit of pressure there. Hotshot getting harassed down a little. Staying okay. Bot lane, pressure up on a Kaox, taking a lot of pain right here. Third Silver Bolt is proc, down to 1/3 health.
It looks like blue has just come up. Saintvicious is going to donate that over to Anivia, but the Odd One says, we have the timer on this. We are going to focus it. Dyrus has not come down, but they do have HotshotGG to accompany the fight. It's going to be a 3v2 if they decide to go in on this. He could just lay waste over the edge. They do have exhaust. Wall of pain goes down, and Flash Frost does as well. The damage going out onto Reginald, flashing back over the wall as they all committed the same direction. He may make it out. The Ignite is on. The last hit from bigfatlp takes him out. Requiem goes down, and this is going to be a lot of pain as we do see HotshotGG falls. Not so much on Saintvicious, however, as he does have that null magic early mantle. And saving themselves. They go 1 for 1 in that blue. It's still up, so Big Fat pretty pleased with that fight.
Yeah, they traded 1 for 1 ultimately, which is pretty much okay. Navy got a kill, and then so did Dr. Mundo, actually. So the kills started to get spread out a little bit. There is that one small death advantage, though, in that HotshotGG died, and that's actually kind of a big deal for Cho'Gath because he wants those feast stacks to stick. So it gives Dyrus a little bit of extra lane pressure there and ability to kind of come back and make things happen, but the kills were more or less a wash otherwise, and no blue buff steal managed to happen there. So bigfatlp coming out pretty happy, has his Tear of the Goddess already, has Golem buff as well, and has a kill under the bank now too.
And looking up, see HotshotGG returning to lane with a Philo as well for a little bit of health and mana gen, so double on the GP10. He's going to be looking to grab a lot of gold from that. And we'll see Dyrus is now backing. I believe he will have enough. He
Okay, accidentally destroyed at bot lane right now. Still stuck with all those stuns, but they turn on Doublelift, the ult, the flash. He will make it out, especially coming in just in time to heal that. Kaox actually did keep his flash up. Did have to burn a summoner heal, but still, they also had to burn Doublelift's cleanse to be fair. So they actually came out a summoner spell because Doublelift's flash and cleanse both burned. Kaox still has his. Chauster forced back, still has all his summoners. I'm surprised he didn't exhaust as part of that trade. So they could have probably kept sticking on the Kaox, burn the exhaust, and say, yeah, you're not going to kill Doublelift. He's going to keep DPSing you.
So Dyrus now coming back to lane with a bit more sustain. That'll be quite nice for him. Double blue buffs in middle as Reginald got back up into the game. Well, Wall of Pain goes down. The lay waste, but he doesn't want to chase too much. He's just standing right in the ultimate. Wasn't able to path around it, and Saint's like, never mind, you got it. You do your thing. Looks like we got bottom lane returning. Doublelift has gotten himself a BF sword, and he does have one Doran's. Just Kog'Maw going for the same. He hasn't purchased yet. We'll have to see what Kaox gets as he is backing right now. And his buys are going to be quick Zerks into 3 Dorans. So he will be able to out-sustain that damage that Vayne can do if she doesn't proc them all. We do have Saintvicious coming in. Dyrus hits the bush, so it's going to be hard for Vision. The quick pool, and that's going to be nothing for them. Saints like, oh, yep, maybe not. That pool lasts quite a bit of time, and they will thwart that. Nice job by Dyrus.
bigfatlp actually doing a great job. Of course, renewed his Golem buff thanks to the kill on Karthus, and is now clearing these Wraiths out, farming them for gold. 77 minions on him. Still 82 on Karthus, though, so Reginald outlast hitting. However, now that Anivia is 6 and has Golem, it'll be a little bit easier for him to get that gold back into his favor. I'm surprised that Kaox didn't go for the BF sword, went for the attack speed Doran's opener, which does give him better lane presence, but it means Doublelift has really good spike damage with that 45 AD from the BF sword. He had 1900 gold when he went back to base and did not turn it into a BF, just really wants to go for the little bit better durability, wants to survive these dives, and the good sustain there. And Doublelift going to take, good tumble there, dodging that. Mid lane, bigfatlp going to start pooping on Reginald a little bit. Good pressure there, getting him down by a third. Still 40 MR, Reginald not with sword shoes, so bigfatlp can survive this pressure pretty well.
So it looks like they may be trying to formulate a dragon pressure here. Dyrus coming all the way down from top lane, and Mundo is in position to make this happen. The odd one about to show himself bottom. You can see the heal coming out and a little bit of a back, so they know what's going on. Anivia on the left side of Dragon Wall could throw a Flash Frost over, but they don't have vision. There is a ping. Oh, they do have vision. That's their pink ward. So TSM does not know that is there.
Special forced to flash out right there. Would have gotten stunned now. Oh my god!
Beautiful wall.
Beautiful wall. Picks that. They got the dragon. Doublelift getting forced out. 60 health gained right there from the heal. Ult comes down from Kaox. Hits Chauster. Doublelift going to fall down. There's one. You're going to keep pressuring here. Saintvicious taking some pain. Will drop down as well. Now Muna trying to walk away. TSM looking good in this fight. 4-3 for them. Ooh, a little bit more pain coming in onto that Karthus. They'll make it out. And solo mid actually, they got 2 kills for 1, including the AD carry a jungler at loss of support. And they picked up the dragon, so solo mid turning that one around. Now only down 400 gold. Equalized that one out quite successfully. Show getting to farm up behind this turret. Going for the jungle mobs as well, which is a very, very smart choice.
Farm shot GG.
Yep, and that is the right play here. I like this a lot. Farms the lane, farms the jungle, which is going to deny Dyrus a little bit at the turret, and also deny the odd one thanks to these kills on these golems, so I like this.
And looks like they're going to use this confidence of HotshotGG to do a little bit of damage here, possibly push him out of lane. He did get a little bit of vision on Dyrus, and he's going to back out safely. There was a chase by the odd one as well. Udyr returning to bottom lane. Saintvicious recurve going for his wit's end. Dyrus not finishing the WOD yet, but he's almost there. He did go for those Merc Treads. Oh, there we are on to HotshotGG. I don't think they're going to have enough to take him down here unless they continue to go under the turret. Cho'Gath quite tanky right now, and they are going to back off.
Alrighty, so solo mid resetting that bot lane with Counterlogic Gaming as well. 88 minions to 105. Doublelift winning the minion farm game, but 1 death, 1 assist versus Kog'Maw's 1 kill, 1 assist. So I gotta say, KAOX's gold, as we check it, as I click properly, 38 to 3,600. Yep, the advantage from that kill and the dragon definitely coming into favor here.
Mundo returning to top jungle as we see bigfatlp again returning around for his blue buff. They have the CV down on it though. Great timing coming from TSM right now with the clairvoyance.
Yep, Hotshot moving over the odd one and Reginald nearby as well. They do know about this. We'll see if they actually go to stop them or not. Top lane, not too much going on. Bottom lane. Chauster pushing up. Actually, could go for KAOX here. Will go in for the head, but oh, silenced away. No pulverize. Nice play, special.
Looks like, yeah, they are pinging them to back. I don't know why. They seemed a bit safe. They don't have vision there, so that's maybe why they don't know where Mundo is right now. They actually don't have a vision of Vladimir, Karthus, or Mundo. So, Mundo just walked into range, so they can see him farming up a little bit safer. Chauster is going to back. Doublelift's going to have to be very careful in his lane. The AD carries are sporting another 1,600 gold for KAOX right now, and 600 gold for Doublelift. So KAOX can go back and get that BF sword if he does choose to.
I think that actually would be a very good choice at this point. We saw last time he actually shoved the lane and then went around, and he's going to do that there. You can see him spamming those AoEs. We'll go for that. And KAOX's build, by the way, after those 2 in Caustic Spittle, did grab 1 in Voidus. I mean, it maybe could have been a misclick that he hit Q so early, but I kind of doubt it. I think that's on purpose. So now 1 in that slow, and we'll see if he goes for everything else. What he goes for next, if he just wanted the 15 attack speed, or if he only wants that 1 point in slow. bigfatlp, again, 2 in Q, 2 in W, maxes out Frostbite immediately. Reginald also 3 in wall and only 1 in Defile, so as you said, that wall is going to be a big deal there. The slow continuing to go up with rank, and we'll see how that pans out. Doublelift maxing Silver Bolt second, pretty standard.
It's going to be a wits end game for CLG here. They have 1 being built on Cho'Gath as well as Udyr. It's going to be nice, the double AP from TSM, so that will help them sustain against that. Dyrus harassing Hotshot top, but it looks like Chauster is waiting in the wing to get something going down, but he's sitting right on top of a ward. Oh, hey, there it is.
Yeah, and Udyr is coming by, actually. Alistair kind of caught, no, I guess he's not caught up because Saint's on his team. Okay. But Saintvicious coming around. I was like, oh my gosh, Udyr wearing red buff, must be on the red team. No, Phreak, you're bad at reading.
I completely just noticed those 2 wards that are chilling bottom next to each other. That vision ward is not inside the bush, so he did not know he was sitting on top of a ward.
Oh, special. No, sorry. It's CLG's fault. Chauster screwed that one up. All right, and moving on, there's some fighting going on. Doublelift down to half health. Good, almost a good ult from KAOX. Good dodge there from Doublelift at the last second.
Mid going down onto bigfatlp. It looks like Saintvicious will try to help. He flashes out of Defile, and they're going to switch this one around with the counter gang. Oh, a little bit of a heal there. He got back some vamp, but it's not going to be enough to keep him alive. They are going to now focus onto the odd when the egg goes down. The rebirth, keeping Big Fat alive, and Saintvicious able to come up with a deucer.
Yeah, that was a little bit silly. He shouldn't have switched focused over to Anivia because he knew Karthus would happen, and he's like, hey, Saint should get really, really low. Maybe he can burst down Saint, and he ended up doing a good 300 damage to bigfatlp that he could have directed elsewhere. That might have given him just enough damage to kill off the Udyr and then switch over and kill the Anivia egg afterwards. It was a little bit silly to focus back down and force the egg. He might have been able to win that fight himself.
Doublelift rushing a Bloodthirster as he just gets that into his hands at 17 minutes in the game. We do see that KAOX did not go for a BF sword, but with that 1,600 gold, he went for a Zeal and a dagger.
Wow, so 2 turrets taken right away. I like that mobility there. They let Doublelift B pick up that. And now, KAOX, yeah, going for the early Phantom Dancer. That's been the ability he's been going for actually all tournament. I don't know why I forgot that. But he's been basically always going double or triple Thorns into Phantom Dancer and relying on attack speed to get him through that game. And actually KAOX now putting points back again into Void Ooze. So he's got 2 points there again. Pushing down onto Doublelift. Some good damage actually being dealt here. Wow, yeah, that's down to half already. I think his Doublelift does have a Bloodthirster. He's going to get himself a lot of lifesteal through that.
Yeah, to run that away, good point to make. If you're facing a Kog'Maw, when you're running away, you do not want to run against the wall. It's the easiest way for him to hit you with his ultimate. But Doublelift really didn't have a choice. If he walked closer and went around the turret, Kog'Maw's range would have gotten him anyways on the W. So
and look at this. Sorry, but look at this by Doublelift. He's actually sitting away from the turret. He knows he can get dived on. He has, look at that, 0 almost at all vision of his jungle. It wasn't worth risking those last hits to get ganked there. So yes, they get the dragon. That's all fine. Doublelift chose to give away about 10 minions in order to not give away a kill to Chaos. And that's the kind of decision making these players have to make. And it's actually the kind of decision making that hurt Voyboy in the games with Dignitas, where he was like, there's so many minions, I have to go for it. And he got caught by it over and over again, and CLG capitalized on that sort of aggression and picking up kills there. So Doublelift making some good choices, saying it's not worth a couple hundred gold, I can't give away another death.
Dragon going down, gonna be up another 6 minutes. Big Fat pushing mid by himself. The vision he has around him is keeping him quite safe. There it is, Hotshot farming past the turret. He does get the turret to go down from minions. He's gonna be focusing on, does he get the Nom down? He did, it didn't do that much damage. Hemo play goes down, the Rupture goes up, and the pool goes down. Very nice job by both players there. The top turret, however, going in favor of CLG. The gold, 28,000 to 24,000 here, 19 minutes in, 6-3 is the score, and CLG is up by 4 turrets.
Yep, so even though solo mid are winning on 2 dragons right now, CLG winning 4 turrets and 3 kills have built themselves quite the gold lead. Again, dragons don't have any intrinsic value other than that gold and a little bit of experience locally, so yes, it does give you an advantage, but it doesn't make you automatically better in the game, and so CLG building themselves their own lead and giving themselves map vision in the process.
Hotshot continuing to push, has not been in a team fight yet, and this is that tanky strat I was talking about. Later in the game, he's going to continue to do this. You can see they've been winning fights in 3v2s, 4v2s, or 4v3s rather, when their numbers are actually down because Cho'Gath is not there. So right now they're comfortable to go into fights. It is 6-3, so they've been getting good gold on the people they need to. It hasn't been assists to Saintvicious or assists to Cho'Gath. They've been getting their own kills, and it's really helping them stack those items. Wall of Pain goes down, but just not enough focus. They're kind of back and forth on it. Looks like Saint will get out alive, but he's still pressuring.
CLG are actually split pushing almost early here. You kind of see bigfatlp pushing solo bottom, everyone else kind of running around. Vayne is now mid. They've had Alistair roaming for a while here on Chauster.
Oh,
and he
Dyrus getting dove top? Nope, all right.
Okay, he's safe, yeah.
Close.
Chauster went for an early Oracles and then said, I'm going to go roam now. And I think that might be why they sent Anivia bot, is that Anivia's a little bit safer than Vayne will, has a lot of CC, abilities to escape, etc. And said, okay, Doublelift mid's a little bit safe here because we kind of have a lot of really good map vision. With Chauster roaming, let's switch up these lanes and make sure you're somewhere where you can survive.
Very nice clearing out of Baron Ward there. Dragon still has quite a bit of time to come up.
Ooh, he got it!
Oh, he stole it.
Excellent job there by bigfatlp, and you can see they're up now by 4,400 gold. And the League of Legends fan in me actually does want to see CLG take this series just to bring out another best of 3 and equalize it out and give me some more games out here. And right now they're poised. They're poised to, they have an advantage here in game 1. They are poised to keep taking this one. Again, you have to be worried about these late game carries, which is, KX's Kog'Maw and Doublelift's Vayne, but both these players are very, very good at making these late games happen for their teams. So we'll see who actually outscales whom and who manages to win this game.
Good focus towards that Baron area right now. They are just kind of sitting on it, making sure the wards are clear. Everybody's focusing top now. Hotshot is already in position to assist with the Baron. He does have his ultimate up as well. Full stacks already. It looks like they're going to start attacking it.
And they moved on towards bigfatlp, but he flashed over and then walled off, and then he was fine.
Oh, they are really going to sneak this out.
Oh, yes, they are. This is trademark CLG, Saintvicious and Doublelift taking it down by themselves.
Very nice. Ain't getting popped up. He could walk out of that and not get hit, but he's not really worried about it right now. He wants to be the one taking damage. And we have a 22-minute Baron from CLG. It looks like they'll use this to force down some more turrets. A wall going off. Mundo's kind of like, all right, I'll just go this way. And
goes where he pleases.
Goes
okay?
where he pleases.
Mundo goes where he pleases.
Hotshot almost still diving there, realizing the turret is going to hurt quite a bit.
And CLG looking so good with that golem buff in tow for bigfatlp is going to give them a lot of map dominance here. You can keep spamming out AoEing down minions, and they don't have that ability for solo mid. I think they have a little bit better late game because that double AP combo, Vladimir, Kog'Maw, Karthus all scale phenomenally well, whereas really only Vayne is the only super hardcore late game champion that CLG has. So I think they are making the right call here, continuing to push through this hard.
If you look at the gold here, Dyrus versus Hotshot's gold, those GP10s did him quite well. He's up on Dyrus by 2,000 gold right now. Dyrus has 3 assists. He does have a kill assist. That's going to give him about 300 more gold But still, those GP10s really helping out top lane, especially if you're against somebody like Dyrus that has range on Cho'Gath and was pushing him out early.
And yep, Saintvicious kind of moving his way towards the bottom, and CLG going to grab all 6 outer turrets, something actually that Dignitas did as a mistake in their loser bracket final game against CLG as they took Baron. Managed to take only 1 turret, but CLG really good at collapsing all these advantages and solidifying themselves in the lead. They're going to be up now 8,000 gold with this one killed. You can see 37 versus 29. And I think they might want to keep pushing here. They've got another 2.5 minutes left of Baron. Their individual golds all around 1,500 or so. They could go back and buy. I think they're also powerful enough to keep pushing here, especially with the golem buff advantage.
Wow, so CLG right now really out-leveling TSM actually. 16, 15, and 14 on Anivia, Cho'Gath, and Udyr to some level 12, level 13, level 12. So this fight is definitely going to go with Baron buff in favor of CLG. Dyrus getting caught out with a wall, and it looks like he may go down. He's forced to pull inside the fight, so he's going to stick with this one. And it looks like they may be able to keep him alive. The heel bait coming out, and that's exactly what I was talking about before. They completely turned the tide of that fight there. And Chauster will be the first to fall. Focusing the tank was the last thing they had left. They didn't want to walk out too far, but that heel bait negated the Baron strength, and they were able to come out with that, and 1 kill.
Wow, that was absolutely phenomenal. They also brought HotShot and Doublelift down very, very low on health. Now Team Solo Mid with map control, they're going to fire back and get 2 turrets out of this. This is really, really good. They're going to get finally some turrets on the board for themselves. Normally Solo Mid are basically known for taking an early game advantage and crushing turrets with it. Gonna have the odd one tank that for a little while. It's a little bit unsafe actually to take that much damage here. Might be a wit's end the next pickup. And actually Solo Mid saying, we could go for a turret, but we want to take this dragon right here. It has respawned now. So we're gonna see 29 minutes. The Baron respawn. We're gonna see 30, 45 respawn for dragon. They will actually be pretty far apart. So the next major objective is going to be that big Baron. And we'll see what they can do with this. Reginald not gonna get caught here. They brought the gold back a little bit. Only now 5,500 gold the advantage. We'll see if they can keep that momentum going.
Clearing out mid quickly again. They want to leave none of this Baron buff to waste. They do have 1 minute left on it. So Baron's up in 4. And they're going to go straight for this mid turret. They see the pings from TSM. They said, let's regroup. We got to get back here right away. And they have done so. Great wave clearing ability by CLG. And there's the wall of pain again. Mundo can only focus HotShot, so he's going to give him a nice cleaver. And walk out of that. Looks like they're going to focus top. Start to steal a little bit of jungle here. Great job denying resources, denying buffs, making it that much harder for TSM to come back from this.
Yeah, we see Saintvicious going ahead, stealing that red, so very powerful. We'll see if they can get the blue this time. Should be coming up. Actually, yeah, there it is. So there's the blue. bigfatlp with the last remainder of his Baron buff, only about 3 seconds left there. Go ahead and pull up. Nice job. Gets the vision there and going to keep DPSing down. And looks like no one from Solo Mid is actually really aware of this, so he's going to get that one for free. But Solo Mid charging down mid lane. They see Udyr at top. If Saintvicious keeps pushing, he's not. He's going to recall, so Solo Mid's going to have some time here. Vayne recalling as well. They have about 10 seconds with no real opposition. This should be theirs for free. If CLG is caught in a 3v5, this could be bad. HotShot. Oh, a beautiful wall. Alrun's alone. TSM could just take the turret down. I don't know what they're doing here. It's a free turret shot that is like face check a wall. Wait, it'll melt if we walk and look at it. No, it doesn't work that way. They're leaving it alone. Oh, Solo Mid, that was yours for free. They managed to get away from the rupture. HotShot getting slowed there by Mundo. And Saintvicious is actually charging in there with Bear Stance. Looks like he's going to get exhausted. Jumps on Reginald. They're going to go for Saint V right now. Doing a lot of damage right here. See what else they can do with this.
Great positioning by Doublelift, just focusing down onto Reginald. Now he's on to Dyrus, still not in range of any damage as everybody starts to move towards the top of the jungle. Doublelift picking himself up at Dyrus. They are focusing on to Kaox, but he will get out. Chauster doing a very nice job throwing on his ultimate and just face tanking Kaox's damage so he could not get in the fight.
Excellent job, CLG picking up that one for free. Dyrus, of course, his heal was down this time and he took a whole lot of pain early. Now CLG without Baron, only 3 kills in the lead. They look poised to keep going for this.
They are right in front of the turret here. The wall of pain goes down again just to shred that magic resistance. Flash Frost missing, so Kog'Maw's free to fire. Getting the shot off. Big Fat just dodges that living artillery. And it looks like they are going to take the turret happily and go back to home here. They got some purchases to make. Everybody has a little bit of gold, about 800 average gold in the pocket right now on the side of CLG. Everybody's hit that 9,000 gold mark, and 7,000 is the average accrued gold here for your Team Solo Mid. So everybody's almost up by 2K gold with all those turrets and those Barons.
And that is absolutely phenomenal for them. We're going to see Baron come up in about 1 minute flat. And that's going to be some heavy contention here. Doublelift getting a red buff for himself. You can see Bloodthirster, Phantom Dancer, Quicksilver Sash. Oh yeah, in this case actually I kind of like it because he's going to be able to ditch away Vladimir ult and he can kind of drop off some of the other debuffs that are actually pretty important to him. With only 2 exhausts on Team Solo Mid, he can actually remove both of them in sequence. So he's going to be hard to shut down here, and we'll see if that pans out for him.
That Baron wore off shortly ago, so we should see it up here soon. We can see Chauster making moves to clear wards, plays some of his own. Looks like Reginald is going to show bottom here. That's a huge wave. I think they have the timer here on Baron. If they do not, that is going to be a nice free one for them. A little bit of Requiem damage maybe, but it's not going to be enough to turn the tide of the fight. We do see that they are pushing back to their base. They're trying to formulate on mid. Hotshot is leading the charge here, and he's going to... Oh, I thought he was going to go around the side of the base, and they were going to cut him off from entering.
No, but they are ready to go in for this inhibitor. bigfatlp's wall is up. It's ranked 4 right now, so it's pretty massive here. And as CLG pushes into the base, we're up to 190,000 people watching right now, this second on this stream. Still growing. And let's see, the wall of pain comes down. TSM might want to go in. Saint gets caught, but he's going to be safe right now. Turtle Shell blocks a lot of that. Now the cooldowns are pretty big in that wall of pain, 8 seconds still, and they're going to go for this inhibitor. They will have that. Will Solo Mid fire back again. Voidu some good slow. There's Shirelli as CLG gets the inhib, and they get out safe.
You know, TSM doing a great job of holding them off, only allowing them bit by bit as they come in, and one of these times they're going to change it around in their favor possibly, especially maybe for this Baron. But as I said before, in Champion Select, that is such a team of tanks. You have Kog'Maw, you have Chauster on Alistar, or Kog'Maw, Cho'Gath rather, and Saintvicious on Udyr, and these guys are just taking hits left and right. Cooldowns are being wasted by TSM, and that's great initiation time for CLG. Let's see if they can use that same tactic here as they go for Baron or start to pressure.
Oh, they go meet him for the sun. Not going to land it. There's Hotshot with the Rupture. Ooh, KX will dodge. They might go in for this pressure. Oh, amazing wall of pain. They could fight this so easily right now. Dyrus hitting up Saintvicious a little bit. Gets silenced as well. Some good pain going down there. Again, dodging that Rupture. But Nivea puts down, oh, and the double, the friend wards.
Double ward. I was just about to say, if they had a ward in that bush, that wall of pain would be so much more effective because they could see to the other side, and they all just wanted to ward it.
Yeah, that's worth doing. And now CLG regrouping the wall. The walls come down. Oddone will get stunned. They could collapse. See if they go for any pressure here. Getting poked at. Mundo Cleaver's not quite landing. But both teams, it's basically a game of ARAM now. I think that's what they decided. The gentleman's agreement. Play some all random all mid. And here they go. They might get in range for walls. Oddone's going to ult. And there we go. Expression must flash over. And here comes the pressure. Ults go down. So much pain. Reginald dying immediately, but he's going to be okay here. Doublelift coming back into this fray. Will not die too quickly. There's the ult from Karthus. Can they pick up anything? Cog and just going for as much damage as possible. There's one as another Mundo goes down. Still 2 alive on this right-hand side of CLG. Dyrus is next.
Wow.
3 kills for nothing so far, but everyone is low. And they will not keep through on this.
Just too much health between Alistar, Udyr, and Cho'Gath. In vain to run around like that. Very good job by Doublelift as well. He actually ran into Defile of Karthus and then flashed over Karthus' wall to escape that and delay waste. Just continued to batter down onto Mundo. They can kept continuing on to that. CLG pounding on that second and Nexus turret. Will they be able to continue this? 20 seconds on Vladimir, 9 and 10 on Mundo and Karthus. CLG will take game 1 in what would be your first out of possible 2 best of 3s.
Wow, excellent play. Counter Logic Gaming coming in. They needed that one game. The crowd, I know you cheered for Solo Mid take game 1. Most of you did. You guys were wrong. Your predictions were not correct. So CLG did take that first one. And now we're going to move on. Game 2, of course, will be coming up. And of course, there will be a minimum of 2 more games being played here because CLG, even if they win this one, they move on to another best of 3. But we'll be right back with those games after a short break. Do not go anywhere here at IPL4. We got more League of Legends coming up.
I'm Jeff In Control Robinson from Team EG, and this is Kingston's HyperX Genesis. It provides an ideal speed boost to increase the performance of your PC without the added price tag of hundreds of dollars in component upgrades. Genesis offers outstanding thermal dissipation, high frequency speeds, and low latency, so it's a perfect match for PC enthusiasts, system integrators, and gamers running Intel's i5 dual-channel motherboards.
Get brilliant HD with AMD A-Series APUs at www.amd.com/vision.
What do you think separates you guys from the average League of Legends players that are able to just jump in the game and have some success at it?
Although the game is a little bit easier to jump into instead of like Dota, because Dota is really hard if you're new. There are like, I forgot how many champions there are. There's like 70 plus champions, and there's like, the game is changing every week. So every week, like for us veteran players who've played from the start, the game feels like almost a completely new game every week, because Riot has a lot of like Play-Doh room with the game client, and they can really do a lot with it. And what else that separates us is our experiences with each hero, what makes us unique as individual players, all the strategies there are, all the combinations you have, how long we've played, just having our setup, and nothing else I can think of.
Well, it's really great that League of Legends, especially the competitive scene, is so supported by Riot. And like you said, it's a little bit frustrating that the game changes every week. It's like a new game every week. But what are the things that they do that really help the competitive scene?
They throw money out and throw events out, and you know, the competitive scene, people want to watch League because it's fun, and like just seeing that new game for the first time is like, oh wow, I can kind of understand what's going on. They kind of make it obvious to like the new viewer, and the more people that jump into it, it helps me as a player, because I stream League of Legends. People want to watch, people want to learn, people want to be entertained. It helps basically everyone, and it helps esports too.
Welcome back to the IPL4 live stream. Coming up next is CLG versus TSM, round 2. Currently, it's CLG 1, TSM 0. So once again, Rivington and Phreak.
Thank you very much, Cristina. It is indeed Rivington third, joined by Phreak, David Phreak Turley.
Yes,
How you
indeed.
doing? How are you enjoying these matches?
Dude, they're pretty freaking awesome.
Yeah.
I gotta say, I'm excited that, you know, we're casting pretty much all the good games. You know, they're all really good, and then we get the best ones. So, you know, I like that.
That's fantastic. I mean, who doesn't want to cast TSM? CLG coming out with the tanky strat that I said. They may run Cho'Gath top.
Yeah.
We didn't see that Dyrus was banned out in any champions. They did try to focus Hotshot with bans, but he just has, like we said, a pool of champions. All of these players are so top caliber that they just have so many champions. You want to ban out one, then they'll just run a different team composition.
Yeah, absolutely. These players, you know, they've got such a good depth of champion lineup now, and that actually used to be a problem before. Remember CLG a year and a half ago, it was like, oh yeah, you ban Hotshot's top 3, you ban like Needly Cho, and I forget what his third was, and it was like, oh, now he's got to run something he's bad at, so enjoy your free win against Counterlogic Gaming. That's no longer the case here. He's got a lot more champions in his reserves, and you know, again, I want to do it every time because you guys are phenomenal here. So in the crowd, we have hundreds of you. Online, we broke 200,000 watching this very second. Again, can you convince these guys to show up in person next time? Let me hear you guys in the crowd. And you guys at home should be proud of yourselves for dedicating your day. You in Europe, it's after midnight for Central European summertime. If you're in Britain, it's not there quite yet. But you know, you guys, I love that you guys are out here supporting the games, watching. We've got, again, a minimum of 2 more games coming out here, so I hope you don't have anywhere to go for an hour and a half at least, maybe even longer. And these guys, they're putting on such a great show. I got to hand it to these teams as well. Can we get another round of applause for these teams for a great final? Can we get that? And these guys just putting on such a very, very great show.
They are getting ready to get into this match, and what are we going to see from TSM this time? Their composition, definitely they know it was just really tank. They didn't have enough damage output. Kog'Maw wasn't doing enough early game damage. Maybe the 3 Dorans was a bit of a rush buy, and he should have gotten that early damage. But we have seen that, I think they took like a 17-minute Baron with just a dagger and a Zeal and a few Dorans earlier in another game. So, you know, it's a toss-up of really how it goes. Doublelift just playing fantastic on Vayne this tournament and really positioning himself in stellar spots, always getting at least a double kill in 5v5 fights, and that's really what you need Vayne to do to turn her into that absolute hyper carry.
Yeah, well, I think what Solomon needs to do is learn some lessons, is to say, okay, let's try some radical different stuff, because we had a similar occurrence at Providence with Epic versus Solo Mid, where Solo Mid basically ran and won 4 straight and took the series from the lower bracket. And the thing is, every single time, Epic refused to ban Oddrun's Maokai. Every single game, Oddrun ran Maokai, Oddrun went Maokai, Oddrun went Maokai, and they kept losing their mid lane. And here, solo mid, I think they need to say, let's switch up these bans. They're killing off Udyr this time. That's good for them. They've actually switched one of those out. But I think they need to try radical different stuff, right? They did the double AP. That didn't work so well. Now, maybe they said, well, there was one big mistake that we would have wiped the floor with and we didn't make it. But I don't know. I think they need to try some very different things. Try banning out a different player. You've got 4 games, right? You can try different things over the course of 4 games. You know, try banning out Doublelift, see if that works. Try banning out bigfatlp, see if that works. Try banning out any individual players. You know, that might be something to try. Or try some stuff, you know, pull out of nowhere. Of course, the Galio and the Kennen ban, they actually remove a lot of the tanky options from Reginald. So, okay, maybe he should try his Cassiopeia. It's been really good before. Maybe you want to run Bruiser with Zillion. There's a lot of things they could do. And I think it's what Solomon should do is actually run something very, very different this time.
Right, and you know, it's a big factor in champion select. It may look like they're choosing champions, they're not really aware of what's going on in this state. They're like, yeah, we want this one and this one. But they have the knowledge of what their opponents play, what they want to play as well, and what would be better against that composition. So there's a lot that goes into this, a lot of deliberation, a lot of chatting. They can switch a champion for somebody if they want and choose it early to force them for a pick and really leave something out to counter last. So there's a lot of things going on here in champion select rather than just picking the champions.
Yeah, and I like this choice here. Yep, there's the lock-in from Solomon. They are going for Urgot here. That seems to be actually a good choice for them. KX did play that pretty well earlier. I think it was, I don't actually remember. I know they won the series against Dignitas, but I don't remember because I think it went 2-1, right? Yep. TSM Dignitas. So I knew they lost one of their games. I forget if it was the Urgot game or not.
TSM went first, Dignitas second, and then TSM.
Okay, so Urgot was not the first champion that they grabbed here. So yeah, so when they did go Urgot, they did win against Dignitas, and it was, you know, yeah. Sorry, I just completely forgot everything I was going to say. But basically, Counterlogic Gaming running in after Jono was banned and taking Soraka here, and they're going to grab Corki for Doublelift. So with no obvious major changes in lineup, they're just saying, yeah, we think Corki's going to be better here. That might be in response to Urgot. I think they might be saying, you know, Urgot's such a brutal lane, we need a little bit more range here. And so we're going to grab Corki, who can, you know, farm with Phosphorus Bomb, can AoE. It's a little bit farther back and still be useful. And the same for the team fights. You can kind of show up to a team fight and just throw out that missile barrage and then wait for that swap and then move in.
It's going to be a nice bottom lane as well. A lot of heals coming out. Dyrus choosing Lee Sin for his top lane. We are going to have that lock in. Odd One is going to be jungling Mundo. So really just Reginald picking for Chaos here. So we're going to see Chaos pick the AP mid choice. And we have Saintvicious and Chauster to counter what they can for their last 2 picks, as Reginald will get his last pick as counter mid.
Let's see what ends up happening here. So you basically got the full lineup chosen here. Getting the counter pick for mid is pretty useful, but Ryze is in, and honestly, he's an amazing Ryze player. Actually, what's funny is they actually have the ability to go that whole Dignitas strategy of Hotshot goes Lulu top, and bigfatlp is actually mid. It's entirely possible. They have those roles open. I don't think it's that likely, but you know, it's a possibility, I suppose. So let's see. Oh, it might be a Needly coming in here. That would be a nice pickup. That could, of course, be Bruiser Needly as well. They're going to grab Ahri, and this looks a little bit pokey, actually. They've got 3 guys who can poke pretty well. They could siege pretty well with this lineup. They do have a healer there with Soraka, and so they're basically blind picking Ahri. And is going to be possibly Ryze here for Reginald. I think it's actually a very good pick there. I think Ryze should have been grabbed even earlier there. I haven't been all that impressed with bigfatlp's Ahri. I think his other champions have been very, very dominant. That Anivia, I mean, it's still there, right? And I think they blind picked their Anivia, and then Karthus showed up and they didn't care. Right. I'm surprised they wouldn't pick that again because it was so successful before. But they want to switch it up a little bit and grab Corki and Ahri. Shyvana's been good for them the entire tournament. That's not really a very big surprise here. But we'll see. I feel like, you know, Solomon definitely switching it up by picking a tanky mid instead of a sort of suicide.
I kind of see that as almost somewhat of a counter. If Reginald chooses to just stand within his minions, he's never going to get charmed. He may take a little bit of damage, but the Rune Prison really won't affect her too much. She can still cast out of it. She can still charm him, so she wouldn't be able to stop that. But if he's in his minions, it's going to be a really tough lane until 6 for Big Fat.
Yeah, so I do like Solomon's lineup here, though. Now, the one caveat, though, is CLG, every single one of them is very, very mobile. bigfatlp, Hotshot, Doublelift, and Saintvicious, all of them can jump distances. So if Urgot ults anyone but Soraka, they can all escape to some extent, which actually is really smart. I mean, they grabbed the very early Urgot, and they kept grabbing big jumps, big jumps, big jumps.
Right.
And That makes sense. Now I understand, why they went for the early Ari, why they grabbed, I don't know if it's going to be AP or Bruiser needily, and why they grabbed all those roles is they can all escape Urgot very, very successfully. Now, can solo mid catch them when those cooldowns are down, or can they catch them when their flashes are down? Or is the Urgot pick going to just fail miserably? Doublelift actually bringing heal this time, knowing that, of course, he can't cleanse the Urgot swap. And the thing is, he's actually fighting against Rune Prison and Tarek's stun, and now he chooses to go heal.
Right.
So I don't know if it's just Corky or if he just always goes cleanse on Vayne. But yeah, running Summoner Heal now, pretty more standard sort of lineup
really,
there.
Whatever makes him feel that comfortable,
Yeah, but also solo mid running not Flash on 2 champions. They're running Smite Exhaust and CV Exhaust on their jungler and on their support respectively. So it seems that Flash being a little bit less mandatory on these guys. Saintvicious is actually running the same thing, running Exhaust and Smite as well to make those ganks more powerful.
Yeah, with less focus on bottom lane lately, they can kind of choose to do that. Usually, you go into your game and like, dear guys, the support, no escapes, focus bottom lane. But with all the warding going on lately, it's not something they can do. So that's a nice summoner spell to have as well. You don't need to flash away, you can assist a lot more in the fight as well. And if they can just stack those exhausts on the right people instead of at the same time, obviously, it's really going to do some damage, or not actually. It's exhaust.
Yeah, absolutely. Exhaust could really kind of screw them up. Of course, you can use that. If you master it, it gives a armor and magic resist reduction, so you can use that to help focus. Of course, these junglers usually use it as its major slow. It's actually pretty heavy slow. I think it's 40%. Well, as it tells me when I hover over it, 40%. Wait, hold on. Yeah, movement speed by 40%. So, it's a really, really good slow there. Lasts 2.5 seconds, and it can really crush people when you go through on it. So, so who's your prediction on this lineup? Who do you think is going to win this game?
I think that TSM actually has a really good lineup for this game. There's a lot of kiting that can happen from CLG, as you said. They have a lot of movement, but TSM's team is a sticky team. It's on you all the time. KX is going to be slowing you if he hits you. Dyrus can get in there with a Q and slow the entire team. The odd one's just going to be running around with Burning Agony. So it's a very in-your-face team when, as we said, CLG kind of has that kite and pushback. They don't really have the stuns that TSM has.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. CLG, they can move around a whole heck of a lot.
Yep.
Right. Solo mid, they have all the crowd control. Right. Urgot swap, Rise, Tarek. So it's going to depend. I think the lanes are going to be fairly equal. We haven't really seen any stompy lanes except for ganks. Even that last game, the first blood went out on Dyrus and all that happened, but still, the kills were really close throughout the mid game. The way that the game broke down was really good Anivia walls, cheeky kills, Barons. The two-man Baron CLG has run about half their games in this tournament, and every tournament I've seen them, they're really, really good at getting those excellent, just pick off Barons when everyone else is just pushing lanes like nothing's happening. And they get the early oracles with that, they pink ward it, they do all that stuff. Can solo mid learn that lesson? Because this is not new from CLG.
Right.
They do this all the time. And that's actually, I think, was one of the biggest factors to CLG's win, and it can't be understated. The lanes were good, their gameplay was good, but the two-man Baron gave them 4 turrets. Yeah. That is such a huge advantage, and we're going to see them now on the screen as they sort of get themselves into this game. Kind of logic game on the left-hand side, the two closer to the screen, HotshotGG and Saintvicious. Over here for solo mid, you got Xpecial, and there's the odd one down with the beanie there. That is going to be Reginald. And guys, the game has loaded. We are here. And everyone but looks like Chauster opening with boots and potions. Chauster opening fairy charm and potions. The same for Tarek. Mundo actually going for cloth armor. That guy's edgy. That guy got cloth armor, dude. Look at him. Mundo buys what he pleases, it seems. Not going boots. See how that pans out. bigfatlp leading the charge. It looks like actually, I feel like Solomid's going to invade because they're all going on the same side of the map. Normally when you want to play passively, you actually move in different locations. See CLG, they're watching. They don't want to get invaded. They're looking for every major entrance. They're looking at every choke point. Doublelift can Q at any time and reveal the Fog of War.
I almost wonder,
that's a Tarek!
They picked Shyvana first, but
they didn't see him.
On CLG right now would have been a great poke comp team.
Oh, now they see him. He sees Xpecial chasing him down. They're like, okay. Corky got away. Oh, nice by Saintvicious. Says, oh, you're really far. You're at the bottom of the map. I'm going to go for Wraiths. NP. I'm going to hold this brush. Can see the entrance down there. See the entrance over there. Of course, they have no idea where he is. Are you going to hold mid once more? bigfatlp.
Nice.
So
acting as a ward there. Seeing if they come up, and it is going to work for her. They are going to see that Dyrus comes up, and if Dyrus is there, Big Fat says the entire team is there. So it looks like Chauster will come over to assist a little bit. Saintvicious is going to quickly get out of line of sight. I do not believe he was seen. He is about now, though. And all
Oh,
five
they
are
can get that
moving
kill.
in. They
Big
did
flash
get
to
an
kill him.
attack in onto Ari. Big Fat only getting hit with a Q there. It looks like Chauster forced to flash as he dodges the Q from Lee Sin.
Reginald has flash. They can go for this. There's the flash. There's the Rin Prison. He's been charmed. The damage output going off on Chauster, but he heals himself and will get away. And they've now found Saintvicious. Oh, Odd One already learned Burning Agony. They get the stun. There comes the push. Saintvicious taking a lot of damage right here. And Odd One draws first blood. Team Solo Mid bringing it back. Reginald starting to last hit some minions. Good play by him.
Wow, full team got everything on that. 4 assists and the kill for Mundo. That's going to be great for Odd One in the jungle, and he's not even going to use that to go back yet. He says, I still have pots in armor. I'm just going to go ahead and roll through my jungle. Lee Sin going top now with that assist. He is actually almost level 2, but he's getting harassed down as he's using that potion. Great job by HotShot to kind of just push him out of that experience as he has already leveled over him almost.
His Bruiser Needly, by the way, 21 armor pen right now. So it's armor pen reds and 21 offense there on Needly. So going for the aggression, going for Bruiser Needly, probably a Trinity Force, I hope. And we're going to see what they can do here, Special and KX. See if they can actually dominate Doublelift Chauster. There's a lot of heal and sustain coming out. Doublelift pushing in on KX right away. 6 potions, though, on Urgot. Really wants to survive this lane. Special, of course, with the stun still available. But they're not level 2 yet. CLG got some experience advantage. Now Doublelift taking a bit of damage here. Heal comes in from Soraka. Chauster supporting him there.
Doing a great job with this level 1 push here. They're just kind of forcing him back out of the lane. He kind of stood there and took damage, but he knew, you know, with a Soraka, that mobile refueling station, you can stay in lane as long as you want.
Oh, Reginald getting caught up in mid. bigfatlp doing a lot of damage there. One more attack will might get the kill. There's a flash. Picks it up.
Wow, he just broke tether on that turret too. Almost took a nice shot there. That was a very good job. Like I said, he's going to have to stay within his minions if he wants to dodge that charm. Rune Prison will not stop that cast.
Yeah, the Rune Prison could at least keep him in turret range. He was actually turning back to cast it. The hand was going up, but he died a little bit too quickly. And so Rise unable to pin him in turret range. Dyrus pushing Hotshot to his turret. We'll see if Hotshot can last hit well here. Should be able to. Doing pretty all right, actually.
Looks like Dyrus is actually going to go back and take golems. He doesn't like not farming.
Cast got hit pretty hard.
Still being pushed back to their turret. Level 3 now, so they've caught up to the levels of CLG and bottom lane. We do have blue being taken by the Odd One. I don't know if he's going to give this right to Reginald. He doesn't really need it himself, but he is going to take it. And looks like Saintvicious still wearing blue and red for their team.
All right, let's see what we have going on. Bot lane still harassment coming out from Doublelift. Seems to be the most active lane, actually. Looks like Dyrus and Hotshot going to be able to sustain themselves quite well. Lots of health potions on both sides. Neither heavy burst damage dealers, but if you get a good CC chain, either one of these champions could fall down. So, going to spot bot lane for a little while. Doublelift keeps getting some mana. 2 points Phosphorus Bomb. 1 in Valkyrie. Still has not learned Gatling Gun. Doesn't want to use that just yet. Just wants the burst, that extra clearing power from that Phosphorus Bomb. Could pressure on KX out. There he gets stunned. Let's see if they can jump in and do some damage here. Nope, he's going to turn back onto KX. And Doublelift really pushing him down. Those Soraka heals really helping him a lot. Tops him off and then keeps the armor buff there, which really prevents any damage output. Actually, Chauster also ignoring Starcall, just feeding mana into Doublelift. Just going for that WE combo. And Doublelift still harassing, doing a good job with that.
They're keeping that minion wave right at the tower, not even letting KX farm right now. He's having a really hard time due to the Phosphorus Bomb. Yeah, you can get in there and you can take a few shots, but Phosphorus is way out of range of the turret and he can just continue to harass. Good heal coming out there from Tarek. Phosphorus Bomb right onto his special as he just keeps it up. Like you said, that mana refuel is such an advantage in that lane, and they have not moved from that position for about the last 30 seconds.
All right, in the mid lane, you're going to see. Yeah, but they're pushed up so much, but you look at the map vision.
Oh, Mundo roaming for Hotshot.
Oh, yeah, there we go. One coming up. Hotshot gets hit up by that Lee Sin. Oh, jukes the cleaver. Nice move by Hotshot, but not level 6. So much damage being dealt here, running backwards. He's made it out this way before. Goes through the brush. There's the flash. A lot of movement speed thanks to running through the brush. There's the flash. The Q from Dyrus. The heal comes off. Does pick that one up.
Wow. Epic chases all weekend long.
Yeah, nice job there. Good kill. Nearly made it out. He had dodged that cleaver before. Could not dodge the Sonic Wave. I think if he had dodged it, he might have made it out. He was walking into the brush right here and could have booked it. Had already come in support, but nope. 2-1 right now. Sulamid taking this game to an advantage right now, up 300, now 400 gold. Again, getting pushed to their turret. Special. Can he last it at turret right now? There's one. He's now tied up.
Playing whack-a-mole.
Yeah, let's see. He's kind of chilling top lane. Level 4, Ari. And Saintvicious is coming over. They're going to dive Special. Only level 4 does not look happy. The heal is not going to be enough. Doublelift getting hit pretty hard under that turret. The Big Fat will make it out pretty safely. Good coordination there by CLG, taking that kill. And now KX needs to be afraid as well because he doesn't have a buddy right now in this lane.
They do see that bottom lane is quite pushed, so they're going to take this advantage and get some damage on mid turret here or let it go. No, they are going to choose to poke at it a little bit. Shyvana's still bottom, so Saintvicious isn't going to be helping that whatsoever. And no, definitely not enough damage to take it. Top just harassing. Hotshot diving towards Dyrus to get one of the swipes on. Not too much damage. Good safeguard by Dyrus. Right back into farming. Reginald now making some moves.
See Dyrus kind of milling back, getting away from Hotshot a little bit. They still kind of are poking. Oh, nice move by Dyrus. Pushes up. Needs energy, though. He's actually out of energy right now. And here comes Reginald pinning Hotshot. Near the turret is going to keep running. Good luck catching him, by the way. Needly runs really fast.
Especially just coming out of that push. She's going to get a little bit more movement speed. There she is. And you can see her running along. Looks like he may just execute on this one as he's making it to the base. There we go. Hotshot is going to allow himself to go down from turret.
Alrighty, well, there's going to be some experience tonight as Hotshot will not be last hitting. Good escape, of course, by Hotshot, pouncing away, running through the brush. No gold or experience given out. They were all too far away.
Ooh, nice land by Chaos there, getting a little bit of damage. Doublelift forced to Valkyrie out. Chauster going to come back and top him off with a little bit of HP. Saintvicious to take top lane, and this is what we said before, we don't see it too much between these guys since they're focusing on lanes a lot, but when you see that jungler out in the lane, you can go ahead and safely take out their jungle if they don't have it warded, which you would not know, but it's usually what you want to focus on. If you see the jungler grabbing some free XP in a lane, you want to be able to deny their jungle because they're just going to be that much more leveled over you.
Yeah, Doublelift again, Valkyrieing away from Special stun. Those cooldowns actually pretty similar, so Special stun will be up a little bit beforehand, but not by too much. Doublelift can always play defensively. Friendly wards right here for both teams, kind of camping this brush out. Let's see what they can do. If Chaos will push forward, they do, of course, see pretty much everything. Lee Sin actually coming from behind. Dyrus actually roaming towards bot. There's the pressure in onto Chaos. Half health, level 6 though. Swaps him, and there's the exhaust as well. A good silence off on Chaos will stop some of that damage. Can Dyrus clear up in time? Special stun. Still down for 4 seconds. Chauster forced to flash away. Looks like they will not chase. Meanwhile, Needly still shoving top. Really good move there. A lot of free gold Mundo will be
forced to use flash heal there.
Yep, that was a summoner spell, a lot of summoner spell burns, and Chauster burned his flash as well, so they actually removed a lot of these summoners. The exhaust was run as well, so they basically spent 1 summoner for 3, but they also had Dyrus kind of miss out on all the experience in gold as they just have Mundo just solo top for a while.
Looks like he will grab up this blue. Nope, Reginald coming around. There we go, got the ping on. It looks like somebody, Big Fat, did ping that. No, I don't think he's going to go for the challenge, though. He's still in vision of the turret. He is heading around. No, he's going to back. He did not go for Spell Vamp. Looks like he's going for fast Rabadons.
And actually, Big Fat LP proving me wrong, doing an excellent job with this Ari, kind of crushing faces. 2-0 right now, has all the kills, has been coordinating these ganks quite successfully. So he's actually gone positive, I think, in pretty much every game but one the entire tournament, if I remember that stat properly. So the dude's actually been a consistent force for CLG, and you got to kind of consider him one of the big forces for their success so far in this tournament.
Dyrus warding for himself top as he gathers with HotshotGG to do some more farming. Those guys just kind of duking it out. Doublelift forced to back out of lane again with that Chaos range, jumping up to about 900-ish or even more. But right now, Corky is, I believe, 550 to a regular 425. So he does have the upper hand in lane on range against Urgot. But once Urgot hits that, can't do much about it.
And we see Doublelift. Looks like he's going to be pushing in for this turret. Odd one waiting in the wings for solo mid. Can they get something to happen from this? They can just kind of charge forward. Chauster has no escapes up. If Special gets in range, he will get the stun. Oh, but Big Fat LP coming in from the side as well. This could be a counter gank for either side. I don't believe they saw him come in. This could be a swap if KX has it. He does have it. He could swap Doublelift at any time. The minions are almost gone. You would swap right here, smite the minion, and then go for Doublelift. I'm surprised actually they didn't go for that. That was actually a possibility here. Still harassing. I'm surprised they're still not going for this. His flash is down. Some good pressure. They go for the turret. I guess maybe they knew that Big Fat LP was there, but I don't know. I'm surprised they didn't go for any pressure there. They knew they had the odd one.
Yeah, that would have been great. The odd one was right there. He does not have his flash. He does not have heal, so he would have taken a big fight, and that could have been that push towards Dragon that they want right now.
Oh, and nice job by Hotshot. They had one ward right here that saw Reginald exit into this jungle, and they was like, hey, he's down there, he's down there. Hotshot ran back, tossed a javelin in there. Of course, he didn't land because he was gone. Now Dyrus continuing to push in on Hotshot, and actually, the minions 72 versus 84. Dyrus is winning this lane.
Ooh, Reginald coming up behind here. He is going to enter through Tribush. HotshotGG backing. They did get a ping off. And it looks like he's playing this one safe. Oh, great job. He getting right into the bushwhack. It's going to be Saintvicious into Dragon form, wasting the Fury, but he did not hit there. A good charm on Lee Sin. Reginald falls down. The front end burst damage is just too much. And Big Fat right now putting out some big pain. And it looks like he may be able to take him down. Dyrus back into the fight, says, I don't think I'm going to make it out of this one. I'll try to do some more damage. Safeguard was not enough. Saintvicious, I believe, picking up his first kill there. Another assist for Big Fat. He's now 2-0-2, and Ari scales very well into late game, continuously doing damage, and it's not somebody you want to be doing damage with the mobility that she has.
And I like this build from bigfatlp. But by the way, actually has a flat 10 armor right now. There's the Dragon attempt as well from solo mid. Look at his build. He's got 30 flat magic pen. He's got that 21 offense build. It's 9-0-21, I believe. So really just wanting to deal a whole lot of damage with good cooldowns and good experience gain, everything else there. So pushing for the short. Reginald, 39 MR is not exactly frail, but he's not managing to control this game just yet.
Still pretty close in gold, only about 1,000 off right now. We're 13 minutes in, 4-2. We do see Lee Sin kind of poking at Saintvicious here, but he would walk into the bush of a backing Ari. That's
no.
No, it already hit her. I wanted to watch it fly all the way to base.
That'd be really interesting. Yeah, almost stopping that recall right there. That last half second, not interruptible by damage. Stun still worked though. Hotshot moving around, did take the race over. They come back towards the mid that Reginald's farming. That bottom turret, of course, already gone. It's 2-1 on turrets right now. All the outer turrets already grabbed there for CLG. And see if they go for any other pressure, or if Team Solo Mid wants to sort of coordinate themselves.
Looks like they are pushing this mid turret. Reginald will not be able to clear that wave by himself, so they may have another one here. Soraka throwing those OP bananas, doing some big damage. Looks like Ari returns to lane. Big Fat just went up to the left there to get a ward down, and it will have enough to at least guard this turret. Lee Sin is going, or Dyrus is going to come down here, so he could help with the fight. We do have Chaos coming towards mid as well. They are split 1-3-1, so they could force a fight, but it looks like CLG is going to back off to get some buys down. We do see Chauster going back. Doublelift does have that BF sword, grabbed himself some Dorans. See what Chaos has gone for this run on Urgai. We did see that Brutalizer on him, possibly going for the Glacial Shroud next, as he has seen quite a bit, but he's going for armor right there.
And we'll see Saintvicious spamming out these bottom. And I like the CLG again, like the prior game actually. They're really good at just running around to various lanes on the map and just taking all the minions. They're really good at sort of spreading their influence around the entire map, getting gold everywhere it shows up. And it seems like they're doing it first. They're actually forcing Solomon to react to them. Like you're going to see that now KX has to run towards bottom and must farm this because it's going to die to his turret pretty soon. That lets CLG, if they want, group up and push for something. They could go for mid right now, for example, if they pulled over Saintvicious.
Yeah, they did just actually get a ping on it from TSM. They're like, hey, we might need some assistance here. Doublelift taking a cleaver, but it's not going to be that much damage. Rise getting in range. Great Valkyrie by Doublelift. That was probably very close to going off on the Room Prison. And it looks like they will be able to, again, just kind of hold back on the turret. HotshotGG not really trading too much damage with Dyrus. Those two just trying to get their farm on right now.
Okay, plus it's one with Acid Hunter, and yeah, he's got 4 there, 3 for CLG. Again, Shyvana, solo bot, Saintvicious causing everyone to have to run around and you know, respond to him. Of course, with those Mercury treads with, 1,800 or so health. He's got his ult up as well, has exhaust ready to get people off of him. He's going to be good at running away.
So that's a great thing about Shyvana is about being able to take turrets like that. She's going to see somebody and turn out burnout and just not really worry about it. She's going to have more movement speed. Mid turret goes down as Chaos gets harassed a little bit by Saintvicious on bottom. Looks like top is a one-on-one. They are going for it. Dyrus versus HotshotGG. GG jumps to the other side. Will he get the damage down? He's kicked into the wall. And one more swipe from HotshotGG will take out Dyrus.
Oh, excellent job. It looks like Saintvicious actually might have stolen blue not long ago while he was up top the entire time. So Reginald still not wearing that. bigfatlp, of course, has his. No problem there. Still has a good minute or so on it as well. CLG are just really doing very awesome things in this game.
Great minion clearing ability that Ari, Big Fat, able to just throw that Q and bring it back down the minions, and they just keep killing these waves as they come in. The upper hand here now is their minion wave is going to get to the turret first. Rise really with only Spell Flux to get these minions out, so they're going to get some good damage down on this turret, staying in range of it. They got to be careful of Dazzle and some cleavers, but nobody's really going to engage on a fight, so it looks like they may grab a second turret here with opposition on TSM. There's a Dazzle. Big Fat's actually left by himself. Gatling goes on, and they turn quickly onto the odd one. Good escape there for CLG, almost taking down a second one. Saint still bottom with Hotshot still top. They're just split pushing the heck out of this map right now.
Yeah, Hotshot doing a great job there. They're just getting ahead of minions, of course, as well. You look at the gold, and you've got, you know, 120, 118, 105 for the various champions for solo mid. You've got 140, 140, 140 across the board for the top 3 for Counter Logic Gaming. They're just pulling themselves ahead with minions. They're up 4,000 gold. They've now got 4 turrets to 1. They're doing everything right across this map. I think Team Solo Mid needs to catch Counter Logic somewhere. I mean, they have the ability to catch someone. Once they catch someone, they can do a whole lot of damage. There's a swap into turret range, but Saintvicious, of course, just jumps onto Chaos. bigfatlp coming in as well. Chaos, he has to flash away from the charm. Didn't need to, though, because he wasn't going to get jumped on by more than just the one champion.
Looks like they're going to be both getting backs there. Full items completed right now. We do have a Triforce on HotshotGG. He has completed that. Really nothing else around the map right now. Ari grabbing, looks like she's going for the Rylas. She does have that life belt. Pickaxe going for Infinity Edge on Corky. And the Wit's End completed on Shyvana for Saintvicious.
Solo Mid walking around near Baron. I think they want to bait this. Clear points is up for Chauster. And the thing is, they can see him right now. They have wards. They have ward right there. Didn't get revealed. Solo Mid cannot start Baron without him knowing it, and they can't bait Baron without them knowing it. So they clear one ward, and now they feel confident. Moving back around a little bit more. CLG just waiting around on the bottom. Hotshot throwing out some nice javelins there. The ability power coming out thanks to improved Ignite, and Trinity Force actually giving his spells a little bit of bonus damage here.
Everybody's focused on this Baron area right now. Kind of just milling about in mid, clearing the waves. Every lane is pretty much even on wave right now, so they don't have to go and clear anything or protect any turrets. TSM is going to use this to their advantage and try to push back some more turrets. They've only grabbed 1 to the 4 that CLG has, and that's quite a bit of global gold to be down. It's 27,000 to 22,000 right now, almost 23. We'll have to see. They are going to pressure this. Will they turn and fight?
Well, again, they've been revealed. That ward, Hotshot around in the back as well. All of CLG is nearby. And now they're going to, looks like they might actually wait. The thing is, actually, they could sit in the Baron pit and not get spotted, so they could theoretically start something. Hotshot got to start on red. This is actually a good chance for them. They do see him. Of course, he also sees Solo Mid chasing down. There's Dyrus. He lands the slow, but it's not going to be enough. And look at that, CLG making the move. Hotshot was the bait, and they're going to move in for this mid turret. However, it'll be a 5v4, so they must stop. And they're going to land a little bit of damage on Reginald, a little bit on the odd one as well. It's a nice move by CLG.
Again, Dyrus just milling about with HotshotGG. These guys' damage trade usually goes in Hotshot's favor when he can get into Cougar.
And he's going to move all the way down into his jungle. That lizard buff still available.
They really want Big Fat right there. They are hungry in the pursuit. They know they're pushing him out. Maybe Charm is down. He doesn't really have anything on cooldown, but they're kind of using that to their advantage. We push one out. We know that they're absolutely separated. Can we focus one, or can we go for this Baron?
Well, right now that Baron still full health. Good little needly javelin comes out, hits odd one. He's going to be okay. He has 118 magic resist. But Solo Mid for the first time actually might be able to steal a buff right here. And if I were Saintvicious, I'd just like push mid again and just completely troll Solo Mid and say, hey guys, remember this? Remember how you have to respond to me going mid? Yeah, let's do that. Dyrus gets the kill on the Golem buff and has some nice energy. And there's the fight going into this one. Saintvicious jumps in first, takes a whole lot of pain right now. But looks special, going to fall first. There's the kill on Shyvana. Urgot picking that one up. More deaths. Solo Mid losing 3. CLG only losing 1. Now 4 dead for Solo Mid, and now Rise must try to run away. And Reginald not going to be able to. CLG looking really strong in that fight.
Very nice. 2 double kills. Those going to the AP carry Big Fat LP and the AD carry Doublelift. So it couldn't have really happened any better for these guys. It looks like they're going to be able to take down a free Baron. That'll be more global gold. They're already up by about 7,000 right now. So this is only going to help. They have a great minion wave mid to push down for some more gold, or they can choose to go for that top turret, as it is quite pushed.
Yeah, we're going to see them move up to about 8k to the advantage. You're going to see them. And yeah, if I know CLG, they're all low on health and mana. They'll recall very, very soon. They'll buy up, and they're going to push top, they're going to push bottom. They're going to get these turrets down, solidify that lead, and then they'll kind of pick whichever turret or inhibitor they want. Mid is not significantly damaged. There's no reason to rush for that one just yet. Doublelift, kind of being Doublelift, says, there's farm, I must take it, and going for that right now, using rockets. That's hitting very successfully, actually. And he is up to a good amount of minions, 178, highest in the game. As far as individual gold is concerned, highest in the game, indeed. So he's going to be a very scary force to be reckoned with. We'll one-shot that Infinity Edge. Let's see if he's going to pick anything else up. 1,100 gold could grab a Zeal. He might wait for that last 20.
These team fights right now can only go in favor of CLG. The only finished item for TSM right now is the Wit's End. They're going to complete it. I mean, there's a Wriggles there, but you have a Rylas, an Infinity Edge, a Triforce, Wit's End as well with Warden's Mail, and a Shirelia's on your support, and they just have such an upper hand in these fights. And TSM chooses to go 5v5.
Yep, Saint will grab that dragon there. They're up 10-3 right now. They're up almost 10,000 gold, and again, this golem getting stolen away. And this is not looking happy for solo mid right now. CLG looks poised to push. They're actually going back to the split push, which I'm a little bit surprised at because they can just win a straight-up team fight.
Yeah.
And I guess they're saying, you know, what's working for us now will keep working, and maybe that's true. But at the same time, we've seen game throws happen a whole lot because they weren't ending them out when they had the advantage. So CLG, they are going for turrets now. They're going to send those 3, now 4 bottom. And I guess they do know that Hotshot will be safe up here, so they're going to keep pushing it. They've actually forced Dyrus to hold top lane on Lee Sin.
Hotshot actually coming around. Like we said, this team has a lot of mobility, so from lane to lane, they can kind of just switch everything over. Saintvicious getting caught. Rune Prison is down for Rise, and he goes ahead and he uses his ultimate as well. So Reginald does not have that for this next fight. I don't know if they can do everything they want under the turret. That's why they're kind of poking and running out, trying to get that charm on, just missing onto Urgot, but however, Chaos is now half health. Lee Sin is top, and Dyrus would be necessary if this fight were to go down.
Yeah, they're going to need 5 people to beat 5 people with CLG. They prefer a 6th, actually, but it's not going to be the case for them. We'll see if they can get something to go on. There we go. We can have Reginald heal up a little bit. And remember, guys, even though this is a best of 3, if CLG wins this, we will have another set coming up, so don't go anywhere. And here's the pressure coming in there. Push down, goes on to Shavon. He's going to drop very, very quickly. Mundo does drop down as well. Dyrus getting killed second, and they're going to just charge in there, CLG. They've picked up 3. Hotshot going to go in for a little bit of pressure there. Going to turn back. Shavana barely surviving that battle, that Warden's Mail, keeping him alive through all that damage. Going to ride that one minion. Say, nope, actually, we'll go mid. That's fine.
All right, and it's actually going to be a quick surrender there from TSM. We are going into another best out of 3. CLG able to keep themselves in the tournament.
All righty, so everything is reset. Back to the basics. Forget everything that happened. We are to the final grand finals. A best of 3 will decide who takes an extra $12,500 home. $25,000 goes to the first place team here, whether it's Counter Logic Gaming down there, Team Solo Mid down there. They've got to collect themselves, think, okay, Solo Mid, they know what happened. They said, okay, you know, we know you have some dominant players, you have some good strategies, you do some good things, but we know we're champions, we know we're good players. We've been working hard this past month or so. We are getting ourselves ready for this. Counter Logic Gaming can't get too confident. They know everything's reset. They still need to win 2-1 or 2-0 this next set to take home the championship. They have some momentum, but they need to know that they need to just redouble their efforts and make sure that they can't let up on this pressure.
Right. Yeah, it's been a fantastic game, and CLG really playing a comp that. You know, they come out with a comp that we said they have a lot of speed, but they also had a lot of tank as well. They're able to split push, and they figure out what the other team can't do. You know, like you said, you know, they might want to push middle because it was working for them, but they went back to the split push because it was working as well. Yeah. And they actually forced that into the base with the movement that we described before. Nidalee pouncing all the way down to bottom quickly. Lee Sin was still top, wasn't able to help the fight in time, and they were just able to come up with that win pretty handily.
Yeah, that was absolutely just phenomenal play. CLG using all their map advantages. I mean, their ganks were really strong. They got away from the ganks they needed to.
I mean, we didn't see, like you said, we didn't see a lot of counter jungling from TSM either. It's their first buff steal was like 20+ minutes.
Yeah, they didn't really. I feel like Solomid didn't just play their game correctly, really. They didn't really manage to make anything happen too heavily. They did get that first blood on Saintvicious, and which it was actually really, really well timed too, because they killed him, you know, at about 1:50, which means he has to die, respawn, walk into the jungle. He had a 30-second late start, and the odd one had a 400 gold lead, and that was not enough for Solomid to take that game out. And actually, Saintvicious still went 2-2-9. Started out 0-1-0, went 2-1-9 since then. CLG did a phenomenal job of getting themselves into this game. Doublelift 2, 0-7, Hotshot sharing the other 2 kills there at top lane, getting shut down a fair amount, but ultimately they won pretty much everywhere. bigfatlp got that good one-on-one kill against Rise earlier, landing all those spells, the dive with the Ignite at level 2, and they did just a phenomenal job. So, you know, CLG looks like the favorites right now. I mean, all these players have been confident. I've talked with, Reginald and Kax, both of them, wanted to put money on their own games actually here in Vegas, and Saintvicious kind of the same way, was really excited to be like, yeah, we're going to take this, right? You know we're going to win this tournament. I don't know why, but, we'll see if that confidence pays off or if they're going to make some mistakes because of it.
Right. Yes, indeed, and we do have more games to come, another best of 3, but first, we're going to throw it over to our beautiful host, Cristina.
Hi! How you guys doing? Okay, so the 2 probably most popular teams are battling it out. Whoever wins the next best of 3 takes home the $25,000 prize. Are you guys excited? Okay, so in this crowd right here, how many TSM fans are there? CLG? Awesome. Okay, so things are kind of coming to the high point of the tournament here. It's getting really exciting. We're going to start the next set of 3 in 15 minutes, so stick around.
This special presentation of IPL is brought to you by Astro Gaming. Check out the latest award-winning gaming gear at astrogaming.com and follow @AstroGaming on Twitter.
Something revolutionary has arrived. The new standard in graphics from AMD is here, redefining virtually everything that came before. Higher frequencies, more memory, better frame rates, superior resolution than our previous generation. And the world's first 28nm GPU.
I'm Jeff In Control Robinson from Team EG, and this is Kingston's HyperX Genesis. It provides an ideal speed boost to increase the performance of your PC without the added price tag of hundreds of dollars in component upgrades. Genesis offers outstanding thermal dissipation, high frequency speeds, and low latency, so it's a perfect match for PC enthusiasts, system integrators, and gamers running Intel's i5 dual-channel motherboards.
Hey everyone, this is TheRedBaron with the IGN Pro League Top 5 Plays, and this week we have tons of daring escapes and awesome team fights with all of the competitive action that's going around, so I hope you enjoy this week's Top 5 Plays. At number 5, we have Kukamata as Gragas, and after picking up a few kills, he's going to push the inhibitor. Caitlyn's going to target Trinidad, and he's going to body slam, just barely picking up the bullet as he slides by. With the inhibitor down, they're going to retreat with Caitlyn in pursuit. A body slam followed by a double barrel combo will just barely pick up the kill before Caitlyn gets the last shot. The number 4 play comes from Lazaro88 playing Katarina as the other team's doing Baron. A ward from Sona is going to allow Kat to Shumpo onto Vayne, activating Death Lotus for the quick kill, and then the double on Mord. She's going to Shumpo to Mundo, and just as Baron's about to drop, an auto attack picks up the steal. And fortunately for Kat, Ezreal will Arcane Shift just in time to secure the triple kill. Play number 3 was submitted by Mandatory Cloud of MTW as his best game ever. His team's down 24-10 with the enemy taking Baron, but he has 260 CS 27 minutes in, and a quick dash followed by his ultimate is going to blind steal Baron. The Baron steal allows them to stall for the next Baron, which they're going to be able to take before the enemy can engage. Nocturne ults, but with no vision, only finds Lee as a target, and Graves will force the flash retreat, quickly turning with Maokai onto Sivir, forcing another flash. Ahri's Charm is going to land on Graves, but with no damage to back it up, he's going to be fine. Ward kills Lee Sin, but with a dash and red buff, Graves is going to chase down Sivir through her team, slowing her down so he can flash in for the kill. Turning back to the fight, Kennen ults, and Graves drops Nocturne before the fear can go off. With no one on him, he has free reign to hunt down Soraka and then finish off the low Ahri.
Board's no match for him now, so he's going to finish the pentakill, bringing his team back from the near loss. Our number 2 pick has a Tokumaya's Udyr coming down from top lane as his team is quickly losing a fight bot. Ryze is down and Ahri's chasing Caitlyn, but Udyr is going to power into the middle of the team. A stun into a Tiger Stance with an Ignite on Soraka forces her to flash, and he gives chase through MF Salt and into a dangerous Ahri charm. But the perfect ultimate from Malphite will be comboed with a Headbutt Pulverize from Ali for kills on Soraka and MF. Alistar goes down, and Udyr is going to stun Ahri, dropping below 100 HP as he kills her with Tiger Stance. Udyr retreats with a flash just before he goes down, and now Maokai and Gangplank are chasing Malphite. A flash almost gets him out, but they're still chasing, and a parlay from GP allows them to close the distance. GP's tanking the turret, and Maokai twisted advances in for the kill as GP leaves tower range, so Maokai's going to get low and allow Udyr to come back in with a stun on GP so he can kill Maokai. GP retreats into the brush, and Udyr waits for a turtle stance to be up so he doesn't die to a parlay as he goes back into the brush, barely killing GP and surviving the cannon barrage. And the number 1 play for the week has Sebs playing AP Janna. Her team is losing the fight badly, and Lee Sin's going to try to retreat to a ward, but lands right on one of Caitlyn's traps and then walks into a second one. Janna turns back to Monsoon to get him away and give them some distance, but the team is in hot pursuit. Whirlwind almost gets Lee Sin out, but Annie barely gets the stun. Nasus' Wither is going to allow them to chase Lee, and there's no way that Lee will possibly survive. After kiting into the brush, Janna turns back, bursting down Annie with her W as Lee Sin is headbutted backwards. Lee is going to shield the Pantheon to just barely survive as Janna picks up her second kill on Caitlyn. She begins to retreat once again as Nasus slows her down, and she turns back into Alistar, bursting him for her third kill. A Whirlwind gives her some distance, and she shields before she dies, allowing her to kite into the brush. One more parlay will surely kill her, but she's going to run into the other brush and then juke backwards into the previous brush, using a Whirlwind to get out of there. She has backup now with Pantheon and is going to barely be able to get away. And finally, with Gangplank in pursuit, she's going to turn around with a Whirlwind and a W to pick up her 4th kill.
Once again, this is TheRedBaron. Thanks guys for watching, and make sure to send us in your best replays to IPLLOLreplays@gmail.com. Also, IPL4 is just around the corner, so make sure to go to tickets.ign.com so you can come check out all the beautiful League of Legends action live from Las Vegas.
My name's Michael Santana, and I play AD carry for Team Dignitas. So when I started playing video games, it was like the Sega Genesis, and I just kept playing it progressively more and more, and I enjoyed it back then, but now that I'm in esports, like, this is cutthroat, this is brutal, like, I don't have fun anymore. I don't remember the last time I enjoyed myself. Everyone just yells at each other and I get so sad. But yeah, I mean, I guess winning money's not that bad.
My name is Steve Chow. My game handles Chauster. I play support on Team Counter Logic Gaming. So I started really young. I played Nintendo, Tecmo Wrestling, Double Dragon, Contra. I moved on to Super Nintendo. PlayStation comes out, and then at that point, I started playing computer games. And basically, I'm just like a big Blizzard fan. I play StarCraft, Warcraft. Diablo 2 is like the hugest part of my gaming life. That's why I'm so stoked for Diablo 3. Because I'm such a big Blizzard fan, I play Dota, which obviously like Dota is like the same thing as League of Legends. I started playing League of Legends when one of my friends introduced me, because at the time I had no games to play, so I just ended up spending a lot of time playing it. I play games to win, because I guess I'm competitive at heart. I've always strived to be like the best, because I hate losing, I hate being inferior to someone, so I always want to be the best. So when I play League of Legends, I just play the game and I play to win. Victory! There's a time where they used to release these ladder rankings in beta, where they'd have like all the top names, all the top rankings, and I'd start to see these people in game, and they had these, obviously, you know, they have these giant, like, not egos, but reputation, you know, this reputation attached to their name, like, wow, he's so good, this guy's so good, and then like you go against them, and you outplay them, and you kill them consistently, and you beat them consistently, and then you realize, like, who else is left? There's no one. And then the biggest change is when I started playing pre-mades, because back in beta, there was no separation between solo queue and ranked 5s. So you would have 5-man teams fighting individual players. And at that point, when I started winning like 10, 20 games in a row, I realized like there's no one really better out there.
Hello everyone, I am here with old school League of Legends player, Kobe24.
How's it going, Travis?
Pretty good, pretty good. So you are formerly of CLG. A lot of people might not know that. I actually saw you play at the WCG 2010 North American Grand Finals. Do you want to sort of talk about your experiences on CLG?
Yeah, I was actually on CLG from the very beginning. I've known all those guys, actually on both of these teams for years. I remember playing with Hotshot before our summoners were even level 30. So yeah, it's been a long time, and it's great to be back. I really enjoy all the excitement and being back in esports. It's a good feeling here.
So you just came out here to spectate the game, see who's going to win, etc.?
Yeah, and like I'm friends with pretty much everyone that are on these the top teams, so I just kind of came to Vegas with my friends.
Yeah, I remember I heard we were sitting here watching the games, and you and Dan were chatting about playing on a team from before even, or actually back in the beta, I believe.
Yeah, Dan, Dinh, and also Andy Dinh were also on CLG for a very short period of time that people don't really know. But yeah, all the top players have been really close for a long time. So,
well, what do you think of the event so far?
Oh, it's really fun. And then today, I also got to get up on stage and play in the Riot vs. Pros and versus fans game. So yeah, it's been a lot of fun.
Fantastic. Is it just fun? Even I know they were show matches, but is it fun just to see you up on the big screens again at a tournament?
Yeah, I do miss it. I miss the competitive scene and playing for real. The reason I kind of quit, or I didn't have enough time to practice anymore because I got an engineering job, and then I just kind of left the scene. Now I realized what I was missing.
Are you thinking about maybe hopping back on another team, or do you still not have the time?
I don't know. Maybe I could do some like casting or something like that, but I don't know if I could be a player again.
I think a lot of people would love to see that. I know everybody sort of wondered where you've been since you left the team.
I see a lot of forum posts all the time. What happened to Kobe?
Yeah.
And then, yeah.
So actually, do you want to talk about that game 1 between TSM and CLG?
Yeah, that was I mean, CLG is looking really strong right now. I think we're talking a lot about how they came in with 2 wins versus Dignitas, so they're all warmed up and they're ready to go. And TSM kind of came in cold.
Right.
So I'm excited to see now that TSM has had a chance to warm up. I think the second best of 3 is going to be a lot closer.
Did you think? Did you have any opinions on the comps that they chose for game 1?
For game 1, what was the comps actually?
Honestly, I'm trying to remember. Let's move on to game 2.
Because game 2, I actually thought CLG was going to have a little bit of a problem because they didn't have much CC. They only had the RE Charm to be able to catch people.
Right.
But they really didn't even have to team fight until much later in the game, and they were already so far ahead.
Yeah.
It really just snowballed really hard. And
actually, I remember what we were discussing back here with the game 1 comp was that TSM kind of didn't have an initiate.
Oh yeah, no hard initiate. They could only really counter initiate after CLG made a move because they had such a strong tank line with Hotshot being the Cho'Gath and also Saintvicious on the Udyr. They're just too beastly, and so then Vlad would try and pull, and they would try and go with the AoE of Karthus, but it just didn't work out.
Yeah.
Not enough power.
So are you rooting for CLG because you were previously on that team, or are you just sort of here to see who's going to win?
Well, like I said, I'm really good friends with all these guys. I guess I'll say that I'll root for CLG for this one, for old time's sake.
Okay, there you go. Hey, how about any predictions for the next ones? I know you said they're going to be a lot closer, but do you have any ideas on who's going to come out?
I think that TSM is going to come out, win the first one at least.
Okay, so
it's going to be a best of 3.
Okay, so rooting for CLG, but predicting TSM maybe, at least in game 1.
Yeah.
Well, do you have big yells from the audience, of course, for CLG? I'm sure that in a second TSM will start yelling TSM, or all the TSM guys will start yelling TSM.
Bay life.
Bay life indeed. Well, how you been enjoying Vegas?
Oh, yeah, I really like it. Everyone was just talking about, though, it's been a long weekend. Everyone's their voices are going.
Yeah.
Everyone's getting a little tired, a lot of drinking. But it's really fun, yeah. I enjoy it.
No, yeah, I think it's been a great event. I'm glad you were able to make it out for this. Do you have any shout-outs or anybody you want to say hi to on stream?
My brother just started playing League of Legends. I want to give a shout out to him. He's
right.
level like 15, I think, right now, but he's going to join a team too. He'll continue my legacy.
Do you think he'll join a team before level 30?
Yeah, he'll get picked up real quick.
Okay,
real quick.
okay. People find out he's your brother, and that'll be it.
Yeah, and like just the way that this tournament has been run compared to like back when I was playing when it first started. Like it was on wireless internet, and there would be disconnects and lag, and like this is just so smooth being here and just seeing how far League of Legends has come. It's impressive.
Yeah, for sure. Hey, thanks again for the interview. I hope you have a great rest of your weekend. And again, I think we're going to go ahead and head out to break now, and then we'll have that game coming up soon. We'll find out who is actually going to win the entire prize pool here at IPL4 in Las Vegas.
Okay, there we go. Hi! So, it's good to see you all again. How are you guys feeling? I know it's Sunday. By the way, happy Easter, everybody. I kind of feel, yeah, right? Oh, yeah, it's Easter. Happy Easter. Coming up is the start of the new match. Whoever wins this next set of three, best of three, takes home $25,000, CLG versus TSM, and we have two very, very talented casters, RedBaron and Dinh, and they're gonna cast the game for you guys. See you later, bye.
Awesome, thank you, Cristina. I'm definitely really excited. CLG able to take the first set. We are going to the second set. There's the potential for this to turn into a 5-game series. What in particular do you think TSM needs to focus on in order to take this back in their favor?
I think they just need to focus on the game. I felt like they came in very cold, and they're just mechanically making mistakes. And you know, when you're going in cold against a team that's just gone 2-0, just a very, very intense and heated game. You know, CLG came in with an adrenaline, and they're just moving forward with that momentum, and it's been very, very powerful. So, you know, if TSM wants to get back in the game, they just gotta, you know, just get themselves back in that mind frame, in that state of mind where, you know, I'm here to compete, I'm ready to play.
So we've seen a lot of Nidalee play this tournament very recently from HotShot. Just fantastic stuff. We've seen him in poke comps. We've seen the AD Nidalee this past game. Do you think that we need to see a Nidalee ban? Does it just get too much in TSM's head regardless of, you know, what kind of comp they're running?
I would like to see a Nidalee ban just because of Dyrus's champion pool on top lane in general. Nidalee just does very, very well against any type of champion. I feel Dyrus knows how to play up top, so banning out Nidalee would definitely help out in TSM's favor.
That's true. He does, you know, Vladimir, one of his favorite champions, Jax, Olaf, any of those champions that ranged auto attack harass is definitely very effective. Anivia, we've seen the fantastic Anivia play from bigfatlp. Do you think that we should expect to see an Anivia ban as well?
We may or may not. I feel like if they leave Anivia up, TSM can potentially just pick up Cassiopeia and do just as well. And so I feel like with all the other threats on COG, they may probably just leave Anivia up and ban other things they feel would, you know, hurt them more.
That's kind of the interesting thing. Cassiopeia, for the longest time, we've seen her as such a strong pick. She's got great lane control. She's got the Barret and Dragon presence that you like to see. Great fight control. What exactly about her has resulted in her kind of falling out of favor? Is it just that we're starting to see aggressive mid champions that can, you know, do well against her? Or?
I actually haven't seen her fall out of favor. I've seen her being used continually. It's just some composition just doesn't call for her, but in general, she's a very, very high priority ban if a player is well known for using her. So I wouldn't be surprised if Anivia's picked and then Cassiopeia is used as a champion on the other side.
Well, that'll definitely be interesting to see. We saw Mono versus V8, I believe. We had the Anivia.
I think it was AAA.
AAA, you're right. It was, and we had Anivia versus that Cassiopeia. The pool really efficient at taking down the egg, and that's one of the things a lot of mid champions, they have the burst, but not that follow-up potential to get rid of the egg. So that's definitely interesting. Once again, I would like to thank you for joining me. Dinh here, everybody. I mean, it's just always fantastic, always a pleasure to cast. Yeah, feel free. Yeah, just give it. Let's give it a go. There's no reason not to. So yeah, it's. I mean, you've got obviously the close ties with both teams.
Definitely, very
historically.
very close. I think you guys have seen the interview with Kobe24 earlier. I'm pretty much in the same boat. I've been playing with these guys since beta. Hotshot and Reggie is probably, of everybody playing, are the two people I've played with the most in the entire game added together. Maybe Salsi too. So those three players. So I've known these guys for a long time, played with them, played against them. So it's always interesting to see the people you play with and practice with, compete for first and second.
Yeah, I really love the matchup of Reginald and Big Fat, because they've been playing each other for so long, both of these teams, but Big Fat, he's definitely more of a passive laner.
Yeah.
He, sits back, is very comfortable with controlling the lane and letting the game kind of flow. Reginald, on the other hand, the exact opposite, just, wants to get those kills.
Like, one thing I got to give credit to Big Fat for is, ever since Korea, I've noticed that he's a lot more aggressive. And my biggest criticism for him before he went was, he's too concentrating on farming. He's not being aggressive enough. There's times where he can take advantage of other people's mistake, and he's just, no, I'm not going to do it. It's too risky, and he doesn't go for it. So, and ever since Korea, I feel like he's improved this game definitely by a lot.
Yeah, both teams definitely. I mean, it's just such an astounding showing from both of them. TSM, having their ups and downs. The new manager, seems to be working. Dyrus definitely meshing well with the team, and then CLG, since they've been to Korea, I don't know. It's just it's surprising. You see these old teams, the veterans, just coming out and taking control. But I don't know. I'm definitely excited. We will be in Champ Select shortly, and then we'll be able to see what kind of strategies we're looking to run. What do you think that CLG might be trying to run? Do you think that a lot of it depends on the picks that we're seeing?
The way I feel about it is both teams are very, very versatile. They definitely have their go-to champions. Like Saints likes Shyvana. He's been playing a lot of Shyvana. He likes Udyr. So he's going to hang around those two champions. Doublelift's three champions, I feel like he's very, very comfortable. And so that would be Corki, Vayne, and Caitlyn. So I wouldn't be surprised if he plays Corki again and potentially Vayne. Caitlyn would be more of if the team comp calls for it, like a hyper poke comp. And Big Fat, like one thing that I've noticed this tournament is, throughout the entire tournament, is three go-to champion would be Anivia, Ahri, and Ryze. And when I looked at that champion pool and I look at the pool of champions that Reggie's been playing throughout the entire tournament, I'm like, oh man, every single one of GG's champion actually does really well against every champion that Reggie's been playing against. So I'm not too surprised that he did very well against Reggie, given Reggie did make a lot of mistakes inside lane.
Well, we'll have to see the call out there going off for the brother. I don't know, we will be in Champ Select shortly. Once again, just always love to thank all of the sponsors. AMD, huge support for this event. It really is fantastic. And, all of the computers and everything that we've been using, AMD support, Astro with their headsets, Gunner, Twitch TV, Kingston, Playhem, definitely great support there. And then obviously, just a quick shout out to solomid.net and lolpro.com, both fantastic kind of community sites. And I guess we'll be back shortly, actually. We're going to get a nice little K-pop video for you guys. I know you're all looking forward to it.
Bubble pop. Going through. Let's do it.
So we'll be back shortly. Hey everyone, once again, I am TheRedBaron. With me is Dinh, enjoying K-pop as usual at IPL4.
It was pretty good. It was pretty good. I was popping a little bit while I was watching. He was popping a lot. I was like, oh damn, this guy's got moves.
You started it. You got me. You got me in the mood. Well, the K-pop got me in the mood, obviously. But let's settle down a second here. Let's settle down a second.
I got him. I got him in the mood.
Always, Dan. Always. But TSM, CLG. We definitely, CLG with fantastic comps both games. TSM, definitely had their opportunities. First game, we've been seeing a lot of that comp that CLG's been running, where they have Anivia, that Cho'Gath, all those disables. What's your thoughts on that, and how would you deal with that Vayne, just heavy disable kind of comp?
I felt like game one, TSM's comp definitely had the edge. They just made a lot of mistakes, and when you make a mistake, it's very easy to snowball the game out of control, and I felt like that's what happened. Had Reggie not given up a couple of kills early too, I know I'm calling him out, he's my little brother, I feel like it's okay for me to do that. So, when you mess up a little too much too early, it's really easy for the other team to capitalize on that and just, press that advantage all the way through to the end of the game. However, game two, I felt like CLG had a much stronger team comp. You look at TSM's champions and the type of items they would get, like primarily like Frozen Heart. Frozen Heart doesn't really affect Corki, it doesn't really affect just most of CLG's champions in general. So really, CLG did a fantastic job on their picks in the second game.
Well, right off the bat with the bans, a lot of kind of expected bans. Nocturne, definitely is one of those strong champions against a carry like Vayne for that engage. Galio, we've seen a lot of Reginald with Galio. He can shut down or do very well against a lot of mid champions, particularly someone like Ari. And then because Vayne is so short range, Galio can just jump in there, get those kills. Shen and Nidalee, two of HotShot's strongest champions. We've seen how effective the Nidalee play has been this weekend. Just absolutely astounding. But right off the bat, we have Shyvana on Saintvicious. Janna was banned, so that's been kind of a common first pick for CLG because it's just so much fight control. I think Janna's like almost 90%, but right now, Shyvana is 100%. 10-0, I believe.
I feel like Shyvana's 100% because Saint's been doing really good, and he's been picking Shyvana every game too. If you look at every single match that CLG's played, almost every single one of them is either Shyvana or Udyr or Mundo, and most of them are Shyvana, and Saint's been doing a really good job, clearly, as they made it to the finals. So I'm actually not surprised at the Shyvana pick because I feel like Saint's in his groove right now with Shyvana. So, moving forward is definitely a champion that's in his comfort zone right now.
And so then we have Udyr and Soraka for TSM. Udyr definitely nice pick because of the versatility. Hotshot, Udyr is one of those few kind of champions that he will play. So taking Udyr out of that equation, they can send it top, they can send it in the jungle.
Of course.
I think it's interesting with Shyvana. You provide the movement speed, so you have that great map control. We've been seeing a lot of that. But then also, do you think the success of Shyvana has partially become due to all the matches that you're playing against Kog'Maw? And Shyvana, we've just seen so much disruption in those team fights, able to get into the back line, into Kog'Maw.
I feel like he's just playing it really, really well. So, like people think that she's a very, very strong pick overall. I've played my fair share, and certain team comps she does really well against. Primarily physical damage, heavy team comps, and so I feel like that's where she excels. And it just so happens to be Saints is playing very, very well lately.
And we do once again have Doublelift on Vayne with the Alistar bot. That deadly combo. There's always the threat if Chauster can get you pinned against the wall. I mean, you're just automatically going to go down, and that's kind of a scary prospect for any lane.
It's a very high threat bottom lane. Basically, at any point, if Xpecial or Chow X is next to a wall, Ali can open with a headbutt, pulverize, Vayne condemn, and that's going to chunk them very, very hard. I can't imagine either of those champions on TSM that's going to be able to live through 2 rotations. So they're going to have to play very, very safe, and if they're going to push, they have to push with volley and hang back.
Yeah, so Ashe, actually a really interesting pick. We haven't seen a lot of Ashe this tournament, banned a couple of times against All Authority, but Ashe, fantastic initiation. A lot of the comps that we've been seeing have been lacking initiation. They've been lacking that strong forward momentum. Ashe, definitely not the case. And then you have to consider Ashe against Vayne. You have the volley to kind of kite in that lane, get that harass. Is that a nice matchup, or is Vayne and Alistar just a little bit too aggressive for Ashe in lane?
Vayne naturally is just, innately, is just so much more stronger than Ashe. I feel like Ashe is probably a very, very weak pick against Vayne in this case, because really, when it comes to a face-off, what's Ashe going to do? She's going to right-click volley, throw Crystal Arrow. But, you look at Vayne, she's going to be able to cleanse the arrow and just roll forward and just decimate her within seconds. So I'm very worried for Chaos. I think he understands that. So The Ashe pick overall would be something to synergize with the team comp overall, more than to just win bottom lane.
Well, we do have the same team comp that we've seen CLG run with such great success. Anivia mid, Hotshot just can completely control that top lane. Isn't usually going to trade that effectively. There's some champions that obviously Cho can do very well against, but primarily it's just a map control kind of thing. And once they get into those team fights, they have all that great synergy. They're able to keep Vayne alive. What do you think that we'll be seeing from Dyrus here? Do you think maybe an AoE with like Vladimir?
Right now, they have 12 seconds, but they're really thinking hard on whether I should play Udyr top or Udyr jungle, and so that's the reason why there's so much time burnt. And so overall, they thought about it. They don't want to invest Udyr top because it's generally another melee in the jungle. So it was a decision that they had to make. Because if you think about it this way, if they're going to send Udyr top, they're invested into one melee, and most junglers that are just the viable jungles that you see pick commonly are also melee, and that's what they don't want to pick into, an Alistar, an Anivia, and a Cho'Gath. And really, Shyvana excels against melee champions as well, so that's the reason why I think initially TSM planned on playing Udyr top, but they have that flexibility to switch it around.
Okay, well, very cool. So Udyr, definitely a very fast jungler to go against Shyvana. Won't have to worry too much about counter jungling, I wouldn't think. But I don't know, it should be interesting to see. Udyr, definitely a little bit stronger of a ganker than Shyvana is. Where do you expect we'll see his presence most as this game progresses?
Generally, I feel like top lane is just the most gankable in most games against any team, just because of the coverage you would need to protect against top lane ganks. If you ward River, they can run through the enemy side through Tribrush and gank. If you ward Tribrush, they can run through River. So generally, you need 2 wards to cover up top lane, and that early in the game, most players cannot or do not get 2 wards to protect top lane. A little bit later in the game, they would ward double ward top and that choke right outside red to protect all the entries to top lane. But until then, it's top is very, very gankable.
So Ashe with the arrow, it will provide them with initiation. Who in particular is TSM looking to pick off? Because we do have the cleanse on Vayne. Do they just need to get rid of the cleanse and then be very cognizant of her cooldowns on the summoner spells? Or is there maybe another target that they're focused on more, maybe Anivia?
I felt like Ashe was picked a little too early. There's really nobody that Ashe can target at the time that she picked. So I feel like she has no real target. You don't really want to shoot your enchanted arrow onto Shyvana or Cho'Gath or Alistar. So really, if you're going to shoot at anybody, you want to shoot at Anivia because Vayne has cleanse. And if you're going to hit Anivia, you got to make sure she dies right away.
Yeah, that is going to be a concern. I don't know, we'll have to see how it goes. There is always that potential. Ashe is kind of a game breaker. At any point in time, picking people off is just, it's so effective in so many situations.
Definitely. In terms of team fight, Ashe has no real target, but in terms of skirmishes, if she lands a well-placed arrow, she can open a team fight that way. But if both teams are prepared and are hiding in brushes and warding and looking for that 5v5 fight, I feel like Ashe is not going to be as effective. But in terms of picking somebody off, she's definitely going to be able to excel in that department.
So considering we have this front line, this tanky front line for TSM, they have Soraka as well. Versus all of the disables that we have from CLG, it seems clear that, like you said, because Ashe isn't Vayne, in teamfight, CLG just has such an overwhelming presence with all of the disables and not a whole lot of damage from TSM. We do have a lot of damage from Ryze, of course, and then Vladimir has the good sustain. But I don't know, what are your thoughts on how TSM is going to set up the right opportunities for themselves? How will they draw CLG out of position to get those perfect initiations that they're looking for?
Whether, Ashe hits the right target or not, as long as she hits the arrow and do enough damage and slow enough people in a small area, and Vlad can drop his Hemoplague on a group of people, I feel like Ryze should be able to output enough damage to chunk them and send them back.
Okay, well, if we can take a look at our teams, I always love this overlay, but we have CLG and TSM. Should be a nice matchup. TSM in the purple side. Looking at their team, there's not really... I'm trying to think. Do you think we'll see an aggressive engage from CLG at the beginning of this game? They've done it a lot with this comp. They have the Flash Frost and Alistar.
Definitely. You're going to see CLG just has a very, very strong level 1 team fight. You couple Alistar with Cho'Gath, you're going to have an AoE stun twice. I think both are knockups, so you can't really cleanse out of him. You can cleanse out the slow component, but the CLG's level 1 is just pretty beastly at this point. And I don't see TSM fighting them head on. If it's going to break out, it'd open pro with probably a couple of volleys and a right click and just backing it out and just chunking them a little bit at a time. But if anybody gets hit, like TSM's going to have a man down.
Well, both teams running kind of defensive summoners. We do have the clairvoyance from both wanting to be aware of where the enemy is. CLG setting up in the river here. We'll see whether they invade. They usually kind of move towards the top, but if TSM is coming in this direction, then there's always the potential for a quick kill. But as well, we have the heal top on Vladimir, recognizing he just wants to farm against Cho'Gath.
So like one thing, TSM is expecting invade. So they drop the ward at the tri-brush, expecting COG to walk through. So they're not really going to hide in the forest. They're not looking for a fight. TSM just wants to start off the game normally without having a disadvantage and just farm through the early phases. And really, when it comes down to ganking, Udyr, I feel, should do a better job than Shyvana.
So we have seen a lot of split pushing from CLG. That's always something that they really favor. Hotshot taking the teleport, so it will allow a little bit more bot control as the game progresses. Do you think that that's just he doesn't expect to have any sort of kill potential against Vladimir? Because I would normally think you would go for an ignite with Cho'Gath versus Vlad. Or
if he had gone ignite, he would have a kill potential on Vlad. If there's nothing else affecting those two players. But since he doesn't have it, I feel like he's just going to try and farm and get big enough where he can just continually push and not be affected. I feel like he's just going to play Lone Island HotshotGG, pushing continually with the teleport.
But right here we see TSM. They're actually trying to catch CLG off guard while CLG has already split. They've sent Cho and Anivia down there. Here's Chauster. He is going to see the team. And so we do have Saintvicious getting caught, and they are chasing him down. We do have the volley, and they are going to be able to pick this up. He's actually running. There it is. The critical for the first blood. Able to pick up the kill. And TSM, odd one, going to be able to get this red. CLG just completely, absolutely no clue. TSM understanding there's the early invasion there and the really aggressive play as a result.
So with CLG team comp, it's pretty obvious that they're gonna want to invade just because how strong it is. And TSM had known that. So they dropped the ward and it gave them an early enough warning that, all right, CLG is in here and they have already split apart. So it's not their full team. So TSM was able to collapse back onto Shyvana and pick up that kill.
And so now we actually see both teams expecting the swap. Definitely something that they like to do with Cho'Gath occasionally, but we will see the double lane bot for both of them. How do you think that'll have an impact on the game? Is it really just, first to flinch results in a dragon for the other team?
I feel at this point, TSM has a little bit more control. They did get first blood, so I feel like from this point on, as long as they don't mess up, they should have dragon.
We do have the slow from Dyrus. He did use his pull, so odd one chasing him down here. Hotshot definitely on the wrong side. There's the stun underneath the tower. We have all that damage going off. Dyrus able to pick up the second kill. TSM off to a great start in the beginning of this game.
So what happened right there is Hotshot knew that he was going to get ganked. He felt his best route was to walk into tower. Had he gotten about 3 inches more, he'd be able to flash over the wall and walk out through blue side. But Dyrus had seen that, so he had flashed and stunned him under tower, because when you take that path, you have about 2 seconds to walk through and take at least one tower hit. So it was a perfect timing on the stun by Dyrus.
And we actually have Hotshot teleporting back up, actually getting some great harass on Dyrus here, but since he's up against the tower, he should be able to heal it back up for the most part. We'll be fine to just continue farming in that lane. Teleport, because Cho's bot, it really doesn't have the kind of same significance that you usually see, but we actually see Odd One coming in here mid. We will have the snare from Reggie, could set up this gank extremely well, and then obviously with the Phoenix stance, with the red buff, that would definitely be a dead big fat LP there. So we'll see. He's kind of playing defensively, shying away from the top jungle because he recognizes Udyr's going to be coming from red. So what are your thoughts on, wow, brain freeze for a second. What are your thoughts on Anivia's play here? Do you just really think that recognizing the play from Reginald, was he like tipping off to some degree, or did they just expect Udyr to be coming in for that aggressive early game?
GG is playing the general, I want to play safe at this point. When you're behind 2 kills, their jungler is going to be significantly stronger than his own. So he's definitely going to be playing passive for the most part, because at this point, Udir's is involved in 2 kills already. So he's really farming. If he gets caught out of position, he knows he's going to die. And that's one thing he's not looking forward to. That's why he's playing so passive. It's not so much Reggie giving a tell. If you just look at GG's positioning in general, it's just very far back.
Yeah, he's definitely one of those more defensive players. Hotshot, because he's bottom lane, I was saying a second ago, the teleport isn't as meaningful as top lane, but because it has such a long cooldown, that 5-minute cooldown, is there any sort of weakness to him being forced to use the teleport so early in the lane?
I felt like the moment he used it wasn't too bad, because at that point there's no real global objectives on the map, and so having to use it so early doesn't hurt him as much, and actually it benefited him, because if he didn't have teleport, he would have had to walk all the way back, and he would have lost a lot of CS. And so, him dying so early, it was just a difference in EXP and gold, not losing out on a lot of farm.
And now top lane. Usually top lane is the most isolated of the lanes. We see a lot of aggressive ganks top lane because these 2 combos, they're both going top. Do you expect that maybe we'll see some tower dives from CLG, recognizing the aggression that they have and the chain CCs, or is Soraka still too safe of a pick with the double heal?
I feel like if Saintvicious can get farmed enough, you're going to be able to see some tower dives. But at this point, he's just passively farming. He understands that he's behind, so he's not making too many aggressive plays. Because when you make an aggressive play, you're putting yourself behind in farm. And he knows that his team is also behind, because TSM's up to kill, so his diving potential is lessened by that too. So I can foreseeably, I feel like Saint's going to farm until at least level 6 before he makes any real move.
And right now we're actually seeing that Doublelift, and Chauster here, they're pushing extremely aggressively, trying to deny Ashe that farm. How do you think that's going to affect her viability as the game progresses? Because Ashe definitely doesn't have the highest base stats of any of the AD carries.
I think it's more of Ashe is playing very defensive. He doesn't want to get too far out, because in general, Ali Vayne is a very high threat, high pressure lane combo. So if he gets too far out, if there is a gank from jungle, it's going to be very dangerous. Right now, he is pushing lane.
We actually have a nice little dodge by Dyrus for a second there. The gank coming in, avoiding that rupture, just really effective play. And what you were saying?
Back to top, you see Vayne and Ali just very high pressure champions, and that's one thing Chowek's got to watch out for, because if he gets a little too far, if junglers go and gank, he's going to be putting himself in a lot of danger. So he is pushing lanes right now, because I think he's expecting to go back very soon.
How effective, will Cho be as this game progresses against Vladimir? Because he does have that high sustain, but once Vladimir starts getting some levels, once he starts getting that revolver, will he be able to shut down a little bit of Hotshot's farm, or is it just too strong?
I feel like Vlad should be able to win against Cho'Gath, especially with the advantage at this point. So as soon as Dyrus gets about 1700 hit point, he's at no real threat. He's at 1600 hit point right now. Once he gets his revolver, he should be at no real threat to Cho'Gath, because he's going to be able to live through the initial burst, and even when Shyvana ganks, he should be able to run away and use his heal to get back to safety. And I feel generally Vlad, I feel like he's going to scale better this game as well.
Well, it should be interesting to see. The Vlad AoE damage and sustain, do you think that's, just how is that going to affect Vayne as the game progresses? Is that a really strong matchup, having that, really strong hyper carry kind of champion?
The way I feel about Vlad is he's one of those champions where he goes in, he does a lot of damage, he drops really low and bait people. So he's going to be able to pull a lot of aggro, take a lot of pressure off his team, and then drop the aggro and force them to focus somebody else out. So especially with Vayne, when you're attacking a target, to do a lot of damage, you need to stack silver bolts. And as Vladimir, if you've taken only 2 hits, you can drop your pull and drop the last silver bolt and just really de-aggro that way.
Wow, we actually have a gank right down this mid lane. We have the flash snare from Reginald. There's going to be followed up the stun, but the beautiful wall from Big Fat able to deny that, and Shyvana coming in, seeing if they're going to tower dive, maybe come in for that counter gank. So really effective play by CLG, continuing to push it into that mid game that they want. But as a result, Odd1 is going to come right down for this dragon, and because we only have the 1v1 bottom lane, and because Vladimir has a slight advantage, TSM definitely will be able to take this. Shyvana not even going to try and contest it with Anivia.
Yeah, it's definitely a free dragon, especially with Anivia being so low. She doesn't really want to put herself in danger. And I think...
So a 2K gold advantage, or just over a 1K gold advantage for TSM. They definitely have a pretty aggressive comp early on. It'll be interesting to see when we start seeing some aggression from Chaox, but actually right now we have Chauster going to headbutt him, not going for the full pulverize because the rest of TSM is coming. I'm wondering if Anivia had called that, so Reginald coming up, they are backing off. They definitely recognize the threat, but Doublelift very close to that snare will actually flash away, so Reginald just going to back off, and CLG will be safe once again in that lane.
I think Vayne knew that Reggie was going to be able to snare her, and if he had cleansed that, he would have eaten an arrow right after. So, he's just playing better safe than sorry. That way, I felt like if he didn't flash that and he got snared by Reggie, he was very likely going to die, actually.
And so once again, we see Reginald trying to gank his own lane, just going to come back, farm. At this point, what can you do to kind of stop Anivia from controlling this mid lane? Does she just have too much range and wave clearing capabilities, or maybe gank the blue a little bit?
The way I feel about Anivia is to control Anivia, you need to control her blue buff. Because what she can do is she can just continually press the lane, kill the entire creep wave really quickly, and let it reset at tower. And that's going to give her some time to go back, kill the Wraith, and then go press mid again, go back, kill wolves, and then go back to mid and press it again. She can clear it really, really quickly from afar, so it doesn't really put her in a lot of danger.
And once again, we have a gank bottom. Saintvicious going to get some nice damage onto Dyrus here, but Dyrus was able to use that ghost, able to get out of there, had vision of Saint coming down, so just going to exchange a little bit of damage. Saint having that wriggles, so helps with jungle clearing capabilities, but we actually have Reginald coming in, so we'll see whether or not they go in for this, push under the tower. Hotshot a little bit too tanky, a little bit of damage exchange from Reginald, but probably just going to back off here. So Reginald, he's been extremely aggressive so far in the game, looking for ganks all over the map, trying to get his team an early advantage. Not really putting himself that far behind, but at the same time, there's always that threat. Wow, actually almost going in mid, and Saintvicious going to be jumping into Reginald. This is actually turning around huge, so we're actually going to have a double kill here. Can Reginald turn onto Hotshot? We have the ultimate from Dyrus, so just that great burst damage. I was actually a little bit surprised. I thought Hotshot was just too tanky under that tower.
I actually felt like he could have died at any point, because had Dyrus dropped Hemoplague, which he did, you put that on Hotshot, and then if Rise had just unloaded everything, that's actually a lot more damage, because one thing you gotta know is Hemoplague amplifies your entire team's damage too, and Hotshot was at about half hit point through about two rotation of Rise's spell, so a little bit of damage from Vladimir, a little bit of damage from Reggie, and the Ignite on top of him. I felt like he was gonna die, so I was a little worried about him.
So I was actually going to say, do you think that if these ganks aren't successful, Reginald should really just be sitting mid and trying to control, or is it just that he's not going to be that effective against Anivia until he gets maybe a Banshees, so he really just wants to be able to pick up kills?
I feel like he's trying to help his entire team win the lane, so whenever there's an opportunity, if the wave is already
actually
pushed,
Reginald trading very well with Big Fat. The Flash Frost not coming out, it was down for a second there, but I'll continue.
I was going to say that, I feel like GG does have a slight advantage against Rise just because her range is so much longer. If Reggie wants to press forward, she can wall him off and do damage that way. And he had a little bit of taste of that when he was playing Karthus. And so if there's an opportunity to roam, he wants to take advantage of that because, Anivia is a lot slower. If you press to her tower and she clears it, you can get to places faster than she can, and you can get back faster than she can too. So it's not a bad idea to move her around the map.
And that actually kind of brings up a good point that we'll see later in this game. a lot of Team Solo Mid's team is actually pretty short range. Rise is a very short range caster. How is that going to affect them having to deal with the Anivia wall later in the game?
Oh, Anivia is going to definitely be a huge, huge problem for TSM.
We actually have the snare underneath the tower, going to be taking the tower damage, and there the egg, very close to going down. We had some AoE going onto Reginald. Can he pick it up? Still with the ignite, very close, just one more spell, able to grab the kill. So Reginald able to grab Big Fat underneath the tower. Very, just awesome play.
If you look at the rebirth cooldown, GG was literally 0.2 seconds from coming out.
Yeah.
If Reggie's rotation had came up 0.3 seconds slower, I felt like they would have both killed each other upon resurrection.
So going back to it, how will TSM want to negotiate with the Anivia wall? Because not only is it going to give CLG control for taking objectives like Dragon, taking buffs, being able to wall off in the jungle. Anivia just so strong in the jungle. It's also going to give so much control in fights. How will they want to deal with that?
I feel like with Ashe, they should be able to make a pick as long as it doesn't hit Vayne or Alistar. If they can keep down Cho'Gath and he's not unstoppable like he normally is, they can actually make a pick on Cho'Gath as well. Because at this point, I feel like Hotshot isn't, as farm as he was in most of the other games. So, you can still make that happen. When Cho'Gath does get to beast mode status, you really don't want to waste your arrow on him.
Yeah, and we do see, everyone just kind of sitting back for a second. TSM with a 2K gold advantage at this point. Dragon will be up at about 16 minutes, so it's, should be up in about a half minute to a minute. So we'll have to see what kind of aggression we see from TSM as the levels get going. What is CLG's primary goal? Are they just really looking to get towards that mid game where they can force fights and recognize that they have that team fight advantage over TSM?
I feel like CLG definitely has.
Oh, we have an arrow coming on to Big Fat, just barely missing. That would have definitely been a kill, sorry.
Yeah, his egg was down too, and Udyr was there waiting for it as well. So one thing I was talking about is, I feel like CLG does have a stronger late game. If it goes into late game without too much of a disparity in terms of farm and level, I feel like TSM is gonna lose out on most of their team fights.
And so TSM grabbing another dragon, the rupture from Hotshot, just kind of, lackadaisical kind of steal attempt, but there's definitely no options there. And so TSM definitely coming off to an early advantage. Top lane, Ashe is doing pretty well. We do have a slight advantage for Vayne, and Vayne definitely scales a little bit better. So it'll be interesting to see what kind of action we see from Doublelift as the game progresses, and whether or not we can see some aggression from Chaox picking people off.
I feel like at this point, if Chaox gets a little too far out, if he gets hit with one combo, he's gonna die. That's how much Vayne does right now. And Alistar does a lot of damage too. People underestimate how much damage he does.
And actually, we have another gank. Dyrus did see it. He does have that ward, so he will be safe once again. Using his pool a little bit preemptively. I think he's just showing off there for the stream, but we do see Reginald coming up top lane, and along with Udyr, this is going to be a 4v2. Doublelift actually getting out of there, so we'll see whether or not they decide to push the tower. Almost stopping that, almost could have thrown the arrow, but they weren't pushed up, so it definitely would have been a hard gank underneath that tower. So what do you think? Will TSM, they have a lot of short range champions, that's going to make pushing difficult. At what point do you think they kind of start trying to roam a little bit, push down towers, get an early tower advantage for map control so they can pick off people more easily?
With TSM's current team comp, I don't think they can just group up and push. The way they're going to take towers is they need to force global objectives. They need to make picks.
But we do see the arrow coming off. Hotshot with the flash over that arrow. We will get another snare shortly. So Reginald still chasing him down. Going to get some damage. Oddwine's actually going to flash in for it. There's the stun. The rupture going off. And then Reginald flashing as well. Able to pick up the kill. And in the meantime, we actually see CLG is pushing this mid lane extremely aggressively. They recognize there's 4 people top. So maybe even able to pick up a tower here. Vayne and Chauster bottom pushing that lane as well. So really aggressive pushing from CLG all around the map. And this tower is actually very close to going down. They won't be able to get it here, but the next push that they have, that's definitely going to give them some great map control throughout this game. So what are your thoughts on TSM? They had the kill top Hotshot, just really fantastic play there, but then not pushing down the tower immediately. Do you think that they needed to take that kind of control, or maybe only send one mid, or did they all need to go mid in case all of CLG was grouping?
I feel like that was a fine play, because right now, what TSM needs to do is they need to make big plays. That's the type of team comp they have. If they're not going to make big plays and let things go into mid-late game with an even...
Oh, Saintvicious, what are you doing? Walking into the snare from from Reginald. He is actually going to get out of there with the Dragon. The wall from Anivia going to turn onto Odd1, and here's the Rupture, is going to hit. Odd1 going to go down. So a huge turnaround from CLG. I was kind of wondering whether or not, we'd see TSM trying to bait that Baron. They don't really have the best Baron team in this game, particularly without Dyrus. They don't really have a lot of damage. So do you think that kind of factors into how much of a threat they can, provide to CLG and draw them out of position because they don't have that huge Baron threat?
I feel like they do.
Okay.
Definitely it's not that fast. It's not going to be as fast as CLG, but they are significantly ahead at this point. So, when you're 4 kills ahead, 2 dragons ahead, you're going to do a lot more damage. And so, I feel like Baron for them is more of a bait for CLG, because like one thing I was talking about is TSM, it's going to be very, very hard for them to push on CLG. So, I can see them using Baron to force CLG to group up for team fights later on in the game.
Well, we do see Hotshot kind of moving back and forth between the lanes. Let me see, his teleport is down for about another 3 minutes. So, it is a long cooldown. Maybe starting a split push as the game progresses. Maybe we'll see those, aggressive Barons coming out. We've been seeing them the entire tournament. And with Doublelift on Vayne, with Saintvicious and Shyvana, there's definitely a lot of Baron potential from, CLG as well, if they can draw TSM out of position. That's definitely the goal with the split push. Do you think that might be something we'll be seeing shortly? But actually, we see Doublelift chasing down Chaos, going to be dealing a lot of damage, and Hotshot's here as well. There is a special for the support, but they will be able to back out of there. So do you think that's something we'll start to see from CLG, or are they primarily just going to sit back, allow TSM to make the moves until the mid-game happens?
I feel like all CLG needs to do to win this one is, all they need to do is farm, and when they get farmed enough, they can just, I feel like they can be behind in farm and still win team fights with the type of team comp they have. In terms of picking people off, I feel TSM has a better comp, but if TSM is unable to make big moves in the next 5-10 minutes, I feel like they're just going to lose the advantage that they have right now, and it's going to start swinging into CLG's favor.
So you think 5 to 10 minutes, that's like the timeline where, CLG just becomes this uber powerful comp. We've seen, the carrying potential from Vayne. Is that, what TSM's thinking right now, that clock ticking in their heads?
In about 5 or 10 minutes, you're going to definitely see a swing. I wouldn't be surprised if the kill gap is going to close and the objective gap's going to close, just because CLG just has a stronger team comp. Not necessarily like earlier mid-team comp, but definitely late game. And so when it gets to that point or approaches that point, CLG is going to be able to just beat TSM, even behind in gold, behind in objectives.
Oh, but we do have the ward spotting Chauster here. We'll see whether or not Odd1 gets out of there. He did get that Oracles for that map control. He is going to be able to get out of there, but this is going to be a tower for CLG. And just, successfully pushing down these towers, definitely working to their advantage. I was kind of, wondering whether or not he would back up in time. It was pretty close to Alistar being able to get that combo on him. But we'll have to see what CLG can kind of do. I definitely, the Oracle is definitely a smart decision from Odd1. Will allow them to get that map control because they recognize that CLG is going to have a lot of wards trying to defend against the initiation from TSM.
Definitely, like one thing you got to keep in mind is when another team is stronger than you, in terms of team fighting, you gotta outposition them if you're gonna win the team fight. You gotta find the perfect timing to engage when they're not ready, when they're split, and or they're just not expecting it, where you can give 1 or 2 people.
So we do have another Dragon going down for TSM. CLG just pretty comfortable with it. I mean, once again, they do have great ward coverage all over the map. They know where TSM is at all times, so they can sit there very comfortably split push, be aggressive with pushing these towers as we've seen, and then just continue to farm, push it more and more into that late game, like we said, where it's their favor. I don't know, I'm kind of curious, what TSM is going to be doing to try and draw CLG out of position, like we've been talking about. They don't really, like we said earlier, because of how strong they are, they can go for that Baron. Do you think that, is that something we'll be seeing shortly, where they try baiting in Baron, trying to force that, small skirmish kind of fight, or is CLG just too strong even in team fights now, where they could just send HotShot bottom, split push, and then still win a fight with the HotShot teleport?
I think it's getting closer. I said in like 5-10 minutes, about 3 minutes ago. It's approaching that point where if TSM wants to bait Baron, they need to absolutely catch 1 or 2 people before their entire team can catch up. Just because one thing you gotta be concerned about is Cho'Gath has his ultimate, so if you start doing Baron, he can go in and can steal it. And if you're low enough, any single person from baiting Baron, he can go in and he can give that person too. So definitely ward coverage is very, very important for TSM right now, especially clearing out the enemy's ward.
And so we are seeing TSM sitting mid, trying to kind of see if they have a good position. I'm kind of curious. TSM, it seems like, you know, I don't know if they're unsure of, you know, who to go after, what objectives to push, or if they're just waiting for more objectives to come off. We do have the blue buff spawning here, so Anivia going to be able to get that. That's definitely going to be huge for team fight control. What is running through TSM's head right now? Like, what are their thoughts sitting mid lane?
One thing that they do know is they do know that CLG is a stronger late game comp, so they've been trying to make moves the entire game.
Right.
That's probably why you've seen Reggie moving top, moving bottom, and so they've been trying to make those big plays throughout the entire game. It was very, very effective in the first maybe 10-15 minutes, but it hasn't really yielded anything in the last 5 or 6 minutes. So one thing that you got to continually look out for as CSM is you got to look for those kill opportunities where you can take out 1 or 2 players, then take towers and or Baron.
Yeah, and you see, I mean, TSM, they clearly want to engage to some extent, but there's not really any targets, though we do see Saintvicious here going to be out of position. Reginald and Odd One coming in for him. He can ult over this wall, so we'll see whether he does that. There's the snare, so lots of damage coming off real quick. Odd One coming, chasing him down. There's the exhaust, so Saintvicious very close to getting off, but the snare from Reginald is going to be able to take him down. There is a kill for TSM, 1 more hit, able to do it. In the meantime, we do see HotShot pushing down this top tower, and the rest of TSM kind of ganking mid, but or sorry, just hanging out mid. But a successful gank for TSM. I don't know, I'm kind of surprised with how great the ward coverage has been from CLG so far to see Saintvicious so far up without any ward coverage around that blue area.
I think at this point, I feel CLG just needs to prolong the game as long as they're pushing lanes, taking tower, and farming, they can team fight. Ooh, this could be really bad for TSM actually. They can hold it off 4v5. Especially if Anivia gets a good wall
off. But there is actually the ult onto HotShot. He's going to take a lot of damage, but that's who they want to be taking damage. Doublelift coming into this ult now. We do have the wall from bigfatlp. A lot of damage going on to Doublelift. He's very close to going down, and there's Dyrus chasing him down. Does have the ult. Very close to taking down Doublelift. In the meantime, we do see HotShot going down in that top lane. Dyrus still chasing him off, but now we have TSM in perfect position to take down Chauster maybe. No, the wall off from Anivia just stuttering them for a second, but TSM maybe go after Baron now. They did take down HotShot. Doublelift is extremely low. Doublelift currently, he does have Bloodthirster though, so actually coming straight down this mid lane, they're not even going to defend this Baron currently. He's actually already full from that Bloodthirster, so TSM going after this Baron, and CLG definitely going to try and stall while Doublelift is coming back.
This can be very, very dangerous for TSM right now. What they need to know is
the snare. Chauster almost going down, almost losing that Oracles. Everyone's kind of low for CLG. We see actually a lot of damage going out to Doublelift. Reginald chasing him down, able to pick up Doublelift, and there it goes. Saintvicious able to grab the kill onto Reginald, but the rest of TSM is good. They're turning back, and here's the teleport in from HotShot. Can he get the rupture? The wall off from CLG. There it is. Dyrus very close to going down, able to pick up the kill on Saintvicious though. And so now we have Chaos turning back onto HotShot. There's the Flash Frost going to turn him around. CLG in a decent position, able to stop this Baron, but everyone from TSM still alive except for Reginald, and they're actually pretty low now. It's going to be interesting. They are coming back here. Can we get it? There's the arrow actually missing, and the rupture from HotShot going to be able to stall out once again. Not going to be able to get this Baron for TSM, and so we will see a reset, but very close, like one kill more for TSM, and all of a sudden they have Baron. We're looking at a completely different game here.
My heart skipped a beat right there. I was like, oh my god, Chalix's arrow's up. If this land, those two are dead. They can go back heal, force another Baron fight, and just continually funnel CLG into Baron and force him to stop and picking up kills continually. Because that's exactly what TSM needs to do. They don't want to fight an even fight. And so to force COG to continually defend it and pick off people continually was exactly what TSM needed to do. And if that arrow had hit, that would have been so much more pressure on COG to just keep on funneling, keep on preventing Baron from being taken.
And that's something, this entire tournament, all these Doublelift games we've seen as Vayne, he's just been so fantastic. His control is incredible. He's able to keep himself alive through the most precarious of fights, but he is a short-range champion. And so Reginald, definitely at a really strong point right now, has that Frozen Heart, almost done the Banshee's Veil, able to get right up into Doublelift's face, prevent him from dealing the damage that he needs. So just really effective play. He did go down, but completely controlling the fight for TSM along with the rest of his team.
Definitely. So right now, TSM is just going to continuously bait this Baron. They want to fight, but they want to also make a pick. So they're gauging their distance and position where they can get a favorable engage.
And so we did have a minion taking down the turret bottom. So TSM, you see they're not going for Baron that aggressively. They know that if they're caught in that wall, Anivia just walling them in there, all that AoE damage, if they're able to protect Vayne, then that's really not the fight that they want. So trying to kind of come out, see if they can maybe bait some people out from CLG, see if they can force that good fight. We do have the arrows coming off, the volleys, the flash rush coming here. Actually, some great damage onto Saintvicious. They're going to back off though. Once again, Doublelift is the target they want, and his cleanse is actually going to be up shortly. It wasn't up in that last fight. So with that cleanse, how do you think that just completely changes the dynamic of the fight?
Definitely with cleanse, that means that he can't get picked off by Reggie's snare. He can't get picked off by arrow.
Oh, but we actually have the arrow onto Big Fat and the flash in from Reginald. Big Fat's going down extremely quickly. He had no egg. Saintvicious going down, and now we have the chase onto Doublelift. Will they be able to get him? We do have the stun, the cleanse, and the snare. TSM able to pick it off, and now they're coming back for Baron. They will be able to take this Baron along with that blue, denying Anivia the blue. She does have both an Archangels and a Rod of Ages right now, so blue not as significant. However, the cooldown reduction does hurt, and this Baron is absolutely huge for TSM.
Very, very big. This is going to allow them to push down towers, which they really, really need. Just innately, their team comp is not good at pushing against CLG. So with this Baron buff and the gold and kill advantage, they're going to be able to start taking towers, and that's exactly what they need to do.
And so now, fantastic play the entire game from TSM. They were down that last series 2-0 to CLG. CLG just looking so, strong. It was a very close matchup, but even so, TSM couldn't kind of get a foothold in that game. And here we just see them kind of running away with it early. They do recognize that, CLG still has that really aggressive comp, but the aggressive play from TSM has definitely been working in their favor. They'll be able to steal this red from Vayne. They'll be able to go after that dragon. And actually, we have the snare onto Hotshot. I don't think they're going to go after him, so yeah, we'll let him back off. Definitely want to save those Ash arrows. It will be up shortly for another pick off, maybe on Vayne, now that that cleanse is gone once again.
So one thing I was talking about at the beginning, when you asked, who does TSM want to target with Ash's arrow? And when he hit Anivia, I was very, very excited for them because that's a perfect target to hit. She was completely separated by everybody, and there's really nobody to protect her. And having been able to kill Anivia instantly definitely won them that team fight, because having a team fight in the middle of the enemy jungle is just a very, very bad idea if it was an even just face-off, because you can wall off 2 or 3 people, layer ultimate, and split the rest of the team and just fight that way.
Oh, and now Dyrus just going to skip over. He wants that farm, definitely significant. So we have TSM coming down for this dragon. What is CLG's primary goal? We've been talking about it the entire game. They want to push to late game. Do they just hold off and try and sit back? They do have great wave clearing capabilities with Anivia and Cho to try and stall.
I feel like CLG does want to split push. If Vayne split push, she can kill Ash one-on-one. If Cho'Gath split push, he's going to be able to give everybody else a lot of trouble too. So at this point, I feel like CLG just wants to make the game last very, very long, to the point where that gold gap that TSM has just isn't as big. Because one thing you think about, 5,000 gold in 20 minutes, it's not the same as 5,000 gold in 40 minutes. So as the game progresses, as long as they don't fall further behind, I feel like CLG is going to be able to get back into this.
Yeah, and like you said, we do see Saintvicious pushing this top lane. They're keeping all the lanes pushed so that they can have a little bit more vision of TSM. They recognize when they're going to be trying to come in. They don't have those great pot shots against the towers, but at the same time, the split push does leave them a little bit more vulnerable to the initiation from TSM if they all group mid. I'm kind of curious, what is TSM going to be looking to do? Because they have short-range champions, so even though they're really strong, it feels like it could be extremely difficult for them to push on CLG right now.
Exactly. This is TSM's predicament. right? If Vayne pushes and TSM sends any champion but Rise, Vayne's going to be able to kill him. So Vayne's going to be able to free farm bot and pressure it. If TSM groups up as 5 and press mid, Anivia is going to be able to stop that push. So it allows, CLG's got that type of team comp that allows them to split push without getting punished too hard. So the way TSM's going to have to go about this is they have to land a pick with Chaox's arrow. So if Chaox can land a great arrow on Anivia under tower, they can dive her, give her, and then take tower afterwards.
Almost a nice wall off there from Big Fat. TSM, coming down this mid lane. We do see Vayne, actually after that aggressive push, coming up again. Vladimir able to take that top tower, so continuing with that pressure. But Vayne, maybe thinking that we're going to see a fight a little bit. The bot lane is pushing for TSM, so it will push back shortly. But once again, CLG with that wave clearing potential, TSM finding it a little bit difficult for them to grab someone underneath these towers. So we actually see TSM now moving towards this top lane. Is that what they need to do? They need to keep on just transitioning top and mid, mid and bot, push all of the lanes to try and pull CLG out of position?
So what TSM cannot do is they can't 5v5 fight under tower. So what they need to do is they need to just continually transition from top to bottom to mid and just try and get in as much free damage as they can and then top off. They do have Soraka, so what they can do is just send somebody in to tank the tower, deal maybe 10-20%, switch to another lane, deal 10-20%, switch over and over until they can actually chip down that tower low enough where they can give it and then engage under tower.
Well, TSM's Baron is actually down. Once again, CLG just holding him off a little bit. We saw how much damage Reginald still has at this point, taking Hotshot below half health really quickly. And so Reginald actually coming down. There's the arrow on Hotshot. They're actually engaging onto Hotshot. Saintvicious right in the middle of this team. Dyrus chasing him out. And so that AoE from Dyrus able to just scare CLG away from that tower. And this is going to result in a tower for TSM.
So TSM saw that Vayne was pushing bottom and they knew that was a 5v4 fight. So they felt if they can get a pick off, that would have been a free tower, and then Vayne would have taken time to get back, and that could have potentially been a free inhib.
And so we see, actually, we have the odd one walled off here a little bit, but CLG a little bit hesitant to come in. Soraka with those heals, with that support, definitely allows them to sustain a little bit, but in the meantime, Doublelift aggressively pushing down this bottom lane. He knows that he has the great wave clearing potential for his team, so he's able to take that second turret, and now TSM has to be faced with the fact that they either need a hard engage or they need to get back, and Saint trying to stall them a little bit there. So we actually have Reginald coming in. This actually might be a pretty good engage for them. We have Hotshot knocking him over the wall. Chaos right out in position. Saintvicious going to be dealing a lot of damage to him, but going down extremely quickly. We have Dyrus chasing after him. Here's the snare on the Hotshot. Hotshot's going to go down. Saintvicious almost going down. We will have the arrow up from Ash very shortly. In the meantime, we actually have the tower going down, and Odd One chasing after Doublelift, but Doublelift able to pick up the kill, and now Doublelift is going to be able to take down that inhibitor, and so we have the push, almost working for TSM, but they're going to back out now. Doublelift almost certainly going to get this. We have the arrow from Ash. Will they engage onto Big Fat? They're actually going for the blue right now, but Reginald's still in there. He is going to recall, so they are going to back, and this inhibitor for Doublelift definitely going to stall the game. Definitely not what TSM wants to see at this point in time.
So here's TSM's predicament. They have a comp where they cannot push. So even if they're stronger in team fights, they cannot press forward. So what CLG continually do is just keep on sending Vayne to split push. So because Vayne can keep on split pushing, there's no real answer to her on TSM. TSM is forced to either force a fight and play very, very aggressive and make things happen. And if that fails, it's going to put CLG back on the map. And if it's successful, and if Anivia doesn't die, Anivia should be able to hold long enough where his team's going to be able to get back and reinforce.
And at the same time, we look at how strong all of these characters are. Dyrus with almost 300 CS, Vayne with over 300 CS. We just, great farm from all of these players. And so as a result, we're kind of getting to that point in the game where either team, if they get any pickoffs, they can both just rush the base. We already have the inhibitor down for TSM, but then, CLG, their base is, kind of open once again. And so TSM actually pressuring this Baron once again, seeing if they can pull CLG out of position here. So what are your thoughts as far as, this Baron? Like, will TSM be able to be successful here, or is CLG just too strong?
This is very dangerous for TSM right now. It's actually not as dangerous. That wall is down. I felt like if that wall walled off TSM.
Wow, but we actually have the arrow once again onto Hotshot. He's taking a lot of damage, going down extremely quickly. Dyrus in the middle of the team, getting onto Doublelift now. Chauster's going to go down as well. So TSM kind of clearing this up. Doublelift still has his damage though. Odd One trying to chase him down. We do have Doublelift chasing, but in the meantime, we have Saintvicious on the backside. He is going to be fine, but the whole of TSM is very low. There's the Flash Frost from Anivia. We have Reginald trying to chase him down, trying to pick him up, but Saintvicious a little bit too fast. But the rest of CLG is definitely too high. They are actually going to try and bait this Baron one more time. They definitely have the damage. They definitely have the survivability with that double WODA. So we'll see whether or not they can pull it in. Almost getting the slow onto Saintvicious. There it is, the slow. Will we get the Reginald snare? There's the wall off, but Reginald turning back in. There is the kill onto Shyvana. Saintvicious going down, and now TSM, they can go after this Baron. There is the Baron going down. TSM, another Baron, the second one this game, and they will be able to push. But in the meantime, we have bot pushing for CLG, mid as well, because of all that aggression, that CLG had taking that inhibitor earlier.
So that's exactly what TSM needs to do. So basically, I feel like CLG doesn't need to team fight, and really they can just keep on split pushing all day. However, when there's a major global objective like Baron, the temptation is you need to stop the other team, because if they get it, they're going to have the pushing power to start taking down our towers. So it's just basically back to the same predicament CLG was at earlier when TSM has Baron buff.
And it just goes to how strong TSM is right now. It seems like, CLG, they just have such a ridiculous team fighting comp. It's been so effective throughout this tournament, the past couple of matches we've seen. But TSM just, bulldozing through them. They don't even care. They're able to pick up the kills on Hotshot. Hotshot, the Uber tank, he's like, yeah, sure, use your abilities on me. TSM's like, fine, we will, and we're still going to win that fight. Able to, just be extremely aggressive there. We'll see whether or not they start pushing. Once again, we had seen, the split push from CLG kind of negating TSM's efforts. Do you think that it might be more effective this time? Can TSM just, bulldoze through the towers because of how strong they are at this point? Or is, it just too much of a threat from the AoE that CLG has?
The thing with CLG's comp is every time TSM's gonna want to fight them, they can clear all the minions. So they're not just fighting 5v5, they're fighting 5v5 under a tower. And with the addition of Anivia's walls, most likely going to be 3v5 or 2v5 under tower, because she's able to split half the team off. So it's still going to be very, very hard for TSM to push throughout the game. So just throughout the entire game, I feel it's TSM's job to find a pick, just continually to ward really well. If that pick doesn't happen, they're not going to be able to push.
And so we do see TSM kind of pressuring mid a little bit. Odd One is going to sit back. TSM all kind of just comfortable in this mid lane. They're definitely looking for their opportunities. Let me see if anyone has blue buff. I believe blue buff for CLG should be spawning shortly. So, we'll see if they pressure that. It's really not as key at this point in the game. Actually, it would give the cooldown reduction for Anivia, so that's always a potential target for TSM. What can TSM do to try and pull CLG out of position here? Is it that they need to wait for the inhibitor up? Do they need to push mid, push bottom, just pull CLG out of position?
Like I was talking about earlier, they need to continually rotate and do as much damage as they can. This is actually a perfect positioning. CLG is really, really split, so they're getting free damage and they're not going to be able to assist the tower in time. So what they need to do is just get into the situation that they were just in. Find a time and a place where CLG isn't next to the tower, do as much damage as they can, and then back out and try and rotate.
Well, we definitely see, they will need to back off for a second here. They do have their inhibitor up, but we have 2 waves left of the super minions, so Odd One going over to clear that. Then, with their inhibitors, with their lanes all pushing, they can, start pushing once again. That's definitely key. I don't know. I'm sitting here. It's such a close game. TSM just has such fantastic positioning, such fantastic, aggressive play throughout the game. But it always feels like CLG just has this dominant force, this impending doom waiting on the horizon, waiting to pick off TSM if the game goes on too long. And because they can just stall the game so effectively, I'm wondering, what TSM is going to do in order to win this, and whether or not they just need to decide to fight under tower. They do have plenty of tanking capabilities. Udyr could tank the tower without taking that much damage, but even so, that would be tough.
It's going to come to the point where if one team gets one good team fight, the game's gonna end. And when it gets to that point, I feel TSM has a better kickoff comp. With Ash's arrow, with Rise's snare, they're gonna be able to pick off one or two people and then press that advantage. So
we do have CLG kind of split here. TSM not all groups, so they won't go in on it.
Definitely, if it does get to that late in the game, and a team fight breaks out with no real advantage, no real good initiation, I feel CLG can win.
Oh, but there's the arrow. It is actually going to hit Shyvana, so not the Anivia target that they wanted, but even so, we'll get some nice damage. Actually, TSM just going to back off on it. We'll see whether or not they can come over to Doublelift. He should be fine here, but they're all moving down into position. Doublelift does have that Banshees. Probably doesn't have enough time to recall now. Actually, will have enough time. TSM not going to push it that aggressively. So TSM, again, you know, they can't get the pickoffs that they need because all of CLG is so tanky, because, you know, Alistar obviously is going to have his cleanse. Cho'Gath, we've seen them just going in for Cho'Gath, but not getting those effective initiations that they need and can't push down the towers. I don't know, we'll have to see. You know, like you said, it is at that point basically where either team, one fight wins the game.
So, you know, Ash's arrow is on a 72-second cooldown at this point. So every 72 seconds, you're going to see TSM want to make a big play. As soon as Ash's arrow is up, they're going to look for one person, try and hit them with the arrow, pick them off, and then look for a tower. And that's exactly what they need to do for the rest of the game.
Doublelift just barely getting off that recall just in time. TSM closing in on him. That would have been devastating to lose, you know, all of the damage that Doublelift brings to the table. Top is pushing in the meantime. Shyvana is moving up there. TSM still kind of grouped. We'll see whether or not Shyvana, yes, Shyvana is moving towards that top lane to continue that split pushing strategy that has worked for CLG so far. And we'll see whether or not TSM kind of goes in on one of these champions here. You know, even with how tanky Cho'Gath is, if we have a 5v4 situation, you know, we might see them going in on it, but Shyvana coming up here, able to get the second turret for CLG, and actually Dyrus going to be coming up here. Ash as well, so maybe we'll get an engage onto Saintvicious. We do have the exhaust going off onto Dyrus. He's actually taking a lot of damage, but there's the arrow, and then the dive from Saintvicious, just barely avoiding it. Great awareness there. Can Chaos get in? Yes, there is the slow with the flash. He's chasing him down. In the meantime, we do see bottom. I'll turn there in a second. The kill's going to be going off. Doublelift is being chased by Reginald and the odd one, so actually the flash in from Reginald is going to be able to pick this off. Doublelift a little bit too fast. Can they pick him down? He is almost certainly going to go down, so that's going to be 2 kills for CLG. The knockback from Odd One, but I guess Soraka's just going to be able to pick up this kill. We have the AP Soraka now almost, and here he is. Doublelift going down. 2 kills for CLG. And now, obviously, with those long respawn timers, they can push down the one of these lanes. We'll see, you know, how much damage they're going to do on CLG.
At this point, TSM is probably going to want to push tower. Baron is very, very easy. Basically, they're going to use Baron as a bait to force CLG to fight. So anytime when they can get a pick, Baron is not #1 priority. Taking towers is always going to be #1 for TSM, just because of how hard it is to take tower.
But here we have a little bit of an engage, and there's the slow from Chaos. They will just back him off for a second. The Anivia wall stopping that, but they will get this turret and then turn onto the inhibitor. They have plenty of time to get it and then recall, so they can pressure that Baron once again. They are actually just going to transition top and drop this second turret, see if they can get the second inhibitor. They have 20 seconds left on Doublelift, so they should be able to do it. Odd One, tanky enough, he doesn't have to worry about that. We have some damage from Big Fat and Hotshot, but it's just not enough, trying to stall them for a second there. And so we have the second inhibitor going to go down in a second for TSM. Really effective play. Now the key is, can they defend the Baron? Because Doublelift is up now. They do have the 2 inhibitors push, but CLG has all 3 lanes pushing. Actually, mid's not, but you know, bot and top are pushing for CLG currently, even despite those inhibitors. So we'll see whether or not we have the engage at this Baron.
I feel like TSM isn't at full, so if they start Baron and get engaged on it, can be very, very bad. And I think they know that, so what they want to do is they just want to hold them off and not let them do Baron. If they can hold it off long enough, Super Creeps is going to be able to press into CLG's base, and it can be a very, very positive fight for TSM.
But CLG, again, is extremely tanky. TSM is a little bit low, so they will have the fight. There's the arrow onto Hotshot. Dyrus right in the middle of the team, uses the Zonia, so baiting it out there. Saintvicious jumping into him, going down extremely quickly, and Dyrus pulling in the middle of the team. Chauster very close to going down, will go down, and now the rest of the team is coming. We do have Dyrus going down, but Doublelift in the middle of them. Too short range is going to go down, so 2 inhibitors down. Now they win the fight. TSM pushing down mid. This is going to be it. So there we go. TSM going to be able to take the second game. We'll see whether or not we can have, you know, that kind of miraculous stall from CLG. They do have great wave clearing capabilities, but Reginald going to be able to pick off Hotshot. He doesn't have his flash up, so he's not going to get him, but Audouin has the stun, so actually just going to turn straight onto the turrets. They don't care. TSM knows they have it in the bag. TSM winning game 1 of the series against CLG, and we will go into game 2. We'll see whether or not they can pull it off. Just there's the teleport from Hotshot.
I think he has an understanding that it's over, so he just did that for fun.
But aggressive play from TSM. The first Ashe we've seen of the tournament.
Definitely.
It seemed, you know, CLG, they had this tanky comp. They had all these sustained champions. They're like, hey, who are you going to Ashe in this team? TSM, they didn't even care.
Yeah.
They were fine with engaging on Hotshot, all of those fights. Able to just get those hard engages. We see Dyrus there with his pillow once again, always a favorite. But I don't know, just really effective, aggressive play. And it all started with Reginald roaming the entire first half of the game, not sitting mid, getting those early kills.
If you look at the team comp, I felt like if it's just a head-on battle, COG definitely has an advantage. But throughout the entire game with the Ashe arrow, just with TSM's team comp in general, it allowed them to make plays happen. If they had played passively and just kept on farming, going to mid-late game would have just been really, really bad for them. But you know, they played to the strength of their comp, and they're able to pull out ahead. You know, they knew they needed to bait Baron, and they baited it continually, forcing COG to go in and fight. Because one thing you notice is, as many kills as TSM was ahead, as much gold as they were ahead, they were unable to push. So, you know, knowing how to bait Baron, knowing when to do their pickoffs, really is what won them the game.
And it goes back to, we always look at Ashe, you know, even back through DreamHack. Ashe has always been just, I don't know, one of the most aggressive DPSs in the game, has that initiation, and initiation is king. You get to decide the fights that you want. You get to, you know, pick and choose your battles. But Ashe, always kind of underrated. Underrated Ashe this game. I was kind of looking at it and how are they going to deal with this aggressive team that CLG has, but able to pick the fights that they want. Reginald 8-1-11 that game. Ashe, Chaox 7-0-9, all those kills. Just great coordination through the fights.
It was very good coordination. They did what they needed to do, and you know, they pulled through.
So there you have it. Game 1 going to TSM. We will be back shortly for game number 2. We will have HatPerson, and Trieskimo is actually going to be joining us on stage. So the two of them will be casting for game number 2. Trieskimo, you know, definitely has great casting, and HatPerson as well. It's definitely going to be an exciting match. So we will be back after commercials. IPL4.
This special presentation of IPL is brought to you by Astro Gaming. Check out the latest award-winning gaming gear at astrogaming.com and follow @AstroGaming on Twitter.
Get brilliant HD with AMD A-Series APUs at www.amd.com/vision.
Something revolutionary has arrived. The new standard in graphics from AMD is here, redefining virtually everything that came before. Higher frequencies, more memory, better frame rates, superior resolution than our previous generation. And the world's first 28nm GPU.
I'm Jeff In Control Robinson from Team EG, and this is Kingston's HyperX Genesis. It provides an ideal speed boost to increase the performance of your PC without the added price tag of hundreds of dollars in component upgrades. Genesis offers outstanding thermal dissipation, high frequency speeds, and low latency, so it's a perfect match for PC enthusiasts, system integrators, and gamers running Intel's i5 dual-channel motherboards.
The new AMD A-Series APUs give you discrete-level graphics and multi-core CPU power, all on one chip.
My name is Steve Chow. My game handles Chauster. I play support on Team Counterlogic Gaming. So I started really young. I played Nintendo, Tecmo Wrestling, Double Dragon, Contra. I moved on to Super Nintendo. PlayStation comes out, and then at that point, I started playing computer games. And basically, I'm just like a big Blizzard fan. I play StarCraft, Warcraft, Diablo 2 is like the hugest part of my gaming life. That's why I'm so stoked for Diablo 3. Because I'm such a big Blizzard fan, I play Dota, which obviously like Dota is like the same thing as League of Legends. I started playing League of Legends when one of my friends introduced me, because at the time I had no games to play, so I just ended up spending a lot of time playing it. I play games to win, because I guess I'm competitive at heart. I've always strived to be like the best, because I hate losing, I hate being inferior to someone, so I always want to be the best. So when I play League of Legends, I just play the game and I play to win. Victory! There's a time where they used to release these ladder rankings in beta, where they'd have like all the top names, all the top rankings, and I'd start to see these people in game, and they had these, obviously, you know, they have these giant, like, not egos, but reputation, you know, this reputation attached to the name, like, wow, he's so good, this guy's so good, and then like you go against them, and you outplay them, and you kill them consistently, and you beat them consistently, and then you realize, like, who else is left? There's no one. And then the biggest change is when I started playing pre-mades, because back in beta, there was no separation between solo queue and ranked 5s. So you would have 5-man teams fighting individual players. And at that point, when I started winning like 10, 20 games in a row, I realized like there's no one really better out there.
Hi, welcome back to IPL4. Hi. It's very exciting to be here right now. Coming up next is Game 2 in the final best of 3. TSM has a shot to finish it all right now with this game and take home the $25,000 prize and the title, IPL4 League of Legends champion. But CLG still has a chance to turn it all around and take the championship for themselves. So it's still anybody's game. Let's hear it for your favorite team. And we have, casting once again is HatPerson, no, sorry, RedBaron and Dinh, and I think they deserve a round of applause for the amazing work that they've been doing. See you guys later.
Thank you, Cristina. Thank you, Cristina. Definitely, everyone's enjoyed your hosting this whole weekend. It's been fantastic. I mean, the crowd has been intense. It's been a long weekend, and we've had a lot of really great matchups. I know, we're always joking back here. You're tired. We're all tired. We've got these awesome games to be watching, though, so we can pile through it.
As tired as you are when you're surrounded by a lot of people like we are right now, if you feel the enthusiasm and energy in the room, you also get some of that energy from the crowd too. So, the more excited you guys are, the more energy you guys have, the more energy I get too. So, just keep on trucking.
So you did hear that right. That means we want as much energy as possible. We don't need to be deafening the players with the thunder sticks here, but Dan needs your energy, I need your energy, the players need your energy. This might be the last game. If TSM wins it, then they are the champions, and we are in Champ Select, so we will be underway shortly. CLG needs to win this to take it to a Game 3. I don't know. I'm curious what CLG is going to ban, because Ash, really was a strong part of their comp. I think CLG, understands they could have dealt with Ash. They had the comp where, they could have dealt with them having Ash, but at the same time, do they want to even risk it? Do they want to risk those initiations if TSM runs a similar sort of team? Oh, well, there you go. So there's the answer. Already done. But what are your thoughts on, the bans? They're definitely standard, same ones we saw last game.
It's pretty much the same ban, with the exception of Udyr. I felt they probably thought Udyr was a bigger problem than it actually was, but Odd One did play a really, really good Udyr. He got a lot of really good ganks in, which actually helped Reggie and helped ChowX to get to where they needed to be.
Well, once again, we do have Shyvana for Saintvicious. Just fantastic play all tournament. Last game was the first loss for Shyvana, and you saw a lot of times, Saint was just so disruptive in team fights. He was able to get into that backline, disrupt. That game, TSM didn't care. They collapsed on Saint very effectively. They had, the front line to keep CLG at bay, and you saw Saint going down with the rest of TSM, and then they were able to win those fights. So
I think it was just more of TSM just having such a great early game that they're able to snowball it to the point where even though they had a weaker team fighting comp, they're winning every single battle.
So we are actually starting off with the same teams. We have Ash and Soraka. That would be interesting if we just had a playback. Both teams, perfectly comfortable. I definitely understand CLG. They like their comp. Do you think that maybe we'll see a little bit more early aggression from CLG, or is this, just the comp that they like running?
Whether there's more early aggression or not from CLG, I feel like as long as they don't give up a huge advantage early on in the game, they can be just a force that you don't want to deal with late game. So it may not be the same type of composition where TSM has a composition where you need to make something happen early game and you have the tools to do so, but just not as strong late game. So actually CLG switching up a little bit. So Graves is definitely a lot stronger early game through mid game. He's more balanced early, mid, and late game. So they're definitely worrying a lot more about the early game.
And it's interesting, we've seen a couple of plays of Graves. Through the first part of this tournament, we hadn't seen a lot of Graves play. Graves definitely has that great bot lane control. He is still one of the strongest AD champions in the game, has that burst. So, I don't know, it'll be interesting to see the control against Ash in that bottom lane, particularly with the harass that Sona provides.
Mm-hmm. Graves is definitely a very, very strong champion. One thing about him is he just isn't as strong as a lot of the other carries late game, say like Cog or Tristana, but they probably felt since they lost early game last game way too early, they need to change it up a little bit to have something to accommodate that early and mid game to see if they can actually, break even at least. So when they do get to late game, they can win their team fights.
Wow, so actually Maokai for Odd One. I was kind of wondering what TSM might do to change up their team. They know it was successful last game, but you have to get the feeling that CLG is going to be extremely safe in this early part of the game. They're going to continue aggressive warding because they know, hey, we can't let TSM get that early advantage like they got last game. But Odd One Maokai, honestly, back when TSM originally brought this into play, when Odd One was playing Maokai, we saw Karthus mid with Reginald, and that AoE combination was just some of the best, most innovative play we had seen at the time back in this past fall. I think it was like around IEM New York.
So one thing about Maokai is he's very, very good in an AoE team comp and against an AoE team comp. Because when you have an AoE team comp, you clump up and you do AoE damage. And so when you're clumped up, the enemy team is also able to unleash their AoE damage on you. Him being able to drop his ultimate on his team reduces a lot of that damage that they would take. And also dropping that ultimate on the enemy would be able to enhance that AoE damage that his team's going to be able to deal out.
So we do have Olaf and Rise coming in. But wow, Reginald, is it going to happen? Reginald LeBlanc is always really aggressive. And I was about to say, Rise, extremely strong early game, actually is kind of a counter to LeBlanc, but the early couple of levels with the aggressive Maokai ganks, that route is definitely going to be fairly effective against Rise.
LeBlanc, as long as she gets some really, really aggressive ganking from Odd One and is able to win those early laning phase, he's going to be able to do fine against Rise until he gets a Banshee.
There we go. Cassiopeia definitely doesn't have the issue that LeBlanc does, which is once Rise builds his Banshees, which is just so, such a common build, it completely kind of shuts down a lot of her bursts. Then he gets to be extremely aggressive in lane. If LeBlanc doesn't get those early kills, she can kind of fall behind. But Cassiopeia, against, she outranges Rise. She has the range advantage in lane. And then against this heavy melee team, we have all of that frontline Cassiopeia damage.
Yeah. So you're looking at this team comp. TSM's got basically a traditional AoE comp because almost every single member of their team has an AoE damage component. So what they want to do is they want to get in on CLG and just unload everything at once. So one thing they also got to worry about is if Hotshot is able to get up in there before TSM is in position or CLG is well dispersed, he's going to be able to chase down Cassiopeia. He's going to be able to do a lot of damage to Cassiopeia. Like one item you wouldn't think to get on Cassiopeia might be an hourglass that he wants to get this game. Just from my personal experience, when you have an Olaf chasing you down as Cassiopeia, if you're not going to be able to kill him in about 5 seconds, he's going to kill you in 5 seconds. So having that extra hourglass is going to help Cassiopeia just burn his Ragnarok, and as soon as his Ragnarok is on cooldown, using his if she does get hourglass, she's going to be able to get that to the cooldown stage faster. She's going to be able to pop her ult, slow him, speed herself up, and get away.
And I mean, with all of this damage, with the follow-up from Maokai, they definitely have a lot of burst potential, a lot more targets this game. Obviously they don't want to be targeting Olaf necessarily with all their disables, but early in the game they can, and they, before Olaf gets tanky, they can pick him off. So, all these characters, which Ashe, if she hits, that's a huge initiation potential for TSM. How are the lanes going to go? Because we have Vladimir versus Olaf, and we've seen, Vladimir has the range advantage, but Olaf has so much burst potential. So a lot of it seems to come down to who gets the early lead and whether or not we see an early gank in that top lane.
So I feel like as long as Dyrus can get to level 5, he's going to do fine against Olaf. If he lets Olaf harass him too much, too early, he's going to die. And bottom lane, I'd give the advantage to Doublelift and Chauster just because Sona Graves does a lot more damage than Soraka can heal in the early levels. So as soon as Ashe starts approaching level 7, her volley is going to be on, is going to be on low enough cooldown where she can keep the lane and not have Graves push against her all the time. And in terms of jungle, I'd give the advantage to Saintvicious just because Maokai naturally isn't that fast of a jungler. Right. His threat is more from just the potential that he has from ganking, especially with Cassiopeia. They're going to be able to unleash a lot of damage, a lot of CC, and so whenever Maokai ganks Rise, Rise is going to be, he's got to be very, very passive.
The concern, though, for TSM, I have to imagine, is Cassiopeia, she is very aggressive at pushing the lane. So Reginald can be aggressive mid, he can push the lane, he can steal the jungle, but that's also going to leave him vulnerable to some ganks with the Rise snare. He's, always going to be kind of putting himself out of position. So TSM, how do they want to counteract that? Is it just, good ward coverage around mid lane early?
I feel like if he has good ward coverage and if Maokai spends a lot of time mid, they're going to be able to counter gank Shyvana and Rise and get kills on them every time. So it's just really positioning and timing. If Maokai has better timing than Saintvicious, he's going to be able to come out ahead every time.
Well, once again, this is Game 2. TSM has the 1-0 lead. Let's take a look at our teams. Let's give them a big cheer. We will have them up on the screen shortly, but let's give a cheer for CLG for the comeback. Can we get it going? And if you want to see TSM take home this championship in Game 2 without going to Game 3, can we get a cheer for TSM? So there you go. We've seen so much support for CLG this whole tournament, but TSM, the crowd favorite currently, look at them. They are, prepared. They are intense right now. They're ready for this game. We don't see that Dyrus pillow out yet. That's for the victory celebration. But we'll have to see. This is going to be pulling out all the stops. This could determine the winner right here and right now.
So one thing I want to talk about is when they do get down to that team fight, right? Ash does have that long range enchanted crystal arrow, so as long as he's able to snipe a good target, primarily anyone that is not Olaf, they're gonna have good initiation. As long as Vlad drops a good ulti and Cassiopeia drops a good ulti, they're gonna be able to chunk everybody on CLG's team to about half hit point. And at that point, if Hotshot decides to use his Ragnarok and rush at Cassiopeia, if their entire team switch focus to Hotshot and kills him, he's actually not going to be that tanky because of all the AoE damage, they've done a fair share of damage to everybody, and then they just need to do a minor focus on Hotshot, and they should be able to mellow him out as long as he doesn't get fed early game.
I mean, they definitely have that AoE frontline up and center. We do have a decent comp early on for CLG. We'll have to see. Both teams want to be a little bit defensive here. Definitely don't want to start off at a disadvantage. So Maokai will be safe going after his blue. Not going to start race, it seems, which is a pretty common start for Maokai. It allows him to get level 4 extremely quickly, but it also opens up that ganking opportunity because if Maokai is going to be sitting there, obviously you can just rush as a team.
Yeah. So one thing I want to talk about is if you look at the mini-map, right, you look at the positioning of COG and TSM, they've gotten every single entrance and exit along the river covered. When people know that they don't want a team fight and they just want to know the enemy's position so maybe they can counter when they invade, they split up like that. That way they have an early warning if the enemy is going to enter at any point. And at that point they can say, hey, say Olaf is invading our jungle or Rise is invading our jungle, collapse on them. They know where at least one person is, and as long as they're all there, they're going to be able to counter.
And so we do see good vision for all the teams. Sona with a great ward up top, recognizing that Maokai is an aggressive ganker very early on, and if Vladimir starts off early for his team, that could be a really easy win for TSM. Dyrus just snowballing in that top lane, but we'll have to see how it goes. What do you think are the keys to this game that we should be looking out for?
I think the key to this game is just really, really strong gank from Maokai. As long as TSM doesn't feed and just play standard and just gank whenever there's an opportunity, I feel like they should be able to pull ahead in the early game. One thing you should expect is, Saintvicious is on Shyvana. Shyvana is a very, very strong counter jungling champion, especially against Maokai. So Maokai will be counter jungled for a good portion of the time. However, since he is a very, very strong ganker, he will be ganking in that time. So, in terms of him falling behind, he'll definitely be behind in CS. But in terms of his contribution to the team, I feel like as long as he's doing something, he's applying pressure, getting counter jungled isn't going to hurt him too bad.
And now this is something I kind of always wonder about. Olaf, definitely has a lot of burst potential early on. Can maybe control the lane against Dyrus. Oh, actually, we have a quick gank there. Missing that for a second. But Olaf has that gank potential, but going with the blue, actually, again, Doublelift being aggressive bot. Going with the blue early, using his mana to help out his jungler, it does kind of, hurt his lane.
It does. It definitely hurts his lanes. He just probably recognized it right now, because one thing about Olaf is in order to land his double strike, I think it's called, I totally forgot the name. I skipped my mind.
Let me take a look at it real quick. Reckless Swing and Undertow.
In order to land his Reckless Swing, he needs to land his Undertow to actually slow them enough where he can catch up and continually just chain that damage. So when he had burned about, say, 60% of his mana helping the jungler at the beginning, he's unable to follow that up on Vladimir. So he lost a lot of pressure that he could have applied to Vladimir. So I felt like if Olaf was going to win the lane, he has to win it early. And if he doesn't win it early, he's going to fall behind later.
And so we did have that early ward from Sona helping protect Hotshot up here from the odd one. He does have the double buffs, is trying to get in on those ganks. And actually Cassiopeia coming over doesn't have a ward, so maybe coming over for a gank as well. We'll see if they dive them under the tower. Dyrus is pushing up, and that's what it seems like is going to happen here.
Hotshot is really, really behind. He is behind a level because he did go back and farm, so his hit point pool is actually very, very low.
Odd one taking the tower a little bit, but there's the ghost from Dyrus. We do have some damage coming off from Reginald. Hotshot going to be able to get out of there. Really aggressive play, not quite able to follow up on it. I almost felt like Odd one could have just run to the other side, so he'd be in range for the snare.
He goofed it up a little. Had he waited and not tanked the tower, he could have easily just flashed onto Olaf and have his entire team just collapse on him and get that first blood. Because he had tank tower, he was forced to run back out and drop aggro, because if he landed that initial twisted dance, I believe Reggie and Vlad just needed to land that initial Q WE combo with an ignite, and Olaf would have dropped and died.
And so we actually see bot lane Doublelift and Chauster with that really aggressive harass being extremely effective against Chaox. He is out of health potions. He does have Expecial here, but Expecial almost out of mana. So really struggling with the farm here. Wow, all that burst from Doublelift. They probably won't go in for the kill. Shyvana's coming down, so maybe they will go in for the kill. Saintvicious coming in behind them. They do have the red buff. We'll see whether or not they can pick up this kill. Doublelift can always clear to the other side of the tower. There's a little bit of burst, and now Saintvicious is coming in here. Who's going to be taking the tower is key, though. There's the exhaust on the Chaox, and going down very quickly for the first blood. Chauster taking some damage, but Doublelift, we'll see if he chases him, but we have the rest of TSM en route, so they definitely need to get out of here. Reginald going to be dueling with Saintvicious here a little bit, not going to be getting that damage off, but Odd One over that wall. He's definitely going to have to watch out for that quick gank, but even so, a great job by CLG for that early first blood.
So one thing I want to mention is both TSM and COG had the same idea of just, getting behind the tower and getting that early gank in. And really, I felt like whoever got that first gank in is going to have a really, really clear advantage in the game. And I felt like TSM had the opportunity to pull far, far ahead, but they messed up, and COG actually picked up the advantage instead.
And it's interesting, Graves, one of the best early base stats in the game for any AD carry with his passive. It's just so strong, making him tanky, and then he's got great auto attack animation, great damage against Ashe, who is one of the worst starting base in the game. So that early advantage, will we start to see Graves be able to pressure Ashe some more, be able to maybe zone Chaox from being able to get the levels he needs?
Definitely, Chaox needed to not die, needed to not fall behind, because if he falls behind too early, Graves is going to get to the point where he's going to be able to burst down Ashe with Sona in just a QWER combo. And the more farm he gets and the more behind Chaox gets, the easier it's going to be. And at this point, I feel like he's not too far behind, but he's definitely has a lot of threat and a lot of pressure from Graves and Sona, especially when they both hit level 6. He has the defensive arrow to get away, but they really just need to land their full combo, and he's going to be almost dead, if not dead.
So primarily, TSM, they know that Cassiopeia is one of the best champions in the game at dealing with Dragon and Baron. Do you think that we'll see Reginald coming towards this bot lane, trying to pick up kills once Ashe has the arrow, or are they primarily going to be trying to use Ashe to get kills on other lanes?
I feel like bot is a little bit behind, so ganking them is a little bit harder, but if Cassio is able to get in there, he should be able to pick up a kill with Ashe's arrow.
And obviously that is going to be difficult with Chauster here, but we actually see TSM going for the aggressive dragon once again, because Reginald Cass is just such a strong early game champion. We did have Ryze and Shyvana start going towards that top lane, and so TSM going to be able to pick up this dragon, get that early advantage back in their favor. So, coming into the, as the game progresses, Big Fat, obviously Ryze, one of those, great tanky casters throughout the game. Olaf, extremely tanky. He is one of those original kind of hyper carry champions as a melee. How effective will they be if they can get some farm, maybe snowball a little bit early in this game?
I feel like if CLG does get some farm, it's going to be a very, very hard game for TSM, just because they already have the type of comp where they should win early
but
game.
There's the ult from Saintvicious. Dyrus following it up, not going to be able to pick it up just barely, but Hotshot chasing him down, does have the ignite. There's the pull, dodging the cleave, and here's Odd One coming in. Cassiopeia following it up. There's the slow. We do have Dyrus with that range. The cleave is on cooldown, so he will be chasing Odd One. Let's see if he's going to tank it. Going to back off for a second here. In the meantime, Doublelift and Chauster chasing down this bottom lane. They were able to take the turret and be extremely aggressive there as well. So TSM going to be able to take this top tower, continue pressuring Olaf, get Dyrus that early farm. How key is that to get Dyrus off to a good start, get him really strong as that carry Vladimir?
Basically, I feel like Vlad and Cassiopeia are the two best scaling champion on TSM. And so if they're going to be carried, it's going to be carried by those two, just because of the damage output from those two champions.
Oh, but the ult from Chauster and Doublelift following it up with the fantastic burst damage. And
So-
that's the kind of burst damage they have in that bottom lane.
That's the kind of burst damage I was talking about. You give them that slight advantage. Really, all Chauster and Doublelift has to do is just roll their finger across QWER, and it's going to give Ash every time.
We have the CLG chants going off. It is pretty even, but CLG with a slight early advantage. They do have the bottom tower. Dyrus definitely with an advantage top, so that'll be interesting to see whether or not Hotshot can play against that sustain. And Reginald been very safe so far in this game. Good ward coverage around the rivers, been extremely aggressive, hasn't really had to worry about the ganks mid too much.
Like, one thing I like to see more is just a lot more pressure from Maokai on mid, because with the Cassiopeia Maokai mid combo, he should be able to chunk Rise at least the first time and get a kill the second time around. However, both entry to ganking mid is warded, so it's going to be very, very hard for Maokai, but as long as he picks up an Oracle soon, he should be able to make a turnaround and apply enough pressure mid.
And we actually see Odd One coming right up this mid lane. Chauster throwing the ward there, so again, wanting to know where TSM is at all times. But the flash twisted advance from Maokai is always such a deadly gank. It's honestly one of the scariest ganks in the lane. We'll have to see, Doublelift again pushing extremely aggressively. That ward from Sona allows them to be a little bit more secure. They could probably use a ward at that blue buff. But Doublelift, very survivable, has that kind of escapability. He has that quick draw, which will allow him to dodge Ash's arrow, if they try for that hard engage.
So, like, the one thing I was telling you about that I was worrying about Chaos is, you have a weaker lane.
Oh, Chaos, there it is, the dash over the wall. We do have the slow from Chauster, so Doublelift is going to be able to get another combo. Will not be able to get it. The ultimate almost grabbing it. We did have the ultimate, but there's the Ash arrow following it up. Cassiopeia coming down the lane. Chaos slowing him down. Can Doublelift get out of here? He will turn back, dealing some damage, but it's very close. Reginald is en route, but just barely able to get out. Chauster with the movement speed, able to get them to a clear, safe distance.
That could have been really, really bad for either side. If Doublelift overcommitted just a little bit more, he would have put himself far enough forward that TSM Reginald could have just caught up and slowed him and just probably kill him within about 2 seconds. So, it was really, really, actually thought he would have killed Chaos with his ultimate, but it actually didn't. And he used his heal. And it kind of say, oh man, I'm not going to be able to get this heal anymore. He just used his heal. I'm going to back out. So
honestly, it looked like Chaos used the heal a second too late because
he did. He used it immediately after Graves' ult hit him. So if it was going to kill him, he would have died without being able to use heal.
Yeah, so a really dangerous situation. We see Dyrus starting to pressure top. Recognizes he has that great range harass. TSM, again, slightly behind, but they always have that huge fight potential. They have the great initiation. They have all the burst damage to follow it up. So it'll be interesting to see, whether or not they can get these kind of engages that they want, how CLG will deal with it. They definitely have a nice tanky team. They have a, nice core themselves for team fights.
As long as they drag this out and control Dragon, they should be fine, because with Maokai, Cassiopeia, and Vlad, all that AoE damage is going to work really, really well against what CLG has. The only real threat that they're going to have late game right now, I feel, is going to be Graves, just because of all his early game kills and his farm. Olaf is shut down pretty well up top against Vlad, and Cassiopeia is going to be able to do pretty well against Rise late game as well.
And so Vladimir able to take that top turret. They recognize that the blue buff is going to be so devastating for Reginald not to have. A little bit of a duel going off there between Dyrus and Hotshot, but the counter jungling for CLG, very effective so far. We do see Reginald coming over here to steal their blue as well, but all of CLG is in pursuit. We'll see whether or not they come in. Reginald will have to throw off the ultimate, getting a lot of damage. Dyrus, in the meantime, is exhausted. There's the Maokai Twisted Advance, followed by the Stone ultimate. Chauster going to be chasing him down. We do have the kill. Reginald going down. Dyrus was okay in the meantime, and so another kill for CLG. In the meantime, Graves actually able to burst down Ash bottom, so just recognizing how much damage potential he has. Ash can't even lane there anymore, even with her defensive abilities.
Like, one of my biggest concerns early was, if Ash naturally is the weaker champion. She lost that early kill, that second kill, that third kill. So at this point on, if Ash puts out any type of aggression without his team being there, I feel like he's just going to die over and over. At first it was just, you need Ash, you needed Graves and Sona to be there to kill him. And at this point, you just need Graves to kill him. And that's the point where you don't want to be when you're a bottom lane AD, where you cannot just simply survive the one-on-one fight against the other AD carry.
And so CLG going to be able to take up this dragon. That is going to be huge for them, continuing their lead up 3-1 right now. Graves, just such a monster this game. Pretty even lane top, but we do see a pretty significant advantage for Dyrus. He's actually 40 CS ahead of Olaf. Just all that ganking pressure up top, putting Hotshot behind, definitely going to be extremely effective for TSM coming in the mid game. I don't know, it's kind of weird. It's a back and forth kind of thing. There's always that threat that TSM is going to just pick someone off, just take a huge advantage, but it seems like CLG is doing pretty well so far. So what does CLG want? Do they just kind of want more of the same, good map control to avoid the ganks and just try and play a smart, safe game?
I feel like if CLG is gonna win this game, it's gonna be them taking advantage of Chaos' bottom lane. They need to keep on picking him off, taking his tower and pressuring people around the map, forcing Chaos to go bottom and farming after a while, and just finding those 5v4 fights, because Chaos is gonna have that pressure to up his farm because he's gonna be so far behind, and it's gonna make him split from his team into farm. And when you're halfway across the map, even though you have that global arrow, it's very, very hard to land, and really fighting 5v4 is just always gonna be beneficial. So I feel like if CLG is going to pull a big advantage, it's going to be through Chaos primarily, just because...
Oh, there's the arrow, just barely missing Big Fat. They were lining up, trying to get that gank going. But in the meantime, we actually have Saintvicious and Doublelift chasing Dyrus. They're actually going to tank this under the turret, but here's the twisted advance from Maokai, just barely out of turret range. Dyrus coming back, and we do have Cassiopeia and Soraka coming up, so they're chasing him out here. Chauster is coming up, though. He does have his ultimate, so his ultimate will be available. Rise going to be chasing Reginald there, so CLG trying to get out of here. We'll see whether he turns on him. Olaf, in the meantime, facing off against Ash bottom. Ash is okay. She will be able to kite him, but CLG able to narrowly avoid that. Almost a big fight for TSM.
Oh, that was so dangerous. Maokai almost got Shyvana under tower, and he twisted advance on her. Ash, he's ulting away, so he got slightly outside of tower range.
And so we have seen some aggression from TSM. They do have that top tower down. Dragon won't be up for another 4 minutes, so not a huge objective that TSM can really pressure to try pull CLG out of position. Do you think that there's a point where maybe they try, pushing down towers as a team to try and pull CLG to the defense, knowing that TSM has all of this AoE damage and team fight potential right now?
I think what TSM wants to do at this point is they want to just have Chaos farm bottom, push that lane out. Once they start shoving the other way where it's not safe for him to farm, he's going to look for the arrow CD and roam either mid or top and try to land just a really, really long shot arrow, because landing a well-placed long shot arrow is going to set up a really, really easy gank for whoever he lands it on.
It is nice that Chaos can just hold this lane here. It is frozen. He does have the momentum coming his way, so he can get that farm back, even though he was so far behind Graves early. Olaf, in the meantime, is generally pretty survivable, but his ghost is down, so it'd be interesting to see whether or not TSM spaced out a gank. If they forced him to use his ultimate for an Ash arrow and then followed up with a twisted advance a little bit later, then there's always that potential for a kill there.
So one thing I want to point out is both Chaos and Hotshot lost their lane really, really badly, where neither of them can lane against the other person effectively. And so it was only a matter of time before they make the appropriate switch. So Hotshot's probably saying, I can't handle Vlad anymore, he's just too strong. So that prompted Graves to go up top. However, the thing is since bottom tower is dropped, if Olaf wants to farm and Ash freezes, he's going to put himself in a lot of danger, and he's going to give him a lot of opportunities to mess up in bottom.
And so that's kind of what we're seeing now. Chaos getting a little bit of momentum, so it is pushing back to Hotshot. He can sit there and allow the lane to come back to him. It will pull Chaos out of position where maybe CLG sees a ganking opportunity there. I think TSM would probably be prepared. They recognize that they could have that counter ganking opportunity, so Rise going to be able to pick up this blue. And in the meantime, Reginald and Odd One pushing down this tower a little bit, just continuing to farm, steal those wraiths because he's so effective at pushing. So, TSM, again, we know that they are looking for these aggressive engages. We know that CLG kind of wants to sit back for a little bit. They want to get HotShot back into this game. They want to maybe take advantages against Chaos. I don't know, is there any objectives in particular that either team should be focusing on right now, or is it really just waiting for Dragon to spawn in about a minute?
So, like, one thing I was talking about is just how Chaos, even though he's behind, he needs to make big plays. So now that his arrow is up, he's going to be looking for a target to hit, either top or bottom. And so I wouldn't be surprised if he throws a random arrow down mid in the next 10-15 seconds. And if it hits, they get a kill. If it doesn't, he goes back to farming bottom when it shoves back, and then he tries again.
Yeah, and Big Fat, it is right before he gets his Banshees. Let me see how much gold he has. 1,000 gold, so almost finished with his Banshees, just 300 more. He will have it shortly. This is honestly the almost perfect opportunity, because I would assume with this double AP, he's going to want to get it quickly, going to want to avoid the Ash arrows, but we do have TSM pushing aggressively down this mid lane. We'll be able to take out this outer turret and then get that early advantage with that map control. And now we see TSM going to be grouping for Dragon now. It will be spawning shortly, so they will have that advantage. They definitely have a really strong teamfight team now, so CLG recognizing that they're going to fall behind with this Dragon advantage, I'm assuming they don't want to defend it.
They're just going to give it up. One thing you can't do is you can't contest Dragon when the other team has an Ashe and you're behind on players, because it doesn't matter where you are, she's going to be able to stun you and have her team follow up and maybe pick up a kill or two. So at this point, they know that Graves not there, and they're not going to be able to get there in time to pick up Dragon or stop it. So they said, hey, we're just going to give it up, and we're going to try for it next time.
So a nice little 2K gold advantage for TSM, even though CLG is up 3-1. CLG, definitely has a very strong jungler with Shyvana. We see him coming up now. Saintvicious going to steal these wraiths. I don't know. I'm kind of wondering whether or not we'll see more aggressive warding from TSM, knowing that they want to get these good engages. We don't have an Oracles currently on any of CLG, so TSM can take map control there. Is there, anything in particular? I mean, any area where you think ward would definitely be beneficial for TSM, or is it just they want to have them scattered all over the place, get those aggressive Ash arrows?
As soon as they feel safe to walk past river, to drop a ward, I believe they will do that, because they don't have enough vision. They don't know where the enemy is. As soon as they see enough people on the map, as soon as they have wards and they're in position to do so, they're going to start warding deeper, because as soon as outside towers are dropped, they're forced to go deeper to farm or to push the next tower. And one thing you don't want to happen is to have the enemy team flank you. So I wouldn't be surprised if the wards go down in the next couple of minutes.
And again, both teams are, kind of hesitant to make a move. CLG recognizes how strong TSM is right now if they pick anyone off. TSM, it's about that time where they could start pressuring Baron, considering they already have the double Will of the Ancients, considering how much damage Cassiopeia brings to the table. Is that something that you think we'll see shortly, or do they maybe have to hold off a little bit?
The thing with Baron is they have the capability to do it. It's just whether they think CLG will be there to stop them. So it comes down to the positioning of each player on the other team. Basically, if you can get Dragon for free, you're definitely going to want it. But the threat of the enemy stopping you is just very, very high. And at this point in the game, it's so even that they can't tank Baron.
But here it is. We do have the engage. TSM running up on CLG. There is the ultimate, so they actually could follow. They are going to turn back, though. I thought maybe they could just keep on chasing, wait until Olaf's ultimate is down. But with his ultimate down, they definitely have that potential to bait down Baron. They know that Graves is bottom. Vladimir is as well. Do you think that, Vladimir should be moving up to his team? Are they going to be looking for that bait now that Olaf's ultimate is down?
Definitely. You want to force something. You want to make something happen when the enemy has a CD down. And they recognize that HotShot does have his Ghost down, does have his Ragnarok down. So he's very, very vulnerable. He's not going to be able to run in and zone and CC and take out one person, because he can be very easily just CC'd and burst it down as easily as the other guys. And so back to the part where why Ashe didn't arrow Olaf. He probably felt that he wasn't gonna kill him anyways, because Olaf does have Ghost. Even if the arrow landed, his team would have been too far behind for them to follow up sufficiently. And when you're extending that deep, it leaves your team vulnerable to being ganked as well.
And we do have CLG checking the Baron. I thought, we had a second there. All four of TSM was all grouped mid. Saintvicious walked through, was kind of, around that bottleneck area where he's coming from the river to mid, I thought maybe we would see an aggressive Ashe arrow there. I think Saintvicious maybe just barely out of range. So, we'll see TSM, Chaos definitely has that twitch finger, going to be waiting to pick someone off quickly. So when it happens, it's just going to go down. We do have Big Fat going to be able to get his blue. That's going to be huge. He did not go for his Banshee's Veil yet. He actually went for the cooldown reduction, which is pretty common, but I was kind of thinking that because Ashe is the only physical damage, because Ashe doesn't deal that much damage currently, that he would want the Banshees to prevent the ult from engaging on him.
Basically, him getting that Glacial Shroud is him saying, I am confident that Ashe isn't going to hit me with that arrow, and I am confident that I'm not going to be bursted down. Him getting the Glacial Shroud means that it's not a matter of me stopping their damage, it's about me putting out more damage. Ryze's damages is heavily reliant on the CDR that he has. So getting the extra 15 or 20% CDR from the Glacial Shroud is going to basically improve his damage by 20%.
And so we do see Chauster does have that Oracles now, so they do have good map control over Baron. Odd One going to come in here, clear out some of these wards, and now because of this Oracles, we'll see if they can bait them in. They do have the sapling there, so they will have good vision. There's a ward going down from Xpecial. See if they can get them in. There is the ward in the Baron pit, so they haven't seen that yet, but we'll see whether or not they can pull him out of position and whether or not CLG kind of falls for it. CLG definitely, they have a nice mix of damage, they have a nice mix of survivability. So if they can survive through the initial burst that TSM has, survive particularly through that Cassiopeia ult, then there's a high potential for them to turn around the fight with all of that sustained damage that they have, for their team.
It's definitely, if they can survive the burst and position really well, they can definitely win a fight. However, you got to keep in mind the damage is huge. They can't have more than 3 people get hit by multiple AoEs. If 3 people get hit by Vlad AoE and Cassiopeia AoE, I feel like TSM has already won the fight.
And Ashe is bottom, still is, has that ultimate range. Actually, the ward misplaced for Xpecial, I'm sorry, that was from CLG over the wall. So Xpecial going to be able to take that down. Ashe just going to turn back and push down bottom a little bit. We have a little bit of harass going on from Reginald. But I don't know, we'll see. It's about that point where the game is just going to explode. We do see Ashe continuing to get that farm. Needs to get up to his team because right now CLG has the advantage. We'll see whether or not they pressure. We do have the ward in here from TSM, so they know that they're going for Baron now, and CLG just actually starting it. They are trying to start a fight here, and TSM will be here shortly. Do you think that, this is a fight that CLG can win, or is all this AoE too bad?
TSM can potentially win because they're going to be...
The arrow coming in. We did have Saintvicious coming in here. There's all this AoE damage. Reginald, where's your ultimate? It's already gone out, actually, so there it is. Saintvicious going down. Maokai coming into Doublelift, slowing him down a little bit, but Doublelift has that red buff, is okay. Dyrus going down, there it is. Chaos trying to get the kill, but not able to follow it up. So CLG actually able to win that fight. They are all very low, but able to use their single target damage and then just, get away from TSM and not allow, Chaos or Reginald to get the full damage that they wanted.
I felt like if TSM could have very easily won that fight. The moment they saw CLG run out of pit, they could have just easily backed out and wait for Ashe to regroup and just be there for the fight. Missing an AD carry for about 5 to 7 seconds of a fight can easily swing it from a 3 or 4 kill to losing 3 or 4.
And it's just astounding if you look at how farmed Dyrus and Doublelift are, both in control of their lanes. Dyrus, 260 CS almost, 27 minutes in as Vladimir. He is able to survive through any burst that CLG has with that Zonias. Doublelift on the other side has all of his burst damage. So the key is Ashe catching up, but at the same time, Chaos has been able to farm very effectively, is significantly ahead of Olaf, will have that nice range damage. So if TSM can, get CLG in the pit, if they can get them all grouped up, we'll see how that AoE damage works out for them. But CLG definitely has a lot of control, with the Sona ultimate, with the snare from Ryze, and right now control over the Baron. So they have to force TSM to bring the fight to them.
So one thing CLG knows is TSM CD is definitely still on cooldown.
And here is actually an arrow. Ashe wasn't there, but there is the arrow hitting Saintvicious. We'll see if they go in on this. Hotshot using his ultimate. TSM definitely probably wants to disengage, so we see the Shirelias from the Odd One, allowing them to back off. CLG not pursuing it, didn't want to all walk up into that AoE, and that threat, really scary for them. Hotshot, his ultimate is down, so there it is. Saintvicious engaging Odd One with that twisted advance. All that damage from Doublelift, that AoE damage, but TSM is going to win this fight. It is huge. We have Chaos flashing after Big Fat. Can he get the slow? There is the slow. bigfatlp turning back into it, but goes down, and now TSM is going to be able to take this Baron. This is going to be a Baron. That was a 2-0 fight. Doublelift over this wall, has a lot of burst damage, but definitely doesn't want to walk into the team. So TSM, with that great Baron potential that they have, will be able to take this and continue with their lead in this game.
I feel like TSM can very easily get this Baron. There's one thing about Maokai's passive is going to keep him very, very healthy throughout the fight, and even if you're low in health, you're able to do Baron and not lose.
Wow, so Chaos able to pick up the kill onto Doublelift. He's actually chasing after Hotshot now. Can he get the slow? He's fast enough, just barely able to get out of range. So Chaos maybe see some nice kiting there if Hotshot turned back into him, but another kill for Chaos. You know, this is huge. It's 5-5, but they are up 5,000 gold. They have all these towers pushed down, all those dragons. That Baron will allow them to be even more aggressive, but at the same time, it'll be interesting to see, you know, how much pushing capability they have. They have all of this wave clearing potential. Reginald can just constantly pile on the waves on CLG, zone them underneath the tower. So do you think that TSM is going to push mid using that Cassiopeia to try and zone CLG?
I think at this point in the game, with Baron buff and blue buff and the gold advantage they have, they're going to be able to just keep on taking each outside tower. They might start with bottom, rotate to mid, and then rotate to top. And so, really, I feel CLG doesn't have anything to defend against Cassiopeia, Ashe, and Vladimir. Vladimir can just walk in, have 4-stack tides, and hit E once, and just decimate an entire wave. Same with Ashe, he can just throw out a volley. Maokai can throw down saplings to clear waves. So there's going to be no creeps under CLG's tower, and they're going to be eating just constant harass and poke from Maokai, Cassiopeia, and Ashe. And it's going to come to the point where they're going to lose so much HP that they're going to have to give up tower. You know, this isn't really the CLG poke comp, but there's enough poke component in it where if they slip up just a little bit, they're going to get hit. Not chunk, but, you know, you get hit enough. You're going to be low enough where one team can take advantage of that.
Chaos going to work on Saintvicious, taking him below half health, is going to be pushing down that bottom lane. We'll see if TSM, with the split push, is trying to pull him out of position in this jungle. They definitely have the option for engaging, maybe even go after this red buff. Doublelift right now is going to be going for it. They don't have the best ward control, so it would be kind of scary, but here now they see TSM coming mid lane. And in the meantime, Chaos still comfortable with farming, still comfortable with holding Shyvana bottom. Recognizes that, you know, if the team fight is centralized around one area. Wow, actually Saintvicious coming into Chaos. Chaos going to chase him down. There's the arrow, not able to hit it. So again, you know, Shyvana a little bit weak right now. We'll see whether or not Chaos comes mid and pushes with TSM.
That was a little odd because I felt like Chaos could have killed Shyvana. He understood that she was going to use her dragon form to ult away. That's why he delayed his arrow. And what he messed up on was he didn't understand the trajectory of dragon form, because once you hit dragon form, whatever direction you're going on, you're going to go there until you land. So it was, I felt like it was a very hittable arrow.
And so the arrow will be down, but it is a very short cooldown, so always an option, but you know, that kill definitely would have been devastating for CLG at this point. TSM so strong right now. Shyvana, again, pushing down that bottom lane, wants to just keep all the lanes pushed, and that's a lot of what we've seen from CLG is their ability to stall out games with that aggressive split push, not giving you the opportunity to push down lanes, but with how aggressive TSM's team is, it also opens up ganking opportunities, and that's always the concern for CLG.
The reason why CLG's split pushing comp works so well so many games is because the person that's split pushing is generally so strong that when they send somebody to stop them, that split pusher is generally able to kill that person. However, you know, CLG is so far behind where, you know, TSM can send just about anyone to stop the split pusher and maybe pick up a kill. And if the kill converts, TSM can then again just regroup as 5 and push afterwards with an advantage, and it's very easy for them to take towers.
So Saint pushing down bottom, Hotshot pushing down top. We see that double split, but Reginald going to be coming up, stopping this push down there. I'm a little bit surprised we don't see, you know, the gank, but here it is actually coming on to Saintvicious. Odd One going to be coming down, Saintvicious going to be able to get out of there. Odd One, you know, Shyvana and Hotshot on Olaf, they definitely are both very survivable. They have the movement speed to get out of ganks. The question is if you get a hard engage, and TSM definitely has that hard engage potential. We'll see whether Chaos chases him down. He does have that red buff. He does have his arrow, not going to throw it, so just comfortable with, you know, slowly pushing this lane, taking advantages, not allowing Shyvana to farm, and now TSM is going to be able to take this dragon and continue their advantage. We'll see, whether or not we see an Ash Arrow shortly. We do have all of CLG grouped mid. After this Dragon, TSM's in the perfect position to come in on them, and that arrow is going to be really difficult for Doublelift to avoid. He does actually hit Chauster, so here's the engage. Odd1 coming in with the triple advance, and there it is. Chaos able to pick up the kill. Doublelift flashing over the wall, but the whole of TSM is pushing mid.
Basically, after they pick up the kill, and they saw that Graves is running top, they know that it's going to take a while before he actually gets back, so they understand that if they just push down mid, they're able to get this tower before Graves actually make it back. So TSM is just going to take this tower really quick and back up and look for another push elsewhere.
And so again, TSM just, that extreme aggression, that Ash Arrow for the great initiation, taking advantages in this game. Is there a point where CLG, they have a lot of late game potential with Olaf and with Rise. Is there a point where you see their tankiness trumps the double AP, or is it just all this AoE? We actually might have a twisted advance once again, not going to be able to get in range, actually turning back into him, so trying to get a fight going off. We do have the Ghost from Hotshot. He's going right onto Chaos, doing a lot of damage. The rest of the team's kind of split. Odd1 with the snare. We do have the Saintvicious engage, but there's the Reginald ultimate. They will be able to get out of there, not turning back onto them. So TSM able to disengage there very effectively. But
that was a very, very good fight for TSM, because if you think about it this way, TSM does have a Soraka, and they didn't really blow any CDs on that fight. Actually, no. Cassiopeia used their ultimate. Cassiopeia and Soraka, but the next fight is going to come around where I feel like they're just going to be able to press it down. I don't think they burnt many summoner spells though.
Yeah, no, most of their summoners are up still. The Ash Arrow is still up. We do have the blue buff going onto Reginald, so he was low mana. He's going to be fine. But the question is, CLG, is there a point where CLG becomes too tanky, where they can start being very effective in fights, or do they just really need great control? But once again, we have the Ash Arrow over the wall. They're not going to engage on it, trying to see if they can pick someone up right at the edge of the wall there. But is there a point where CLG, really comes into their own in this team and can just hold off until then, and then try and take the fight to TSM head on?
I felt like there could have been a point, but AD does scale so much better than tanks. You build a person full tank and you build a person full AD. It comes to the point where even if the person has all the tanking items in the world, the AD is going to be able to rip them apart. And so when you're building tank, they scale up better early, but they don't scale as well late. Just because there's so many multiplying factors for damage for ADs. You have the crit, you have the attack speed, and you have the crit damage. So it's getting to the point where, because Hotshot fell too far behind early, that he didn't have the early game tanking advantage, and it's getting late enough where Chaos is going to have so much farm that he's going to be able to just shred through whatever Hotshot has.
And here's the key of this game. The Baron is up once again. TSM will be able to bait the fight there. We do have CLG with this counter invasion here, able to take that blue buff from Reginald. He did get their blue buff earlier, so he will have one of his own. But if TSM can maybe bait a fight at Baron, that's definitely where they have the best potential, when they can get those Ash Arrows right in the middle of the open field, and all of CLG is here.
This could be a fight.
Yeah, Shyvana is top, so we'll see whether or not TSM engages. They're actually just going to let them back off. So do you expect that TSM immediately coming to Baron, trying to bait a fight, get that Ash initiation?
So the way CLG is playing this game is they just want to continually split push and spread out TSM thin and force TSM to make a mistake. So one way you can go about that is you either group up and force a fight, or look for a fight and just force them to keep on running out. And if they run out, you continue to press forward as 5 and keep on pressing forward.
But there's the arrow from Ash onto Saintvicious. He does have his dragon form, so he will be able to get out of there. There it is. He's still slowed. We do have the Shirelias, but they're going to turn away. In the meantime, we have CLG pushing down this bottom tower, recognizing, Saints distracting him up top, taking that advantage. And so CLG, it seems like they're so just far behind, they can't really do anything. But at the same time, that great map control, we see CLG taking those advantages, but actually Chaos able to find Saintvicious, and there's the slow. Saintvicious has no escape now. He does not have his exhaust yet, so Chaos able to pick up the kill, and now we definitely have that Baron opportunity for TSM. Oh wow, we actually have a little bit of a fight there. Dyrus going to use his Zonias. CLG just going to back off. Cassiopeia coming down, so we'll see TSM move over towards this Baron. In the meantime, CLG actually going towards bot lane to see if they can take the inhibitor while TSM's Baroning. I don't know, what are your thoughts? Is this going to work out for them? We do have Cassiopeia here to slow them down.
Basically, CLG understands that if they're based on last game, they understand that they're not going to be able to contest Baron. If they do, they're going to give up even more advantage. So they're trying to trade advantage. Say, if TSM takes Baron, they're going to be an advantage. If they can take Inhib, they're not going to be too behind. But at the same time, TSM recognizes that, and they're able to stop that as well.
Yeah, and so a lot of times in the past, you've seen CLG with that effective split push, recognizing, hey, TSM, they're all going to Baron, but here TSM expecting it. We saw Reginald, staving off the push. We saw Vladimir with the early recall, so the Baron for TSM with how strong they are already. And now CLG knows they need to make something happen. They know they need to get some, big kills here, waiting to see if anyone comes down to farm this bot lane, see if they can just pick someone off. It's not happening. TSM is coming straight down this mid, but actually they were stalling for a second so that they can, come up to this bot again. This is going to be a huge opportunity for TSM, though.
They can very easily be cut off. If TSM can get behind them, they can force a fight, pick off 2 or 3 people, and take a
the
hit.
flash from Chauster, able to avoid the arrow, and now Chaos, a little bit out of position, is going to be able to flash over the wall. CLG going to be able to get out of there. It looked like there was no hope for escape, but, barely able to get out of there. Effective play from TSM, that flash from Chauster, just, really awesome play.
I felt like if Chaos waited just a little bit more and let his team get close enough, instead of having to run away, they could have just full-on engaged and turned and fought that. And if they can pick off 1 or 2 kills there, it would have been a very, very easy push for them just to take down Inhib. And once Inhib is down, the super creep pressure is just going to be so much where COG can't split push anymore.
And so TSM able to take that dragon. It looks pretty tough for CLG right now. I heard a little bit of a CLG cheer. Can we get a bigger CLG cheer? Because they know they need to come back into this game. There you go. We'll see if they're rejuvenated. We do have TSM in the meantime pushing down this bottom lane. Shyvana going top once again, split pushing, trying to stall any way possible. Knows that they would lose in that head-up fight. So we'll see whether or not Chaos gets that arrow. There's the cheers for TSM coming. A hard arrow at this point in time, as long as it, hits. Oh, there's actually the Banshee's going to Big Fat. So one of those targets now open again. They can poke down this tower a little bit. Do you think that they're just going to tower dive for this, or just slowly poke down the tower?
As long as they understand that Shyvana is back, they can just poke it down slowly.
Well, there it is. We have the ultimate. Reginald with the flash ultimate, the Sona ultimate to counter him. Big Fat going to be able to back out of there for a second, but Hotshot very close to going down, isn't going to be able to. So CLG all able to back off, but TSM in a huge position here. They're all extremely high. Chaos chasing them down. They will back off for a second and take this free turret. They know they have it. They know they have the inhibitor. So even though they weren't able to pick up kills, CLG is back. TSM able to push this inhibitor. We'll see how they can continue this, but at this point in time, it seems so devastating for CLG. TSM just slowly wearing them down, taking those advantages. What, if anything, can CLG do at this point to stall out this game even further? Is that split push going to work still?
I feel like at this point in the game, it's TSM's game to lose. As long as they follow standard procedures, let super creeps push down bottom, push mid slowly, and take down the next inhibitor, and just take inhibitor by inhibitor, they should be fine, because there's just going to be so much super creep pressure down bottom that CLG can't effectively hold that creep pressure and defend at the same time.
And so we see this really aggressive push by CLG here. They know that TSM was backing for a second. They want to get the wave pushing. It's kind of a desperation effort. They want to just be able to stall as fast as possible, because they know that if they don't do something, then the game is already lost. They need to make something happen, and that's what they're trying to do right now. Saint is going to be pushing down this bottom. Now Hotshot is coming up into this top lane, so again, that split push for CLG, and they have great survivability. It'll be key for whether or not TSM can engage on them, but if CLG keeps these waves pushed like they do, they can maybe stall out even further. Dyrus going to be getting all this farm top. And I don't know, we'll see whether or not we have a good engage from Chaos. Right now, we do have a Quicksilver Sash onto Graves. We do have the Banshee's Veil on Rise. So, a number of the characters for CLG aren't necessarily the best pick-off opportunities, but if they can get that pick-off, follow it up after that Quicksilver Sash, after that Ragnarok, follow it up with another Disable from Reginald or from Odd One, then they could definitely pick up that kill.
I feel like with the Astro at this point, it doesn't even matter who he hits. As long as he's able to hit somebody and force them to either burn their summer spells, a flash, or a QSS, Reggie should be able to follow up with a flash Cassiopeia and just lay down the chain CC that way.
And so we saw that last game, and now Ash finishing up that Bloodthirster is, a full item build now, extremely strong. Graves, on the other hand, has, almost the same thing, just a little bit behind Ash. Did have that really successful early game, but, all these towers, those Barons just playing their toll on CLG, and now, you know, we'll probably see TSM pushing down mid. If TSM just decides to straight up push down these, you know, towers, could CLG defend it? Or actually, we'll see an engage here on Saint. So there's the arrow. Saint is going to be hit. We do have the slow from Chaos. It is going to be very tough to get away. There's the flash from Chaos. Knows that he's got Saint on the run now. He's going to be able to pick up that kill. The hawk shot and Odd One is going to be able to get that twisted advance. The sapling toss, there it is. Chaos going to get that kill. Another kill for TSM. And Hotshot coming up here, actually maybe going to engage on Reginald. Knows he needs to be aggressive. There's the ult from Hotshot. Reginald going to need to get over this wall. Does throw off his cleanse there. So, you know, able to back off. I actually don't know what that was. It looked like a cleanse. It had the little sphere. Oh, he does have QSS. I looked for a second. I didn't see it in his item build, and I was like, where's the QSS for Reginald? But able to back off there, so another advantage for TSM, and now they can push down this mid lane. Do you think if CLG maybe sits up top, oh, they're going to recall. I was wondering if they sit up top or sit up bot, if they could maybe steal an inhibitor while TSM's pushing, maybe base race, or is it just, you know, not that potential there?
I feel like if Olaf stays up top and take inhibitor, TSM's gonna end the game. So,
right.
Just because, you know, with how strong TSM is, I feel like CLG cannot defend 3v5.
And so we do see the final push for TSM, seeing if they can take it down. Olaf is up top. They don't have Reginald with them, so it is a 4v4 down here. Cassiopeia brings so much to the table. Big Fat, a little bit low on mana, but, you know, Reginald going to come up here, stall Hotshot, not allow him to push. And TSM, they know how strong they are. They know that, you know, they can win these 4v4 fights. So we actually have the slow from Reginald. He's still chasing. There it is, the Shirelius from Hotshot. He still has his ultimate, but the rest of TSM is closing and closing fast. There's the hawk shot from Ash. He is going to be chasing down Hotshot. Hotshot. Let's see if we can get the Ash arrow. There it is, trying to get the slows, trying to just slowly corner him, get him in a position where he can't do anything. There is the ultimate from Hotshot, but they will surely be able to pick him up now. Chaos will be able to get that ultimate shortly. In the meantime, CLG pushing mid, Hotshot turning back into him, but is going to go down very quickly. CLG, though, able to take that mid tower, but it just seems like too little too late. So TSM, you know, we should see them pushing down mid now. They were able to pick up that kill. Hotshot trying to split push. The split push has worked so effectively for them at stalling out the game. They're actually going to come for the Baron now. They know, you know, they're strong. If they bait CLG into a fight, they're going to win the fight. If they go for the Baron, then they're going to have Baron. So a win-win situation. You know, we could have maybe had a desperation effort from CLG to steal this Baron, but they're definitely not grouped. They're going to allow it, and TSM has the Baron now. We'll be able to push mid and see if CLG can hold it off in this last fight. But it seems like Chauster and Doublelift maybe going to backdoor a little bit. You know, just trying to see if maybe they can pick someone off. We'll recall now.
Oh, this could be an inhibitor for TSM because Graves is backing up. He might not be able to get the tower in time where he can defend it. So I don't think TSM knows, though.
And it's interesting, again, TSM knows Reginald doesn't need to be with the rest of the team. So he recognizes the threat of CLG backdooring these turrets. And so Reginald, you know, sitting off to the side, he's like, hey, I'm going to sit here. My team can take you 4v5. My team is strong enough at this point to take you 4v5 with that Baron. So they will be sitting back. We'll see. Xpecial does have that Oracle, so you know they know that CLG, when they're in the jungle, doesn't have that vision. But now we have it. All of TSM pushing down mid lane. They still have about 4 minutes left on that Baron, so still really long. Actually, 3 minutes, and they are going to push to see if they can pick someone off. It's going to be tough, but TSM looks like they're going to take it. They have this open inhibitor.
I honestly think if TSM decides to just fight under tower, they should be able to fight 5v5 under tower with Baron and with the gold advantage. However, I feel like since this game is so big for them, they're just trying to be prudent and just do things normally and take things a little bit slower and make sure that they're going to secure the victory.
And again, another slow advantage taken by TSM. They recognize how strong they are. They're just slowly pushing in, slowly wearing down CLG. I always like to look at this part as the war of attrition, but Odd One, we'll see if he goes in. We do have the snare from Rise trying to get some damage off, but Chaos could definitely have an ultimate here. They're all grouped. We could get that AoE. There is Graves trying to clear out the creep wave, can't do it, so they're actually just going for the tower, poking that down. They do have the regen with Soraka, with Baron, that they can just sit there and engage, and actually top pushing as well, so just moving back and forth between the lanes, slowly pushing, don't want to risk anything at all. and so Chaos pushing down this tower. There is the snare. Saintvicious going to come in. This is their last fight. We'll see if they can do it. We do have Odd One coming back into Saintvicious. We have Chaos being chased out a little bit, but he's perfectly fine. Hotshot on the other side. Reginald able to pick up the kill. There is the snare from Big Fat, but this is going to be game. Hotshot not there. TSM going to be able to take the turret, but they're going to transition bottom. They can push this in, go straight for this Nexus, and that's going to be the series. I don't know how CLG could possibly defend this. TSM just slowly pushing in though. They know that they have it under wraps. They're getting in this inhibitor. They're going to get all 3 inhibitors before they push, and then it will almost certainly be a win. So TSM taking this 2-0 against CLG. They will be your IPL4 champions. We have the last fight from CLG trying to come in here. Dyrus just too strong though with that pull over them. The Ash slow chasing him down. Saintvicious is going to go down. Hotshot going to be chased as well. He will back off, but this is going to be the game. We're going to have the Nexus here right after the inhibitors. Here, give some noise. You know that they're sitting off to the side. They're waiting for it. Get that TSM chant going because they are the IPL4 champions.
So we do some closed captioning.
And there you have it. The crowd is going insane. TSM, one of those, favorite teams coming in. It's been questionable how well they've been doing. They've been scrimming constantly. We've seen up and downs with TSM. We've seen their struggles. The new management, Dyrus joining the team. TSM looking great this entire tournament, taking it to Dignitas in the winners finals, taking it to CLG. They went down 2-0 in that first set, but then coming back strong with the Ash pick, with the initiation. You know they are thrilled to death, and all of you guys here are part of it. All of you fans supporting them, and all of you fans cheering for them as they win. Just absolutely huge.
Oh man, definitely. These were definitely 4 very, very exciting games. My heart was up in the air.
Yeah.
I know, I was a little crushed that they lost 0-2 so early, and I was like, oh my god, CLG is just having so much good momentum going into the first series. After beating Dignitas 2-0, then going forward a little bit more, beating TSM 2-0. So I was just, this last set just came at such high anticipation, and it's definitely very, very good games, both of them.
And we saw early in the game, TSM able to take that advantage. They had, the Ash arrow, Ash falling behind the Graves. Doublelift so dominant in that bottom lane, but the early gank top lane put Olaf so far behind. Dyrus able to carry that top lane, just, force Hotshot out of lane. Hotshot had to go lane against Ash.
I felt like Dyrus winning lane was more effective than Graves winning the lane, just because of how much Dyrus contributed to the entire team fight. He was able to get in there, pull aggro off his entire team, output a ton of damage, use his hourglass, then go back in and do some more damage. And so it was just overall just really, really great play by Dyrus. I think he was an MVP for this last game, definitely.
Well, once again, thank you guys for watching. We will have the award ceremony shortly, so let's go to Cristina V right now, your fantastic host all weekend as she presents the winners, TSM.
We have a winner. Can I please bring up to the stage the IPL4 champions? You're confusing me. TSM, please come up. So, do I have a microphone for them?
Happy birthday, Dyrus!
I'm gonna ask. Is it really your birthday?
Yeah, it's his birthday.
Oh, happy birthday! So, how does it feel to win?
It feels pretty good. Really good, actually. Yeah.
That's good. Okay, so how much work did you guys put into training for this tournament?
We've been practicing 6 days a week for around 12 hours a day, nonstop. So the only break day we actually have is on Monday.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's amazing. And do you have anything you want to say to your fans at home here in the, I'm going to call it the stadium because it sounds cool.
Oh, can I hold the mic?
Yeah, you can hold the mic.
I actually want someone else to talk. Go ahead.
TSM fans, you guys rock. I'm so happy that so many people came to watch esports, and I'm so happy that we have so many fan signs like in the crowd. It's what I live for, so thanks a lot.
Congratulations. Can I please have you guys hang out over here for just a moment, if you can exit the stage? Thank you. Oh, you would like to say something?
I'd like to thank all of everyone that supports esports. One guy came up to me and confronted me about me saying a 4-letter word that started with R and ended with E, and I'd like to apologize to that guy. So I'll try to be a better role model. Other than me getting carried in my How to Get Carried 101, if you're upset about me winning IPL and falling asleep all the time and getting caught, you can buy a You Mad Bro shirt at store.solomon.net. Okay, bye.
Aww. He's so cute because he's sleepy. Okay, so now it's time for the award ceremony. I would like to bring up 3rd place team, DIGNITAS. So, how do you guys feel?
Honestly, pretty disappointed. It sucks to lose, and everyone here will tell you as a competitor it always sucks to lose, but we brought some good games. I hope to perform better next time.
And they did an amazing job. You guys came so far. Can we give them a round of applause, please? Thank you guys so much. You guys can take a bow if you want. Thank you guys so much. If you can exit to that side of the stage. And now, of course, CLG in 2nd place. Can we have one more CLG chant, please? CLG, CLG, CLG. So, of course, these guys came so far. What was your favorite part of the tournament?
I'm kind of speechless right now, but just the crowd and you guys being here. You guys are awesome.
Congratulations. If you guys could please exit to that side of the stage. Huh?
He dropped the last one.
I'm just kidding. Thank you guys so much. Another round of applause, please. You guys can exit that way. And now I would like to bring up the champions of IPL4, TSM. And now, here is David Dinh.
Hi, I would like to thank everyone for coming today. Did you guys enjoy IPL4? Okay, so given the huge turnout, we're gonna at least double the space at IPL5. So that's my commitment to you. And I hope there's still 100 people lining out the door when we double the space. So anyways, I would like to introduce a special guest. We got co-founder of RIOT, and CEO Brandon Beck here, also known as Rise. He's going to be handing it away, saying a few words.
Thank you. Hey guys. First of all, I want to thank everybody. Sorry? Again.
How does it feel to lose in the finals?
I know, right? So, no, this was some amazing competition. I really want to thank all the competitors that came out here and competed in this tournament. You guys really entertained the heck out of us, and we were literally glued to our seats. It was standing room only the whole time. I also want to thank the IPL. I think these guys did a good job. Let's give them another round of applause. And then, for all the viewers on the stream out there, I want to thank you guys for tuning in. And most importantly, how about this crowd right here? You guys, I've never seen anything this hyped. You guys are awesome. All right, so for our winners, can we get another chant going on as we present the first place awards to TSM?
Ladies and gentlemen, this was IPL4. Thank you so much for coming out. I had an amazing time hosting for you. I hope you liked it. Okay, and I did promise. Okay, last night I did promise that I would do more Riven quotes for you, so I went online and I looked to see what I recorded. Okay. I am awakened. You cannot escape me. A necessary strike to serve the greater good.
Thank you so much. You can follow me on Twitter at Cristina VCRISTINVE. That's my League of Legends name too, if you caught that. I'm sure you did. So thank you so much for coming out. Have a great night.
처음부터 끝까지 날 바꾸려 하지마 아니면 차라리
나에게